Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Bald Voldemort. In today's episode, we explore what if Harry was the son of Hades, and his magical core was fueled by death itself, making the killing curse heal him. Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Green Light, Black Blood. James Potter didn't even make it to the stairs. 1 second he was in the hall, wand up, voice sharp enough to cut glass. Lily, take Harry and go. The next second, green light smashed into his chest, and he hit the floor so hard the umbrella stand snapped under him. Upstairs, Harry started crying. Lily ran into the nursery with him already in her arms. She hadn't picked him up gently either. She grabbed him fast, blanket and all, because that was what you did when your husband shouted like that. Not panic, move. Her hands were shaking anyway. SHH, baby, SHH, I know. A slow clap came from the doorway. Lily turned. Voldemort stood there with James's death still hanging around him like it hadn't finished settling. Red eyes, pale face, wand loose in his hand. He looked pleased with himself in a way that made the room feel smaller. Step aside, he said. Lily backed into the crib without meaning to. Harry squirmed in her grip, upset from the noise, from her fear, from the thing crawling through the room that even a baby could feel and hate. She tightened her hold on him and set her jaw. Voldemort tilted his head. You were given a chance. I'm not moving. There wasn't any noble pause after that, no long speech, no grand moment. Lily was crying and furious and terrified all at once, and Voldemort looked bored with all of it. Stand aside. He flicked his wand. Green light hit Lily right in the chest. She dropped before she even let out a full scream. For one awful second, the room went dead silent except for Harry's breathing. He was still in the crib now, half tangled in his blanket, staring up at the woman who had fallen across the side of it. Her hand hung limp through the bars. Her hair covered most of her face. Then Harry started screaming. Voldemort stepped closer. The floor creaked under his shoes. He looked down at the child with something close to curiosity now. The boy had his mother's eyes. Annoying. There had been too much talk about this child already. Too much chance wrapped around one little body. Harry Potter, Voldemort said softly, like he was trying the name out before deleting it from the world. So much trouble over you. Harry kicked his blanket away and screamed harder. Voldemort raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the nursery. It hit Harry full in the face, and then everything went wrong. The curse went in. It didn't rebound. It didn't slam back at Voldemort like a thrown stone. It went into Harry, and Harry's little body arched against the mattress as the killing curse punched through skin, blood, bone, magic, soul. Any normal child would have died before the thought finished forming. Harry inhaled. That was it. Just one breath. The green didn't vanish. It got stuck. Then it sank. A line burned over Harry's forehead where the curse touched him, but the mark that formed there wasn't just scar tissue. It looked wet for 1 second, black around the edges, green in the middle, like the curse had dug a mouth into him and couldn't decide whether it wanted out or deeper in. Voldemort took 1 step back. What? The room temperature dropped so hard frost raced over the nursery window. The shadows under the crib stretched. Harry stopped screaming. His eyes opened. They locked on Voldemort. He was a baby. He couldn't understand the man, the wand, the bodies, the words. But something ancient and cold inside the child had just been fed for the first time, and it knew exactly what had entered it. The curse kept sinking. Harry's scar pulsed once. The green light on Voldemort's wand snapped out. Then the nursery filled with a sound no human throat could make. It came from Voldemort. It came from the walls. It came from the air itself as the curse he'd cast got dragged deeper into Harry's magical core and started taking pieces with it. Voldemort's free hand flew to his chest. His voice cracked. Black lines split across the wand in his hand. No, Harry's fingers curled. The shadows rose off the floor and wrapped around the crib bars. Something tore, not flesh, not fabric. Something worse. Voldemort screamed like someone had reached into him and ripped out a living piece with hooks. A ragged fragment of soul, raw and filthy and burning green at the edges, got yanked out through the curse path still connecting him to the child. It struck Harry's scar like iron to a forge. For a second, Harry's whole little body glowed from inside, green, then black, then nothing visible at all. Voldemort staggered. His face changed, not physically, not yet, but his control broke. Real fear hit him then. Real, ugly, scrambling fear. He tried to cut the connection, but his wand hand wouldn't obey. He tried to disapparate, but the room had gone wrong. The rules were slipping. The hand hanging through the crib bars twitched. Lily's just once, not life, not a return. Just the last violent shove of sacrificial magic finishing its work. Her dead fingers brushed Harry's shoulder. The room exploded. Glass burst outward. Wood cracked. The crib shattered apart. A wave of force slammed Voldemort into the far wall. His body hit stone, folded in on itself, and came apart under a blast of broken magic. Not dead, not alive, not anything with one shape anymore. He was gone. The wand clattered across the floor. Harry landed on the nursery rug in the wreckage of the crib, blinking. He had a fresh scar on his forehead. The cut should have been bleeding. It was. His skin there looked smooth except for the mark itself. his crying had stopped too. He reached one little hand toward his mother. Before his fingers touched her, the room changed again. The dead lingered. James Potter stood near the doorway, not solid, not mist, just there in a way that made no sense if you were alive and perfect sense if you were something else now. Lily was beside the crib, whole again, looking down at Harry with tears on her face even though she had none left to shed. Neither of them spoke. They didn't have time for that. Harry stared up at them with huge green eyes. Lily leaned down and touched 2 fingers to his scar. James pressed his hand over Harry's tiny heart. Then both of them turned their heads, looking past the child, past the broken wall, past the world. Someone else had arrived. No footsteps, no flash, no noise, just presence. A figure stood where the shadows pooled darkest near the ruined nursery corner, tall, cloaked in black that didn't move like cloth. Face hidden, not hidden because there was darkness there, hidden because Harry couldn't have understood what he was seeing anyway. The figure looked at James, looked at Lily, then looked at Harry. There was no warmth in that gaze, there was no cruelty either, only certainty. Harry's dead parents stepped back. The figure raised one hand. In its palm rested a single black coin. Pressed the coin lightly against Harry's chest through the blanket. The metal vanished into him. Harry blinked once. The figure turned away and was gone before the nursery wall stopped shaking. A minute later, Harry started crying again, loud and furious, because now he was cold and hungry and lying in broken wood with both parents on the floor and no idea why any of that had happened. When Hagrid tore the front door off its hinges and thundered upstairs, that was what he found. A destroyed nursery. A dead mother, a dead father downstairs, a crack in the house wall, no sign of Voldemort. And baby Harry Potter, alive in the wreckage, scar on his forehead and a nasty set to his scream that made Hagrid's arms break out in goose flesh. "Blimey," Hagrid muttered, lifting him carefully. "Blimey, Harry." Harry grabbed a fistful of Hagrid's beard and yanked. "Ow, yeah, all right, you're alive. Strong little thing, ain't ya?" Hagrid tried for a smile and failed. He looked around the nursery again, too slowly, too long. His eyes landed on Voldemort's fallen wand. On the frost that still clung to the cracked window, on the patch of floor where shadows had soaked so dark it looked like someone had spilled ink there. He didn't mention any of it. He wrapped Harry in a blanket and carried him out. Outside, the night was full of shouting, distant crashes, and witches and wizards arriving too late. Hagrid kept his great coat around the baby and pushed through all of it with his jaw set hard. Harry should have been wailing from the cold. Instead, he quieted the second they stepped out under the open sky. He looked up. There was no moon, just cloud and darkness. Harry stared into it like he recognized something. Hagrid tightened his hold. "Don't do that," he mumbled without thinking. Harry did not stop. By the time they reached Privet Drive, he was asleep. He slept through Professor McGonagall hissing at Dumbledore in the dark. He slept through Hagrid dabbing at his eyes and saying he'd get Harry's things later. He slept while Dumbledore looked at the scar and then very carefully placed 2 fingers against the child's chest. The old wizard frowned. There should have been the messy, wild feel of infant magic there. New, untrained, bright. Instead, there was a depth that made the air around Harry seem heavy for one sharp second, like standing too near a crypt door left open in winter. Dumbledore pulled his hand away. "Curious," he said softly. Professor McGonagall glanced over. "What is?" Dumbledore's eyes stayed on Harry. "Nothing we can solve tonight." That was not the answer she wanted, and they both knew it. He set the baby down on the doorstep with the letter tucked into his blanket. Harry's scar glimmered once under the porch light. McGonagall missed it. Dumbledore did not. Then they left him there. By morning, Petunia Dursley opened the door, saw the bundle, and made a sound like someone had dropped a rat into her hands. Harry blinked up at her. Her face went pale. For one split second before anger and outrage filled the space, she looked almost afraid. Not of the letter, of him. Harry spent the first 6 years of his life learning what fear looked like on people who thought they were stronger than him. It turned out to be useful. At 6 years old, he was small for his age, too thin, too quiet when adults were in the room, and quick enough to avoid getting grabbed if he saw it coming. He lived in the cupboard under the stairs because Vernon said it was more than good enough, and Dudley said Harry liked dark places anyway, which was stupid because Harry didn't like the cupboard. He just didn't hate it as much as everybody expected him to. The cupboard was cramped. It smelled like dust, shoes, and old paint. The pipe over his head knocked whenever somebody used the upstairs bathroom. There were spiders in the corner. Sometimes he named them. Vernon hated that, but the dark didn't scare Harry. The dark was honest. It didn't smile at him and then take his food. It didn't promise one thing and do another. It didn't tell him he should be grateful while making him scrub skid marks off Dudley's bike tires in freezing weather. It just sat there. Some nights it even felt crowded. Harry was sitting cross-legged on his blanket, trying to fix the loose lace on one of Dudley's old trainers with a bent paperclip when he heard Vernon stomp in from work already annoyed. Harry paused. The front door slammed. Petunia's voice followed, tight and quick. He did it again. Harry looked up at the underside of the stairs. That could mean anything. Vernon's shoes hit the floor hard in the hall. Did what? The school called. Mrs. Hanley says there was another incident. Harry closed his fist around the paperclip. Dudley's laugh rolled through the kitchen. He made Mark Simmons puke, just looked at him and boom. I did not, Harry muttered. No point saying it louder, nobody would care. Vernon's footsteps came toward the cupboard. Boy, Harry shoved the broken trainer aside and stood before the door flew open. Vernon filled the frame, mustache twitching. What you do? Nothing. Wrong answer. Vernon grabbed the front of Harry's too big shirt and hauled him out into the hall. Harry didn't kick or flail. He'd learned that made things worse. Instead, he went loose and watched Vernon's face. Petunia stood by the kitchen doorway with her lips pressed flat. Dudley leaned against the wall with a chocolate smear on his chin, enjoying himself. At school, Vernon snapped, "You looked at that boy," and he started choking. He swallowed a marble. Dudley snorted. "Liar." Harry shot him a look. "You gave it to him." Dudley's grin dropped. "Did not." "Did too. You said if he couldn't fit it in his mouth, he was a baby." Petunia stiffened. Vernon's eyes slid to Dudley, then back to Harry. That should have shifted the whole thing. It didn't. "And how," Vernon said slowly, squeezing Harry's shirt harder, "did you know that?" Harry opened his mouth and then shut it. Because he'd heard it, not with his ears, not exactly. He'd been on the other side of the playground fence, picking at a loose board with his thumbnail because he'd noticed the nail was nearly out and thought maybe that could be useful later. Dudley had been behind the shed with his gang, and Harry had heard every word like it was whispered right beside him. Even the ugly little laugh Dudley did when he wanted someone to get hurt. Harry didn't know how he'd heard it. That part happened more lately. People said things where he couldn't see them, and sometimes the words still landed in his head clear as anything. Sometimes he knew somebody was angry before they walked into a room. Sometimes he knew when a bird on the road was dying before it stopped moving. He didn't tell adults about any of that because he wasn't stupid. "I guessed," Harry said. Vernon stared at him. Then he shoved him into the wall so hard Harry's shoulder banged against the plaster. "Don't get clever with me." Petunia flinched like she might say something. She didn't. Dudley grinned again. Vernon pointed at the kitchen floor. "On your hands and knees, clean up after dinner, and if I hear one more word about freakish little stunts from that school, you'll wish you were never born." Harry's shoulder throbbed. He bit the inside of his cheek and nodded. "Say it." "Yes, Uncle Vernon." Vernon let go. Harry stumbled, caught himself, and walked to the kitchen without looking at anyone. That was the trick. Don't give them your face after they hit you. It made them feel too big. He scrubbed the floor while they ate roast chicken. Dudley dropped peas on purpose. Vernon laughed at a joke Harry couldn't hear from the floor. Petunia moved around the kitchen fast and neat and never once looked down long enough to meet Harry's eyes. The shoulder hurt more when he reached too far. By the time they were done, the joint felt hot and wrong. "Cupboard," Vernon said. Harry put the rag back, swallowed the pain, and went. He shut the little door behind him and sat in the dark with his bad arm across his lap. For a while he just breathed, then he touched his shoulder. The bone wasn't broken, maybe, but something in there had shifted. He could feel the wrongness under the skin. He pressed around it carefully and hissed through his teeth. "Brilliant," he whispered. "That's just great." Something clicked in the dark near the shoe rack. Harry froze. The cupboard was never quiet. Pipes knocked, floorboards creaked, spiders moved, but this was different. A sharp little sound close to the floor, then another one. He looked toward the corner where old gardening gloves and a stack of yellowed catalogs sat in a heap. A robin lay there on its side. Harry hadn't seen it when Vernon dragged him out earlier. It must have fallen through the vent near the top of the cupboard wall and broken its neck on the shelf. Its black eyes stared at nothing. Harry frowned. "How'd you even get in here?" The robin twitched. He sucked in a breath and flattened himself against the wall. The bird's chest jerked once, then again. Its neck stayed at the wrong angle, but its claws flexed. Tiny beak opened, closed. Harry stared. Slowly, carefully, he reached toward it with his good hand. The moment his fingers brushed the robin's feathers, cold rushed up his arm. Not painful, not nice either. Just cold, deep cold, the kind that made his teeth ache and his skin go tight. Harry yanked his hand back. The robin rolled upright. Its head snapped into place with a little crack. Harry slapped a hand over his mouth. The bird blinked twice, hopped onto the catalog stack, looked straight at him, then fluttered up to the vent and squeezed out into the night. Harry sat in the dark for a full minute, heart hammering. Then the pain in his shoulder faded. He frowned and touched the joint again. No heat, no swelling. He rolled it once, twice. "Fine, completely fine." He stared at his hand. "Nope," he whispered. "Nope, that's weird." From upstairs, Dudley yelled about pudding. Harry lay back on his blanket and stared at the underside of the stairs. If he told anyone, Vernon would hit him, Petunia would go white, and Dudley would spend the next month throwing dead pigeons at him to see what happened. So he kept his mouth shut. That was useful too. 2 weeks later, Dudley decided Harry made a better target when there was an audience. School let out at 3. The sky spat light rain. Harry kept his hood up and cut through the alley behind the corner shop because Dudley hated mud and usually didn't bother following him there. Usually. Today, Dudley, Piers, Polkus, and 2 boys from the year above were waiting by the bins. Harry stopped the second he saw them. Dudley spread his arms. "There he is." Piers grinned, all gums. "Freak boy." Harry looked behind him, alley mouth open, street beyond it not empty enough. He could run, sure, but Dudley was closer to the exit than he'd like and Piers had longer legs, so he sighed. What do you want? Dudley shoved off the wall. You told on me. I didn't. You made my mum yell at me. That's not the same thing. The older boys snickered. Dudley's face went red. He hated when Harry did that, answered straight and made him sound slow without trying. Dudley wanted fear. Harry had figured that out years ago. Dudley liked the bit before crying started. Harry watched the older boys instead. One had a scab on his chin and hands shoved into his jacket pockets like he was trying to act hard. The other kept glancing toward the alley entrance. Nervous, not committed. Good. Move, Harry said. I've got things to do. Dudley laughed so hard he snorted. Yeah, like what? Talk to rats, Harry shrugged. You know if they answered. Piers barked a laugh before he could stop himself. Dudley spun on him. Shut up. Harry took one careful step sideways. Dudley saw it and lunged. Harry dropped low. Dudley's grab caught empty air. Piers tried to block the other side, but Harry kicked the bin behind him instead. It rolled into Piers's shins and he yelped. The older boy with the scab moved faster than Harry expected. He shoved Harry hard between the shoulders. Harry hit the alley wall face first. Brick bit into his lip. He tasted blood. Dudley wheezed with laughter. Got him. Harry pushed off the wall and turned. Blood ran over his mouth. He wiped it with the back of his hand, looked at the red smear there, then lifted his eyes to Dudley. The alley went still, not silent. The rain still ticked off bin lids. Cars still moved somewhere beyond the shop, but the space between them changed. Dudley's grin faltered. Harry felt it then, that same cold from the robin, only bigger. It uncoiled from somewhere under his ribs, not anger exactly, more like a door cracking open because somebody had pushed too hard against it. The older boy with the scab took a step back. What's wrong with him? Harry didn't answer. He was too busy trying to breathe through the freezing pressure crawling under his skin. Dudley swallowed, hit him again. Nobody moved. Then Piers did something stupid and grabbed Harry's arm. Cold burst out. Piers screamed and let go like Harry had burned him. He stumbled into the wall, clutching his wrist. What you do? I didn't. Harry stopped because it wasn't true. He had done something. He didn't know what. But Piers's skin around the place he'd grabbed had gone gray-white for a second before color rushed back. The alley shadows stretched along the wet bricks. The nervous older boy swore and bolted. Scabchin followed half a second later. Piers scrambled after them, still yelling. That left Dudley. Harry and Dudley stood in the rain, both breathing hard. Dudley looked big. Bigger than Harry, heavier, meaner. He always did. But now there was something under his face Harry had hardly ever seen clearly before. Actual fear. Harry took one step toward him. Dudley stumbled back. One more step. Dudley turned and ran straight out into the street. Brakes shrieked. A woman in a little blue car leaned on the horn and screamed out the window. Dudley jumped back onto the pavement just in time, tripped over the curb and landed on his backside in a puddle. Harry stopped at the alley mouth and looked down at him. Dudley's face was pale under the rain. Harry's lip had already stopped bleeding. He touched it. The split skin was closing under his fingers. Not fast enough for anybody else to notice at a glance, maybe, but fast enough that he knew he wasn't imagining things anymore. Don't corner me again, Harry said. Dudley stared. Harry turned and walked away. He didn't get 10 steps before the world tilted, not physically. More like something brushed the back of his head and whispered wrong. He froze under the dripping awning of the closed florist. Across the road, half under a bus stop advertisement, a dead cat lay curled by the curb. It had probably been hit earlier. Ginger fur. One back leg bent under the body the wrong way. Its eyes snapped open. Harry stared at it. The cat stared back. Then, with a stiff movement like rusty hinges, it got up, limped 3 steps into the gutter and sat there looking at Harry while cars hissed past in the rain. A voice, deep and flat and very close to his ear, said, "Count exits." Harry spun around. Nobody. Just rain, traffic, and Dudley still scrambling up from the puddle. Harry looked back at the cat. Gone. He went cold all over, and this time it had nothing to do with the weird thing inside him. That night Vernon yelled because Dudley said Harry had tried to kill him with his eyes. Petunia yelled because Dudley had ruined a good jumper. Harry sat through both of them at the kitchen table with his hands folded and his face blank. Vernon slammed one hand on the table. "Are you listening, boy?" "Yes." "Because if you make my son run into traffic again, I didn't make him do anything." Vernon's face reddened. "You always have an answer." Harry looked at the table instead of Vernon's eyes. "You asked?" Petunia made a sharp little sound. Not quite a gasp, not quite anything at all. Vernon came around the table so fast Harry barely got the chair back before a huge hand closed on his arm. This time Harry did look up. Their eyes met. The cold under Harry's ribs moved. Vernon swore and jerked his hand back like he touched an ice tray straight from the freezer. For a second all 4 of them stared. Vernon covered it first with anger. Upstairs, no supper. Petunia opened her mouth, shut it. Harry stood. Dudley smirked, but it wasn't his usual one. He kept glancing at Harry's hands like he expected something to crawl out from under the skin. Harry walked to the cupboard, ducked inside, and shut the door. Half an hour later, Petunia opened it again without a word and shoved in a plate with one piece of toast and half a sausage. Harry looked up from where he'd been sitting against the wall with his knees drawn up. Petunia did not meet his eyes. "Eat," she said. He glanced at the plate. "Thanks." She turned to leave, then stopped. "When your mother was a girl," she said stiffly, "strange things happened around her too." Harry stared. Petunia's fingers tightened on the doorknob. She enjoyed it. The cupboard felt suddenly too small. What does that mean? Petunia looked at him then, and the thing in her face was ugly because it wasn't just anger. It was hurt that had gone sour years ago and never got better. "It means nothing good comes of your kind enjoying anything." She shut the door. Harry sat with the plate cooling in his lap. His kind. He mouthed the words once, then he ate the sausage in 2 bites and stayed awake most of the night. At some point, he slept without meaning to. He woke standing in a place he'd never seen before. Stone under his feet, dark all around, not the dark of the cupboard, bigger, cleaner, endless. The air smelled like cold rock and metal. Rows of black pillars disappeared into the distance. Somewhere far off, water moved slow and steady. Harry looked down at himself, still small, barefoot, wearing the same stretched t-shirt he'd fallen asleep in. "Okay," he said into the dark, "this is new." His voice didn't echo. A line of pale lights flicked on along the floor ahead of him, one by one, showing a path. Harry considered staying where he was. Then he heard footsteps behind him and changed his mind fast. He walked. The lights led to a wide stair and then to a hall with more columns, more dark, and a chair at the far end big enough for Vernon to call it ridiculous. Something sat in it. A man, maybe, tall, broad shoulders, black clothes, hands on the chair arms. Face mostly hidden because the light in the room never quite settled there. Harry stopped 10 feet away. The man looked at him, not through him, at him. Harry had never been looked at like that before. Adults usually saw what they wanted: burden, freak, child, problem. Dudley saw target. Teachers saw trouble waiting to happen. This was different, measured, exact. Harry folded his arms. "You the one who keeps talking in my ear?" The man said nothing for a moment, then, "Sometimes." His voice was low and steady, not warm, not cold either. Harry got the weird feeling that if this person ever shouted, whole buildings would listen. "Right," Harry said. "And who are you?" "Not a danger to you." "That wasn't my question." One corner of the man's mouth moved, not a smile, close enough to count. "Good." Harry narrowed his eyes. "That's not an answer either. You are learning." Harry almost laughed at that, because what was he supposed to do with it? Dream person in giant stone hall with no name and a terrible habit of dodging basic questions. Brilliant. He glanced around. "Am I dead? Number, is this magic?" A pause. "Yes." Harry huffed out a breath. "Figures." The man lifted one hand. A black coin lay on his palm. Harry's stomach dropped. He knew that coin, not from life because he'd never seen it awake, but something in him recognized it so hard his chest tightened. The man closed his fingers over it. "When they come for you, do not freeze." "Who?" "Those who smile while deciding where to put you." Harry thought of Petunia, Vernon, Dudley, teachers, Mrs. Figg when she acted nice and then spent an hour talking over him like he wasn't in the room. "Helpful," he said dryly. The man ignored the tone. "Count exits, watch hands. If they intend harm, move first." Harry frowned. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you listen." Nobody had ever said that to him, like it was a good thing. He shifted his weight. "Do I know you?" "Not yet." That set Harry's teeth on edge. "Can you maybe speak like a normal person?" Again, that almost smile. "Number." Harry rolled his eyes, which felt like a dangerous thing to do in front of somebody who looked like he might own armies of ghosts, but the man didn't object. Instead, he said, "Wake up." Harry opened his eyes in the cupboard, heart pounding. The pipe over his head rattled. Morning. He sat up too fast and banged his head on the shelf. Ow, the pain faded before he finished saying it. Harry put both hands on his face and groaned. "Brilliant," he muttered. "Now I'm dreaming creepy instructions too." Still, when Vernon cornered him in the hall later that day because Dudley couldn't find one of his trainers, Harry counted exits without thinking. It helped. By the time he was 10, Harry knew 3 solid things. 1. Adults lied most when they said something was for his own good. 2. Whatever lived in his scar and under his ribs liked danger way too much. 3. Somebody or something kept an eye on him from the dark, and for now that had saved him more than once. He was using a bent nail to pry open Dudley's broken toy robot on the back step when his Hogwarts letter arrived. Harry didn't know it was a Hogwarts letter, obviously. He just knew the post made Vernon grumble extra loud that morning, which usually meant bills or catalogs and usually meant Harry should keep his head down. He kept working on the robot. Dudley had stomped on it 2 weeks ago during a tantrum about batteries, then thrown it in the bin. Harry had fished it out later because the gears inside looked interesting. If he could get the panel open without snapping the wires, he might be able to use the tiny screws as lock picks. Maybe. Petunia opened the back door. "Boy, bacon." Harry slipped the nail into his pocket and went in. Vernon sat at the table with the post spread around his plate. Dudley stuffed toast into his mouth. Petunia moved between cooker and counter in quick, neat lines. Harry slid into his usual spot on the very edge of the bench. Vernon's hand slammed down on one envelope. "What's this?" Harry looked up. A thick parchment envelope sat in Vernon's hand. Yellowish paper, green ink, the address on the front read, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. The kitchen went dead silent. Dudley swallowed half-chewed toast. "It says your stupid cupboard." Harry stared at the envelope. Something in him went tight and alert, not fear, recognition, number not exactly. More like the letter had walked into the room already knowing him. Petunia's face lost color so fast it was almost impressive. Vernon ripped it open. Harry moved before he fully thought it through. His hand shot across the table, faster than Vernon expected from him. He snatched the letter clean out of Vernon's grip, slid off the bench, and backed toward the door. Vernon surged up so hard his chair toppled. "Give me that." Harry ducked left as Vernon grabbed. Dudley lunged from the other side, slow but wide enough to be a problem. Harry planted one foot on the bench, sprang over the corner of the table, and hit the floor by the sink. Petunia shrieked. "Harry!" Vernon roared. Harry tore the letter open while running. The parchment inside unfolded itself in his hand. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He made it 3 more lines before Vernon caught the back of his shirt and yanked him off his feet. The letter slipped from Harry's fingers. Vernon grabbed it out of the air and crumpled the parchment in one fist so hard his knuckles went white. "Number," he sounded panicked. Petunia whispered. Vernon, "No." Harry hit the floor on his hip, rolled, and came up on one knee. "Give it back." Dudley laughed. "He wants his freak school." Harry ignored him and kept his eyes on Vernon. Petunia looked worse now. She knew what Hogwarts was. Knew it enough that just the name had turned her into a pale, shaking version of herself. Vernon pointed at Harry with the crushed letter. "You are not going." Harry got to his feet. "Why?" "Because I said so." "That's not a reason. It is in this house." Harry wiped hair out of his eyes. "What is Hogwarts?" Nobody answered. He looked at Petunia. "You know." Her lips trembled. "Don't." "What is it?" "A place," Vernon snapped, "for people like you." Harry went very still. "For people like you." Again, he glanced at the smashed-up parchment in Vernon's fist, then at Petunia's face, then at Dudley's eager little smirk. And right there in the middle of the kitchen with bacon grease popping on the stove, Harry understood something big. They'd known, maybe not all of it, maybe not the weird dreams and the dead Robin and the cold under his skin, but enough to hide it, enough to fear it, enough to make decisions for him without telling him what they were. That made something hot and ugly rise in his chest. "You knew," he said. Vernon's mustache twitched. "Watch yourself. You knew and never told me." Petunia slammed the spatula down on the counter. "There was nothing to tell." Harry laughed once, short and sharp. "A school for people like me sounds like something." "It ruined her," Petunia snapped. Nobody moved. Even Vernon looked surprised she'd said it that loud. Harry stared at her. "My mum?" Petunia froze. "Did it ruin her?" Harry asked quietly, "or did she just leave you?" Petunia's hand flew across the table before Vernon could get there. The slap cracked against Harry's cheek and knocked his head sideways. For 1 second there was no sound in the kitchen at all. Harry lifted his hand to his face. Petunia was breathing hard, eyes wide, like she hadn't planned to do it and didn't know what to do now that she had. Harry lowered his hand. The sting was already fading. He looked at her, really looked, and didn't see power there. Just old bitterness and fear dressed up like order. "Right," Harry said. Then he turned and walked out the back door before any of them found words again. He made it to the alley between the houses before Vernon came charging after him. Harry vaulted Mrs. Next Door's low garden wall, scrambled through a patch of wet hedges, and cut across 2 gardens before Vernon could reach the gate. By the time Vernon was puffing halfway down Magnolia Crescent, Harry was already up on the little strip of public scrubland near the train tracks, crouched behind a clump of nettles with the broken toy robot still in his pocket and the burn of Petunia's slap long gone from his face. He stayed there till evening, not because he had nowhere else to go. He had some places. A broken shed behind the old chemist, the hollow under the footbridge if it wasn't raining too hard, Mrs. Figg's garden wall if she was out and her cats were in a good mood. He stayed because he was angry enough that if he went back too soon, he might say something clever, and clever usually got him punished more than running did. So he sat on damp grass and replayed the kitchen scene until the light started going gold. Magic, school, people like you. Around 6, footsteps crunched up the path behind him. Harry didn't turn right away. He'd heard them coming a minute earlier, steady and slower than Vernon's stomp. A woman's shoes. "Boy," Petunia said. Harry kept looking at the tracks. She never came searching for him herself. That alone made him pay attention. "Your uncle says come home." Harry snorted. "Did he send a note too?" Petunia didn't answer that. She stepped closer instead. Harry finally looked back. She stood with her coat pulled tight around herself though the evening wasn't cold. Her face looked tired, not soft. Just tired. What is Hogwarts? Harry asked again. She shut her eyes briefly like the word hurt. A boarding school. For magic, she flinched. Tiny movement still counted. Yes. Harry picked at the mud on his trainer. So I'm magic. She looked ready to hate that sentence on sight. Your mother was. That's not what I asked. Her mouth thinned. Yes, he let that sit between them. He could have asked 1,000 things then about his parents, about why she took him in, about why no one came, about why weird stuff happened around him and why he didn't stay hurt and why dead things moved sometimes and who the man in his dreams was. Instead, he asked the one thing that mattered first. Did you know letters would come? Petunia hesitated. That was answer enough. Harry laughed again, no humor in it this time. Wow, watch your tone. Number, her eyes flashed. You ungrateful little. No, Harry said again, and this time there was enough steel in it that she actually stopped. You get to shout when you tell me the truth. You don't get both. Wind moved through the scrubby bushes. Petunia stared at him like he'd stepped out of shape in front of her. Maybe he had. Kids weren't supposed to talk back like that unless they wanted trouble. Harry wanted answers more. She looked away first. There was a letter, she said tightly. Years ago, for me. Harry blinked. You. Yes, something in his head clicked. But you said, I know what I said. He waited. Petunia stared at the tracks. I wanted to go when I was a girl, I wrote to them. I begged. She laughed once, a nasty little sound. They did not want me. Harry didn't know what to do with that. For a second he saw not Aunt Petunia, keeper of drills and punishments and perfect hedges, but a girl with the same face and none of the control, writing letters she hoped would change her life and getting nothing back. But the feeling lasted about 2 seconds before he remembered the cupboard. So you punished me for it. Petunia's eyes snapped to his. Don't act as if you know anything. Then tell me. She drew in a breath and let it out hard. Your mother thought that world made her special. It took her from us bit by bit, and she loved it for that. Harry stood up. He was still shorter than her, but not by enough to matter much with the way he held himself now. Maybe she loved being wanted. Petunia slapped him again. This time Harry caught her wrist. Petunia went white. Harry hadn't moved fast on purpose. He just had. Her skin felt hot and dry under his fingers. For 1 second the cold inside him rose to meet it, and Petunia sucked in a sharp breath. Harry let go. She stumbled back 1 step and clutched her wrist to her chest like he'd hurt her badly. He hadn't. He knew he hadn't, but the fear on her face was very real now. Don't do that again, Harry said. Her eyes widened, not because he'd threatened her. Because for a split second, as his hand touched her, she had seen something behind him. Harry knew it the same way he sometimes knew when people lied. Whatever Petunia had seen, it had left her shaken to the core. Come home, she said, voice thin. Harry looked at her for another beat, then nodded once. He went back because the letter mattered and because he'd learned long ago that running permanently without a plan was just another kind of losing. By the next morning there were 12 more letters. By the morning after that there were 30. Vernon nailed the letterbox shut. Letters pushed through the cracks around the frame. Vernon lit the fireplace. Letters came down the chimney in a storm of parchment and green ink that sent Petunia shrieking and Dudley diving under the table. Harry laughed so hard Vernon looked close to bursting a blood vessel. The laugh got him locked in the cupboard for the rest of the day, which was annoying but still worth it. You think this is funny? Vernon shouted through the door. A bit, Harry said honestly. At sunset Vernon dragged all of them into the car. He didn't explain where they were going. He just packed too fast, too rough, muttering about maniacs and freak schools and not in his family. No sir, never. Dudley cried because he'd left half his toys behind. Petunia kept wringing her hands. Harry sat in the back seat with one small bag of Dudley's old clothes and watched Privet Drive disappear through the rain-streaked window. This was new. He liked new better than cupboards. They drove for hours. They ended up in a miserable shack on a rock in the middle of rough gray water, and Harry almost said this was too dramatic even for Vernon, but decided to save it. The shack smelled like damp wood, mold, and old fish. Rain hammered the windows. Wind shoved at the walls like it wanted in. Dudley whined the entire time they were there. Vernon kept checking the nailed-shut door. Harry sat by the one grimy window and watched black waves slap stone. At midnight, something knocked. Not polite, not normal. The whole shack shook. Dudley screamed. Petunia clapped both hands over her mouth. Vernon snatched up the rifle he'd brought, because of course he had. Harry stood. Another knock, louder. Then the door came off its hinges and slammed flat onto the floor. A giant of a man ducked through the frame, dripping rainwater onto the warped boards, hair like a dark bush, beard huge, coat soaked, eyes bright under all that wildness. Coulda made yourself easier to find, Harry, he said, like arriving through a destroyed door at midnight was perfectly reasonable. Vernon squeaked. Actually squeaked. Then he remembered he hated that and shoved the rifle forward with both hands. I demand you leave at once. The giant looked at the gun, then at Vernon. Oh, shut up, Dursley. He took the rifle, bent the barrel into a knot like it was made of warm sugar, and tossed it aside. Dudley let out a strangled noise. Harry stared. Now this was getting interesting. The giant's eyes found him again and softened. Last time I saw ya were a baby. Harry stepped around the table, keeping clear of Vernon. Who are you? Rubius Hagrid, keeper o' keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Sort of. He frowned at Harry properly then, like the question had reminded him something was off. Blimey, they really didn't tell ya anything, did they? Nope. Hagrid turned that stare on the Dursleys. Vernon looked ready to die on principle. Petunia looked like she might faint. Disgrace, Hagrid muttered. Harry almost liked him immediately for that. Hagrid reached into his coat and pulled out a squashed box. Got ya a birthday cake. Sat on it a bit on the way, but it'll taste all right. Harry took it. Pink icing, red HAPPEBRTHDAE, Harry in lopsided letters. Nobody's ever got me a cake before, Harry said. Hagrid blinked fast. Yeah, well, happy birthday all the same. Harry opened the box and looked at the cake for a second longer than necessary. Then he set it down carefully on the table and said, You're from Hogwarts. That's right. The magic school. So I'm magic. Vernon exploded. No. Harry and Hagrid both looked at him. Vernon jabbed a finger so hard it shook. You are not going to some crackpot school to learn tricks and nonsense, and Hagrid took one step forward. Vernon, shut up. Harry folded his arms. He says no a lot. Noticed, Hagrid muttered. Petunia found her voice. You have no right. We took him in. We raised him. Harry turned his head and gave her a flat look. Hagrid's eyebrows went up like he'd heard enough already from the tone alone. Raised him, did ya? Petunia's jaw tightened. He has a roof. He had a cupboard, Harry said. Silence. Hagrid looked at the little door under the stairs, then back at Petunia, then at Vernon. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this, Harry heard himself murmur. Hagrid's face changed. The warmth dropped out of it. He didn't shout, didn't need to. Yeah, kept Lily Potter's son in a cupboard. Vernon lifted his chin. We did what we thought best. Harry snorted. Hagrid's umbrella twitched in his hand. Best for who? Dudley, who had been hiding behind Petunia, picked the worst possible moment to say, he likes dark. Harry looked at him. Shut up, Dudley. Hagrid looked at Dudley too, then at Harry. Yeah, all right if I deal with that one a little. Harry thought about it. Mildly. A second later, Dudley had a pigtail and was screaming. That settled the mood. Vernon started blustering about assault. Petunia wailed. Dudley spun in circles trying to grab his own backside. Harry laughed into a fist and felt lighter than he had in days. Hagrid pulled out Harry's letter, somehow crisp and dry despite the storm, and handed it over. Read it proper this time. Harry took the parchment and went to the little lamp by the wall. He read every word. Acceptance. Uniform. Books. Wand, he looked up. This is real. Harry held the parchment tighter. My parents went there. Course they did. What were they like? The shack changed, not in weather, in feeling. Hagrid's face softened again, but there was grief under it now. Best people, he said. Funny, brave, but too ready to dive headfirst into trouble, both of them. Harry waited. Hagrid rubbed a hand through his beard. Your dad were brilliant on a broom. Your mum could do spells half the class struggled with. She had this way o' mackin' people feel stupid for underestimatin' her without sayin' much. Reckon ya got that from her. Harry glanced toward Petunia. Petunia looked away. How did they die? Harry asked. Hagrid's eyes slid to the Dursleys, then back. Murdered by a dark wizard. Name's not worth your time tonight. Harry felt the air go cold around the edges. The thing in his scar stirred, Hagrid noticed. Just for a second his gaze dropped to Harry's forehead and his expression tightened. What? Harry asked sharply. Nothing, don't do that. Hagrid looked surprised. Harry stepped closer. Don't look at me like you know something and call it nothing. Everybody keeps doing that. Hagrid let out a slow breath. All right, fair, just their stories, Harry, about that night, about what happened when he came after your family. Did he try to kill me too? Hagrid stared, then nodded once. Harry touched the scar without thinking. The skin there felt cool. He missed. Hagrid gave a helpless little shrug, something like that. Harry's eyes narrowed. That's not an answer. Yeah, Hagrid said softly. Welcome to the club. That should have annoyed Harry more than it did. But there was no lie in Hagrid's face, only the shape of a truth he clearly didn't know how to tell, so Harry let it go for now. Can I leave with you tonight? He asked. Vernon spluttered. Absolutely not. Hagrid didn't even look at him. Morning will be easier. Need to get ya school things anyway. Harry glanced around the shack. Wind shoved against the boards. Dudley still cried in wet little bursts. Petunia kept whispering over and over that it would come off. Vernon, it has to come off. Morning's fine, Harry said. He took the lopsided cake, climbed onto the least moldy corner of the sofa, and ate half of it with his fingers while Hagrid told him about chocolate frogs, moving staircases, and a game called Quidditch that sounded brilliant and stupid at the same time. Dudley watched him with betrayed horror. Harry ate slower just to be annoying. By dawn, Vernon had given up pretending this was under control. Hagrid took Harry to London by boat first and then by train, and Harry kept one hand on his school letter the whole time like someone might still snatch it. He did not ask Hagrid if the letter would keep coming forever if Vernon burned this one too. He already knew the answer. London was louder than Little Winging and smelled worse, but Harry liked it anyway. Too much going on for one set of eyes to track, too many doors, too many people who had no idea who he was. They crossed a street packed with cars and ducked into a pub that looked normal from outside and very much not normal the second Harry stepped in. Conversations stopped, heads turned, a witch near the bar dropped her glass. The boy who lived, someone whispered. Harry nearly turned around to see who they were talking about before he realized they meant him. Annoying, a whole line of strangers wanted to shake his hand. One old wizard cried. A woman with silver spectacles bowed her head like Harry had done something personally impressive as a baby. Harry let it happen for about 2 minutes before leaning toward Hagrid. Do they all do this? Mostly, Hagrid said. Why? Hagrid hesitated. Because yes, survived. Harry looked down at his hands. Survived what exactly? Before he could ask again, Hagrid guided him through a brick arch behind the pub and Harry stepped into Diagon Alley. He stopped dead. The place was packed. Owls in cages, cauldrons stacked in windows, robes spinning on display dummies. Children dragging parents toward broom shop fronts, coins clinking. Wands flashing tests, sparks from an open doorway halfway down the street. A witch arguing over dragon liver prices loud enough for 3 shops to hear her. Harry grinned before he could stop himself. Hagrid saw and laughed. Thought you might like it. Like it. Harry wanted to climb it, open it, steal from it, read every sign twice and ask 50 questions at once. He settled for this is insane. In a good way, in the best way. They got robes first, then books, then a cauldron. Harry touched everything he was allowed to and a few things he probably was. The robe-fitting witch kept shooting odd little glances at his scar while measuring his sleeves. Harry ignored it. At the apothecary, he liked the jars full of floating things more than he probably should have. Hagrid noticed that too and said, maybe not mention that to everyone, which only made Harry more interested. Then came Gringotts. The bank stood at the end of the alley like it knew every other building existed on sufferance. White stone, bronze doors, goblins in sharp suits and sharper expressions. Harry liked them at once. They looked like people who would stab you for wasting their time. Harry respected honesty. Inside, the floor shone like polished bone. Goblins sat at high desks, scratching across ledgers with tiny, exact movements. Not one of them smiled when Hagrid said hello. Brilliant. A goblin with iron-gray hair and eyes like cut metal looked Harry up and down when they approached. Key, he said. Hagrid passed over a little gold key. The goblin held out his hand to Harry. Thumb. Harry raised an eyebrow. Hello to you too. Hagrid made a choking sound that might have been a laugh. The goblin did not react. Thumb. Harry pressed his thumb to the polished little plate on the desk. There was a tiny prick, a bead of blood welled up. The goblin's expression changed. Not much, just enough. His eyes flicked from the blood to Harry's face, then to the scar, then back to the blood. Interesting, Hagrid shifted. Problem. The goblin wiped the plate with one cloth, all in one smooth motion. No problem, Vault 687. He paused, then to Harry, there are locked records attached to your family holdings. Harry stared. Hagrid went stiff beside him. What kind of records? Harry asked. Locked ones. Harry almost laughed. You lot are rude. We are efficient. Can I see them? Not today. Why not? Because someone with authority sealed them. Harry glanced at Hagrid. Hagrid was suddenly very interested in the high ceiling. Who? The goblin's long fingers tapped once on the desk. That question has a longer answer than I care to give in the lobby. Harry opened his mouth. The goblin tilted his head a fraction. Ask again when you are of age or less supervised. Harry grinned. Hagrid groaned. Oh, don't encourage him. Too late. Encouraged. They rode the cart down into the earth. Harry loved that too. The speed, the turns, the total lack of concern for safety. Hagrid turned slightly green. Harry laughed right in his face and Hagrid called him cheeky. Vault 687 opened on stacks of gold and silver and bronze. Harry forgot how to breathe for a second. Not because money meant much to him yet, not really. He was 10. He mostly thought in terms of food, space, shoes that fit, and whether Vernon could be avoided for the next hour. But this meant choice. This meant someone had left him something that was his, not Dudley's leftovers, not Petunia's scraps. His. Hagrid smiled at his face. Your parents left you a well-provided fur. Harry stepped into the vault carefully, almost suspicious the gold might vanish if he moved too fast. You're serious? Very. Harry crouched by a heap of sickles and picked one up. Cold metal, real weight. He looked back over his shoulder. Does Uncle Vernon know? Hagrid barked a laugh so loud it echoed in the vault tunnel. Nope. That felt good, genuinely good. Harry grabbed a handful of coins, then more, loading the little leather bag Hagrid handed him. Not wild, not stupid. Just enough for school things and enough extra that if Vernon ever tried telling him he owed them for food, Harry could laugh in his face. Then something in the corner of the vault caught his eye. Half hidden behind a stack of old boxes sat a black coin. Same size as the one from the dream. Same dead flat gleam. Harry went still. Hagrid was busy bundling coins. Take a bit more, Harry. You don't want her come back for every quill. Harry stepped toward the coin. The air cooled around it. He crouched and reached out. The second his fingers touched the metal, the scar on his forehead pulsed. Not pain, recognition. Images hit him fast and ugly. A broken nursery wall. Green light going in instead of out. A hand, huge, pale, not human pale, something else, pressing the coin to his chest. Darkness like stone halls and deep water and no fear at all. Harry jerked his hand back. The coin stayed in place. Hagrid had turned at the sharp inhale. What happened? Harry looked up. That coin. Hagrid squinted. What about it? It's mine. Hagrid blinked. It's in your vault, so yeah, I'd say so. Number. Harry stood and pointed. I know it. Hagrid's eyebrows climbed. He waddled over, bent down, and then straightened very slowly. That, he said, weren't here last time. Harry stared at him. You've been in my vault before? Once or twice for school supplies when you were too young. Small stuff. Hagrid kept looking at the coin, not touching it. That weren't here. Harry picked it up. The cold rushed into his palm and settled there like it had found its place. Hagrid took one involuntary step back. Harry noticed. What? Hagrid swallowed. Nothing. Harry gave him a look. Right. Hagrid scrubbed his beard. It's just most magical objects react a bit when picked up. That one reacted to you. It's a coin. I'm a ballerina. Harry almost laughed again, but he was too busy staring at the thing in his hand. There were markings on both sides, not words he knew. One side showed a helmeted profile. The other showed a narrow gate. He slid it into his pocket. Hagrid did not object. That told Harry a lot. They came back up to the main hall, and the gray-haired goblin from before stopped them with one lifted finger. Hagrid turned. The goblin's eyes flicked to Harry's pocket, then to his face. Do not bleed on anything else today, Mr. Potter. Harry leaned on the desk. That sounds weirdly specific. The goblin's mouth thinned. Take it as professional advice. Why? Because your blood wakes sleeping contracts. Hagrid made a sound like he'd swallowed a fork. Harry's eyes sharpened. What contracts? The goblin looked delighted, which on him mostly meant the angle of his ears shifted a bit. The locked kind. Hagrid slapped one huge hand over his own face. Why's everyone in this bloody world like this? Harry smirked despite himself. Outside the bank, Hagrid pretended not to hustle him along. Harry pretended not to notice. They still had a wand to buy, which meant Ollivanders, and Ollivanders turned out to be the sort of shop Harry would have thought fake if he hadn't just ridden a bank cart under London and pocketed a coin that recognized him. Dusty, narrow, wand boxes stacked to the ceiling. An old man sliding from behind a shelf with pale eyes that took in everything. Ah, Mr. Ollivander said, Harry Potter. Harry was getting tired of strangers saying his name like it came with music. Hi, Mr. Ollivander smiled faintly. You have your mother's eyes. Your father, however, was built for trouble. Harry looked around at the boxes. Do all wand shops start by insulting people's parents, or is that just your thing? Hagrid choked. Mr. Ollivander's smile widened the tiniest bit. Direct, good. He measured Harry's arms, his fingers, the distance between his nose and each ear. Harry endured it because he wanted the wand. Hagrid browsed in the corner, pretending not to listen. After half a dozen failures, sparks exploding sideways, a shelf of boxes rattling, one flat refusing to warm in Harry's hand, Mr. Ollivander brought out a narrow box and held it a second longer than the others before offering it. Holly, he said. 11 inches, phoenix feather, supple. Harry took it. Warmth shot up his arm. Then cold answered from under his ribs. The lights in the shop dimmed. Hagrid swore. A gust of air swept through the room though the door was shut. Every wand box on the shelves shivered once. Harry's scar burned, not painful, just awake. A thin line of green light leaked from the tip of the wand, flickered, and got swallowed by black that curled around Harry's fingers and sank into his skin. Mr. Ollivander's expression went very still. Harry looked at the wand. That seems bad. Not bad, Mr. Ollivander said softly. Decisive. Harry lifted it again. This time the wand sat right in his grip, not just comfortable, cert, like it had made up its mind. The weird pressure in the shop eased. Hagrid let out a breath. Well. That's the one then? Mr. Ollivander didn't move. Harry looked up. Problem? No, Mr. Ollivander said, and he was lying just a little. Only surprises. Harry was getting very bored with surprises other people knew about first. He set the wand down carefully on the counter. You sold one like this before. Mr. Ollivander met his eyes. I sold the twin core. Hagrid muttered, here we go. Harry kept looking at the wand maker. To who? Mr. Ollivander's gaze dropped to Harry's scar and stayed there. Harry looked at Hagrid. Oh, that's annoying. Hagrid spread both giant hands. I was gonna tell ya later. Because all anyone ever does with that story is stare at your forehead. Harry thought about the leaky cauldron and had to admit that tracked. Mr. Ollivander wrapped the wand in brown paper. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. Sometimes it also chooses trouble. Harry took the package. Good thing I'm used to trouble. That got a real laugh out of Hagrid. Outside, the street had gotten busier. Hagrid checked his list. Right, just one more thing for me to do, then maybe lunch. Where? Down Nocturn way a bit. Quick errand. Yes, stick close. Harry looked past Hagrid toward the bend where the cleaner shop fronts gave way to narrower stone and darker windows. Nocturn Alley sounds like the sort of place people tell children not to go. That's because it is. So why are we going? Hagrid rubbed the back of his neck. Got ter pick up a package for Hogwarts. Nothing for yet ter worry about. That sentence always means I should worry. Hagrid gave him a sideways look. You say stuff like that way too young. Harry smirked and followed anyway. The crowd thinned as they moved away from the bright part of the alley. The signs got meaner. One window displayed masks with mouths sewn shut. Another had a tray of silver instruments that looked too much like knives to be anything else. Harry slowed by a cracked pane full of shriveled hands, then noticed one of them was tapping weakly against the glass and decided maybe he didn't need to linger. Eyes forward, Hagrid muttered. Are they real? Harry, right, yeah, eyes forward. He kept pace, but his hands settled over the pocket with the black coin all the same. Nocturn Alley was narrower than Diagon and quieter in a way Harry didn't trust. People looked at Hagrid and then at Harry and then away too fast. A witch in deep green robe stepped back into a doorway when Harry met her gaze. A thin man with rings on every finger paused halfway through lighting a cigarette and stared at Harry's forehead until Hagrid glared him into motion. Harry noticed something else too. The cold under his ribs had gone alert, not active, just listening. Hagrid stopped in front of a crooked little shop with smoked windows and a brass sign missing 2 letters. Stay out here. Won't take a minute. Harry looked at the shop. That's exactly how horror stories start. Hagrid rolled his eyes. You'll be fine. Harry looked up and down the alley, then back at him. That's the second phrase adults use when things are not fine. Stick by the wall, don't touch nothing, don't talk to anyone strange. Harry snorted. That removes most of London. Hagrid pointed one thick finger at him and ducked through the door. Harry leaned against the damp stone outside and folded his arms. He counted exits like the dream man had taught him. Front end of the alley behind him. One side passage to the left stacked with crates. One open drain tunnel too small to crawl into unless things got desperate. Shop door at his right shoulder. Roofline possible if he could get to the crate stack and if the crates held his weight. Not ideal, better than nothing. A bent old wizard shuffled past carrying a cage full of rats. Harry watched him go. A minute ticked by, then another. The alley kept moving around him, nothing obvious. No one starting trouble. Still, the feeling under his skin got worse. He had learned to trust that. A woman in a plum coat came out of the left-hand passage with a paper parcel tucked under one arm. Her walk was wrong, too measured, not worried about the puddles. Harry barely glanced at her face before looking down at her hands. Empty, no want out, good. Then her eyes met his. Wrong, no curiosity, no recognition. No stranger's casual interest at seeing a kid alone. She looked at him the way Vernon looked at a leaking pipe, already annoyed and planning how to handle it. Harry pushed off the wall. The woman smiled. That was worse. Harry Potter, she said. He did not answer. She took one more step. You shouldn't be here. Harry's expression stayed blank. Good thing I wasn't asking permission. Her smile didn't change. Clever, they said you were quick. The cold inside him sharpened. Harry moved one foot back, putting his weight on the balls of his feet. Who's they? The woman reached into her coat. Harry moved first. He threw himself sideways toward the crate stack just as silver light hissed out of her sleeve. Not green, not the killing curse, but a narrow hooked thing that bit into the wall where his head had been and left black frost racing through the stone. Harry hit the ground shoulder first, rolled, and came up low behind the crates. Wow, he said. That answered the question pretty hard. The woman stepped after him, parcel gone now, wand in hand. Stay down and this hurts less. Harry snorted, not your best line. He kicked the bottom crate with both feet. It toppled into the alley. The woman blasted it aside in splinters without slowing. That told Harry 2 things. 1, she was good. 2, she did not care who saw. Harry bolted for the side passage. A curse hit the wall by his ear and showered him with brick dust. He cut left so fast his shoes skidded. The passage dead-ended after 10 yards. Brilliant, he muttered, footsteps behind him, calm, not rushed. She thought she had him. Harry turned. The woman filled the mouth of the passage, wand up, expression flat now that the fake smile was gone. She was younger than he first thought, not old enough to be anyone's grandmother. Mid-30s maybe. Dark hair pinned back, neat coat, no wasted motion. Who are you? Harry asked. Someone making sure a problem doesn't grow. That's dramatic. Your kind always think so. There it was again, your kind. Harry was getting sick of that phrase. He glanced once at the high walls on either side, too slick to climb quickly. No bins, no doors, no cover. The woman noticed. No exits. Harry looked back at her. I counted 4 before you boxed me in. She blinked. That tiny pause made him grin. Then she flicked her wand and sent a chain of white sparks at his legs. Harry jumped. Not enough. Pain snapped around his ankles as something invisible wrapped tight and yanked. He crashed onto his back. Air burst from his lungs. The woman crossed the passage in 4 quick steps and pointed her wand straight at his chest. Hold still. Harry coughed, still trying to breathe right. Or what? Her face didn't move, or I used something stronger. Harry looked at the wand, then at her eyes, then at the hand holding the wand. Steady hand, controlled breathing. She had done this before. He smiled without humor. You already tried to kill me in a shopping alley. So I'm guessing stronger means messier. The woman's jaw tightened. You don't understand what you are, neither do you. He said it because it felt true. For the first time, something flickered in her expression. Not doubt, more like annoyance that she'd heard a noise she didn't expect. She lowered the wand half an inch. That was enough. Harry slammed both bound heels into the ground and twisted hard. The invisible binding tightened for one sharp second. The cold under his ribs surged straight down into it. Whatever magic held his ankles gave a horrible little shriek inside his head and died. Harry snapped upright. The woman's eyes widened. He grabbed her wrist with both hands and shoved the wand sideways just as she fired. Green light ripped past his shoulder and hit the wall. Everything stopped. The woman froze. Harry froze. Even the alley seemed to freeze. He looked at the scorch mark on the bricks, then at her. You, he said very softly, are really bad at not escalating. She ripped her wrist free and stumbled back a step. Harry got to his feet. The air between them changed. That green flash had woken something deeper than usual. The cold wasn't just in him now, it poured through him. His scar burned hot, cold, hot, and the coin in his pocket felt like a block of ice against his leg. The woman must have seen something in his face because she raised her wand with both hands this time. Harry walked at her. Stay back. He kept coming. Stay back, she cast again. This time the green light hit him square in the chest. It should have ended him. Instead, Harry felt the curse hit his skin, tear in, and then get dragged somewhere deeper with a force so hungry it almost made him gasp. Ice slammed through every vein. The world sharpened. The ache from falling vanished. The scrape on his shoulder from the alley wall closed. Even the tiredness from the long day cracked apart and burned off. Harry stopped 3 feet away from her and looked down at himself. No wound. He exhaled slowly. Huh, he said. The woman made a small, broken sound. Harry looked up. Now she was afraid, properly afraid. Yeah, Harry said. Same reaction I'd have. She stumbled back again, hit the wall, and fired a third time in blind panic. The curse sank into him like water going down a drain. Harry shivered once. That was it. He took the wand out of her hand, not with clever spellwork, not with style. He just moved faster than she expected, grabbed the polished wood and twisted until her fingers opened. She slapped at his arm with her free hand. Harry caught that wrist too. The cold burst outward, not enough to kill, not enough even to maim. Just enough, the woman screamed and collapsed to her knees as gray-white frost spread over the skin of her hand and forearm before fading again. Harry let go at once, breathing hard. He looked at the wand in his own hand, then at her. What did you just do? She whispered. Harry laughed once, breathless. You tell me. Footsteps thundered back in the main alley. Harry, Hagrid, the woman's head jerked toward the sound. Harry saw the decision land in her face before she moved. She lunged not for her wand, but for Harry's pocket. Harry slapped her hand away and drove a knee up into her shoulder. She hissed, rolled with it, and slammed the heel of her palm into his scar. White pain cracked through his head. Harry swore and staggered. By the time his vision cleared, she was gone, not running down the passage. Gone, no pop like a movie, no flash. Just a twist in the air and empty space where she had been. Hagrid barreled around the corner a second later, umbrella out, beard bristling, eyes wild. Harry, I'm here, Harry said, holding one hand to his forehead. Hagrid stopped dead at the sight of him standing in uncursed and definitely not dead in a narrow alley that still stank of killing curse residue. His gaze dropped to the wand in Harry's hand, then to the green scar on the wall, then slowly back to Harry. What, Hagrid said in a very careful voice, happened? Harry looked around the passage. Nothing left but dust, frost bits melting off brick, and his own pulse trying to jump out of his throat. A woman tried to kill me. Hagrid's face emptied. Harry lifted the stolen wand. On the bright side, I think I won. Hagrid strode forward, grabbed Harry's shoulders with both huge hands and looked him over like he expected missing pieces. Yeah, hurt my head a bit. Harry lowered his hand from the scar. She hit me there before she vanished. Hagrid swallowed. Vanished how? Like she knew what she was doing. That did not help Hagrid at all. He let go slowly, then turned in a circle in the passage, nostrils flaring like he could smell magic. Maybe he could, Harry didn't ask. He was too busy trying not to shake now that the danger had passed and his body had remembered it was 10. Hagrid noticed that too. All right, he said, voice rougher than before. Out, we're getting out o' this alley now. Harry took one step and his knees went weak. Hagrid caught him under one arm before he hit the ground. Easy, Hagrid muttered. I'm fine. Sure ya are. Harry hated how small that sounded next to a giant's complete lack of belief. Still, he didn't fight when Hagrid half carried him back into the brighter part of Diagon Alley. People stared. Harry didn't care. Hagrid shoved him onto a stool outside a little pie shop and vanished inside long enough to return with 2 pumpkin pasties and a mug of something hot that smelled of cinnamon. Harry took the mug. His hands had started shaking anyway. The heat helped. Hagrid crouched in front of him, bringing his face closer to Harry's level. Tell me exact. Harry did. From the woman's wrong smile to the green curses to the way the second and third ones had gone into him and done absolutely nothing any sane person would expect. He left out nothing. Hagrid listened with a look that kept getting darker. When Harry finished, Hagrid scrubbed both hands over his beard and muttered something that sounded too rude to be for children. So Harry said that was weird. Hagrid stared at him. Weird? Well, yeah, someone cast the killing curse at you in broad daylight. Harry sipped the hot drink. Technically, it was under a roof bit. Hagrid looked like he wanted to throw the mug into the sun. Harry took pity on him. A little. Fine, it was bad, but now we know at least one useful thing. Hagrid narrowed his eyes. What useful thing? Harry met his gaze. It doesn't work on me. Hagrid went silent, not because Harry was joking, because he was. A witch passing with 2 cages of owls glanced over at that exact second, and Hagrid dropped his voice so hard it nearly disappeared. Do not say that loud. Harry blinked. I wasn't shouting. Not loud, Hagrid repeated. Not here, maybe not ever if you can help it. Harry thought about that. He hated that Hagrid was right. Okay. Hagrid looked left and right before leaning in. Did it hurt? Harry hesitated. The first one felt cold. Cold how? Like falling into ice and waking up at the same time. Hagrid shut his eyes briefly. Then I felt better, Harry added. That made Hagrid open them again. Better, my cuts closed. Harry touched the shoulder he'd landed on in the alley. I had a scrape, it's gone. Hagrid stared at him for a very long second. Right, you keep doing that. Do what? Thinking things and not saying them. Hagrid blew out a breath. Harry, there are some things I know, some things I only half know, and some things I reckon people much cleverer and much more dangerous than me have been hidden from everyone since the night your parents died. Harry leaned forward. About me. Harry's fingers tightened around the mug. Does Dumbledore know? Hagrid's silence answered. Harry looked down at the hot drink, then out at the alley. Wizards and witches passed with shopping bags and owl cages and school lists, talking and laughing and arguing about cauldron thickness. Normal day for them, not for him. Someone had tried to kill him. Again, only this time he remembered it. He looked back at Hagrid. I want the wand. The woman S. Harry nodded toward the stolen wand still tucked under Hagrid's arm. Hagrid frowned. Why? She came for me. That means someone sent her. If I keep the wand, maybe someone can tell me who. Hagrid scratched at his beard. That is annoyingly sensible. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. Hagrid glanced around, then slipped the wand into the inside pocket of his coat. I'll keep it safe for now. We'll give it to her, Dumbledore. Harry's expression went flat, or we could not. Hagrid actually smiled at that, tired though it was. You really don't like having things decided for ya, do ya? Number fair. He stood and held out one huge hand. Come on, we're done here. I need to get you back before I say something stupid to the wrong person. Harry took the hand and hopped off the stool. You say stupid things to the right people too. Hagrid barked a laugh despite himself. That I do. They bought food from a stall and ate while walking toward the leaky cauldron again. Hagrid did most of the talking after that, which Harry suspected was deliberate. He pointed out Flourish and Blots, the Quidditch shop, the pet store, and a wizard who had somehow turned himself blue and still wanted to argue about prices. Harry listened, asked questions, and kept one hand on the coin in his pocket the whole time. It stayed cold. At the pub door, Hagrid bent down a little. Listen. Harry looked up. If anyone asks, ya got lost in the alley and I found ya before trouble started. Harry frowned. Why lie? Because if word gets out someone tried to kill ya on a school supply trip, this whole place'll explode. Harry looked past him through the pub windows where people already stared at the scar and whispered. Seems a bit late for normal. That ain't normal exploding and ya know it. Harry did know it. He didn't like it, but he knew it. Fine, he said, but if Dumbledore asks direct, I'm telling the truth. Hagrid's face did something funny at that. Pride and worry mixed together. Course ya are. Back at Privet Drive, Vernon took one look at the piles of books, robes, and the very real owl cage Hagrid dropped by the front door and looked like his soul was trying to leave by force. Hagrid loomed over him until the man physically shrank. Then Hagrid said, Harry leaves first school on the 1st of September. If I hear any funny business before then, I'll come back. It wasn't loud, didn't need to be. Vernon's mustache twitched once. Fine. Petunia stood in the kitchen doorway behind him, hands clenched white in her apron. Her eyes went to Harry, then to the wand package tucked under his arm, then away. Harry noticed she did not ask how the day had gone. He noticed Hagrid noticed too. At the gate, Hagrid crouched and passed Harry a folded scrap of parchment. Name the platform, train time, if your uncle acts up, ask a guard, someone'll help. Harry took it. You're not coming, can't, school business. Hagrid hesitated. Yes, sure, Yale'll be all right. Harry thought about Vernon, the cupboard, the woman in Nocturn Alley, and the fact that a killing curse had just made him feel healthier. Honestly, he said, I'm the wrong person to ask. Hagrid laughed so hard tears sprang into his eyes. Then he patted Harry once on the shoulder, much more gently than a man his size should have been capable of, and headed off. Harry stood at the gate watching him go until he turned the corner. Then he went inside. The next few weeks at Privet Drive changed in tiny ways and big ones. Nobody said sorry. That would have required dignity none of them had. But Vernon stopped shoving him around when he thought Harry wouldn't see it coming. Dudley stopped trying to corner him in alleys. Petunia stopped opening the cupboard door in the night just to make sure he was inside, which Harry had known she did, and she had probably hoped he didn't. Harry moved into Dudley's second bedroom because there was no point pretending anymore. Vernon called it practical. Dudley called it theft. Harry called it about time and claimed the best drawer before anyone could think of a fresh argument. He spent hours with his school books, not because he was told to, because no one could stop him. A history of magic was dry enough to count as attempted murder, but Harry forced his way through chunks of it anyway. Standard Book of Spells fascinated him. He couldn't use most of it yet without a wand in proper circumstances, but reading the wand movements and the descriptions of intent did something weird in his head. Parts felt familiar, like hearing the rules to games he'd already half-played by accident. Sometimes he practiced holding the wand Hagrid and Ollivander had given him, just feeling the balance. He did not forget the other wand either. Hagrid had kept the attacker's wand, but Harry had memorized the shape, the grain, the sharp little nick near the handle where his fingers had slipped over it. He went over that moment in the alley more than once, not the fear, the other part, the way the curse went in, the way it fed him. The first time he tested his healing on purpose, it was stupid and small and very much not worth the amount of thought he put into it. He was peeling potatoes in the kitchen because Petunia had decided chores didn't vanish just because he was leaving soon. The knife slipped. It cut a line across the side of his thumb. Blood welled up. Petunia turned from the sink. Don't drip on the floor. Harry stared at the cut. Then, before thinking better of it, he pressed his thumb against the scar on his forehead. Cold flashed through him, not as huge as in the alley, just enough. The cut knitted shut under his eyes, leaving only a pink line that faded while he watched. Petunia dropped a plate. It shattered on the tiles. Harry looked up. She was white as paper. For a second, neither of them spoke. Then Harry said, "You've seen things like that before." Petunia swallowed. Not that. That interested him more than if she'd denied it. He set the knife down. "Then what have you seen?" Petunia stared at the floor, at the broken plate, at anything except him. "Your mother made flowers open in winter, jumped from the swing and landed light as dust. She thought I didn't notice when the dead fish in the pond floated up around her and wouldn't drift away until she left." Harry went still. "Dead fish," he repeated. Petunia's mouth twisted like she regretted every word even while saying them. "For one summer, only when she was angry." Harry looked at his healed thumb, then at her. "That sounds familiar." Petunia shut her eyes. "What was wrong with my mom?" Harry asked. "Everything," Petunia snapped, but the word came out thin. "Number." Harry's voice stayed level. "Not what you hated. What was wrong?" Petunia's eyes opened. Something in them cracked a little. "She got letters too," she said, "not from school after." Her hand gripped the edge of the counter hard enough her knuckles blanched. "Names we weren't supposed to know, warnings, requests, people asking if she'd had dreams, if she'd heard voices, if she'd seen things in graveyards." Harry's scar prickled. "What did she say?" Petunia laughed once, bitter and tired. That it was nonsense, that she was just a witch and people liked stories. She looked up at him then. "Your mother lied when she was afraid." She smiled while doing it. "I hated that." Harry let that sit in the kitchen between the peeled potatoes and the broken plate. Then he asked, "Did she know about me?" Petunia opened her mouth, closed it. That was answer enough. Harry picked up the knife again. "Right." He finished the potatoes while Petunia swept the broken plate in silence. After that, he stopped thinking of his mother as simply dead and started thinking of her as someone who had also been dodging truths until the truths ran out of patience. That changed things, not in a dramatic, crying-in-the-night way. Harry didn't do much of that anymore. He had when he was smaller and nobody was watching. That phase had burned off. What remained was sharper. He started planning. He hid some of his wizard money in the hem of one robe, and some more in the loose baseboard under the bed. He copied the platform instructions twice and tucked one copy into his shoe. He practiced moving his new trunk on his own so Vernon would have less excuse to interfere on the 1st of September. He also started noticing he was not entirely alone. Mrs. Fig's cats watched him too closely. That he already knew, but now and then a different presence slipped past the edge of things. A man across the street who seemed to be reading the same newspaper page for 40 minutes. A woman walking a dog that never once sniffed a tree or a lamppost. A postman Harry had never seen before who looked at the house numbers and then at Harry like he was counting something. Harry started counting too. By the last week of August, he knew there were at least 3 people watching the Dursley house on rotation, and none of them were very good at pretending they were. So on a gray Tuesday afternoon, he decided to test one. He told Petunia he was taking the bins out, rolled them to the curb, then kept walking around the corner with the empty can in one hand and his wand up his sleeve. The fake postman was there halfway down the road. No bag today, just a cap pulled low and too much attention on the house behind Harry. Harry stopped at the pavement edge and looked right at him. "You can come out now." The man didn't react. Harry waited 3 seconds. "If you make me guess, I'll be rude." That got him a glance, middle-aged, thin, brown coat, ordinary in the way that took effort. Talking to me, son. Harry gave him a look. No, the hedge. The man blinked. Then to Harry's great satisfaction he gave up and sighed. You shouldn't bait watchers. Watchers shouldn't stand under the same lamp 3 afternoons in a row. The man's mouth twitched. Fair point. Harry adjusted his grip on the bin handle. Who are you? Not your enemy. Everybody says that first. Then perhaps your world is badly run. Harry liked that answer more than he intended to. Maybe. The man glanced up and down the street. I'm under instruction not to engage. So don't engage, just answer. That is not how instruction works. Harry rolled his eyes. Do you all take classes in being impossible? Not formally. That nearly got a laugh out of him, nearly. Are you with Dumbledore? A pause. Yes, that tracked. Harry didn't feel relieved by it. Are you here because of the alley? The man studied him a second too long. Among other reasons. Harry's fingers tightened around the bin handle. So he knows. Yes, and he still hasn't spoken to me. The watcher said nothing. Harry nodded once. Thought so. He turned to go. Harry. He looked back. The man's expression had shifted. Less trained blankness, more actual concern. Whatever you think is happening, the watcher said quietly, do not go looking for it alone. Harry's face stayed neutral. That sounds like exactly what I should do. It is. You wouldn't know. You're not telling me anything. The watcher accepted that hit without flinching. School will be safer. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he said, that's not as comforting as you think, and walked back toward the house. On the 1st of September, Vernon drove them to King's Cross with all the warmth of a man delivering hazardous waste. Dudley came along because he refused to miss a chance to be awful. Petunia came because not coming would have looked like something. Harry sat in the back seat with Hedwig's cage on his lap. Hedwig had been his one indulgence on the supply trip. White feathers and furious eyes and absolutely no interest in being sweet about any of it, and watched London gather around them. He had dressed himself in muggle clothes over his wizarding things for the trip, money hidden, wand secure, platform instructions in his pocket, coin cold against his thigh. He was ready. At least as ready as someone could be when their aunt had once admitted dead fish floated around their mother. King's Cross was packed. Vernon hauled the trunk out with a grunt. There, done. Harry took the handle, thanks. It annoyed Vernon more when he was polite. Petunia looked around the station and lowered her voice. What exactly are we looking for? Platform 9 3/4. Dudley barked a laugh. That's not real. Harry turned his head and gave him a flat stare. Says the boy with the pigtail surgery story nobody believes. Dudley went red. Vernon gripped the trolley handle a little tighter. There is no platform 9 3/4. Harry read the scrap again, though he'd already memorized it. That's what it says. Petunia shifted uneasily. Your mother knew how. Harry looked up fast, and Petunia looked away, and I don't. Of course, Harry scanned the station. Normal people everywhere. Trains, steam porters, families, no obvious hidden platforms. Then he spotted them. A red-haired woman with 4 boys and a girl. Owl cage, trunks, casual chaos. They did not fit with the station and fit perfectly with the world Harry had entered in Diagon Alley. The mother was saying, now which platform is it? 9 3/4. Think, Percy, think. Harry almost smiled. That was so obvious it hurt. He ignored Vernon's muttering and pushed his trolley toward them. The red-haired woman noticed him before he got close. Her face lit up in immediate kindness that made Harry suspicious on reflex, and then annoyingly less suspicious a second later because it seemed real. Hello, dear, she said. First year. Harry nodded. Is it obvious? One trunk, one owl, one look like you're trying to solve a murder at the station. A bit. One of the twins snorted. He does look like that. Harry glanced at the boys. You say that like it's a bad thing. It's not, one twin said, just intense. The other squinted at Harry's forehead. Blimey, Fred, the mother snapped. Or George, said the other. I am not doing this again before breakfast, she said with deep experience. Harry liked her instantly. I'm Molly Weasley, she said. These are some of my lot. You're trying to get through the barrier, yes. Harry nodded. I thought so. She stepped closer and lowered her voice. Straight at the barrier between 9 and 10. Don't stop. Best if you go with a bit of confidence. Harry glanced at the solid metal barrier. People don't notice. People notice all sorts of things and then decide not to. It helps. That was maybe the creepiest thing anyone had told him all month, and there was competition. Thanks, he said. Before he could go, one of the younger boys blurted, You're Harry Potter. All the siblings stared at him. Harry sighed. Yeah, apparently. The boy went pink. Sorry, it's fine. The girl, sharp-eyed and composed, took him in from trainers to Scar in one sweep. You're late if nobody taught you the barrier trick until now. Harry liked that she hadn't started with the Scar. Yeah, turns out family communication wasn't our strong suit. Her mouth twitched. Molly looked like she wanted to ask a dozen questions and had enough manners not to. Go on then, dear, before the platform gets too crowded. Harry nodded once, gripped the trolley, and pushed. He did not hesitate. The metal barrier rushed at him. Then it wasn't there. He burst through into noise, steam, and scarlet paint. The Hogwarts Express waited along the platform like it had all the time in the world. Harry stopped just long enough to grin. Okay, he whispered, that's cool. He hauled the trunk down the platform, dodging families and luggage. The Weasleys came through behind him in a string of noise. Somewhere farther down, a dark-haired boy was arguing about toads. An old man in station uniform walked right past a witch kissing her daughter goodbye and saw absolutely nothing strange. Harry got Hedwig settled first. Then he started hunting for an empty compartment. Third one from the back looked promising until the door slid open and Draco Malfoy was already there with two broad boys Harry recognized from Diagon Alley as the sort who would laugh while bad things happened. Draco's face lit up in recognition. Potter, Harry leaned on the doorframe. Malfoy, Draco smirked, thought that was you. Harry glanced at the compartment. Looks full. It isn't, Draco said quickly. Crabbe and Goyle can move. The boys looked insulted. Harry looked at Draco. Draco, even at 11, had already mastered the pureblood trick of standing like the room ought to arrange itself around him. Pale hair, expensive everything, too much confidence for someone who hadn't yet earned any of it. Harry had met his type in a different shape. Dudley with money and polish was still Dudley with money and polish. Why? Harry asked. Draco blinked once, thrown by the directness. What? Why do you want me in your compartment? Draco recovered fast. Because people are going to be talking anyway. Might as well save you from sitting with the wrong crowd. Harry let that hang there a second. Then he looked at Crabbe and Goyle, one nose picker and one mouth breather, trying very hard not to look stupid and failing on both counts. He looked back at Draco. You are the wrong crowd. Crabbe made a noise like an offended bull. Goyle frowned hard, which seemed to be a full-body experience. Draco's smirk cracked. Excuse me, Harry shrugged. You opened with social sorting before saying hello. That's either boring or a warning. Either way, no thanks. He slid the compartment door shut on Draco's expression and kept walking. 2 compartments later, he found one with a single girl by the window reading a book thick enough to hurt someone with. She looked up at the sound of the door. Blonde. Cool blue eyes, hair pinned back neatly enough that Harry immediately assumed she either liked order or had been taught never to look messy in public. Her robes sat right. Her trunk was tucked away cleanly. No clutter, no panic. She took him in quickly and without the dumb hero worship everyone else seemed determined to do. Are you coming in, she asked, or standing in the corridor making people stare? Harry grinned before he could stop himself. Good start. He shoved the door wider and hauled in his trunk. Seat taken. Number. He got the trunk stowed and slid into the seat opposite her. Hedwig clicked her beak from the owl cage on the rack. The girl marked her page with one finger. Harry Potter. He gave her a long look. Do I really have to keep confirming that all day? It would save time. Then yeah, that's me. She nodded once. Daphne Greengrass. Harry waited. Nothing else came. No speech about families. No little game to see if he knew her name already. No hint dropping. Nice. Good to meet you, he said. Probably. He laughed. Her eyes flicked to his scar, then away so fast most people would have missed it. Harry didn't, but she also didn't make a thing of it, which put her ahead of almost everyone he'd met in this world. The train jolted. Outside the window, parents stepped back. Steam rolled past. Voices rose and blurred. Harry sat back as the platform started moving. So, he said, are you always this friendly or am I getting special treatment? Daphne closed the book. I'm deciding on whether people are right about you. Harry considered lying just for fun. Depends what they said, that you're either dangerous, dramatic, stupid, or all three. Harry smiled. That's efficient. I thought so. He propped one ankle over his other knee. Any early findings? You're not stupid. Strong first impression. You came through the barrier alone, she said. You turned down Draco Malfoy. You're carrying your own trunk instead of making a relative do it. That cuts out one option. Harry studied her for a moment. You notice a lot. Better than missing things. Fair. The compartment door slid open again. A bushy-haired girl stuck her head in. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Harry shook his head. No toads here. The girl's gaze snapped to him and went wide. Oh, you're Harry Potter. He closed his eyes briefly. I'm never going to know peace, am I? Daphne made a small noise that might have been amusement. The girl drew herself up. I'm Hermione Granger. Harry opened one eye. Hi. She looked from him to Daphne and back. If you see a toad, tell Neville. Will do, Harry said. She left with the purposeful stride of someone who intended to organize the train by force if necessary. Harry looked at Daphne. Full of memorable people, this school. You've met 5, and already I'm tired. That finally got a real smile out of her. Small but real. The afternoon moved. Food trolley came. Harry bought far too much because he could and because nobody was there to say number. He pushed some toward Daphne without making it a thing. She accepted the chocolate frogs after the briefest pause and ignored the Bertie Bott's beans like she had standards. They talked in pieces. Not the usual awful child introductions. Not favorite colors and what pets do you have. Better. Harry asked what she knew about the houses. She told him enough to matter without sounding like a brochure. Slytherin valued ambition and control. Ravenclaw wanted brains. Gryffindor liked nerve. Hufflepuff worked harder than everyone joked they did. She said most first years came in with opinions from family and older siblings and found out later the school didn't care what neat stories they'd been handed. Harry liked that answer too. She asked about his muggle relatives. He said badly run and left it there. She watched him a second and did not push. That more than anything made him relax. At one point, Malfoy passed in the corridor with Crabbe and Goyle behind him. He looked in through the glass, saw Harry laughing at something Daphne had said, and his mouth tightened. Daphne noticed. You annoyed him, apparently by existing elsewhere. That does happen with him. Harry leaned closer to the compartment window just enough for Malfoy to see his grin. Draco looked away first. Worth it, Harry said. By the time the sky outside had started fading toward evening, Harry had a list in his head. People who watched, people who talked, people who listened. Daphne was in the last category. That was rare. The train slowed at last and pulled into a dark station crowded with lanterns and shouting first years. Hagrid's voice rolled over the mess like thunder. Furs years over here. Harry stood, grabbed his trunk, then realized the platform drop was awkward and the crowd was chaos and maybe even he couldn't make this smooth. Before he could decide whether pride was worth falling under an owl cage, Daphne had already tapped the trunk with her wand. The trunk light. Harry looked at her. She shrugged. You were trying not to ask. He smiled. Thanks. Don't make it a habit. Wouldn't dream of it. They stepped down into the crowd. Hagrid spotted Harry at once and cut through half a dozen children to reach him. His eyes flicked over Harry like he'd been worried the whole train ride. Yeah, all right, still alive. Hagrid's mouth twitched. Great standard. He noticed Daphne next. Miss Greengrass, she said. Something passed over Hagrid's face then vanished. Not suspicion. Recognition, maybe. Right then, boats this way, all of ya. The trip across the Black Lake was the sort of thing Harry would have loved even if his day hadn't already included attempted murder and hidden train platforms. Castle ahead, lantern rocking in Hagrid's hand, water slapping wood, first years whispering too loud because nobody knew the correct volume for fear or excitement. Daphne sat across from Harry in the boat, hands folded over her knees, expression unreadable in the dark. One nervous boy beside Harry whispered, "Do you think there are dragons?" Harry looked at the looming shape of Hogwarts. I kind of hope so. The boy made a terrified noise. Daphne's mouth twitched again. When they reached the stone steps and filed into the entrance hall, Harry had to stop himself from staring. It wasn't the size, not only that, it was the feel of the place. Old magic, deep magic, layered over itself. The stones under his feet hummed with it. The shadows in the corners watched back. Portraits leaned into gossip. Suits of armor rattled when nobody touched them. And under all of that, under the school and the noise and the first-year nerves, Harry felt something else. Something asleep, something listening. His scar pulsed once. He kept walking. Professor McGonagall met them in the hall. Tall, severe, eyes sharp enough to trim hedges. Harry recognized her in one flicker as the tabby cat he'd once seen sitting on the wall outside Privet Drive for an entire day. That explained some things. She gave the first years the rules speech, or part of it, then lined them up for the sorting. While they waited outside the Great Hall, a boy with sandy hair whispered loudly enough for everyone near him to hear, "My dad says Harry Potter's probably going Gryffindor." A girl answered, "My mother says Slytherin will try to steal him." Harry turned his head and said, "Good luck to whichever house tries paperwork first." A few children laughed. A few looked horrified he'd spoken. Daphne didn't laugh, but her eyes bright. The doors opened. The Great Hall swallowed them whole. Candles overhead, house tables packed with students, teachers at the front, the ceiling full of night sky. Harry felt all of it and none of it because the second he stepped over the threshold, every ghost in the hall turned to look at him. Not all at once. That would have been easier. No, one by one. A pale woman near Ravenclaw stopped drifting midair. The fat friar's smile faded. Nearly headless Nick turned so sharply his head wobbled at the neck. A dozen others went still in doorways and above tables and along the walls. Harry stared back. None of the living seemed to notice. Daphne, however, glanced up at one ghost, then at Harry, then narrowed her eyes. What? Harry kept his face neutral. Nothing. That was a lie and he knew she knew it, but McGonagall was already calling the line forward. They did the names, Abbott, Bones, Boot. Harry barely heard them. At the staff table, Dumbledore sat in the center, bright-eyed behind half-moon spectacles, looking exactly like a man who had secrets packed into every pocket. His gaze landed on Harry once, held, warm, sad, measuring. Harry looked away first because he was not playing that game in front of 100 strangers. More names, then Greengrass Daphne. Daphne stepped forward, calm, no fuss. The hat dropped over her eyes a beat, then the sorting hat shouted, "Slytherin." The green table erupted. Daphne handed the hat back, rose without hurry, and crossed to her house like she had expected it and planned for it. She did glance once over her shoulder at Harry before sitting down. He filed that away. More names, more shouting, more house cheers. Then Professor McGonagall said, "Potter, Harry." The hall changed. Even the candles seemed to listen. Harry walked to the stool through a silence so thick it almost felt staged. He did not hurry, did not look around for reassurance, did not touch the scar. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness covered his eyes. Then a voice, dry and amused and older than the school itself, spoke right into his mind. "Well," said the Sorting Hat, "you are absolutely not what they expected." Harry kept his hands loose on his knees. "You can hear me. I am on your head, boy. I'd be a poor hat if I couldn't." "Fair," the hat hummed. "Sharp, guarded, brave in ways you dislike admitting, cunning in ways you shouldn't have needed so young." That alone would make this interesting. Harry heard the house tables as a muffled blur around him. Then the hat went silent, not thoughtful silent, startled silent. "What?" Harry thought. The hat's voice came back lower. "Now that is a problem." Harry's spine stiffened. "What is?" "Underworld blood," the hat murmured. "Death in the core, a soul wound that should not be a wound and a gate that should not be open." Harry stopped breathing for a second. "Say that again." "Oh, no need, you heard me. What do you mean, underworld blood?" The hat almost sounded offended. "I mean exactly what I said. Something old claimed you before this school ever could." The cold under Harry's ribs stirred like it recognized being named. The hat pressed on, voice edged now. "And something beneath this castle has already noticed you're here." Harry's scar burned, beneath the castle, listening. Waiting, the hat's tone sharpened. "You will want allies with ambition. You will want snakes who understand silence. You will want a house that knows how power moves before it announces itself." Harry thought of Draco and his neat little social trap, then of Daphne's clear eyes and clipped honesty. Then of Dumbledore watching from the staff table while everyone else waited to see where the famous boy landed. He smiled under the brim. "Then let's make this annoying for the right people." The hat barked a laugh right inside his skull. "Oh, I do like you." The hall held its breath. Then the hat shouted, "Slytherin!" The green and silver table exploded. Every other sound in the great hall hit Harry at once after that. Cheers, gasps, one dropped goblet somewhere near Hufflepuff. A sharp intake from the teacher's table, and from across the hall one delighted laugh from Fred or George Weasley, hard to tell which. Harry pulled the hat off and stood. He didn't look at Gryffindor. He looked straight at the Slytherin table. Then he walked toward it like he meant to be there. Daphne shifted along the bench just enough to make room without making a show of it. A dark-haired older boy farther down the table was staring at Harry like someone had tossed a live firework into his lap. A girl with a silver hair clasp whispered something behind her hand. Snape at the staff table had gone very still. Harry sat. Daphne leaned one fraction closer. "Well," Harry reached for the nearest goblet. That sounded like the right kind of chaos. Her mouth curved. "You have no idea." Across the hall, Dumbledore still watched him. Harry lifted the goblet in a tiny mock toast and drank. The juice was cold. The thing under the castle shifted again. And for the first time since the nursery in Godric's Hollow, Harry felt the dead paying attention with something close to anticipation. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Slytherin with a Crown of Ghosts. The Slytherin common room sat beneath the lake. Harry figured that out about 30 seconds after walking in, because the windows along one wall showed nothing but dark water and the slow drift of weeds. And once or twice, while the prefect explained house rules, a large shape moved past the glass that Harry chose not to ask about. The room itself was cold, greenlit, and old in a way that wasn't decorative. The stones had been worn smooth by too many shoulders brushing too many doorways. The chairs were good quality but cracked at the joints. The fireplace threw green-edged light across everything and made everyone look slightly dangerous. Harry liked it immediately. The prefect, a fifth-year named Marcus, who seemed deeply annoyed that he'd been assigned first-year duty on sorting night, ran through the basics at speed. "Don't discuss house business with other houses. Don't let Hufflepuffs into the common room on a dare. It happened last year and the fallout was irritating. Don't touch the trophy case on the left because 2 of the trophies were jinxed and nobody remembered which ones. Curfew is a guideline, not a law, but getting caught was a personal failure." He pointed at the dormitory stairs and vanished. Harry stood in the middle of the common room with 4 other first-year boys and took stock. Theodore Knott, quiet, watchful family name that meant something in pure-blood circles if Harry remembered the book he'd read on the train. Gave Harry exactly one look on entry and then became very interested in examining the fireplace. Blaise Zabini, dark-skinned, unhurried, and already lounging in one of the better chairs like he'd reserved it years ago. He looked at Harry the way Harry looked at people in the street from an alley, taking inventory without touching anything. Vincent Crabbe, large, slow-blinking, appeared to have opinions but kept them somewhere below the surface. Gregory Goyle, similar to Crabbe but with a slightly different arrangement of furniture. Then there were the girls. Harry had a separate dormitory, obviously, but the common room mixed everyone. Daphne sat on the arm of a chair near the window, book already back in hand, the other Greengrass sister, younger, rounder-faced, more openly curious, beside her. Pansy Parkinson had made it across the room with impressive speed and planted herself in a group of older girls who seemed to be doing a review of every first year by appearance. And Draco Malfoy stood by the fireplace with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him and the expression of a person whose plan had not gone the way he expected. Because Harry was standing in his common room, and that part Draco had probably counted on. The part Draco had not counted on was Harry looking around like he was assessing real estate rather than arriving at someone else's territory. Draco cleared his throat. "Potter," Harry looked over. "I'll show you around tomorrow," Draco said like it was a kindness, like it was already decided. Harry tilted his head. "Why?" "Because I know this house, and I don't yet." Harry shrugged one shoulder. "Sounds like a reason for me to find my own way rather than yours." Draco's jaw set. Zabini made a small sound from his chair that might have been amusement and might have been him rearranging the accent of his silence. "Hard to say. This house runs on alliances," Draco said. He was trying to be casual about it and mostly failing. "I know. Then you want allies who matter." Harry looked around the room slowly, let his gaze go from face to face. He could feel people watching, which was fine. He wanted them watching. He just wanted them watching him choose, not Malfoy choosing for him. "I'll work that out," Harry said pleasantly. Draco's nostrils flared. "You're making this harder than it has to be." "I really don't think I am." Nott coughed once into his hand. Zabini's mouth curved a fraction. Draco looked at Crabbe and Goyle like they might have the answer, which they obviously didn't, then back at Harry. He was smart enough to know that pushing harder right now would just cost him more ground in front of an audience. Smart enough to stop, not happy about stopping. "Fine," Draco said. "Settle in, see how it goes." He turned to the fireplace. Harry crossed the room and sat on the opposite end of the sofa from Zabini. "Is he always that committed to the performance?" Zabini looked at him sideways. "Since birth, I'm told. Exhausting. Incredibly." They did not shake hands. Did not introduce themselves formally. But something settled between them, not friendship yet, just acknowledgement that they were both watching the room instead of being watched by it, and that was a decent starting point. Harry glanced at Daphne. She turned a page and did not look up. He smiled and looked at the lake window instead. A pale hand drifted past the glass, then another. Harry stared. The hands pressed flat against the outside of the window for exactly 3 seconds. Nobody else reacted. Harry kept his face neutral. The hands slid off and were gone. He did not sleep much that first night. Not because the dormitory was uncomfortable, though the stone walls held a particular cold that the heating charms took ages to fight. Not because Crabbe snored, though he did, a low grinding sound like furniture being dragged. Harry lay in the dark and listened to the castle. He hadn't expected that. He'd expected silence or the normal noises of an old building, pipes and wind and floors settling. There was some of that, but under it the castle breathed, not literally, not in a way anyone else seemed to notice. But the stone carried vibration the way bones carry sound, and every so often the deep hum shifted in a direction that felt too deliberate for architecture. Harry turned onto his side and put one hand against the wall. The hum ran up his arm. The coin in his pocket on the little table beside him clicked once. Harry stared at the ceiling. "Right," he whispered. "This is going to be a long year." Morning came the way Hogwarts mornings apparently always did, loud and sudden. Owl Post during breakfast dropped 100 letters onto 100 students, and nobody acted like it was absurd that trained birds knew exactly where to land. Harry got one letter, which he wasn't expecting. Small envelope, no return address, handwriting that looked old even for an old letter. He slid it into his sleeve and finished eating. In the corridor after breakfast, he opened it. One line, "Count the locked doors." Harry turned the envelope over, nothing else. He folded it back up, put it in his pocket next to the coin, and went to find his first class. The schedule was full enough to fill every hour and then ask for more. Transfiguration first, then charms, then herbology in the afternoon greenhouses. History of magic was on Thursday, which Harry suspected would be the slowest hour of the week. Defense against the dark arts sat in the middle of Wednesday like a challenge. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall was the best kind of class, the kind where the teacher did not pretend the subject was nice. She turned her desk into a pig and back while they were still getting into their seats, and when 2 Gryffindors in the back row started talking, she turned the pig into their bag of quills and back without looking up or losing the thread of her sentence. Harry sat in the 3rd row. McGonagall caught his eye once and he saw the same measuring thing there that Dumbledore had done, but on her it was cleaner. She wanted to know what she was working with, that was fair. He turned the match into a needle on the 3rd try, not perfect. The head was still wooden, but it was undeniably a needle. McGonagall paused at his desk on her circuit. She looked at the needle. She looked at Harry. She wrote something in her notes. "Adequate," she said. He heard the underneath of it, which was closer to, "Don't tell the rest of the class." He went back to the next match. By the end of the class, he had 3 needles and a half needle that had gotten confused about whether it wanted to be silver or just very skinny. Charms was messier. Professor Flitwick nearly fell off his stack of books when Harry walked in. recovered with obvious effort, and spent most of the class explaining Wingardium Leviosa with the careful precision of someone who genuinely loved his subject. Harry listened more than he practiced, which was not the recommended approach, but when Flitwick asked him to try at the end of class, he got the feather up without the wobble most other students were fighting. Hermione Granger, across the room, got hers up at the same moment and shot him a look. He gave her a small nod. She looked surprised, like she'd prepared for competition and got something else. That happened a lot. Herbology was wet and smelled like something alive that wished it wasn't. Harry managed fine. He had pulled weeds in the Dursleys' garden since he was old enough to kneel on gravel, which was younger than it should have been, so practical plant handling did not intimidate him. The girl next to him in herbology, a Hufflepuff named Megan, whose fingernails were already ruined by the first tray, dropped her trowel 3 times, and each time Harry handed it back. "Thanks," she said the 3rd time. "Good grip helps," Harry said. "Easy to say when you've got one." He looked at her hands. Gloves too loose. She stared, then looked at the gloves. They were loose. She tucked the wrists tighter and the 4th grip held. Small thing. Harry filed it away anyway. He was doing a lot of filing. By the end of that first week he had mapped the pattern. Slytherin ran on visible hierarchy and invisible hierarchy, and they did not always match. Draco was at the top of the visible one because his name and money and loudness were all pointed in the same direction. But the invisible one was more interesting, not watched everything. He never contributed to group conversations unless he had to, but he remembered things. Harry noticed him noticing things, which meant not noticed Harry noticing him noticing, and after that they had a kind of mutual acknowledgement that they were both playing a longer game than the dormitory small talk suggested. Zabini operated on a solo principle. He was friendly with everyone in a way that committed him to nobody. Harry found that useful rather than suspicious. The best information in a social ecosystem came from the person who moved through all of it without getting stuck in any of it. Daphne didn't run in social circles so much as observe them from slightly above and deploy herself when it mattered. Harry started sitting near her in classes they shared. She never told him to stop. That was its own kind of answer. The ghosts were the bigger problem, not because they did anything dramatic in those first days. That would have been easier. No, it was subtler than that and worse. They just kept showing up. The Bloody Baron drifted through the Slytherin common room most nights, which Harry knew was normal, but unlike the other students who moved automatically to clear the Baron's path without looking, Harry found the Baron often stopped moving right behind him. Not threatening, just present, Harry turned once and said, "Can I help you?" The Baron stared at him with dead eyes and a face full of silver bloodstains that Harry really wanted the context for but did not currently have the social capital to ask about. He said nothing. Harry said, "If you're going to lurk, maybe 3 feet instead of 2. The Baron drifted exactly 3 feet back. Zabini, who happened to be across the room and saw this exchange, stared at Harry for a long time after, not with fear exactly, with recalibration. It was during the 3rd week that Harry started losing ghosts, not losing them in a bad way. Losing them in the sense that he would turn a corner in the castle and find 2 or 3 waiting in an alcove, and they would stop their apparently very intense ghost argument and look at him, and then he would walk on and they would follow for half a corridor and then stop. Always stop at certain points. Harry paid attention to where those points were. There was a particular line on the 4th floor, halfway between the charms corridor and the staircase that went up to the astronomy tower. Every ghost he'd ever seen past it turned back at that line like there was a wall, not physical, something else. He marked it on a rough sketch in his notebook and kept going. One of the older Slytherin students, a 6th year named Avery who had the manner of someone who had decided being frightening was a full-time job, stopped him in the common room one evening. "You talked to the Baron," Avery said, not a question. Harry looked up from his transfiguration notes. "He was in my space. Nobody talks to the Baron." Harry waited. Avery studied him with the kind of expression that meant he was trying to decide whether this was weakness or threat. Harry made his face useful for neither and let the silence breathe. "Nobody," Avery repeated. "I noticed that," Harry said. "Seems like a them problem." A first-year boy named Gale, who had been watching from 3 feet away, made a small sound. Avery left without saying another word. Harry went back to his notes. 2 days later he noticed Avery had quietly stopped putting his chair in Harry's spot at the common room table, which had been a minor territorial statement that Harry had been intending to address eventually. Now he didn't have to. Good. The pattern of the dead told him things the living didn't want to. He learned this properly on the night he caught Peeves. Not that anyone could actually catch Peeves. The poltergeist was a force of architectural chaos rather than an entity with mass, but he could be stopped briefly by the right kind of attention. Harry found this out by accident when Peeves flew shrieking through the 4th floor corridor at 2 in the morning, heading straight at Harry with a stolen pot in each hand. Harry planted his feet and said, "Stop." Peeves stopped, not because of any spell. Harry barely had his wand out. Just because whatever came off Harry in the dark connected to whatever Peeves was made of, and both of them felt it at the same time. Peeves floated 3 feet from Harry's face with enormous goggling eyes and the ink pots dripping. Harry held out one hand. Peeves, making a sound like a kettle with anxiety, put both ink pots in his palm. "Thank you," Harry said. Peeves bolted for the ceiling. Harry stood in the empty corridor at 2 in the morning with 2 dripping ink pots, a scar that had gone warm, and the strong sense that he should probably stop being surprised by this category of thing and start being more strategic about it. He went back to his dormitory and wrote down every ghost encounter he could remember in order. In the morning, he had a 3-page list and a theory. The ghosts weren't drawn to him because he was famous. They were drawn to him because the thing inside him, the death-fed core, the gate his scar had become, was home to them in the same way a hearth is home to warmth. Not that they could enter or pass through, just that standing near him felt like standing near something they recognized. Harry was not sure whether to be honored or horrified. He settled on useful. He started paying the ghosts in information. Not literally, more like he acknowledged them. Looked at them directly, did not pretend they weren't there, which was what everyone else did. Living students avoiding ghost eye contact the way you avoid someone you owe money to. When he nodded at a ghost in a corridor, they stiffened like they'd been waiting for it. It only took a week before one of them started talking. A small, medieval-looking ghost on the 2nd floor who spent most of her time floating in and out of the girls' lavatory on that level stopped Harry on a Tuesday after lunch. "You see us," she said, not mournfully, factually. Harry looked at her. "Yes. Why?" He thought about the honest answer, which was too long for a corridor conversation, and went for the efficient version. "Death likes me." The ghost stared. "That sounds strange," Harry said. "I know, not strange," she said very quietly. "Familiar." She told him her name was Myrtle, though she did not like it used, and she'd been dead for about 50 years, and most people either ignored her or worse, forgot she was there. Harry asked what she'd seen in that 50 years. She had seen quite a lot, including, she mentioned, a boy in the bathroom walls a year before he actually appeared, which made no sense to Harry yet, but which he wrote down anyway. The locked door notes started making connections. By his 4th week, Harry had a rough map of the castle's restriction layers. Not the restricted section in the library, that was just books behind a rope. The actual layers. Physical doors that shouldn't be locked on routes nobody had reason to use. A staircase on the 3rd floor with a rope across it and a notice so old the ink had faded to rust. A section of wall on the 2nd floor that resonated differently under his knuckles from the walls on either side of it. And twice in the hour before dawn, when the castle was at its quietest, something had moved under his feet. Not footsteps, not pipes, something older. Long, slow movement in the stone itself. Something large. Down, Harry stood in the Slytherin common room on a Thursday evening 3 weeks into term, looking out the lake window, when Daphne sat in the chair beside him without ceremony. "We're mapping something," she said. He looked at her. She was doing the book thing again, but the book was clearly an excuse because she kept turning pages at the wrong speed for actual reading. "I'm observing," he said. "That's what someone says when they don't want to call it mapping." Harry smiled. "Fine, I'm mapping." She turned a page. "The locked doors." He went still. She kept her eyes on the book. "I noticed the notebook and where you stop walking in the corridors sometimes." Harry studied her profile. "You're good at watching family requirements." He looked back at the water. A shape drifted past, distant. "What does your family require it for?" Daphne hesitated exactly 1 beat, which on her was practically a speech. "Information is currency. The wrong kind of surprise is expensive." Harry turned that over. "Someone taught you that?" "My mother." "Smart woman. Terrifying woman," Daphne said. "Different thing." Harry laughed once. She finally looked at him. "What are you looking for?" He considered lying, being vague, being clever about it. He decided against all 3. "Something's under the castle," he said. Daphne's expression stayed controlled, but her hand stopped turning pages. "Define something," she said. "Living, old, moving slowly. Specifically, I don't know yet." He looked at her. "Do you know about the sealed corridor?" She took 4 seconds to answer. "3rd floor, there are stories." "What kind?" "The kind where people stop telling you what's in them and start talking around it." "Right." She studied him. "Are you going to look?" Harry shrugged with one shoulder. "Eventually." Daphne was quiet for a moment, not alone. Harry met her eyes. She said it in the same tone she'd said everything else, flat and direct and not asking permission, not offering help as charity. Offering it as practicality. "Okay," he said. Something shifted at the edges of her expression. Not exactly surprise. Maybe the adjustment of an expectation she'd been holding without knowing it. "Okay," she said. She went back to her book at normal reading speed after that. Harry watched the lake. The next complication arrived in the form of a dinner on a Friday. The Great Hall had its usual noise, but 3 tables down from Harry's spot at the Slytherin table, an argument had been building steam since the first course. A group of older Slytherins, 5th and 6th years, had been trying all week to establish where the first-year Slytherins sat in the house's internal ranking. This was apparently standard. Harry had been watching it happen to the other first years and waiting for them to get to him. They did on Friday. A fifth year named Warrington sat down uninvited across from Harry with the studied ease of someone who thought sitting next to power was the same as having it. Heard you're avoiding the usual meetings, Warrington said. Harry cut his chicken. What meetings? House discussion, figuring out who does what. Harry looked up. I figured out what I'm doing. That's not what I meant, Harry said, was that I'm eating dinner. Warrington looked at Crabbe, who was genuinely useless as backup, then at Draco, who was 3 seats away and pointedly not helping. Draco was smart enough to know that helping Warrington would mean owing Warrington. Harry respected that chess move even while filing it under things Draco had done that benefited Harry accidentally. Look, Warrington said, dropping the casual tone, it's simple, you're a first year, you sit lower until you earn higher, that's how it works in Slytherin. I thought Slytherin valued ambition, Harry said. It does. Then my ambition doesn't sit lower. Harry looked at him directly. See the problem? Warrington stared. Not beside Harry had gone very quiet and very focused on his food in a way that meant he was listening to every word. Warrington leaned forward. What house did you want? I asked for Slytherin. That landed wrong, not badly. Just not the way Warrington expected, because everyone in the hall at least knew that Harry Potter and Gryffindor would have made neat, boring sense. Harry Potter and Slytherin needed explanation, and explanation meant power, not weakness. Warrington sat back by 1 inch. Harry went back to his chicken. We'll talk again, Warrington said. If you have something useful to say, Harry said. Sure. Warrington left. Not waited until he was out of range and said very quietly, 2 tables just saw that. Harry nodded. It'll be around the whole house by tonight. I know. Not's eyes slid sideways. Good. That was probably the most Not had said to him in 3 weeks. Harry decided not to make a thing of it. That night Harry was moving back to the dormitory after a late hour with his notebook when the cold hit him. Not the castle's natural chill. Different. He stopped in the 4th floor corridor. The dark was total. He hadn't needed his wand for light because the castle always had enough scattered illumination from magical lanterns that went down low but not out. Enough to see stone and shadows. Something was in the shadows, not moving, just being there with intention. Harry stood still and waited. The shadow peeled off the wall. Not a person, not really. The shape had been a person once, maybe. Now it was the outline of that negative space wearing old clothes, transparent in a way that wasn't the friendly ghost transparency of nearly headless Nick. This was emptier, like seeing light through cracked glass. Harry said, hi. The shade tilted its head. It reached one hand toward him. Harry watched the hand. His coin got cold. The shade pointed, not at him, past him, down the corridor, the direction of the 3rd floor stairs. Harry looked that way. When he turned back, the shade was gone. He stood in the empty corridor for a moment. Then he took out his notebook and wrote down, 4th floor shade, pointing toward 3rd floor, check tomorrow, daylight first. He put the notebook away, thought about it, and added, tell Daphne. The defense against the dark arts class was held in a room that had the vague smell of incense burned over something worse, and the teacher, Professor Quirrell, had a turban and a stammer and eyes that never quite settled. He taught with the enthusiasm of someone who had read carefully about a subject they were personally terrified of. Harry had clocked this on day 1 and spent most of Quirrell's lessons paying more attention to the room than to the content. On the Wednesday of the 4th week, Quirrell was running them through basic shield theory, which Harry could already follow from the book when the back of his neck prickled. He turned. Nobody was behind him, just the empty back wall of the classroom, but his scar burned, hot sharp, behind the left side and then gone before he could pin it. Harry turned forward again. Quirrell was making jerky little wand gestures at the demonstration dummy. Harry watched the turban. He did not know why. Just that the cold under his ribs pointed that direction the same way the shade had pointed toward the 3rd floor stairs, and he trusted his instincts enough to pay attention when they agreed on something. He said nothing, just watched. After class, Quirrell swept past him in the corridor without looking at him, and the burn in Harry's scar came and went in the space of 3 seconds. Harry stood very still after Quirrell turned the corner. Daphne appeared at his shoulder. Something wrong. He thought about the word wrong and how much it covered. My scar hurt, he said. She went still. When? During defense, and when Quirrell walked past just now. Daphne looked down the corridor where Quirrell had gone. She said nothing for a long count. Then tell me what exactly happened. He did, standing in the corridor while other students pushed around them, and Daphne listened with the same expression she used for everything, which was attentive without being alarmed, controlled without being cold. When he finished, she said, that's a pattern. Yeah, which means it's useful. Yeah, she looked at him sideways. Are you going to tell Dumbledore? Harry thought about the Watcher at Privet Drive, the locked records at Gringotts, the sealed letter about his family holdings. The fact that nobody had ever actually told him what happened to his parents beyond the minimum. Not first, he said. Daphne's mouth curved slightly. Then what? Then the third floor. She straightened her bag strap. Tonight or tomorrow? Harry looked at her. She shrugged one shoulder. You said I was coming. She'd remembered. Tomorrow night, he said. Learn the route first. She nodded and walked ahead. Harry followed after a second. The Friday before half-term, 3 things happened in one afternoon, which was too many things for one afternoon, but nobody had asked. First, Snape. Potions was already a battleground because Snape treated the subject like a religion and treated students like people who had personally offended the religion. He was brutal to Gryffindors, subtle brutal to everyone else, and the 2 approaches were equally effective. He had not come at Harry directly yet. That changed in the 4th week. The class was brewing a basic calming draft, which required 40 minutes of actual precision and 0 mistakes because the base turned acidic if you added the Valyrian root in the wrong order. Harry was on the right order. He knew because he'd read the chapter twice and tested the sequence mentally before touching anything. Snape arrived at his bench at the 20-minute mark. Potter, he said, voice low and carrying like all quiet voices that knew how to use them. Tell me the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane. Harry looked up. Same plant, aconitum, different names for the same thing. Snape stared. That was not the answer he'd expected. Harry saw it in the 1-second pause before Snape moved. An asphodel, Snape pressed. Powdered form added to wormhood makes draft of living death. Which is in your second-year curriculum, not first. Complete silence in the classroom. Hermione Granger 3 benches over had her hand in the air, but it dropped slowly. Snape looked at Harry for a long time. Harry held the look without fidgeting. 10 points to Slytherin, Snape said so flatly that half the class wasn't sure if he meant it. He moved on. Draco shot Harry a look from across the bench that was complicated enough to require its own legend. Harry ignored it and added the Valyrian root at the correct moment. His draft came out the right shade of blue. Not whose went pale purple leaned over. How? Read ahead, Harry said. Not looked at him like this was information from another planet. Purebloods don't read ahead, the teachers explain. Harry looked at the purple draft, and yet, not looked at his cauldron, then at Harry's, then said nothing else for the class. Second thing, Draco after potions in the corridor. He fell in his step beside Harry in a way that looked casual and wasn't. Snape likes you, Draco said. He gave me 10 points because I knew the answer. That's not why you know it. Harry glanced at him. What's the actual point? Draco rolled his tongue against his cheek. You're not what I expected. So everyone keeps saying. It's not a compliment. I know. Draco walked 3 more paces. My father knows Dumbledore's watching you. That got Harry's full attention, which he made sure not to show. Lots of people watch me, Harry said. Not like this. Draco's voice dropped, not friendly dropping, warning dropping. Which was almost worse because it meant whatever Draco was doing right now cost him something. My father says there are people who think you're dangerous, not Dark Lord dangerous, other kind. Harry thought of the woman in Nocturn Alley with the calm hands and the killing curse. What kind? He asked. Draco shrugged with his shoulders but not his face. The kind where dangerous means different, something they don't have a bracket for. Harry walked. Draco added, I'm not warning you because I like you. I didn't assume. Good. He peeled off at the staircase. Don't get killed before the year's interesting. Harry watched him go, filed that interaction under not simple and kept walking. Third thing, the letter from Gringotts. It arrived at dinner. Small envelope, the goblin seal pressed in dark wax. Harry pocketed it without opening it at the table. In the dormitory after he read it alone. Mr. Potter, the preliminary review of sealed records attached to your family vault has been initiated per standard procedure following blood contact on September 1st. Several instruments tied to your holdings have activated since your arrival at Hogwarts School. We are legally required to inform you that at least one of these instruments was created by a party outside your immediate family and has been modified since the original date of creation. If you wish to review these instruments and their conditions, you may request a formal audit. Ragnarok Senior Account Manager. Harry read it twice. Instrument created by a party outside his immediate family, modified since creation. He thought about who had access, who would have thought themselves helpful enough. Who might decide a child's magical protections were something they could adjust without asking. He thought about the watcher at Privet Drive saying you're under instruction. He thought about Dumbledore's hand over his chest in Privet Drive, 2 fingers pressed flat, that expression on his face. Harry folded the letter carefully and put it under the loose floorboard he found his second night. Under the mattress was obvious. The floorboard required knowing which board it was. He would write to Gringotts in the morning. He said nothing about it to anyone except the following day, one line to Daphne. Someone's been touching my vault records without permission. Daphne looked up from breakfast. Who? Someone powerful enough to do it without getting caught at the time. She turned this over. Do you know who? I have a guess. She looked at her porridge. Dumbledore. Harry said nothing. That was answer enough. She set her spoon down. What are you going to do? Write to Gringotts. Get the audit. Then I know what was changed. And then, Harry picked up his pumpkin juice. Then I know what I'm working with. The Saturday night they went to the 3rd floor. They went at 2 in the morning because the castle was genuinely empty then, and because Daphne had charm on her watch that made it glow one pulse of blue 30 seconds before a prefect patrol. The corridor leading to the 3rd floor was not dramatic. It looked like every other corridor. Stone torches burned low. A gargoyle on one bracket that Harry noticed was slightly wrong because gargoyles didn't blink and this one had. At the top of the staircase, a rope hung across the width of the corridor. Harry stopped. Corridors off limits to students. Read a faded sign. Daphne stood beside him. How far in? Depends what we see. Harry ducked the rope. Daphne followed without comment. The corridor opened normally for the first 100 feet, a wide stone passage with closed doors on either side. The doors were locked, standard lock on each. Harry tested 3. Locked, not warded, just locked. That was interesting. Why warded at the entrance if the rest was plain locks? Unless the warding wasn't meant to keep people out. Unless it was meant to keep something from noticing people were in. Harry slowed. The chill hit at the midpoint of the corridor, definite and directional, coming from the right-hand side ahead, not magic cold like his own. Older, organic, like cold from something alive that produced it naturally. He stopped at the door, no lock this time, just a handle. He and Daphne looked at each other. Harry pushed it open. The room inside smelled like fur and old meat, and Harry had his answer before his eyes adjusted, because the thing in the room made a sound so low and vibrating that he felt it in his back teeth. 3 heads, dog, giant dog. Not regular giant, the kind of giant that made the room look accidentally small around it. 3 heads all sleeping, one draped over a massive paw that was, Harry noticed, resting directly on a trapdoor in the floor. The trapdoor. He looked at Daphne. She was staring at the dog with the expression of someone who had found the last 3 seconds of their life very educational. Harry backed up 1 step, then another, then very gently pulled the door almost shut. They stood in the corridor. Daphne breathed out, "That's guarding something. Trapdoor under the paw." She looked at the door. "What's under the trapdoor?" Harry thought about the shade pointing this direction. The low movement under the castle, the thing listening. "Something worth protecting," he said. Daphne straightened her robe. "Or something worth trapping." Harry looked at her. She looked back. "The other night," he said, "I felt something move under the castle, not this corridor, further east, maybe deeper." She absorbed that. "Not the same thing. I don't know." They walked back toward the rope in silence. At the staircase, Harry said, "There's something in Quirrell too." Daphne looked sharply at him. "My scar hurts near him," Harry said, "more than once, the same direction every time." She stood on the 2nd step. "You're collecting problems. They keep arriving. You need to decide which one to tell an adult about." Harry looked up at her. "Which adult?" Daphne met his eyes steadily. "That's the real question." She went down the stairs. Harry followed, thinking about the 3 heads in the trapdoor and Quirrell's turban and the instrument in his vault that had been modified without his knowledge, and all the people who had made decisions about him before he was old enough to object. He thought, enough of that. The next day brought something he had not quite anticipated. Draco came to breakfast looking different, not appearance different, energy different. The kind of different that meant something had happened the night before that had put him off his balance. Harry noticed at once. Draco sat with Crabbe and Goyle but did not perform for them the way he usually did, filling their silences with his own importance. He ate quietly, that alone was a tell. Harry waited. By the end of breakfast, Draco had glanced at Harry 6 times. Harry set his fork down. "What happened?" Draco looked up. "You're a bad actor when you're scared," Harry said, keeping his voice low enough for only the 2 of them. Draco's jaw tightened. "I'm not." "What happened?" Harry said again. Something gave way in Draco's expression. Small, fast. It was gone and replaced with the usual shield, but Harry had seen it. "My father wrote," Draco said. Harry waited. Draco stared at the table. "He says there are ministry people here. Here meaning Hogwarts, here meaning somewhere close." He touched his pumpkin juice glass once. "He says they're watching something specific." Harry felt the hairs on his arm rise. "Specific like what?" Draco's eyes came up. "Specific like they've been logging sightings and they have files going back to before we started here." Before Hogwarts, Harry thought of the woman in Nocturn Alley who had known his name before she threw a killing curse at him. He thought of the Watcher at Privet Drive. He thought of the man who had pretended to be a postman for 3 weeks. "They have files," Harry said. "That's what he says." "On who?" Draco gave him a look that managed to be both obvious and uncomfortable at the same time. Harry sat back. The hall noise carried on around them. "Your father told you this," Harry said. "He wants me to." Draco stopped. "He wants information." "About me?" Draco looked away. "Yes." Harry considered this. The honest thing about Draco was that he could not lie to someone who was already watching him. He didn't have the emotional control for it when he was scared. It leaked out through the stillness. Harry said, "And you're telling me instead." "I thought you should know." "Why?" Draco didn't answer for long enough that the answer stopped being simple. Harry let it go. "All right." Draco blinked. "All right, you told me something useful, that's worth noting." Draco stared. He looked like he'd prepared for several reactions, and this wasn't one of them. Harry picked up his toast. Tell your father I'm a boring first year who reads too much and goes to bed on time. Draco looked at him. That's not even slightly believable. I know. Harry bit the toast, but it's what you saw. Something complicated ran across Draco's face. Then he looked at his own plate and said, fine. 2 days later, the attempted curse in the corridor. It was dark after curfew, and Harry had been coming back from the library because Madame Pince had technically not told him he could be there after hours and had also not explicitly told him he couldn't, and Harry was operating on the narrowest possible interpretation of permission. He was on the second floor, one corridor from the main staircase, when the figure in the doorway shot a hex at his chest. Not the killing curse this time. A dark purple thing, fast and ugly, and Harry threw himself sideways on pure reflex. It caught his arm. Pain. Sharp, tearing, not like normal spell damage. He grabbed the wall and looked at his arm. A long, livid mark had bloomed below the elbow like a burn working inward. He turned. The figure was already moving, fast and practiced, something in the way they ran that was not student-shaped. Adult. Harry's jaw locked. He had his wand out. Finite, he said. Nothing. Wrong spell. He thought fast, very fast, and cast the only containment charm he knew well enough to trust under pressure, something Flitwick had shown in class as an example and Harry had practiced on his own in the dormitory when everyone else was asleep. Immobulus, the figure hit the wall, stuck. Harry walked toward them. The figure was fighting the charm already, pushing through it with controlled effort that told Harry this was not someone used to being stopped. Harry grabbed the robe at the shoulder and turned them. The hood fell back, a man's face, 40-something, not from the Ministry of Magic, not dressed for it anyway, wearing plain dark robes with no identifiers. His eyes met Harry's and did not blink. You want to tell me, Harry said quietly, who you're working for? The man said nothing. Harry's arm throbbed. He looked at the livid mark working its way toward his wrist, then back at the man. I have a cursed arm, Harry said, and about 30 seconds before this charm fails. So this can go well or not. You're going to die, the man said flat and curt. Not tonight, but the thing in you isn't going to coexist with you forever. You'll consume yourself. Harry stared at him. The man leaned forward against the charm. They're doing you a service, all of us, by trying to kill me, by trying to prevent something worse. The charm cracked. The man shoved out of it and ran. Harry could have followed. His legs were fine. His lungs were fine. The arm was a problem, but not an impossible one. He stood in the corridor instead and let him go. Partly because chasing a professional-grade operative through Hogwarts at midnight was a stupid idea. Mostly because what the man had said sat in his chest in a particular way. You'll consume yourself. Harry looked at his arm. The curse mark had reached his wrist. He pressed his good hand over it, pushed the cold thing in his core down toward it the same way he'd pushed it at the Dursleys' kitchen at the alley with Piers. The mark flared once, hot and furious. Then went cold, then faded. Harry breathed. In the quiet of the corridor, one ghost drifted past the far wall. He couldn't tell which one. Just a pale shape moving. It stopped when it reached Harry. It looked at his healed arm. Then it looked at his face. Then it moved on. Harry put his wand away and walked back to the dormitory. He did not tell Dumbledore. He did write to Gringotts. And in the morning at breakfast, he told Daphne everything. All of it, the shade, the corridor, the third floor, Draco's warning, the operative's face and words, and the curse that had burned off him like water. Daphne sat very still through all of it. When he finished, she looked at her hands on the table for exactly 3 seconds. Then she said, someone has built an operation around you that predates Hogwarts, has multiple people inside and around the castle, and is convinced you're going to destroy yourself or something else if you're not stopped. That's my read, Harry said, and Quirrell's connected to something else. Possibly something in the castle. Yes, and there's a giant 3-headed dog guarding a trapdoor on the 3rd floor. Yes, Daphne looked at him directly. You're not going to sit on this number, and you're not going to tell Dumbledore. Not until I know what he's already moved. She exhaled through her nose, slow, controlled. Okay, he blinked. Okay, what did you think I was going to say? I thought you might point out this is insane. It is insane. She smoothed a crease in her robe. Insane things happen. The sensible response is to plan for them. Harry stared at her. She looked back. Stop looking surprised. You knew what I was before you kept talking to me. He had known. He shook his head once, almost laughing. What do you need to know? Everything in order, she said. Start from the beginning. He started from the beginning. They were at breakfast an hour later than everyone else, and neither of them noticed until Zabini appeared beside them and said, You've been talking for 40 minutes and neither of you has eaten. Harry looked down. His plate was cold. Zabini sat across from them uninvited, which for Zabini was practically a declaration. Whatever this is, Zabini said, spreading butter on toast with the calm of someone who had made a calculated decision. It looks like the kind of thing where 3 is safer than 2. Harry looked at Daphne. Daphne looked at Harry. He looked at Zabini. You've been listening. For about 5 minutes, Zabini confirmed. Harry waited. Zabini ate his toast. My mother has had people try to kill her 4 times. I learned to recognize that look early. Harry frowned. What look? The one that says it already happened and you're trying to figure out how to make sure it doesn't happen twice. Zabini looked at him without drama. I'm useful. Harry took that apart quickly. Information mover, neutral house relationships. Eyes in rooms Harry and Daphne couldn't be in without it looking like something. No obvious family pressure the way Draco had Lucius pointing at his back. Okay, Harry said. Daphne looked faintly amused at the fact that Harry kept saying okay. Harry ate cold eggs and felt the coin in his pocket pulse once. Warm this time, not threatening, more like acknowledgement. He kept eating. That evening, Not found Harry in the corridor outside the common room and stood beside him for a long minute without speaking. Harry waited. Not said, the castle's not reacting to you the way it reacts to other people. Harry looked at him. Not's face was careful. I've been here since 2nd year, my brother. I know how the magic here moves. It moves differently when you're in a room. Harry considered his options. He went with, I know. Not absorbed this. You're not surprised. Number Not nodded once slow. All right. He went inside. Harry stood in the corridor another minute. The castle hummed under his feet. Down, something moving. Something that had been sleeping for a very long time, Harry thought, and was beginning to notice that the boy standing on the stone above it was the kind of company it might be interested in keeping. He did not look afraid. He went inside and got his transfiguration notes, and spent an hour making a modified match into a needle and a needle into a pin and a pin into a fine silver wire, working through it with the methodical precision of someone teaching themselves the shape of a power that kept showing up whether invited or not. At midnight, the bloody Baron drifted through the dormitory wall, moved past the sleeping boys, and stopped at the foot of Harry's bed. Harry looked up from his wire. The Baron looked down. They stared at each other for 3 seconds, then Harry held up the wire. Can ghosts admire craftsmanship? The Baron looked at the wire, then at Harry, then at the wire. He turned and drifted back through the wall without a word. Harry set the wire down and turned off his lamp. He lay in the dark and ran through everything. Operative with ministry-adjacent resources. Quirrell carrying something that burned his scar. Trapdoor on the 3rd floor under a 3-headed dog. Modified instruments in his vault. Files from before Hogwarts that logged something about him. Draco's father watching. And somewhere under the castle, moving slow. Harry pressed one hand flat against the cold stone of the wall behind his bed. The hum ran up his arm like a pulse. And somewhere so far below that it should have been too faint to reach him, something answered. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3. The chamber knows his name. Harry heard the scream before dessert hit the table. And yeah, that ruined the whole evening fast. 1 second the Great Hall was full of pudding, shouting, and Fred and George Weasley trying to see who could stack more tart slices on one plate without Molly being there to glare them into behaving. The next second a girl near the Hufflepuff table shrieked like somebody had set her hair on fire. Every head snapped toward the entrance. Harry was already up. He didn't know why his body moved before his brain had caught up. Maybe because the sound had been wrong. Maybe because underneath it, under the scrape of benches and the first wave of confused noise, he'd heard something else. A hiss, low, close, inside the walls, hungry. Daphne was on her feet, a heartbeat after him. What happened? No clue. That was enough for both of them. They were moving before the teachers even stood. The corridor outside the Great Hall was jammed with students pouring through the doors, craning to see, shoving each other, saying stupid things too loudly because panic made everyone lose half their brain. Harry pushed through shoulders and robes, took one sharp elbow from some older Ravenclaw, ignored it, and reached the front line of bodies just as the crowd broke around the scene. Mrs. Norris hung from a torch bracket by her tail. Not dead, worse somehow. Her body was rigid, eyes wide and cloudy, first sticking out wrong. She looked frozen in the act of trying to claw the wall apart. Under her, smeared in something dark and wet, words stretched across the stone. The chamber of Secrets is open. Come below, air. Silence hit the corridor like a slap. Harry stared at the second line. Not everyone noticed it right away. Some were too busy gasping at the cat. Some were reading only the first line because that was bad enough. But Harry saw the second line immediately and felt the scar on his forehead go hot. Come below, air. Daphne read it too. He knew because the air around her sharpened. Then Filch came around the corner carrying a lantern and saw his cat. The sound he made was ugly. Nobody talked over him after that. He shoved straight through the students, dropped to his knees under the torch, and looked up at Mrs. Norris with both hands shaking. My cat, he said, voice cracking right down the middle. My cat, what have you done to my cat? The last part came out as a scream at the crowd, at the wall, at the castle, at anybody. Then he saw Harry, specifically Harry, right there near the front, too close to the writing, staring at the message like it had just punched him in the face. Filch lurched to his feet and pointed. You. Harry looked at him. You did this. The words went out into the corridor and snapped the whole crowd awake again. What? Harry said, flat and immediate. Filch shoved toward him. You murdered my cat. I didn't. You were here, so were about 50 other people. Filch might actually have grabbed him if Snape hadn't appeared at exactly that second, robes sweeping, face already furious from having his meal interrupted. Professor McGonagall came right behind him, then Dumbledore, then half the staff. The crowd backed up fast. Snape caught Filch by the shoulder before he reached Harry and hauled him back 2 full steps. Enough, Filch tried to wrench free. He killed her. She is not dead, Dumbledore said. That changed the corridor again. Everybody looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Mrs. Norris, then at the writing on the wall, then at Harry, and there was too much thought in his face for Harry to like it. Filch stared at him. Not dead, petrified, Dumbledore said. We will confirm, but yes, she is not gone. Filch sagged against the wall like his bones had stopped working. McGonagall snapped orders. Students back into the hall, prefects controlling the corridors, nobody touching the writing, nobody speaking over her unless they wanted detention until graduation. It worked because McGonagall had that kind of voice. Harry did not go back into the hall. Dumbledore noticed at once. Mr. Potter. Harry held his gaze. It said, come below, air. That made Snape's eyes cut sideways to him like knives. Dumbledore's expression didn't change much, but it did change. One of those tiny old man adjustments that meant a lot and said nothing. Yes, Dumbledore said. It did. Filch, still half broken and half raging, made a choking sound. You see. He knows what it means. Harry looked at him. I know what words mean. McGonagall moved before the argument could get any worse. Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass, you will both return to the hall. Harry glanced at Daphne. She gave him the smallest shake of the head, not warning him off, just saying not here. Yeah, fair. He started to turn. Then the hiss came again, not from the crowd, not from any teacher. From the wall beside the torch bracket, down in the stone where nobody else seemed to hear it. Come, Harry's head turned before he could stop it. Snape's eyes narrowed at once. What is it? Harry looked at the wall. The sound was gone. Nothing, he said. That was a lie. Snape knew it. Dumbledore knew it. Daphne definitely knew it. Nobody called him on it in the corridor. They saved that for later. The common room after the scene with Mrs. Norris felt different than the common room before it. Same chairs, same lake windows, same green fire. But now every conversation hit a hard stop when Harry walked past. He noticed. He also noticed that none of the first-year boys from his dormitory sat in his usual corner that night. Not because they were being kind. Because they wanted to see if he'd claim it anyway. He did. He dropped into the chair by the fire, opened his book, and acted like he hadn't heard a thing. Whispers kept going around him. Chamber of Secrets, air. Potter saw it first. Potter's in Slytherin. Potter doesn't look scared. Potter never looks scared. Potter talks to ghosts. That last one was new and interesting. Daphne sat down across from him with a cup of tea she didn't want and a face that meant business. Say it, Harry said, not looking up from the book. You heard something. He turned a page. Yep, she waited. He looked up. That's the whole answer you're getting in a room full of snakes. Her eyes slid once around the common room. Older students listening without seeming to. Draco pretending to read a letter upside down. Zabini asleep in a chair while clearly not asleep. Fine, she said. Walk. They went out through the common room door together and took the long route through the lower corridor by the old potions storerooms. Nobody used it after hours because it smelled like old roots, vinegar, and one disaster involving boiled horned toads that no amount of cleaning had fully removed. Good place to talk. Harry leaned against the wall. There was a voice. Daphne's face stayed still. Language. Hissing. I understood it. That got the first real reaction. A quick tightening around her eyes. You understood hissing, she repeated. Yeah, that's not normal. I'm getting really tired of that phrase. She ignored that. What did it say? Come, just that. At the corridor, yeah, before that, during the scream I got. Harry frowned, replaying it. Not words exactly, more like intent, hungry, moving, wanting. Daphne folded her arms, and no one else reacted. Nope, that sat there. Then she said, if you say this to the wrong person, they'll decide you opened the chamber. Harry looked at her. Do you think I did? Number, you didn't even hesitate. Her eyes met his. I watched things, you were surprised. Harry huffed a laugh. Strong defense, it's the accurate one. He pushed off the wall and paced 2 steps because standing still with the memory of that hiss in his head made him want to move. The message, he said. It wasn't just threat, it was invitation. I know, come below, air. He looked back at her. Either somebody wants me in that chamber or they want it to look like they do. Daphne nodded once. Those are different problems. Exactly. Which one do you think it is? Harry thought about the second line, how it felt personal in a way staged messages usually didn't. Not because it was emotional, because it had been direct. I think, he said slowly, whoever wrote it wanted one specific person to read it first. Daphne's expression didn't change, but her attention sharpened hard enough that Harry almost laughed. You, she said, yeah. Everyone else was just meant to panic. Also, yeah. She looked down the corridor for a second, thinking, then back at him. Then the cat wasn't the point. Harry went very still. No, he said, probably not. That made the whole thing worse. Because if Mrs. Norris wasn't the point, then this wasn't random school horror. It was targeted. It was communication. It was the sort of thing adults would turn into a committee meeting, while Harry was still the one somebody had clearly written to. "I'm checking the wall tomorrow," he said, "with what? Everything I can think of." Daphne nodded. "I'll come." "Yeah, I know." That got him a brief look, not soft, not surprised either. Just a look that said he'd said the right thing without making it weird. They started back. At the corner, she said, "If you hear the voice again before then, don't answer out loud." Harry blinked. "I wasn't planning to. You look like someone who gets rude when pushed." "That's because I do." "Exactly." He grinned despite himself. "Noted." The next morning the writing on the wall was gone, scrubbed or charmed off by somebody who cared more about appearances than usefulness. Harry thought that was stupid and said so. Professor Binns, unbelievably, did not think it was stupid. That was because Professor Binns was lecturing about goblin rebellions, and nobody else thought he'd noticed the whole castle buzzing until Hermione Granger raised her hand and asked, way too brightly, what the Chamber of Secrets actually was. Binns drifted 3 inches above his desk and stared at her with the blank offense of someone being asked to acknowledge current events. "The Chamber of Secrets," he said in a voice that sounded like dust had learned to complain, "is a myth." Half the class made frustrated noises. Binns blinked slowly and then, maybe because he was already dead and therefore less invested in pretending to have a schedule, gave them the old version. Salazar Slytherin built the castle with the other founders. Salazar disagreed with the rest about admitting Muggle-born students. Salazar left. Before leaving, he built a hidden chamber. Only his true heir could open it. Inside was a monster that would purge the school of students Slytherin considered unworthy. Everyone listened, even Draco. Harry watched faces more than the ghost. Some students were frightened, some fascinated. Some had that ugly little look of somebody noticing an excuse they might use later. Daphne was taking notes. Of course she was. When Binns finished, Harry raised his hand. The whole room looked at him. Binns looked offended that a second question existed. "If there's a monster," Harry said, "why isn't there a body count every time the story comes up?" That got a few sharp looks, but Harry ignored them. Binns frowned. "Because there is no chamber. That's not an answer. It is the correct answer." Harry leaned back in his chair. "Humor me." Binns drifted half an inch lower, which in him probably counted as irritation. "Stories change. Exaggeration enters. Details are lost." "So if details are lost," Harry said, "there could have been attacks that didn't fit the later version." Now the class really paid attention. Binns went quiet. Hermione slowly lowered her quill. Daphne stopped writing. Binns finally said, "There was one death. 50 years ago. Officially unexplained. Unofficially attached to the chamber rumor by people who enjoy folklore more than evidence." Harry's scar prickled. 50 years. Myrtle, he thought. He held Binns's dead stare for another second, then nodded once. "Thanks." Binns looked like he regretted the entire line of conversation and immediately went back to goblin rebellions. The second class ended. Hermione cut across the corridor toward Harry and Daphne so fast she nearly hit a third year. "That was clever," she said. Harry blinked. "Hi to you too." She either didn't notice or didn't care. If there was only one death and now there's a petrification instead, then either the monster changed or someone's changing the conditions. Daphne looked at her. "You were listening." Hermione stared, obviously. Harry almost smiled. "Any ideas?" "Mirrors," Hermione said immediately. "Or water, or anything that could alter line of sight if the original danger came through vision." Harry looked at Daphne. Daphne looked at Harry. Hermione caught it. "What?" Harry thought fast. Telling Hermione everything was a bad idea. Telling Hermione nothing was probably a worse one because she was already halfway down the logic path on her own and would just keep going. "We're looking into the attacks," Harry said. Hermione blinked once. "So am I. That's not surprising." "Were you going to say convenient or annoying?" "Depends if you tell teachers." Hermione set her jaw. "If I tell teachers now, they'll lock down the library and stop students moving after curfew, and then all useful observation stops." "So number." Harry nodded slowly. "Okay, good answer." Hermione looked almost offended that she'd earned approval rather than given it. "I'll let you know if I find anything." Then she was gone, marching toward the library with the energy of a storm in a school tie. Daphne watched her go. She'll either save lives or set something on fire. Maybe both, probably both. They went to Myrtle that night. Harry had timed it. Girls' bathroom on the second floor after 11, empty corridor. Peeves 2 hallways away because he'd been throwing soap at a portrait and Harry could hear the portrait swearing about it. He stepped inside with Daphne right behind him and wrinkled his nose. "Yeah, this is awful." The bathroom was damp, cracked, and just gross enough to explain why nobody used it. One sink had half fallen off the wall. Another kept dripping from a pipe that had clearly lost the will to live. The air had that permanent wet tile smell with an extra layer of old misery on top. Myrtle burst out of the third cubicle like she'd been waiting all day to do exactly that. "You came back," she said. Harry leaned against a sink. "Told you I might." Myrtle's eyes slid to Daphne. Who's that? Daphne. Daphne inclined her head like introducing herself to a dead girl in a wrecked bathroom at midnight was just one more thing on the schedule. Myrtle looked suspicious and pleased at the same time. Most people scream when I appear. Harry shrugged. People are dramatic. That's true, Myrtle said at once. It's one of the worst things about them. Harry liked her more every minute. He got to the point. Binns said someone died 50 years ago here. Myrtle's face changed. Not all ghosts held onto their deaths the same way. Harry had learned that already. Some got vague around the edges if enough time passed. Some clung hard to one bad hour and let the rest blur. Myrtle was very clearly in the second category. Yes, she said. You. Yes, she folded her arms. And nobody bothered making the bathroom nicer after. You'd think being murdered in a place would earn it a refurbish. Harry glanced around. Apparently not. Daphne asked, do you remember it? Myrtle looked at her like the question offended her on a personal level. Obviously, I remember it. Can you tell us? That made Myrtle lift her chin. Depends on whether you'll listen properly. Harry had a feeling that if he answered wrong here, they'd be stuck listening to unrelated grievances until sunrise, so he went with honesty. We need details. Myrtle drifted to the sinks and sat on the edge of one that definitely should not have held her weight, but ghost rules were different and probably petty about it. I was crying, she said, because Olive Hornby was nasty and stupid and I hated her. I came in here to be miserable in private. Then I heard a boy talking. Harry's heartbeat kicked once. Talking to who? He asked. Didn't know, didn't care. He was in here and I was offended because if you're trying to cry, a random boy in the girls' bathroom is really inconvenient. Myrtle looked at the far row of sinks. I came out to tell him to leave. She stopped. The bathroom got very quiet. What happened? Harry asked. I saw yellow eyes. The scar on his forehead burned. Myrtle pressed her lips together. Very large, very bright. Then I died. No dramatics, no tears, just fact. Daphne's gaze went to the sinks too. Where? Myrtle pointed at the middle one. There, sort of. The eyes were near the sink line, but wrong, lower and higher both. Hard to explain. Harry stepped toward the sinks. He could feel something here. Not just ghost residue. Older than that, not active but settled in. Like a place where something used to come and go so often the stone had accepted it. He crouched and ran his fingers along the base of the sink Myrtle pointed at. Cold, different than the rest. There was a scratch on the brass tap, not random, patterned, snake. Harry stared. Daphne crouched beside him. What is it? He didn't take his eyes off the little engraved serpent. This sink. Myrtle drifted closer. No one else ever asked the sink before. Harry looked up at her. Do you mind stepping back? That got both girls looking at him. Daphne's expression said she had a theory and did not currently enjoy it. Harry leaned close to the engraved snake, and because the hiss in the walls came back the second he did, because the sound translated in his head before he'd even chosen the words, because all the wrong parts of his life had apparently been leading here, he said in a low, strange voice he did not recognize as his own. Open. The sink moved. Daphne was on her feet so fast she nearly kicked one of the broken taps loose. Myrtle shrieked in delight. Harry stepped back as the whole column of sinks shuddered, split apart, and slid down into the floor, leaving behind a huge dark pipe wide enough for a man to fit through. All three of them stared. Daphne recovered first. Well, Harry blinked. Yeah, Myrtle looked thrilled in the most deeply haunted way possible. You speak snake. Harry straightened slowly. Apparently. Daphne folded her arms. That is very bad. Probably. Also useful. Definitely. She looked into the pipe. We are not going down there tonight. Harry looked at her. Why not? Because we have no map, no antidotes, no clue what's down there, and you just discovered a deeply illegal language skill connected to a murder sink. That's enough for one night. Myrtle floated over the opening and peered down. I do hope there's bones. Harry ignored that. Fair. Daphne pointed at the sink mechanism. Close it. Harry frowned at the opening and said in the same hissing voice, close. The sink slid back. Everything looked normal again, normal except for the fact that it absolutely was. Daphne exhaled once. All right, we plan. Harry nodded. Yeah, Myrtle looked between them. Are you coming back? Harry glanced at the sink. Soon. Good. She brightened. No one ever comes back on purpose. They left the bathroom and got 3 corridors away before Daphne grabbed Harry's arm and turned him into an alcove hard enough to count as intent, not panic. Parseltongue, she said. Harry looked at her. That's the official word? Yes, and it's bad. In Slytherin history, yes. General, in this situation, very. Harry leaned back against the stone. Cool, her jaw tight. I'm being serious. So am I. That stopped her for half a second because she hadn't expected him to answer that way. Then she really looked at him and saw it, not flippant, not brushing it off, just already calculating. Okay, she said, quieter. Tell me what it felt like. He replayed it, like hearing a language I already knew but forgot to use. I didn't think about the words. They were just there, and the voice in the walls, same shape. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then the thing in the chamber is speaking to you. Harry nodded once. Yeah. And the message naming you heir wasn't random. Number the corridor felt smaller than usual. Daphne let go of his sleeve. If anyone else hears you use parcel tongue, you're done. Done how? Finished, accused, watched by the wrong people full time. She held his eyes, maybe not expelled, maybe worse. Harry looked at the stone floor, then back at her. You still came. Obviously I came. Even now. Daphne stared. You keep saying things like you think I don't know what I'm choosing. Harry didn't answer right away, because that one hit harder than it should have. Not in a dramatic way, just clean. Most people in his life had chosen him the way they chose weather, meaning they hadn't really chosen at all. They just dealt with what turned up and called it a decision. Daphne wasn't doing that. No, he said finally. I don't think that. Good. She stepped back out of the alcove, then stopped checking. That got a laugh out of him. She didn't smile, but she also didn't tell him off for laughing in the middle of a murder mystery, which was close enough. They agreed on 3 immediate steps. 1. Research creatures with lethal gaze. Hermione could probably help without needing the full story yet. 2. Find out where the pipe went, which meant old castle plans, maintenance records, or ghosts who remembered stonework. 3. Watch who got nervous after the bathroom discovery became useful. Because the attacks felt staged around opportunity, and that meant somebody living was helping something ancient move through a school full of children without getting caught. The second attack happened before they finished step 1. It was a Hufflepuff first year named Megan. Same girl Harry had helped with the loose herbology gloves. She was found outside the library just after lunch, sprawled beside an upturned stack of books, eyes open, body rigid, a hand mirror shattered near her shoe. Harry arrived to that scene almost as fast as the teachers. The corridor was chaos. Madam Pince was shouting about books. A cluster of Hufflepuffs cried openly. Hermione stood off to the side looking pale and furious. Someone had thrown a cloak over Megan's legs even though she wasn't dead and didn't need modesty, just help. Harry pushed through and crouched beside her before anybody could stop him. Her skin looked waxy. Her eyes were fixed on something beyond the ceiling. The broken hand mirror by her shoe told part of the story immediately. Indirect eye contact. Hermione was right. Harry reached toward Megan's wrist. Don't touch her, Professor Sprout snapped, crossing the hall in 2 strides. Harry looked up. Why? Because we don't know what did this. Harry glanced at Megan again. The cold in his core had already reacted. Not hunger, recognition. There was death around petrification. Not complete death, obviously, but edge of it. Close enough that Harry could feel the place where her life had almost gone and hadn't. He lowered his hand. Daphne arrived behind him and took in the mirror, the books, the body, everything. Her face shut down. Harry stood. Hermione came closer at once. It's gaze-based, she said in a fast whisper. It has to be. She must have seen it in the mirror. Harry nodded. I know, you know. Long story. Madam Pince shouted for everyone not involved to get out. Harry did not move. Something on the floor near Megan's left hand had caught his eye, not the books, not the mirror. A flake of silver, tiny and bent. He crouched again while Sprout was helping move Megan onto a stretcher, pinched the silver bit between 2 fingers, and palmed it before anyone noticed. By the time they got back to the common room, he had it spread on the table between him, Daphne, and Zabini. Zabini frowned. What is it? Harry turned the silver piece over. It had been part of a coin or seal. One edge was broken off, the center stamped with a shape too damaged to make out fully. Daphne leaned in, not from the mirror. Number. Zabini picked it up carefully. Engravings official, not decorative. He turned it toward the firelight. Looks like part of a crest. Harry's scar prickled. He held out his hand. Zabini passed the silver back. Harry pressed it between his fingers and let the cold in his core move just enough to brush it. A flash hit him, not vision exactly, more like sensory damage, ink, dust. A gloved hand sliding the silver piece into a student's book bag. A corridor. A low male voice saying, near the library, don't interfere unless Potter arrives first. Harry jerked back. Daphne's hand was on his wrist instantly. What? He looked at both of them. It was planted. Zabini raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Harry almost said because weird death magic object reading is part of my week now. Instead he went with because I just saw enough. That earned him a flat look from Daphne and a long one from Zabini. Zabini sat back. Right, and are we unpacking what that means? Later, Harry said, the important part is the silver was planted in Megan's bag. Daphne's expression had gone very cool. So someone steered her into the corridor. Yeah, why her? Harry thought about that. Megan wasn't politically important, not famous, not connected to him much beyond one small conversation in herbology. Then he remembered the mirror. Because she reads while walking, Hermione said from the doorway. All 3 of them turned. Hermione stood just inside the common room entrance looking deeply unimpressed by the fact that she was in Slytherin territory, and even less impressed by the fact that Harry had not invited her in before deciding to discuss an attempted murder. I've seen her, Hermione said. She checks her reflection in small mirrors because she's got a chipped tooth she's self-conscious about. She looked at the silver bit on the table. What's that? Daphne answered before Harry could. Evidence. Hermione came closer. From where? The scene, Harry said, her eyes flashed. And you didn't tell me. You weren't there when I found it. I was 5 feet away. Yeah, and Professor Sprout was right there. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue that she could have handled that, which fair she probably thought she could, but she also seemed to realize halfway through that Harry had a point. What kind of evidence? She asked instead. Plain and kind, Harry said. That got her full attention again. He gave her the short version, not the flash from the silver, just the logic. Mirror, target behavior, placed object. Hermione listened with her whole face. When he finished, she nodded once, sharp and satisfied, because now there was a shape to the problem. So the attacks are guided, she said. Looks like it. Then someone knows the monster's route, or can influence where it shows. Daphne glanced at Harry. That would explain why the first line on the wall was public and the second was personal. Hermione looked between them. What second line? Right, Harry and Daphne both went still. Hermione noticed that too. There was a second line. Harry exhaled. Yeah, Hermione's eyes widened, and nobody told anyone. It got cleaned off before most people properly read it. What did it say? Harry weighed options for maybe 1 second, then, come below, air. Hermione stared. Zabini let out a slow breath. I had not heard that part. Not widely, Daphne said. Hermione looked at Harry like a whole shelf of possibilities had just fallen on her head. You think it was for you? Yeah, why? Working on it. She pointed at him. No, that is not a real answer anymore. We are past that. Harry nearly smiled. You're in. Hermione blinked. What? You're in? Congrats. Stop glaring. That threw her off balance just enough to be funny. I wasn't asking permission. I know. Daphne, somehow managing to sound dry and approving at the same time, said, he does this. Hermione recovered. Fine, then I'm in. Start at the point where you found out the chamber opens from a sink. Silence. Zabini stared at Harry. Daphne stared at the fire. Harry looked at Hermione. You guessed that number? Hermione frowned. Was I close? Zabini laughed out loud. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. Bathroom, Myrtle's, Parseltongue. Hermione went completely still. Oh, she said, yeah. Oh, she said again, this time with more alarm. Exactly. The planning shifted after that. Hermione brought books and actual structure. Daphne brought pattern recognition and the kind of cold practicality that kept them from getting distracted by every weird thing Harry discovered. Zabini brought gossip, access, and an easy way of moving through groups without announcing that he was collecting information. Harry brought the part where the monster might literally be calling his name from the walls. It worked, not smoothly, not without arguments, but it worked. They met in empty classrooms after curfew in the library behind stacks, once in a storage closet because Hermione insisted it was acoustically safer, and Harry said that was the least comforting sentence he'd heard all week. 3 useful facts came out fast. 1. The creature that best fit old legends, lethal gaze, pipes, and giant hidden root was a basilisk. Hermione said the word like she'd found a loaded weapon in a school rulebook. Harry sat back in the library chair. That sounds bad. It's a giant serpent bred by dark magic, Hermione said. Its direct gaze kills. Very bad, Harry confirmed. Daphne flipped a page in Fantastic Beasts. Indirect gaze petrify. Zabini raised a hand slightly. Question. Hermione looked up. How does a giant serpent move through a castle without everyone noticing? Harry answered before she could. Pipes. Hermione's face lit with the horrible joy of a correct theory. Yes. Are you happy about that? Number, she absolutely was. Just right. 2. Someone had accessed old maintenance records in the library and removed sections tied to the lower plumbing routes in the castle. Zabini got that from a Ravenclaw 6th year who complained too much when she was flirted with and gave away details because she assumed nobody was building a conspiracy out of them. 3. The students targeted so far had one thing in common that took them too long to spot, which annoyed Harry because it was sitting there the whole time. Every one of them had either spoken directly to Harry in public that week or been seen near him enough to suggest a social link. Mrs. Norris because Filch had screamed at Harry in front of half the school and made Harry the center of the scene. Megan because Harry had helped her in herbology and a Hufflepuff table full of people had noticed and teased her about it for 2 days. That meant the attacks weren't random fear, they were pressure, Daphne said at first. This is hurting. Harry looked up from the chart they'd made on a parchment strip spread across a library table. Names, times, location, reflections, witnesses. Weird object traces, hurting how she tapped 2 fingers on the victims column, not toward a group, toward you, the message, the timing, the victim selection. Every attack makes it harder for you to ignore the chamber, and every attack puts your face back in everyone's mind. Hermione's expression shifted from pleased with the chart to deeply unhappy with the world. That means whoever's steering it wants him to act. Zabini lounged against the shelf with arms folded, or wants everyone else to think he's about to. Harry stared at the parchment. Both, he said. Nobody argued. That night he heard the voice again. He was on the 5th floor alone, coming back from the library because apparently he decided sleep was for people with fewer problems, when the hiss rolled through the wall beside him so suddenly he stopped hard enough to jar his knee. Kill, the word hit clean this time. No translation lag, no uncertainty, just kill, heavy and eager. Harry looked at the stone, no sound from the corridor, no one else there. Then blood, open. His wand was in his hand before he remembered drawing it. Where are you? He hissed back because apparently this was his life now. Silence. Then a scrape through the wall, long and low and moving away fast. Harry swore and ran. He took the next staircase 2 at a time, cut across the 4th floor landing, ignored a portrait shouting about reckless children, and hit the main corridor at full speed just in time to hear screams from below. He was first there. Again. The corridor outside the old Charms classroom was lit wrong, torches flickering hard enough to throw shadows all over the walls. 2 third-years were backed against a suit of armor, white-faced and shaking. One of them pointed without speaking. A boy lay on the floor 6 feet away, stiff as stone, wand still in his hand. Justin Finch Fletchley, Hufflepuff, upper year. Harry knew him by face, and because Justin had once asked in the library if Harry was really reading a 4th-year text or just using it to look clever. Next to Justin floated nearly headless Nick. Only not floating, not properly. He was blackened, stiff, not petrified in the same exact way because he was already dead, but hit by something that had shut him down into a strange frozen shape mid-drift. Harry slowed. The 2 third-years saw him and made the worst possible expression. Fear. Recognition, suspicion all mixed together. Harry swore again under his breath. Great. He crouched by Justin, looked at the reflection pattern and found it fast. Water across the corridor. A toppled cleaning bucket near the wall. Justin must have seen the basilisk reflected there. Clever, accidental, saved his life. Harry glanced at Nick. Ghost and student hit together. That gave him an idea he didn't love. By the time McGonagall arrived, breath tight and controlled, Harry was standing again with his face blank. She took one look at the scene and then at him. Mr. Potter, she said, clipped enough to cut. I heard it coming, Harry said. McGonagall's jaw shifted a fraction. My office, 10 minutes, that was not optional. In the office she did not sit down. Harry respected that. Standing made this feel like what it was, not teacher chat, problem. McGonagall closed the door and looked straight at him. How? Harry leaned against the back of the chair she hadn't offered him. I heard something in the walls. What? Hissing. Her face went still. Harry watched that happen. Yeah, that reaction's getting familiar. McGonagall folded both hands behind her back. Mr. Potter, I'm asking you a direct question in a very serious situation. So am I, Harry said. Can I ask you one? Her eyes sharpened. You can answer mine first. He held her gaze. How many adults in this castle already know something is wrong with the way my magic works? That landed, not because it was louder, because it was exact. McGonagall did not answer right away, and that was answer enough. Harry nodded once. Thought so. Her voice when it came had changed. Less disciplinary, more tired. This is not the time. It's been the time for a while. Harry, he looked up at that. She didn't use his first name much. McGonagall stepped closer to the desk. There are children being attacked. I know, and you are hearing things no one else hears in the walls. Yes, do you understand why that is alarming? Very. She watched him for a long second. Did you open the chamber? Number, do you know who did? Number, would you tell me if you did? Harry almost laughed. That's not how that question works. One corner of her mouth twitched before she killed it. No, I suppose not. He took the chance. Professor, someone steering the attacks. Her expression changed again, meaning, he gave her what he could without blowing the bathroom, Parseltongue or Daphne and the others out of the water. Victim pattern, reflection survival, planted evidence at the Megan scene, personal line in the message. McGonagall listened. When he finished, she said, you should have brought this to a member of staff earlier. Harry met her eyes. Which one? That hung between them. McGonagall looked away first, just briefly, toward the window, toward the school, toward whatever mess of adult loyalties and hidden knowledge she was currently deciding whether to drag into the light. Then she said very carefully, bring me anything else you find. Harry straightened a little. You mean that? Yes, even if it points somewhere inconvenient. Her eyes came back to him. Especially then. That was a better answer than he'd expected. He nodded once. Okay. He was almost at the door when she added, and Harry, he turned. If you hear the voice again, do not chase it alone. He looked at her and thought about the sink, the pipe, the basilisk, the corridor operative. The way adults kept asking him not to do things alone while standing in rooms built out of the consequences of them not telling him anything. I'll try, he said. It was the nicest version of not promising. The next morning the school was fully broken. You could feel it in the breakfast noise. Too loud in the wrong places, too quiet in the right ones. Students bunching in groups before moving between classes. Teachers standing where they could see multiple corridor lines at once. The Hufflepuff table looked like it had lost half its air. And people stared at Harry now with less confusion and more decision. He wasn't imagining it. The rumors had settled into shape. Potter always near the attacks. Potter hearing things. Potter and Slytherin. Potter talking to ghosts. Potter, Potter, Potter. Worse, some of the Slytherins looked pleased by the line that said Slytherin's heir had finally shown up, which Harry absolutely did not need. He stabbed his toast harder than necessary. Daphne, across from him, said quietly, "Ignore the ones watching your face. I'm trying, do it better." He gave her a flat look. "Helpful, I know." Zabini arrived with fresh gossip and a croissant. "Good news." Harry looked at him. "That tone means number. The good news is Draco is having a terrible morning." That was a little bit good. The bad news: his father sent another letter. Harry sat up a fraction, and Zabini bit into the croissant. "And Draco just found out some ministry inspection team is requesting access to school security records after the attacks." Daphne frowned. "That's fast." "Exactly," Zabini swallowed. "Too fast, like somebody had the paperwork ready before the second victim." Harry and Daphne looked at each other. "Pressure, hurting, inspection team." Harry said, "They're waiting for something." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Or someone." Zabini glanced between them. "I assume this is part of the larger pile of terrible." "Yes," Harry said. "Great, was hoping not." Draco himself showed up during lunch in one of the more awkward social turns of the term so far. He didn't sit, just stopped beside Harry and said, loud enough for nearby students to hear but not the whole table, "Walk with me." Harry looked up. "That's not ominous at all." Draco's expression said he knew that and hated it too. Now, Harry stood. That alone made half the Slytherin table stop pretending not to care. They took the corridor outside the entrance hall, broad enough that nobody could easily lurk near them without it being obvious. Smart, Draco had thought that through. He also looked furious. "My father says a ministry man has been asking about chamber-related magical anomalies for years," Draco said without preamble. Harry kept his pace even, and now he's asked specifically whether anything unusual was recorded when you were sorted. That got Harry's full attention. He kept his face neutral anyway. "Who?" Draco looked at him. "You know I wouldn't be saying this if it wasn't serious." "Name." Draco hesitated. Harry stopped walking. Students flowed around them. "Malfoy," Draco swore under his breath. "Cassian Thorn." The name meant nothing to Harry, yet he filed it anyway. "Who is he?" "My father says he works in records, inspections, old artifact containment, whatever that means. He says Thorn is one of those ministry men who never seems important until he's standing in the room taking control of it." Draco's mouth twisted. "He says if Thorn's asking questions, then whatever this is, it isn't just school nonsense." Harry stared at him. Draco shifted, uneasy under the silence. "Say something." "You should stop handing me useful information and then pretending you're not involved." Draco's face went hard. "I'm not involved." "No," Harry said, "not in that way." That hit. Draco looked away first. "My father thinks if things go badly, it'll be easier if I'm on the right side of whatever happens next." "Meaning me?" "I didn't say that. You didn't have to." Draco exhaled sharply. "Just don't get cornered." Then he walked off like he hadn't just handed Harry the first real name attached to the ministry pressure around him. Harry watched him go. Then he went straight to Daphne and Zabini with the name. Hermione joined them in the library 10 minutes later and immediately started hunting records. Harry didn't stop her because stopping Hermione Granger from hunting records once she had a target was probably beyond normal human law. By dinner, she had a list. "Cassian Thorn," she said, spreading a stack of copied notes over the table in a back corner of the library. "Ministry Special Investigations, used to be with Magical Catastrophes, then transferred to Office of Arcane Containment. After that, the paper trail gets thin on purpose." Harry leaned over the notes. Thin how? Enough titles to say respectable things, not enough detail to say what he actually did. Daphne read one line and frowned. "He worked on post-incident containment after cursed vault breaches." Zabini, looking over her shoulder, added, "and family relic seizures." Harry looked at the name again. Arcane containment, family relic seizures, artifacts, inspections. He thought about Gringotts. He thought about the modified instrument in his vault. "Yet," he said quietly, "I'm really not going to like this man." Hermione tapped the margin of one note. "He also signed off on 3 school-related magical safety reviews in the last decade." Daphne looked up. "Hogwarts." Hermione nodded. No details on the reviews themselves, just dates. Harry frowned. "One of them around 50 years ago." Hermione checked. 49. Myrtle. The room went quiet. Zabini sat back in his chair. "That's not subtle." "No," Daphne said. "It's worse. It's institutional." Harry looked at the notes and felt something cold and ugly settle properly into place. Because random attacks were one thing, a system around them was another. That night he went to the hospital wing alone, not because he wanted to be dramatic, because there was something he needed to test and he didn't want Daphne or anyone else talking him out of it before he knew whether it would work. Megan lay in the second bed by the far window. Justin farther down. Madame Pomfrey was in her office mixing something that smelled brutal. The lights were low. Everything was clean in that aggressive hospital way. Harry stood beside Megan's bed and looked at her face, petrified, not dead, but close enough to the edge that his magic recognized the shape. He reached out and put 2 fingers lightly against her wrist. Cold hit instantly, not from her skin, from the place under it where life had been shoved hard towards stopping and then pinned there. Harry closed his eyes. He could take more. He knew that the way he knew how to say open in a language he'd never studied. There was a path here. If he pushed, if he dragged that cold edge up and through himself, he could probably get something back. A memory, a last image, a fragment. It would hurt her. Not body hurt, something else. An intrusion. A hand forced into the wrong place because he wanted answers. Harry swallowed. Meghan's pulse ticked steadily under his fingers, trapped and alive. He took his hand away. No, he said softly. The word sat in the quiet wing. Good. Harry turned. Daphne stood in the doorway with her arms folded. He stared at her. Do you ever not know where I am? I guessed, she said. Hospital wing after lights out was not a difficult leap. He looked back at Meghan. You knew what I was thinking. I knew you looked like someone about to do something useful and ugly. He huffed a laugh with no humor in it. That's specific. With you, yes. He leaned one shoulder against the bedpost. I could have gotten something. Daphne nodded. I know. He looked at her. She came farther into the room, stopping at the foot of Meghan's bed. Would it have been worth it? Harry did not answer right away, because he wasn't sure. That was the problem. Not that he wanted to hurt people, he didn't. But if the line between people getting attacked and people staying safe was one hard choice, Harry had already lived enough life to know that hard choices didn't usually care about clean hands. I don't know, he said. Daphne held his gaze. Then don't make that choice alone. He let that land, then he nodded once. Okay. She glanced at Meghan. Any luck anyway? Harry looked at the girl again, at the waxy stillness, the almost death around her that his magic kept brushing like a wound with a tongue. Just enough to know I stopped in time. Daphne's jaw shifted tiny and tight. That's still luck. He understood what she meant. He did not tell her that some part of him had wanted to know how far he could push. He didn't like that part very much. Instead he said, we need another way. Daphne looked at him for a second longer than necessary. Then she nodded. All right, another way. Another way turned out to be Myrtle. Because when Harry explained, carefully and not in front of half the castle, that he needed to know more about the day she died, Myrtle said, you can ask me anything. Nobody asks me useful things. It's always, can you stop flooding the toilets, Myrtle, and Myrtle, please stop screaming during exams. Harry sat on the sink counter while Daphne stood by the door with the sort of posture that said she had accepted her life and was not thrilled about it. Myrtle floated up and down in one of the cubicles, warming up for the interrogation like it was a recital. Start with the boy's voice, Harry said. Describe it. Myrtle closed her eye, soft, pleased with itself, not old, school age, I thought. He wasn't saying normal words. Harry's scar prickled, hissing. Myrtle opened her eyes and pointed at him hard enough to count as ghostly accusation. Exactly that. How did you know? Harry ignored that for the moment. What about after you died? She stared. After. Did you see anything before you left? Myrtle drifted lower. Not much. I was upset. Dying really ruins your day. She frowned, but I remember a book on the floor, black cover and shoes, polished, not the boy's face. I didn't see him, just the shoes as I went sort of loose. Harry exchanged a look with Daphne, book, black cover, diary. Myrtle saw it too. Why are you both making that face? Harry hopped off the sink, because that helps. It helped more when a black diary turned up in moaning Myrtle's bathroom the very next afternoon. Harry was there because the voice had been louder all day. Not constant, just enough to irritate the scar and make him pay attention. Daphne was in class, Hermione in the library. Zabini at flying lessons he claimed not to enjoy, though Harry did not believe him. Harry had 10 unsupervised minutes between charms and lunch and went to the bathroom because he trusted patterns more than schedules. The diary sat by the last sink like someone had dropped it and left. Black cover, no title. Harry stopped. The scar on his forehead went hot, then cold. Myrtle surfaced from the toilet so abruptly she splashed water across the cracked tiles. You found it. Harry looked at her. You knew it was here. It wasn't here this morning. That tracked too neatly to be comfortable. He crouched by the diary and didn't touch it at first. The leather was worn smooth, edges slightly scuffed. No initials, no school strap, just blank black cover and the weight of being in the wrong place on purpose. Harry reached out. The second his fingers touched it, the bathroom dropped away. He was somewhere else, not body else, memory else. A corridor old but not that old. Students in uniforms cut differently than his. A boy standing by a window with dark hair and a face that was too handsome in the deliberate way some people are when they know exactly what effect they have on a room. He looked at Harry as if he had been waiting. You took your time, the boy said. Harry looked down at his own hands, memory hands not really there. You're the diary, Harry said. The boy smiled. Very good. Who are you? Tom, the boy said. Tom Riddle. Harry's pulse kicked once. The name meant something because he'd heard it in fragments already. Not enough to form a full picture, enough to feel the shape of danger. And you live in a book, Harry said. Tom laughed softly. Not quite. Harry looked around. The memory space wasn't a real room, too thin at the edges, more like a constructed place for conversation. So what are you? Harry asked. If not a diary? Tom's expression sharpened with interest. Straight to it. I like that. Most people do when they stop being weird. Tom's smile widened. You're not what I expected. Harry folded his arms. You keep saying that like it's charming. No, Tom said, I say it because you are very strange. Harry looked at him. Tom looked right back, not like adults did when they thought Harry was a problem to be handled, not like students did when they were deciding whether to admire him or fear him. Tom looked at him the way a collector might look at an object he can't immediately identify and therefore wants more. Harry did not enjoy it. You wrote the message on the wall, Harry said. Tom tilted his head. I wrote one message once, 50 years ago. The school remembers. Harry went still. Myrtle. Ah, Tom's expression did not soften, so you found her. Harry took one step forward. You killed her. Tom's face stayed pleasantly interested. I opened the chamber. The monster killed her. Details. Harry's hands clenched. Tom's eyes flicked to that and back. Now, if I wanted you dead, you wouldn't be in here talking. Pretty sure you're a notebook. That got a laugh out of him. It's a diary, Tom said. And you, Harry Potter, are very hard to read. He moved closer. I can feel parts of you. Death, not yours. A gate, a break that should have shattered you. There's more than one imprint in your scar and one of them. Tom went quiet. Interesting. Harry's whole body tight. You know something about my scar, he said. Tom's eyes glittered. I know enough to be curious. Then say it. Tom stopped smiling. Harry stared at him a second longer, then he dropped the diary. The bathroom came back. He was kneeling on wet tile with Myrtle hovering over him and the book splayed open near his shoe. His breathing had gone uneven. He hated that. Myrtle peered down. What happened? Harry grabbed the diary and stood, a dead boy with a face problem. Myrtle blinked. That isn't helpful. It's all I've got right now. He shoved the diary into his bag and walked out. Daphne found him in the library 10 minutes later because apparently she had a sense for when he was having a horrible day and said, without sitting down, you look like you strangled a secret. He pulled the diary out and set it on the table. Her eyes narrowed. What is that? Trouble. Less dramatic. A memory object full of Tom Riddle. That earned him the quickest blink he'd ever seen from her. That's not better. He gave her the whole thing, not as one lump, in pieces. Myrtle's memory, the found diary, the conversation in the book space. Tom reading things off his scar like they were written there. Daphne listened with both hands flat on the table. When he finished, she said, so the chamber isn't just a monster problem, it's a person problem. Yeah, and the person has been dead for 50 years. Apparently, Hermione arrived halfway through the second retelling and went pale by degrees. A memory-preserving dark object tied to a murder, she said. You carried that around. It was in my bag for 11 minutes. That's 11 too many. Harry raised an eyebrow. Useful, though. Hermione looked ready to say something sharp, then stopped because, annoyingly for her, he was right. What did Riddle want? She asked. Harry looked at the diary. That's the part I don't like, he said. I think he wants to know what I am before he decides what he wants. Daphne sat down finally. Then you don't go in alone again. Harry opened his mouth. No, Hermione said immediately, which was honestly impressive given how new she was to this little disaster group. Zabini, arriving with an apple and absolutely perfect timing for once, took one look at the diary and said, that looks cursed enough to charge rent. Harry leaned back in his chair. Good. You're all here, we need a plan. The plan changed 3 times in the next 2 days because the diary kept getting smarter. It answered questions in ink, but only the ones it wanted to. Tom was careful, charming when he felt like it, sharp when Harry pushed too hard. He never outright lied in obvious ways, which made him more dangerous because it meant every true thing could be aimed. Harry wrote, why invite me? The diary answered, because you can hear the chamber. Harry wrote, why are students being attacked? Tom answered, because weak people open doors and stronger things walk through. Harry wrote, are you controlling the basilisk now? Tom answered after a pause, not controlling, guiding. That word mattered. Harry showed it to Daphne, Hermione, and Zabini in an empty classroom after dark. Guiding, Hermione said, furious with the page. So someone else opened access and he's using it. Or he's using someone else, Daphne said. Zabini leaned against a desk and looked between them. Can I say the uncomfortable thing? Harry looked at him. Please, this sounds like possession. Nobody liked that, but nobody disagreed either. The more Harry wrote, the more it felt like Tom wasn't fully loose in the diary but wasn't fully trapped either. More like he had a line out, a hand somewhere in the school, someone living to push. Which led right back to the question of who. They started watching students differently. Not everyone. That would have been stupid and impossible, but anyone moving oddly after attacks. Anyone with gaps in time. Anyone showing signs of drain, confusion, compulsive behavior. Harry paid special attention to students who went near the second-floor bathroom too often. That was how Draco got dragged in properly. He cornered Harry outside potions looking annoyed enough to combust. You've been following me, Draco said. Harry looked at him. No, I haven't. Yes, you have. Harry glanced at Zabini, who was behind Draco, and looked innocent in a way that should have been illegal. He has a Draco spun. What? Zabini spread his hands. For 6 minutes, because you've been disappearing after curfew and I wanted to know if it was pathetic or interesting. Draco went red. I am not required to report my movements to you. Harry stepped in before this turned into useless bickering. Where were you last night? Draco looked at him. Why? Because there's a monster in the pipes and a haunted diary in the school and you've been sneaking around after hours. Harry kept his voice low and level. So answer. Draco's eyes widened once at haunted diary, then narrowed because he wasn't stupid enough to miss how much that meant. I was in the owlery. Why? Writing my mother. Zabini looked delighted. That is pathetic and interesting. Draco ignored him. And before you ask, yes, I was alone. Harry watched his face. Draco hated this. Hated being looked at like a suspect, but he also wasn't afraid in the right places for guilty. He was angry, embarrassed, and maybe a little hurt that Harry had even considered it. Useful information. All right, Harry said. Draco blinked. All right, you're clear for now. Draco stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Clear for Potter, are you investigating me? Harry looked at him. Would you tell me if I was? Draco opened his mouth. Shut it again. I hate when you do that. Harry shrugged. You keep setting it up. Draco made a strangled noise, and would probably have kept going if a prefect hadn't rounded the corner then, and sent all four of them in different directions with a threat involving Snape in detention. That would have been the end of Draco's contribution for the day if not for what happened that night. Harry and Daphne were in the common room, pretending to read. Hermione had finally gone to bed after spending 4 straight hours cross-referencing basilisk behavior with old chamber legends. Zabini was somewhere social, which meant probably collecting information without seeming to. Draco came down from the dormitory stairs with his face gone flat in the way it did when he was actually scared and trying not to show it. He crossed the room straight to Harry. Walk, he said again. Harry closed his book. You only ever say that when the conversation's bad. Then stop making me say it. They went into the side corridor just beyond the common room door. Draco looked over his shoulder twice before speaking. Someone searched my trunk. Harry's attention sharpened. What was taken? Nothing, that's worse. Depends. There was a note inside when I got back. Harry waited. Draco pulled a folded scrap from his sleeve and handed it over. Harry unfolded it. The chamber stirs. Choose correctly when the air descends. No signature. Harry looked up. You told anyone about our conversation? Number, you swear. Draco's face went red with offense. Yes. Harry studied him another second, then nodded. Okay. Draco crossed his arms hard enough to wrinkle the sleeves. What does it mean? I'm working on that. That is not comforting. Wasn't trying to comfort you. That should have made Draco snip back. He didn't. He just looked at the note in Harry's hand like it had insulted him personally. Someone's using my room, Draco said quietly. That should not be possible. Harry looked at him. Welcome to the club. Draco stared. Then to Harry's surprise, laughed once. A short, ugly sound with no humor in it. Right, he said. Fine, if you need to know something about the older Slytherins, ask me first. Better than looking like an idiot doing it yourself. Harry went still for half a second. There it was, not friendship, not even close, but a line crossing. Okay, Harry said. Draco nodded once like he regretted the entire exchange already and walked back into the common room without waiting to see what Harry did with the note. Harry stood in the corridor a minute longer. Then he tucked the note into his sleeve and went to find Daphne. The last piece came from the hospital wing again. Not through Megan or Justin, through Nick. The nearly headless Nick had recovered enough to drift weakly through one side of the room and complain about the indignity of being stiffened. He was not exactly recovered, but he was conversational, and Harry caught him alone while Madame Pomfrey was at the other end of the wing. Nick looked at him with the tragic dignity only a partially decapitated ghost could manage. Ah, Mr. Potter, Nick. You are becoming associated with entirely too many terrible corridor scenes. Yeah, I noticed. Nick folded ghostly hands over his chest. I suspect you did not come to discuss my health. Harry stepped closer. When you got hit. Did you see anything? Nick's expression shifted. An eye reflected in water first, large yellow, then a boy's voice farther down the corridor. Harry's scar tingled. What did the voice say? Nick frowned. He said not words I knew, Nick said slowly. It was hissing first, then after Justin saw it in the water and froze, I heard a girl breathing, fast, terrified, farther back in the corridor. Harry went still. A girl, he asked. Yes, small, not one of the older students. I thought she might scream, but she didn't. Then I was hit. Nick frowned harder as if digging around inside a damaged moment. And right before everything locked up, I heard another sound, crying. Choked off fast. Daphne's eyes flicked to Harry. Harry looked at Nick. Could you tell who? Number. Nick looked annoyed at himself. I was busy not being whatever I became for the last 2 days. Harry nodded once. Fair. Nick's gaze lingered on him. You are looking at this as if it has a shape. It does. Then I suggest you move faster than the staff, Nick said. No offense to your professors, but dead people notice delays more than the living do. Harry almost smiled. That sounds grim. It is grim, Nick said. There are students being picked off in the corridors. Harry glanced toward Justin, then back at Nick. Can I ask something weird? Nick drew himself up. Mr. Potter, I am a ghost. Your standards for weird should be higher. Harry nodded toward the far side of the wing. If I touched your arm, would you let me try to pull the last few seconds back? Nick's expression changed. Not outrage, not even fear exactly, more like the deep discomfort of someone realizing the strange rumor about you might be less rumor than advertised. You can do that? Nick asked. Harry was honest. Maybe. And if you're wrong? Harry looked at him. Then I stopped. Nick studied his face for a long beat. Ghosts did that differently, not through skin, through the places around it. Harry felt it happen. You would ask first, Nick said quietly. Yes. It mattered. Harry saw it land. At last Nick sighed. All right, but if you make this unpleasant, I shall be deeply dramatic about it for decades. Reasonable. Daphne stood by the bed, arms folded, eyes sharp, slow. Harry nodded and stepped closer. Nick held out one pale hand. Harry reached for the ghostly sleeve. His fingers passed through the first inch of it. Then the cold in his core shifted, locked, and found grip where normal flesh couldn't. Nick jolted. Oh, that is very odd. Sorry. Not painful, Nick said through tight surprise. Just wrong in a highly specific way. Harry breathed once, settled himself, and pushed carefully. Not a grab, not a rip. Just a slow slide into the last thing the ghost had held when the basilisk's stare caught him. The hospital wing vanished. He was back in the corridor, water across the stones. Justin skidding, looking up. Nick drifting toward him, turning because he'd heard the same hiss Harry knew too well now. And farther back at the turn in the hall, red hair, small frame, girl. Her face was partly hidden behind the wall. One hand braced against the stone like she was trying not to fall over. In the other hand, she held something dark pressed hard against her side. A book. The hiss came again, from the water, from the wall, from below. Girl whispered something in English this time, voice shaking so badly it nearly broke apart. Number please, number. Then yellow filled the water reflection and the memory tore away. Harry let go at once. The hospital wing slammed back around him. Nick drifted half a foot backward, hand to his throat out of pure instinct, even though there wasn't much throat left to worry about. That, he said hoarsely, was horrible and useful. Harry was breathing hard. Daphne stepped in close. What did you see? Harry looked at her, red-haired girl, small, a book. Nick went still. Daphne's face sharpened. You know who? Harry didn't answer. He didn't have to. There weren't many first-year red-haired girls in this castle. Nick glanced between them. I rather hope you are not about to accuse an injured child of commanding a murder serpent. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. Number, I'm about to accuse an injured child of maybe being used by a haunted book. Nick frowned. That is somehow not better. Nope. Daphne's voice dropped lower. If it's Ginny Weasley, she's not steering it fully, not from what you saw. I know. Harry looked at the beds again, the petrified students, the controlled panic of the wing. That's the problem. Because it was one thing to go after a monster in the walls. It was another thing entirely to go after the hand holding the door open if that hand belonged to an 11-year-old girl who looked half asleep in class and flinched every time someone said chamber 2 loudly. Harry left the wing with that sitting hard under his ribs. They found Hermione and Zabini in the library's back section, where the shelves blocked sound just enough to make conspiracies feel academically respectable. Hermione looked up from 3 open texts and took one look at Harry's face. That's bad, very, he said. Zabini leaned back in his chair. Good, we were almost having a normal evening. Harry gave them the short version first. Nick's memory, red hair, small girl. Book, water reflection, pleading voice. Hermione's expression shifted from curiosity to alarm to immediate logic. Ginny Weasley, maybe. Harry said. No, not maybe, that's one first-year girl. Hermione pressed both hands flat on the table. If she's involved, we have to tell. Harry cut in. Involved isn't the word. Hermione stared at him. She was scared, Harry said. She was begging something to stop. That slowed her, but only a little. Then she's being controlled. Guided, Harry said, thinking of Tom's answer in the diary. Hermione hated that distinction on sight. That's not enough of a difference to matter. It does if we're deciding whether she's the villain or the weapon, Daphne said. That shut the argument down long enough for everyone to think. Zabini, who had gone very still in that way he did when he'd moved from social mode to real mode, said, question. Harry looked at him. If the girl is being used, Zabini said. Who gave her the book? Nobody answered because none of them had won. Hermione said, we should take the diary to teacher. Harry looked at her. She saw the look. I know. I know what I'm saying, do you? Yes. She sounded mad that she had to. I know adults have been useless. I know they don't tell us things. But Harry, if there's a cursed object inside the school possessing students, and the wrong teacher hands it to the wrong ministry person. Harry said. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it. Daphne nodded once. That's the issue. Hermione glared at the table for a second, which was what she did when reality refused to behave properly. Then she looked back up. Fine, then not a teacher, McGonagall. Harry thought about that. McGonagall had told him to bring her inconvenient evidence. He almost trusted that, almost. But almost wasn't enough when the evidence was a child, a basilisk, a haunted diary, and whatever Cassian Thorn had been circling around the edges of all this for years. Not yet, Harry said. Hermione looked furious. Harry kept going before she could start. We need one thing first. What? Proof that Ginny's the one holding it open, not just being dragged near scenes. Proof. Hermione crossed her arms. And how are we getting that? Harry looked down at the diary in his bag, then back at the others. I'm going to ask Tom. That was a terrible idea. Everybody knew it at once. Zabini said it first. That is a terrible idea. Daphne said it second. Not alone, Hermione said it third. You are absolutely not letting a murderous book boy talk into your head by yourself again. Harry raised both hands slightly. Wow, teamwork. Nobody laughed. Fair enough, so they did it together. Not all four in the same room, because that would have been a good way to get caught and an even better way to let Tom know exactly how many people were onto him. Instead, they set up in an unused classroom one corridor over from the old shielded practice room Flitwick used for advanced demonstrations. Daphne and Zabini waited by the door with wands out. Hermione sat at the teacher's desk with a notebook open and an expression that said if Tom Riddle so much as breathed manipulative nonsense, she would file it under 7 categories of illegal. Harry put the diary on a student desk in the middle of the room and wrote, "You know, Ginny." The ink sat there for 1 second, then it sank. Tom's answer spread across the page in neat dark lines. "I know many people, you'll need to be less dull." Harry snorted softly and wrote, "Red-haired girl, first year at the corridor with Justin." The pause this time lasted longer. Then, "Ah, so you found her." Daphne went very still by the door. Hermione muttered, "Smug little bastard." Harry kept writing, "She's not doing this willingly." Tom's response came back almost at once. "What does willing mean when you've already handed over the keys?" Harry stared at the line. Hermione leaned over his shoulder, quill poised above her own notes. "Ask what he wants from her." Harry wrote it. Tom replied, "Access, attention, a body that still has blood. Nobody in the room like that." Harry's jaw tight. He wrote, "You've already had access." "Not enough," Tom wrote. "Not until now, not with you here." The scar on Harry's forehead burned. Hermione saw it and swore under her breath. "He keeps circling back to you." Harry wrote, "Why me?" Tom's answer took longer this time. "Because you are a locked door pretending to be a boy." That hit harder than Harry wanted it to. He stared at the words. Tom wrote again before Harry did, "And because the chamber knows your name." The room went dead quiet. Even Zabini, who had been leaning against the wall looking detached on purpose, straightened fully. Harry looked at the page and felt every cold wrong part of his magic sharpen. He wrote, "Then you opened it for me." Tom answered, "Number I opened it because it was mine." Everything after that became more interesting. Harry glanced at the others. Hermione's face had gone pale with anger. Daphne S. had gone colder than the lake windows. Zabini looked like he just realized the gossip had teeth. Harry wrote one more line. "Where is Ginny now?" Tom did not answer immediately. Then, in smooth, dark strokes that made Hermione half rise from her chair, below, Harry's hand tightened on the quill. "Below where?" Tom answered, "Exactly where the wall invited you." The ink faded. Nothing else came. Harry shut the diary with enough force to crack the desk's old varnish. Hermione was up instantly. "We go to McGonagall now." "No," Harry said. She stared. "He has Ginny." "I know, so we tell someone." "And then what?" Harry turned on her. "We bring a teacher the diary, say there's a girl in the chamber, explain I know because the magical murder book told me so, and hope nobody stupid touches it before we get there." Hermione looked like she wanted to throw the chair at him. "At least it would be adults." "Adults are the reason I'm not doing that." That one landed hard enough to stop everybody. Harry heard it after he said it and didn't take it back. Daphne stepped in before the room could split down the middle. "Enough." Hermione turned on her. "No, not enough. If Ginny is down there losing blood to whatever Tom means by access, every minute matters." "I know," Daphne said, voice level and cutting through the panic by refusing to match it. "And if we take the wrong route and someone from the ministry gets the diary before McGonagall does, we lose more than the girl." Hermione's breathing went quick and angry. "You don't know that." "No," Daphne said, "I know the school is already being watched by people who had papers ready before the second victim. That's close enough." Zabini, very calm now, said, "We have 2 problems. Rescue and exposure. If we pick only one, we lose." Harry looked at the diary, then at the others. "We split it," he said. 3 heads turned toward him. "How?" Hermione demanded. Harry thought fast and out loud. "I go in. One of you gets McGonagall after I'm already under the sink." Hermione opened her mouth. Harry cut her off. "Listen, if McGonagall knows while I'm already moving, she can cover the adults and stop any ministry interference on the way down. But if we wait to tell her first, we risk delay, confiscation, or the wrong ears." Daphne stared at him for a long second. Zabini said, "That is uncomfortably good." Hermione looked horrified that it made sense. "You still can't go alone." Harry looked at Daphne. She met his eyes and did not blink. "I'm coming." He knew she'd say it. "I knew you'd say that," he said. "Good." Hermione made a frustrated sound. "That still leaves one of us fetching McGonagall and one staying topside." "I'll fetch," Zabini said immediately. "People listen when I'm calm." "That's not why they listen," Hermione muttered. He smiled without humor. "Still useful." Hermione looked between them. "Then I'm going down too." Harry shook his head. Number, her face went bright with rage. Excuse me, you're best with the books and the teachers. If we don't come back up and Zabini gets intercepted or delayed, you're the one who can force McGonagall to understand fast. Hermione stared at him. Daphne said quietly, he's right. That made Hermione even angrier, which was impressive because she had already been at a high level. For one bad second, Harry thought she might actually refuse and run to a professor out of principle. Then she looked at the diary, thought about Ginny, thought about what mattered most in the next 10 minutes. And nodded once, sharp enough to count as violence. Fine, she said, but if you die, I'll be unbearable about it. Harry almost grinned. You already are. She pointed a finger right in his face. That was not permission to be funny. Noted, they moved. The second-floor bathroom at night felt even more wrecked than usual. Myrtle was already there, pacing between cubicles like she'd felt the urgency in the pipes. You're back, she said, then she saw their faces. Oh, this is serious. Harry put the diary on the sink ledge. Ginny's down there. Myrtle's eyes widened. Alive, for now. That's usually how rescues start. Harry looked at the snake-catch tap. Open. The sink split and slid down. Hermione inhaled sharply even though she'd been told about it. Zabini looked down into the pipe and said, I hate that shape more than I expected. Daphne pulled her wand. How are we getting down? Harry looked into the dark shaft. Slime, old stone, no ladder, no decent footholds. Then he shrugged and swung one leg over the edge. Hermione stared. That's your plan? Pretty much. That's not a plan, that's gravity. Harry looked at her over his shoulder. Tell McGonagall everything except the parcel tongue until she's already moving. Then tell her that too if you have to. Hermione's jaw set. Come back. It wasn't a request. Harry nodded once. Zabini said, I'll make sure the corridor doesn't go stupid. Daphne checked her grip on the wand and gave Harry a look that meant move, so he did. He slid into the pipe. It was foul. Cold slime everywhere, walls slick, the kind of smell that lived in forgotten drains and old rot. Harry went down hard at first, then faster, then the pipe twisted so sharply he had to brace shoulders and knees to keep from smashing his face into the stone. Behind him he heard Daphne drop in and swear with feeling when she hit a bend. Still glad you came, he called back. Yes, she snapped. Ask me again after the next corner. He laughed once and kept moving. The pipe spat him out into darkness and wet stone. Harry landed, rolled, came up low with wand out. Lumos. Light jumped from the tip. Huge tunnel, floor slick with grime, bones in the corners. Small ones, rats probably. Maybe not all rats. The air was thick and old and moved just enough to say there was a bigger space ahead. Daphne hit the ground beside him 2 seconds later, caught herself on one hand, rose without complaint, and pointed her wand down the tunnel. This place is disgusting. Yeah, they moved. Harry kept the diary in his bag. He didn't want it in his hand anymore, didn't want Tom getting the satisfaction of being carried like he mattered. But he also knew it mattered more than almost anything else down here. The tunnel dipped, widened, then split around a collapsed section of masonry. Harry stopped at the fork. You hearing anything? Daphne asked. He listened, not with ears first. With the hiss sense, the thing in the walls that had been needling at him for weeks. Left, said the cold, then louder from far ahead. Come. Harry looked left, that way. Daphne did not ask how he knew, she just nodded and followed. That was one of the reasons she was down here and not someone else. The tunnels changed as they went, less pipe, more worked stone. Someone had shaped this place on purpose once. Serpent carvings curled along the archways, worn smooth in places by age and water. Here and there Harry saw silver marks in the mortar that didn't match the old work. He stopped at the first one. A thin metal spike driven into the wall between 2 stones, not decorative, not ancient. Fresh enough that the metal still held a brighter sheen under the grime. Daphne bent beside him. What is that? Harry touched it with 2 fingers. Cold shot up his hand and brought a flash with it. A man's gloved hand hammering the spike in. A low voice saying, if Potter comes through here, the containment net activates on the 3rd anchor. Harry jerked his hand back. Daphne was already watching his face. What did you get? He looked at the spike. This wasn't for the basilisk. Her eyes narrowed. Meaning, it's recent. He stood, and it's here for me. Daphne stared into the tunnel ahead. Cassian Thorn, yeah. That changed the air between them in a way neither of them said out loud. Up until now, the ministry pressure around Harry had been real but external. Files, watchers, operatives in alleys, notes in trunks, that was ugly enough. This was inside Hogwarts, inside the chamber route. Somebody had expected Harry to come down here. Can you pull it out? Daphne asked. Harry braced one hand on the wall and yanked. The spike came free with a screech of metal against stone. A pulse ran through the tunnel. Not magical explosion, just a network somewhere realizing one of its teeth had gone missing. Daphne's expression did not improve. Subtle, didn't feel like being subtle. He pocketed the spike. Evidence? She asked. Evidence. They kept moving faster after that. The next chamber was circular and full of old snake statues with mouths open toward the ceiling. A bad place to fight, Harry thought automatically. Too many blind angles. He also noticed more silver traces in the floor, thin lines worked into the cracks like somebody had started building a ritual grid and then stopped halfway through. Not stopped, paused. Harry's jaw tightened. The anti-divine lot hadn't just been watching the chamber story happen. They'd been setting the space to catch him if he ever came below. The thing that made him angriest was how tidy that felt. How sensible in the ugly language of people like Cassian Thorne. Let the school panic. Let the monster herd the boy. Let him prove what he is by going where only he can go. Then close the net. Harry hated neat plans built around children. The hiss came again, closer now, hungry. Daphne heard something this time too because she stopped mid-step. That, Harry nodded. Yeah, then they heard a voice, not the hiss. Human voice, male, young, Tom, so you came. The tunnel ahead opened into the final chamber. Harry saw it all at once. Massive stone room, pillars carved into coiling serpents, greenish torchlight with no visible source. At the far end, a huge stone face he knew on sight had to be Salazar Slytherin because nobody else would build themselves that large under a school. On the floor before the statue lay Ginny Weasley. Still, too still. And standing over her, school-aged and smiling like he owned the air, was Tom Riddle. Not diary memory Tom. More than that now. Still not full flesh, but sharper, denser, dark hair, neat school robes hanging perfectly. One hand loose at his side as if he had all the time in the world. Harry stepped forward. Daphne's wand came up instantly. Tom's eyes flicked to her. You brought company. Yeah, Harry said. Felt like mixing it up. Tom looked pleased. And here I thought you'd come alone. You disappoint me. Harry glanced once at Ginny, chest rising, barely alive. Good. Tom noticed the glance, for now. Daphne moved half a step toward Ginny. Tom said conversationally, I wouldn't. She stopped. Harry kept his voice level. Let her go. Tom laughed softly. You say that like she's mine to keep. She opened the door. I only walked through. By eating her out of a diary. Tom gave him a polite smile. Words matter. I prefer borrowing what she offered. Harry's hands clenched. Tom's gaze dropped to them, then to Harry's scar. There it is again, that strain in you, anger riding over caution because somebody else got used. You're very easy to pull when it's that string. Harry took another step. Daphne said quietly, Harry, meaning don't let him set the pace. Harry knew. He stopped. Tom looked between them. I wondered if you'd be like this, attached, still choosing people. It seems inefficient. Maybe if you weren't trapped in stationery you'd get it, Harry said. That got a flash of real irritation across Tom's face. Good, Tom said, I am not trapped. Harry set the bag with the diary on the floor between them and pulled it out. Really? Tom's eyes sharpened. Daphne saw it too. That hurts him. Noted, Harry said. Tom smiled again, but it was thinner now. Careful. If you damage that carelessly, the girl dies with it. Harry's jaw set. There it was, the actual hostage line. Daphne's voice stayed cool. Then we don't damage it carelessly. Tom looked at her with fresh interest. You're smarter than most of the people he keeps around him in his future. Harry blinked. His what? Tom tilted his head. Oh, did I say that aloud? Harry ignored the bait and looked around the chamber instead. No basilisk visible. That made it worse, not better. Where is it? He asked. Tom's smile turned almost fond. You can hear her, can't you? Harry felt the hiss answer in the walls, behind the statue, inside the mouth, everywhere. Tom saw him understand. Call to her, Tom said. Go on, let's see what you sound like when you stop pretending you're not built for this. Daphne said very quietly, don't. Harry looked at Tom, then at the giant stone face, then at Ginny, pale on the floor. Tom spread his hands. You came for the girl. The way to the girl goes through me. The way through me goes through the chamber. We're past dancing around it. Harry's scar burned. The chamber knows your name. He hated how true that felt down here. He hated more that part of him wanted to answer, so instead he said, you talk too much. Tom's smile vanished. Harry snapped the diary open and wrote one word hard enough to tear the page. Lie. Ink blazed across the paper. Tom flinched, not big, not dramatic, but real. Daphne saw it and moved instantly, firing a stunner at his chest. Tom twisted aside and the spell blasted a chunk off a stone pillar. Better, Tom said and lifted his hand. A jet of green light slammed into Daphne's shield. She skidded back across the chamber floor, boots scraping. Harry was moving before thought. He shoved the diary back into the bag, drew his wand, and fired 3 spells in a row, not elegant, just fast. Tom deflected 2 and sidestepped the 3rd. Harry, Tom said, actually laughing now, that's almost rude. Then he hissed one word toward the statue. The mouth of Salazar Slytherin opened. The basilisk came out. Massive didn't cover it. Harry had seen big things already this year. Fluffy on the 3rd floor, Hagrid, the castle itself doing what it did in the dark. None of that prepared him for a serpent thick as a tree trunk pouring out of a stone mouth with yellow eyes and scales that scraped sparks from the floor. Daphne swore and turned her face away in the same motion, shield charm up again. Indirect only, Harry shouted. Obviously, the basilisk hissed. To Harry's horror, the words translated, "Warm one, bloodkin, not blood, not blood." Tom's voice cut over it. "Kill them." The basilisk lunged. Harry hit the floor flat as its head smashed through where he'd been. Stone exploded. Daphne sent a blasting curse into the side of its neck, not enough to do real damage, but enough to make it whip around toward her instead. Harry rolled up onto one knee and shouted in Parseltongue before he could stop himself. "Stop!" The chamber rang with it. The basilisk froze. Tom went dead still. Daphne stared at Harry despite herself. "Well, that's out now." "Yeah," Harry said, already hating tomorrow. The basilisk's head turned toward him, huge blind hunger filling the room. "Not master," it hissed. "Door blood, grave blood." Tom's eyes had gone very bright. "There you are." Harry ignored him and kept his focus on the serpent. "Do not attack." Tom snapped in the same hissing language, "Obey me." The basilisk shuddered. Harry felt it then, the splitting command. Tom had the old claim, the chamber claim, the line through the diary, and whatever blood magic Salazar had built into this place. Harry had something weirder, not inheritance, not exactly, not even dominance, recognition. Death sat in his core, and the basilisk, ancient murderous thing that it was, could smell it. The serpent writhed, caught between orders. Tom's smile had gone from pleased to hungry. Fascinating. Daphne, never one to waste a useful distraction, sprinted low across the chamber toward Ginny. Tom saw and flicked his wand. A black curse tore toward her. Harry moved without thinking. He stepped into it. The curse hit him in the ribs. Pain flashed hot, then cold devoured it. Harry's back arched once. The curse drained into his core, burned down into fuel, and left him standing. Tom stared. Daphne stared. Harry straightened and looked down at himself. No wound, shirt scorched, skin under it already fine. "Right," he said and looked up at Tom. "That's getting less surprising every time." Tom's face changed. Not fear, recognition. "Hungry recognition." "Oh," he said softly. "Oh, that is what you are." Harry did not like that tone at all. Tom took one slow step forward. "No wonder the scar didn't kill you. No wonder the chamber turned toward you. No wonder the diary could feel another imprint in the break." His eyes dropped to Harry's chest, almost seeing through robe and skin. "Your core feeds on death." Daphne reached Ginny and dragged her behind a pillar. Tom barely spared them a glance now. He was locked onto Harry. "You were supposed to die," Tom said almost to himself. "And instead the curse rooted. It fed you. It changed the breach." He laughed once, delighted and awful. "You are a miracle made out of bad intent." Harry's grip tightened on his wand. "You done?" "Not even close." Tom raised his wand. Green light this time. Clear, clean, no hiding it. Avada Kedavra. Daphne shouted something. Harry didn't hear it. The killing curse hit him dead center. Cold ripped through every vein in his body. Not pain, not exactly. More like every part of him opened at once. The chamber sharpened. Cuts on his hands closed. Bruises he'd forgotten vanished. The tiredness from 3 straight weeks of bad sleep burned off in one savage wave. Harry inhaled. Green faded into black under his skin. Tom's wand hand shook. "No," Tom said. Harry took one step forward. Tom fired again, same result. This time Harry actually laughed, short and mean and honest, because the look on Tom's face was worth it. "Bad choice," Harry said. Tom's composure cracked. The basilisk felt it too. Harry saw the moment the serpent sensed weakness in one source of command and interest in the other. Tom hissed furiously, "Kill him." Harry shouted over him, "Not me." The basilisk lunged anyway because ancient murder snake did not really care about clarity so much as momentum. Harry shoved sideways, grabbed a fallen stone shard from the broken pillar and slammed it at the basilisk's eye as it passed. Not elegant, effective enough. The shard bounced off scales, but the serpent flinched and turned its head just far enough that Daphne, from behind cover, hit its other side with a slicing curse that opened a line across the scale joints. Dark blood sprayed. The basilisk screamed. Tom swore and moved, wand flashing through spells too fast for Harry to track one by one. Harry shielded 2, ducked a 3rd, took a 4th across the shoulder and felt it burn down into nothing before it could do more than scorch cloth. That was the part Tom handled worst. Every time Harry should have slowed, he didn't. Every time Tom aimed death, Harry got sharper. Tom realized it in stages and hated each one more than the last. "What are you?" he demanded. Harry slammed a cutting curse at his wand hand. Tom deflected barely. "Busy," Harry said. Daphne shouted from the far side, "Harry, fang." Harry turned just enough to see it, where the basilisk had smashed its head into stone. One long venomous fang had cracked loose and skidded across the floor toward a pillar base. Tom saw it too. Both of them moved. Harry got there first by one breath. He snatched up the fang, rolled under another spell, and came up with basilisk venom burning lines into the stone where the tip dragged. Tom's eyes went to the diary bag on the floor. Harry followed the glance. There it was, the actual heart. Tom launched forward. Harry met him halfway, not with magic first. With the fang in one hand and his wand in the other and every bit of alley fight instinct he'd learned before Hogwarts came along and gave it better tools. Tom was quicker than a school memory should have been. Harry gave him that. He moved like somebody who had spent a lot of time winning rooms and expected bodies to follow. Their shoulders hit. Harry slammed the fang in. Tom twisted. It tore robe, not skin, which was annoying because Tom barely had proper skin to begin with. Tom's wand cracked against Harry's cheek. Pain flashed. Gone. Harry drove his elbow into Tom's ribs and felt something almost solid there. Tom hissed in Harry's face, "You should have been mine." Harry headbutted him. Tom reeled back with genuine surprise all over his perfect face. "See," Harry said, breathing hard, "that's why nobody likes you." Tom screamed something in Parseltongue. The basilisk whipped around from Daphne's curses and came straight at Harry, too close, too fast. Harry did the only thing he had. He turned toward it fully and shouted from someplace deep and cold and older than he understood, "Kneel." The word cracked through the chamber. The basilisk hit the floor, not gentle. Full body impact, scales scraping stone, head dropping so hard the pillars shook. Its enormous yellow eye locked on Harry, not obedient, not tame, but stunned into submission by something it recognized and hated. Harry stared back. The serpent hissed low and furious. Graveson, Tom had gone white. Daphne had gone very still near Ginny's pillar. Harry's heart hammered once in his throat. He had no idea where that word had come from. He also did not have time to examine it. He ran 3 strides to the bag. Tom, too slow now, scrambling to recover, rage wrecking the smooth edges that had made him dangerous. Harry kicked the diary clear of the bag, caught it against his leg, pinned it to the floor with one hand, and hesitated. Not because of Tom, because of Ginny. Tom was telling the truth. Destroying the diary wrong could kill her. Tom saw the hesitation and smiled through blood at the corner of his mouth. There you are, still choosing people over victory. Harry looked from the diary to Ginny's pale body. Daphne reading him from across the room because of course she was, shouted, "Ask him the condition." Harry looked up. "What condition?" "If she dies with it," Daphne snapped. "How does he know?" "Ask the actual mechanism." Tom laughed. "You think I'd explain that now?" Harry almost shouted back that he had to try, but the answer came from somewhere else. Myrtle's voice, distant and ghost-thin, echoing in his head from the bathroom. Boy's voice, black book eyes, then the feel of Ginny and Nick's memory, begging it to stop. Not tethered to the book by life. Drained by it, there was a difference. Harry knew it suddenly the way he knew Parseltongue. The diary wasn't holding Ginny alive. It was hollowing her out to step further in. Destroying it wouldn't cut her life. It would stop the drain. Tom saw the decision hit his face and shouted, actually shouted now, "No." Harry drove the basilisk fang straight down through the diary. The book screamed. Not Tom. The diary itself, splitting under venom and magic and old stolen life all at once. Ink exploded like blood. Tom doubled over as if Harry had gutted him. The chamber shook. The basilisk reared, hissing in pain and fury as the old command structure snapped. Harry yanked the fang free and stabbed again just to be sure. The diary split open all the way. Tom's body flickered. His face changed, panic and hatred and disbelief all scrambling together. "You ruined." Harry stabbed the book a third time. Tom came apart, not cleanly, not dramatically. He shredded down the middle into smoke and black ink and a scream that went on too long and then stopped because there was nothing left to keep making it. Silence crashed down. For one beautiful second, Harry thought that might be it. Then the basilisk, now free of Tom and very much not in a forgiving mood, surged upright with murder in every scale. Daphne shouted, "Harry!" The serpent came straight for him. He ran left. It crashed through the pillar where he'd been, shattering stone. Harry slipped in blood and slime, hit one knee, rolled as jaws snapped shut inches from his shoulder. Too big to outrun an open floor, too fast on the strike. Too blind with rage to recommand safely now that Tom's control was gone and Harry's own claim was shaky at best. He needed a kill. He had a fang. He had one chance. "Daphne," he shouted. She understood before he finished. Good. A blasting curse hit the basilisk's head from the right, not to wound, to turn. The serpent whipped toward her, mouth opening in a hiss that rattled the room. Harry sprinted straight for it. Every instinct he had screamed against running at a giant snake. He ignored all of them. The basilisk struck at Daphne's last position. She dropped flat, rolled behind the half-broken pillar, and the snake's jaw hit stone. Harry jumped. One foot on rubble, one hand on scale ridge, momentum carrying him up the side of its neck in a move he absolutely could not have pulled off last month and still barely pulled off now. The scales tore his palms. Didn't matter. He hauled himself higher as the basilisk thrashed. Then he drove the fang down with both hands into the softer scale joint behind the skull. The basilisk convulsed. Harry almost lost his grip. Black blood fountained up his arms. The serpent slammed itself sideways into a pillar, trying to crush him. Harry wrenched free just in time and hit the floor hard enough to knock the breath out of himself. The basilisk crashed, writhed, and tore half the chamber apart in the process. Then, finally, it went still. Harry lay on the stone floor, staring at the ceiling and panting. Everything hurt. Then the second-to-last curse Tom had hit him with burned down all the way, and a wave of cold strength moved through him again. Cuts sealed, bruises eased, breathing steadied, he sat up. Daphne was already at Ginny. Harry got to his feet and went to them, stepping over broken scales and stone. Ginny looked terrible, paler than before, lips grayish but breathing a little easier now that the diary was gone. Daphne looked up. She's still here. Harry knelt and put 2 fingers against Ginny's throat. Pulse. Weak, present, he exhaled slowly. Then the chamber walls hummed, not the same as before. This was the ministry medal. Harry turned. The silver lines in the floor had lit up. Not bright, but active. Thin net of pale light spreading from the spikes he'd noticed on the way in, converging toward the center of the chamber, toward him. Move, Harry snapped. Daphne hauled Ginny by the shoulders clear of the nearest line. Harry followed the pattern fast with his eyes. 3 anchors, one he'd already ripped free in the tunnel. 2 more still active, feeding the grid from opposite sides of the room. Containment net activates on the 3rd anchor. He heard the flashed voice in his head again and swore. They built a cage, Daphne said, for me. The silver light rose higher, waist level now. The lines curved inward as if learning his outline. Harry's skin crawled. He ran to the nearest anchor. A spike set into the base of a serpent pillar stamped with the same damaged crest as the silver fragment from Megan's scene. Ministry make fresh. He jammed the basilisk fang under the lip and pried. The spike fought him with real magic, bound in, locked to blood recognition maybe. He shoved harder. The silver net tightened around his chest and arms like cold wire. Harry snarled and yanked with both hands. The spike tore free. The net flickered. Not enough. Daphne was already at the 2nd anchor, wand out, blasting curse after curse into the stone around it. Chunks broke free. The spike held. Harry, he ran. The net tightened mid-stride and slammed into him harder, wrapping ribs and shoulders, driving him half to his knees. Cold met cold. The net wanted containment, suppression, magical pinning. Harry's core answered with grave ice and raw refusal. The wires sizzled against his skin. He hit the 2nd anchor low, shoulder into stone, one hand closing around the exposed silver spike. This time he didn't pull with muscle first. He fed it death, not death magic as a neat category. Just that cold, impossible force in his core, the same thing that ate killing curses and made dead birds stand up and made ghosts stop in corridors. The silver spike blackened in his hand, then cracked. The net collapsed. All the light went out at once. Harry stumbled backward, breathing hard, half exhilarated and half sick because that had felt easy in a way he didn't trust. Daphne stared at the ash-black remains of the spike in his hand. That, she said, looked alarming. Yeah, he turned the broken metal over. Stamped on the inner side, hidden unless you snapped it, was a tiny mark. CT. Harry looked at it. Daphne leaned in, saw it, went very still. Cashin Thorn, she said. Yeah. Harry shoved the broken spike into his pocket beside the first one and looked around the ruined chamber. Tom gone, basilisk dead, diary destroyed, Ginny alive. And hidden in the path, not old Salazar relics, not school wards, not random dark magic, but a modern ministry containment grid with Cashin Thorn's initials under the plating. Not to stop the basilisk. To catch Harry when he came, he thought about every attack, every victim pushed into a corridor near him, every note, every inspection team paper, every watcher. Rage came up cold and clean. Get Ginny, he said. Daphne blinked once. What? Get Ginny up the tunnel. What about you? Harry looked at the stone face of Salazar Slytherin and the side passage he'd barely noticed before now, half hidden behind rubble and fresh ministry silver marks. There's more down here. Daphne stared at him. Harry, I'm not leaving without everything. That got her full attention because she heard what he meant, not just proof, everything, every hidden hand, every bit of this setup they'd built around him. Ginny coughed, that decided it. Daphne set her jaw, 2 minutes. She hauled Ginny more securely under the shoulders and started toward the tunnel. Harry moved for the side passage. It opened into a small work chamber behind the main room, newer stone patched into older walls. Not ancient chamber architecture, add-on, deliberate, a staging room, and inside it on a narrow iron table sat 3 things. A roll of ministry parchment sealed in dark wax. A small metal case with slots for the same silver spikes he'd just ripped apart. And a spearhead of black iron etched in lines that made his scar ache on sight. Harry knew what it was before he touched it, not because anyone had told him, because the thing in his core recoiled from it for the first time in his life. Anti-divine, built to pin blood like his. He grabbed the parchment first and broke the seal. Fast reading, clean handwriting, official enough to stink. Maintain observational distance until chamber access event. Allow school authorities to respond first if civilian casualties remain within acceptable threshold. Subject HP. Expected to pursue subterranean route if air trigger proves effective. Containment lattice authorized for emergency field test. Retrieval authority pending expanded school incident justification. C. Thorn. Harry stared at the line. Civilian casualties remain within acceptable threshold until the letters blurred for 1 ugly second. Then he folded the parchment with perfect care and tucked it inside his robe. Daphne appeared in the doorway, breathing hard from hauling Ginny, but very much not gone yet. Harry, he held up the parchment. Her eyes scanned it. Any color left in her face vanished. Acceptable threshold, she said flatly. Harry looked at the spearhead. Yeah. She stepped into the little room and saw that too. Don't touch it, Bear. He looked at her. You know what it is? Not exactly. Enough. Her voice had gone tight in a new way. My mother mentioned old blood-pinning weapons in family histories, mostly theories, tools for binding entities touched by outside power, gods, spirit lines, that kind of thing. Harry laughed once with no humor in it. Great. Harry. He looked at her. The anger in him must have been showing more than he realized, because she came right up into his space and put one hand on his wrist, grounding and direct. Take the parchment, she said. Take the case if you can. Leave the spearhead unless you have cloth. He drew a breath. Another. Nodded. She handed him her outer robe cloak already twisted loose. He wrapped it around his hand and picked up the spearhead anyway, because leaving anti-divine murder hardware in a secret room under a school seemed stupid. The instant he lifted it, the chamber shuddered. Not collapse, recognition. The spearhead hummed against the cloth like it had been waiting for contact. Harry shoved it into the metal case, slammed the lid, and the hum cut off. Move, Daphne said. This time he agreed. The way back up was worse, because now there was a half-conscious Ginny to drag and adrenaline wearing off in fast, ugly chunks. They got to the pipe. Harry looked at the vertical slime tube and then at Ginny. Daphne said, please tell me you have a plan better than gravity now. He looked at Ginny, then at the pipe, then at the cold in his core. Maybe. What does maybe mean? He crouched, put one hand against the pipe wall, and let the death cold slide outward just enough to stiffen the slime and old residue into a brittle black crust over the lower section. Not the whole pipe, just enough foothold texture to climb. Daphne stared. Harry looked back at her. Maybe means don't ask me how until later. She almost laughed and then didn't, because Ginny made a weak sound. Together they got her up. It took forever. Harry went first, bracing and hauling. Daphne pushed from below, steady and relentless. Ginny drifted in and out enough to moan once when her shoulders scraped stone, which was the nicest sound Harry had heard all night. When he finally shoved open the sink root and crawled half out onto the bathroom tiles, Hermione was there on her knees in front of the opening, wand out, hair falling out of its plate, looking like she'd been 1 second from diving in herself. Finally, she snapped, which was the most relieved word Harry had ever heard. Then she saw the blood all over him. What happened? Long story. Zabini appeared in the doorway. McGonagall's coming, and she brought half the school with her because apparently panic is a group activity. He stopped because Daphne emerged next, dragging Ginny's shoulders. Everything in his face sharpened. Right, that's the urgent bit. Harry hauled Ginny fully out onto the floor. Hermione moved instantly, checking breathing, pulse, pupils, everything she could without a healer's training but with enough practical sense to matter. Alive, she said. Weak, we need Pomfrey now. Voices pounded down the corridor. McGonagall hit the doorway first, with Snape and Pomfrey right behind her, followed by what looked like every adult in the castle who could move quickly and several who just hated being left out. McGonagall took in the scene in one sweep. Broken bathroom, open sink still shifting back into place. Harry covered in blood that was mostly not his, Daphne on one knee breathing hard, Ginny on the floor. Hermione and Zabini both awake after curfew, looking like the school had finally become their problem personally. Her eyes locked on Harry. Explain, she said. Harry looked at Ginny first. Hospital wing. That was enough for Pomfrey. She and McGonagall got Ginny up between them and moved fast. No further questions for the moment. Smart. Snape did not move. His eyes dropped to the blood, then to Harry's face, then lower, like he was checking for actual wounds and finding the lack of them suspicious. Dumbledore arrived then. Of course he did. The corridor quieted around him in that strange way it always did, like the castle itself had learned to pause. His eyes went first to the sink, then to Harry. Then to the bulging metal case under Harry's arm. Interesting night, Dumbledore said softly. Harry looked at him, tired enough and angry enough that the usual careful responses had burned off. You don't get vague answers from me tonight, he said, and I'm not taking them from you. The corridor went very still. Snape turned his head sharply. Potter, Dumbledore lifted one hand without looking away from Harry. Snape stopped talking. McGonagall returned to the bathroom doorway without Pomfrey, face set hard. Miss Weasley is alive, drained, not dying. Harry let out a breath he hadn't noticed he was holding. Dumbledore nodded once. Good. Then he looked at Harry again. What did you find? Harry reached into his robe, pulled out the folded parchment and handed it over. No speeches, no setup, just the paper. Dumbledore opened it. Read. And for the first time since Harry had known him, the old man's expression actually broke. Not for long enough. McGonagall stepped in close. Albus, Dumbledore passed her the parchment. She read. Her face went cold in a completely different way than Dumbledore's had. Snape took it next without permission, because Snape only respected procedural boundaries when they amused him. He read too. The silence in the bathroom after that was the sort that changed years. McGonagall looked up first. Cassian Thorne, Harry nodded, and a containment grid in the chamber root. Snape's eyes snapped to him. You went below, obviously. No, McGonagall said sharply to Snape this time because that argument could wait. She looked back at Harry. The chamber, Harry nodded once. Open, basilisk dead, diary destroyed. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Diary. Harry met it. Tom Riddle. That one hit even Snape. The adults looked at each other in one fast, hard exchange full of history Harry did not currently have the patience for. He lifted the metal case. And this. McGonagall took the case, opened it carefully. Saw the spearhead wrapped in cloth, closed it again at once. What? She asked very quietly. Did you touch this with her cloak? Harry said, nodding at Daphne. McGonagall looked relieved enough to be visible about it, which told Harry plenty. Dumbledore said, Professor Snape, please escort Miss Greengrass, Miss Granger, and Mr. Zabini to a secure room and do not let them out of your sight until I say so. Snape opened his mouth like he might object to the last part on principle, then thought better of it. Come, Hermione stiffened. We are not being punished for helping save Ginny. This is not punishment, McGonagall said. Daphne rose smoothly. Go. Harry looked at her. She held his eyes for a second, steady as ever. No panic, no softness, just the clear, hard look of someone saying, don't let them bury this. He gave the smallest nod. Snape swept the others out. Now it was Harry, McGonagall, and Dumbledore in a ruined bathroom with an open murder sink and too much truth on the tiles. Dumbledore looked at the sealed case, then at Harry. You killed the basilisk. Yes, you destroyed the diary. Yes, you entered the chamber knowing a student was below. Yes, you did not inform a teacher before entering. One corner of Dumbledore's mouth almost moved, not amusement. Something closer to exhausted acknowledgement. McGonagall, however, said, Harry. He looked at her. She held the parchment in one hand and the case in the other. If you had died tonight, I didn't. That is not a defense. It is tonight. That shut her up for one sharp second. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on Harry's face. Tom Riddle saw something in you. Harry went still. Of course he'd go there. Yes, Harry said. Will you tell me what? Harry laughed once, tired and rough. Will you tell me what instrument in my vault got modified and why Cassian Thorne's been circling my life since before I got here? Dumbledore did not answer. Harry nodded. Thought so. McGonagall closed her eyes briefly like she was one sentence away from throwing half the staff into the lake. Enough. She pointed at the parchment. This alone is grounds for inquiry and suspension of ministry access. Harry looked at her. Good. Dumbledore folded his hands in his sleeves. It is also evidence that someone wanted precisely this chain of events. Harry's stare sharpened. Meaning, Dumbledore said that the attacks had more than one audience. Harry thought about that. The basilisk and Tom targeted students. The message targeted him. The containment grid targeted what he'd reveal when cornered. The ministry papers anticipated his dissent. Yeah, more than one audience. Harry's hands clenched. So they let kids get hurt to see what I do. Within acceptable threshold, McGonagall said, and there was enough fury in her voice now that Harry almost felt sorry for whoever got in front of it next. Almost. Dumbledore looked at the sink. We will speak more in the morning. Harry stared at him. No, he said. McGonagall blinked. Mr. Potter, he looked at both of them in turn. You don't send me to bed with this and pick it up over tea tomorrow, not after tonight. Dumbledore held his gaze. For once, Harry did not look away. At last the old wizard said, very well. He drew a breath. Cassian Thorne is an architect more than a duelist. He builds legal frames, containment arguments, retrieval justifications. He has been trying for some time to convince portions of the ministry that bloodlines touched by forces outside ordinary wizarding inheritance must be monitored before they become unstable. Harry's voice stayed flat. Meaning me. Among others. Who else? Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. That is not a small answer. I didn't ask for a small one. McGonagall cut in before that could spiral. Enough for tonight, Albus. He needs the part that concerns immediate threat. Dumbledore nodded once. Cassian has long believed the night Voldemort attacked you produced something he would describe as unclassifiable. I denied him direct access to you more than once. Harry's jaw tightened. So instead he watched. Yes, modified my vault. Dumbledore's silence lasted half a beat too long. Harry barked a humorless laugh. You let him? Dumbledore's voice sharpened a fraction. I did not know he'd reached that far. Harry wanted to believe that. He wasn't sure he did. McGonagall said, the larger problem is this. With school attacks now public and with chamber hysteria reignited, Thorne has the political opening to ask for emergency investigative authority over Hogwarts and by extension over you. Harry felt something inside him go very calm. Because now, he said, I look like a crisis. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on his face. Because now you're proven to be at the center of one. Harry nodded slowly, not because he accepted the framing, because he recognized the move. The message on the wall, the attacks, the chamber route, the net, the file trail, all of it adding up to one clean ministry sentence. Harry Potter is too dangerous to leave unmanaged. And now Harry had proof: blood on his clothes, a dead basilisk under a school, and a secret no longer entirely secret about how death magic behaved when aimed at him. He looked from Dumbledore to McGonagall. "Then he's coming," Harry said. McGonagall's mouth thinned. "Yes." Dumbledore said nothing. Harry looked down at his own hands. There was still basilisk blood under his fingernails, ink from the diary, scrapes already closing on the knuckles, proof of a night nobody up here had seen, but all of them were going to spend months trying to name. He lifted his head again. "Good," he said. McGonagall frowned. "Good." Harry met her eyes. "Let him come." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then very quietly, "That may be exactly what he wants." Harry thought about the containment spikes, about Tom's delight when the killing curse fed him, about the spearhead in the case, about acceptable civilian casualties. "Yeah," Harry said, "now it's what I want too." Chapter 3 end. Chapter 4, The Ministry of the Living wants him dead. Hermione started yelling before the door to Snape's office had fully shut. "This is ridiculous." Snape didn't even look up from the ward line he was drawing over the threshold. "Your gift for stating the obvious continues to amaze me." "This isn't a secure holding arrangement," Hermione snapped. "This is you locking away witnesses." Snape finished the last slash of his wand, sealed the room with a pulse of magic, and turned around slowly enough to make the silence work for him. "You are not witnesses," he said. "You are children who climbed into a hidden death chamber under a school, because apparently none of you possess the slightest survival instinct." Zabini, stretched in one chair with more style than the situation deserved, said, "In fairness, only 2 of us climbed into the death chamber." Snape looked at him. "Do keep talking, Zabini. I'm sure that will improve your position." Daphne stood near the shelves, blood and dust still on her sleeves, looking composed in a way that would have fooled most people. Harry, who had just spent a night dragging a half-conscious girl through murder plumbing with her, could see the tension in the line of her jaw. Hermione, who was pacing instead of sitting because anger had burned through her need for neatness, turned on Harry. "You said you'd come back." Harry, who had taken exactly 1 chair because standing suddenly felt unnecessary after the kind of night they just had, looked up at her. "And I did." "You nearly didn't. Still counts." "That is not how counting works." Zabini lifted one hand. "I don't know, in most important categories it kind of does." Snape pinched the bridge of his nose. "I am surrounded by idiots." "No," Harry said, leaning back in the chair and ignoring the way dried basilisk blood had cracked stiff across his shirt. "You're surrounded by useful people, which is probably why you're annoyed." Snape's eyes landed on him and stayed there. Harry held the look. A lot had shifted in the last few hours. Not just the chamber, not just Tom, not just the fact that Harry had laughed in a dead boy's face while the killing curse healed him and then torn apart a ministry trap built to catch what he'd reveal under pressure. Something else too. Harry had stopped caring whether certain adults liked his tone. That simplified things. Snape knew it. "You are not leaving this room," Snape said, voice quiet enough to be dangerous, "until the headmaster decides what will be said, what will remain contained, and whether any of you have enough sense left to follow instructions for the next 6 hours. Hermione folded her arms. "Contained is doing a lot of work there." "Miss Granger, no, seriously," she said. "A basilisk was living in the school. A cursed diary possessed a first year. Ministry devices were hidden in the chamber root. If anyone uses the word contained one more time tonight, I'm going to start biting." Zabini looked at her with genuine respect. "That's the best thing you've ever said." Daphne finally moved, stepping away from the shelf and dropping into the chair beside Harry. "Save it." Hermione looked at her. "That is me saving it." Daphne said, "I know." Snape's lip curled the tiniest bit. "Comforting." Harry looked at the office door. "How bad is it outside?" Snape's expression flat. "The school knows Miss Weasley was retrieved alive. The school does not know the chamber was entered. It does not know a basilisk existed. It does not know you destroyed a dark object tied to Tom Riddle." He paused. "Though I imagine at least half the students suspect all 3 within a margin of 20 minutes. "Sounds right," Zabini said. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. Exhaustion wanted to say, but the cold in his core had burned through too much of the damage for him to collapse properly. He still felt wrecked. He just felt wrecked and functional, which was somehow worse because it let him keep going. "Ginny?" he asked. Snape's gaze flicked to him. "Alive, conscious, number." Harry nodded once. Daphne's shoulder pressed lightly against his for half a second before she shifted back. Tiny contact, easy to miss. Harry didn't miss it. Snape did, or pretended to. The office fell into a rough quiet after that. Hermione stopped pacing only because she ran out of room to make it look meaningful. Zabini nicked a quill from Snape's desk, was told to put it back, and did so with an amount of offense that suggested he thought personal property was a social suggestion. Daphne sat with both hands wrapped around the edge of the chair and stared at nothing for a minute straight. Harry looked at her profile. "You all right?" She glanced at him. "Number, good answer." "Thought so." He tilted his head toward the door. "You can still walk." It came out more lightly than he meant it to, not an order. Not permission, just the thing he'd been carrying since the bathroom alcove, since the first time he realized staying near him was becoming a choice with real cost attached. Daphne's eyes sharpened hard enough to cut paper. Don't start. Harry blinked. Start what? That. She leaned in a fraction, voice dropping. The part where you decide other people need an exit because your life is inconvenient. He stared at her. Across the room, Hermione went very still without looking over, which meant she was absolutely listening. Zabini, to his credit, pretended not to. Harry said, quieter, that's not what I meant. Yes, it is. Daphne's tone stayed level. You do it when things get worse. You look at the damage radius and start measuring who should stand farther back. I'm trying not to get people hurt. Number, she met his eyes. You're trying not to owe anyone their own decision. The room felt smaller for one sharp second. Harry opened his mouth, closed it, because the worst part was she was right enough to annoy him. Brilliant, he muttered. Yes, Daphne said, I usually am. Zabini actually laughed. Snape looked at all of them like the job should have paid more. The door opened just after dawn. McGonagall stepped in first, not alone. Dumbledore behind her, looking older than he had last night, which Harry noticed immediately because older on Dumbledore did not show up often unless things were truly bad. Snape straightened away from the desk. Hermione did not wait. Well, McGonagall looked at her, then at all of them. Miss Weasley is conscious, weak, alive. She remembers enough to be frightened and not enough to be blamed. That point will be made very clear. Harry felt some tight piece of himself eat. Dumbledore stepped fully into the room and closed the door with a flick. However, he said, and everybody in the office hated the however on sight, the ministry has already been informed that the crisis has escalated. Harry sat up straighter. By who? That, Dumbledore said, is one of the questions currently ruining several adults' mornings. McGonagall's mouth thinned. The Board of Governors received an overnight message. So did the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. So interestingly enough did the Office of Arcane Containment. Zabini whistled low. Subtle, not remotely, Snape said. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Cassian. Dumbledore nodded once and he is on his way. Nobody in the room moved for a second. Then Hermione said, good. Everybody looked at her. She folded her arms harder. No, really. Good. Let him walk into the room after we found his trap under the school. That assumes he intends to walk into a room where evidence matters, Daphne said. Hermione glared. You're both being very annoying about the shape of government. Because the shape of government wants him caged, Harry said. Dumbledore's gaze rested on Harry's face. That is likely, yes. Then we stop being polite about it. McGonagall looked like she agreed with that more than she wanted to say in front of students. Dumbledore, on the other hand, said, we will be precise. Harry let out a breath through his nose. That's the grown-up version of polite. It is the version that survives hearings. That got Harry's attention in a different way. Hearings, yes. McGonagall did not sound pleased. The ministry is convening a protective review by midday. Hermione stared. Protective. Zabini nodded. There's that word again. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Am I being reviewed or seized? Dumbledore did not answer immediately. Snape said, flat as a knife, they will try to make the first become the second. There it was. Harry stood. Then I'm going. McGonagall looked at him sharply. That is not the only option. Yes, it is. It is not. Harry met her stare. If I don't go, they write the room without me. If I go, they have to do it while I'm looking at them. The office went very quiet. Dumbledore watched him for a long moment, then nodded once. I agree. McGonagall turned to him. Albus, she is right about one thing, Harry said before Dumbledore could. He nodded toward Hermione. Good. Let him come into the room. Hermione looked faintly shocked that he'd agreed with her out loud, then pleased, then irritated she was pleased. Zabini muttered, this would be sweeter if we weren't all about to get eaten by procedure. McGonagall set both hands on the back of Snape's visitor chair and drew in a breath. Then we prepare properly. That started the worst breakfast Harry had ever half attended. They were escorted into the great hall under teacher supervision, which should have felt dramatic and mostly just felt annoying because it meant every student in the room turned to stare all at once. 100 conversations snapped apart. Harry kept walking, Daphne at one side, Hermione at the other, because apparently that was happening now and no one had time to argue about whether it looked like a coalition. Zabini 2 paces back, wearing his school robes with enough ease to make the whole procession seem like his idea. Ron Weasley nearly fell off the bench when he saw them. Ginny wasn't there, obviously. Molly and Arthur had arrived at dawn and were still in the hospital wing with her. Percy sat ramrod straight with his face arranged into the shape of family crisis, but make it administrative. Fred and George both had identical expressions that said they wanted answers, action, and probably fire. Harry took one look, decided the Weasley table deserved honesty sooner rather than later, and cut across the floor. That caused another wave of silence. Ron stood up so fast his knees hit the bench. Harry, Ginny's alive, Harry said before Ron could say anything else. It wasn't her fault. The words landed hard. Ron stared at him. So did Fred. George's mouth tightened. Percy went even stiffer, which Harry had not thought was possible. "What do you mean?" Ron said, voice thin and fast. "It wasn't her fault." Harry glanced at the teacher table. McGonagall was watching. She did not stop him. "Good. She was being used," Harry said, "by something in the school. That part's over." Fred stood slowly. "Used how?" Harry thought about telling them all of it right there. Diary, Tom, blood drain, chamber, basilisk corpse under a bathroom, the whole ugly thing. He looked at Ron's face and decided not here. "Ask McGonagall after the hearing," he said. "She'll tell you enough." Percy's eyes flashed. "Hearing? Ministry," Harry said. "They're making this about me already." George swore under his breath. Ron looked stunned and furious at once, which was fair because that mood fit the morning. Harry held his gaze. "Ginny's alive." Ron swallowed, nodded once. That was enough for now. Harry turned away before the room could make the moment into public theater. On his way back to the Slytherin table, he caught Draco watching from 3 seats down, expression gone tight and unreadable. Draco did not say anything. He didn't need to. The look said enough. It's starting. It did start fully 20 minutes later. The great hall doors opened while students were still pretending to eat, and a line of ministry officials stepped through like they'd rehearsed it. Dark robes, controlled faces. Not aurors exactly, though 2 of them moved like field people. The rest had the clean hands and sharper shoes of administrators who spent their violence in paperwork first. At the center walked Cassian Thorne. Harry knew at once, not because he'd seen the man before, because the room shifted around him in the exact way Draco had described. Not loud, not flashy, not even trying to dominate. Just the sort of presence that assumed if it entered a space, eventually the space would organize itself around him. Mid-40s maybe, lean, dark hair at the temples touched with gray. Robes cut so perfectly they looked less like clothing and more like a statement. His face was calm in a way Harry disliked immediately. Not because it was blank, because it was. There were thoughts there, interest there, courtesy even, all visible, all selected. And at his right shoulder walked someone younger who made Harry's scar pull tight the second he crossed the threshold. Tall, broad through the shoulders, no more than 22 or 23. Pale gold-brown hair, close-cut, eyes the sort of storm gray that looked almost silver when the light hit. He wore ministry black without looking like a clerk in costume, and something about the way he moved made the torches along the wall crack once under their own glass. Harry's scar burned, not the basilisk kind, not the Tom kind. Different. Daphne's hand under the table touched the side of his wrist once. "You felt that?" she murmured. "Yeah." McGonagall rose from the teacher table. Dumbledore stood too, slower but somehow more commanding for not hurrying. Cassian stopped halfway down the hall and offered a measured nod. "Headmaster, Mr. Thorne," Dumbledore said. The younger man's gaze slid over the students and stopped on Harry. No confusion, no question, recognition. Harry looked right back. Something in the air tight. Cassian noticed. Of course he noticed. He did not look at Harry immediately. He looked at the younger man instead. "Theseus," he said lightly. "Theseus Vale. Good, name filed." Theseus took one breath and looked away from Harry, though only with his eyes. The rest of him stayed keyed up. Thorne's gaze finally settled on Harry and stayed there a beat longer than any polite public scan required. "Mr. Potter," he said. The whole hall heard it. Harry sat back and replied just loud enough, "Mr. Thorne." Cassian's mouth almost moved, not a smile, more like appreciation that the board had already been set. Then the adults went up to the teacher table and the hall exploded into whispers again. Zabini leaned forward. "Well, I hate him." "That was fast," Hermione muttered. "I'm efficient." Harry kept his eyes on Theseus, who had taken a place half a step behind Cassian and to the side where he could see the room. Not bodyguard posture, more like spear posture. A weapon where everyone could notice and nobody could pretend not to. Theseus looked back once, just once, and Harry felt the same wrong pull under his scar. Not Voldemort, not death, sky, judgment, authority. Something old wearing a human nervous system and getting impatient inside it. Harry looked at Daphne. "He's not normal either." "No," she said quietly. "He is." That was all they got before Dumbledore called Harry McGonagall, and after the briefest pause, Daphne to the headmaster's office. Hermione looked ready to object. Zabini looked ready to enjoy the objection. Snape stepped out from behind a pillar and cut both off by saying, "Miss Granger, Mr. Zabini, if either of you moves toward a ministry corridor alone, I will turn your next month into a study in regret." Hermione glared and stayed put. Good enough. The walk to the office happened under escort but without chains, which Harry assumed was Cassian being performative about restraint. Thorne spoke pleasantly to McGonagall about student welfare. Dumbledore answered just pleasantly enough to be insulting if you understood the subtext, which Harry enjoyed. Theseus said nothing at all. At the gargoyle, Dumbledore gave the password. The staircase turned. Cassian stepped aside and let Harry precede him up. That tiny courtesy made Harry hate him more. It was the sort of move polite predators liked. Make the target choose direction, makes them feel less handled. Harry went up without comment. In the office, Cashin declined tea. McGonagall did not offer twice. Dumbledore remained behind his desk. McGonagall stood at his right. Harry and Daphne took the two chairs opposite without waiting to be directed, which made Theseus's eyebrow lift by a millimeter. Cashin remained standing for a moment, looking at Harry as if finishing a file he'd been reading for years. Then he said, "You've had a difficult term." Harry almost laughed. "You say that like you weren't trying to make it worse." McGonagall's mouth tightened. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Theseus looked at Harry with fresh interest. Cashin, however, did smile then. Small, professional, direct. "Good, that saves time. I'm thrilled to help." Thorn clasped his hands behind his back. "I am here because children were attacked in a school. A hidden structure tied to old blood supremacist mythology was breached. A basilisk appears to have lived beneath the castle without official record, and modern ministry-grade containment devices were found in the route leading to the chamber." He paused. "That is not a small warning." "No," Harry said, "and yet you brought one of the men who feels more dangerous than the basilisk did." Theseus's head turned slightly toward him. Cashin said, "Mr. Vale is here as a specialist observer." Harry looked at Theseus. "Observer." Theseus finally spoke. His voice was low and steady, less polished than Cashin's and more honest for it. "You read old power at range." Harry held his gaze. "So do you." A beat. Then Theseus said, "Yes." Daphne's fingers tightened once on the armrest. Harry noticed, probably because he felt the same thing. The room wanted a different kind of conversation than the adults had planned. Cashin cut through it neatly. "Mr. Potter, I am going to ask you a set of direct questions. Your answers will matter." Harry leaned back. "Good. I'd hate to waste a morning." Cashin did not bite. "Did you enter the Chamber of Secrets?" "Yes." "Did you destroy a dark object within it that identified itself as Tom Riddle?" "Yes." "Did you kill a basilisk?" "Yes." "Did you do so under the instruction of any member of staff?" Thorn nodded once, like each answer was a tile setting into place exactly where he'd expected it. "Did you observe ministry instruments in the chamber route?" "Yes." "Did you remove and damage them?" "Yes." "Using what means?" Harry smiled without humor. "My means." McGonagall's eyes flicked to him in warning. Harry ignored it. Cashin did not seem bothered. "I see, and one more. During the course of this event, did your magic behave in any way that you consider unusual even by your own standards?" That one silenced the office properly. Dumbledore went very still. Daphne's face didn't move, but Harry felt her attention shift all the way onto him. Theseus was watching him now the way Tom had watched him in the chamber, except without delight, with assessment, with something like hostility already leaning forward. Harry looked at Cashin. "Why?" "Because I am asking." "That's not a reason." Cashin considered him for half a second. "Because a number of recent reports, some from inside this school and some older, indicate that your magical profile may not conform cleanly to ordinary developmental patterns." "Reports," Harry repeated. "You mean files?" Cashin's expression stayed calm. "Yes, built from watching me when I was a child. Built from monitoring risk." Harry let that sit there because the wording told him exactly what kind of man this was. If you called children risk often enough, eventually you stopped hearing the rest of the sentence. Dumbledore said, quiet but unmistakable, "Cashin." Thorn inclined his head. "Quite. Perhaps we should move to the larger venue. The hearing chamber is already being prepared." Harry looked at him. "You had it prepared before breakfast. That would have been prudent. After you let civilians sit inside an acceptable casualty threshold." McGonagall's breath went sharp. Theseus's jaw tight. Cashin for the first time lost a sliver of the smoothness around the eyes. "Only a sliver. I see you read the memorandum," he said. "Yeah," Harry said. "I read well." Cashin nodded once. "Then you understand why this can no longer remain an internal school matter. Because now you have what you wanted," Harry said. Theseus moved half a step forward before he seemed to realize he'd done it. Cashin did realize and flicked him one brief look. Then he said, "No, Mr. Potter, now I have what exists." Harry stood up. The chair legs scraped across the office floor loud enough to matter. "Then say it in public," he said. The office went very quiet. Dumbledore watched him with a long, unreadable look. Cashin did not answer for a moment. Then he said, "That is precisely where we are going. The ministry took them by flu because of course it did." Harry hated flu. He hated the powder in his mouth, the spinning, the way you always came out feeling as if the world had briefly turned into a boot. He landed in a private receiving room inside the ministry and immediately wanted to punch whoever invented the method. Daphne came out right behind him and looked none too pleased either, which made him feel better. McGonagall emerged next with all the dignity Harry wished he had after magical fireplaces. The room they were in wasn't the public atrium. Too clean, too quiet, private route. Cashin's people had shut the space down entirely, which Harry noticed because there were 6 exit doors and 3 of them were warded from the outside. "Count exits, always." Cassian stepped out of the green flames without even a wobble. Rude, Theseus after him, equally unaffected. Harry hated them both a little more. Impressive, Zabini would have said if he were here. They even spin smugly. Harry looked around. Private Root. Cassian brushed ash off one sleeve. You are not under arrest. That wasn't my question. I know. Daphne gave Harry the slightest look, meaning log it. He was already logging it. They were moved fast through the ministry, not marched, guided. Same difference if you were paying attention. Harry kept paying attention. He saw witches and wizards in work robes trying not to stare as the group passed. He saw doors marked magical records, artifacts, and legal review. He saw two Aurors at one corridor junction wearing the expression of people told to be present and not yet told why. He also saw old ghosts, not the school sort, not chatty corridor dead. Ministry dead were different, thin, worn into the building. Clerks who had died at desks and never quite left. A witch in 17th century robes walked through a filing cabinet and frowned at Harry when he looked directly at her as if offended that someone still could. Harry stored that too. The hearing chamber was smaller than he'd expected and meaner for it, not the full Wisengamot circle, a review room. Tiered benches, central floor space, high desks for recorders, enough seating for selected observers, which in ministry language meant people with the right surnames and bad intentions. Several members of the Board of Governors were already there. So was Lucius Malfoy, immaculate and cold, looking satisfied in the careful way rich men did when they expected a crisis to make them more important. He looked less satisfied when Harry walked in alive, upright, and not even remotely apologetic. That made the trip worth it already. Molly and Arthur Weasley were there too. On the observer benches, Molly pale with fury and exhaustion, Arthur looking like someone had hammered him into shape and left the edges rough. Ron and Fred and George had not been brought, which was probably wise because the room might not have survived it. Daphne's parents stood near the back. Harry noticed them because Daphne went still beside him for one sharp second. Her mother looked exactly like a woman who would turn social pressure into a precision weapon. Elegant, controlled, cool enough that nobody would ever call her loud when dangerous worked better. Her father had the kind of stillness old money liked to mistake for softness right up until it learned it was. Both of them looked at Harry. Neither smiled. Harry glanced at Daphne. She was already moving her face back into place. Your fan club's here, he murmured. My mother bites harder than Granger when annoyed, Daphne said under her breath. Useful warning, that's your one. Cassian took the central position on the floor with Theseus at his shoulder and two ministry clerks above. One of them was very alive, the other was not, which Harry noticed because the dead one's hands passed through the record parchment every third movement and nobody reacted except him. Dumbledore and McGonagall took the defense side without waiting to be told where that was. Harry liked that. Clean choice, public, no pretending this was neutral. Harry sat in the chair positioned for him at the center. He had not been shackled. That meant they wanted his cooperation to look assumed. He looked around once, took in the benches, the exits, Lucius Malfoy, Arthur and Molly, the greengrasses, the dead clerk, the thin ghostly witch by the filing alcove, and then rested his hands on the chair arms and waited. Cassian began. Protective Review Emergency Session. Subject, Harry James Potter. Triggering events, repeated student attacks at Hogwarts School. Discovery of a lethal concealed magical creature beneath school property. Breach of a prohibited structure attached to historical bloodline claims, recovery of unauthorized ministry containment instruments, and irregular magical indicators associated with the subject in proximity to all of the above. Harry didn't move. The scribe scratched hard enough to sound self-important. Cassian continued, this is not a criminal trial. This is a risk assessment and emergency authority hearing. Same boots, Harry said. A few heads turned. Cassian's gaze rested on him a fraction longer than necessary. If you have an objection, Mr. Potter, you will have ample opportunity to state it. Great, Dumbledore sat with fingers steepled, unreadable in the way old wizards got when every sentence mattered twice. Cassian began with the safe parts, attack chronology, school failures, discovery of petrified students, the fact of the chamber, the fact of the basilisk. He did it well too, clean, efficient, not lurid, enough truth to anchor the frame, enough omission to make the frame his. Then he moved to Harry. Mr. Potter entered the chamber independently outside staff instruction, while a first-year student remained in mortal danger below. He navigated a route previously unknown to faculty, breached multiple concealed structures, destroyed a dark object tied to Tom Marvolo Riddle, and killed a basilisk. Harry watched him build it, not hero, not victim, not quite suspect either, asset, uncontrolled asset. Cassian looked toward the benches. These acts could be read as extraordinary courage. He let that line breathe, smart, make the room think he was being fair. Then, they could also be read as evidence that the subject's relationship to the structure, the creature, and the concealed magical architecture beneath the school exceeds any ordinary student explanation. There it was, Murmurs moved through the benches. Lucius Malfoy did not look surprised. Molly Weasley looked ready to claw somebody. Arthur looked sick. Cassian turned back to Harry. Mr. Potter, you deny that the chamber's internal security appeared to recognize you. Harry leaned back a fraction. Depends what you mean by recognize. Do not play semantics, then don't build your case on them. That got a tiny reaction from the room, not much, enough. Cassian's expression stayed smooth. Did the basilisk respond to your voice? Harry held his gaze. Yes. The room shifted again. Cassian nodded once. Did you speak to it in Parseltongue? There it was, public now. Harry heard Molly inhale sharply. He didn't look away from Cassian. Yes, whispers, immediate, ugly in some corners, fascinated in others. Lucius Malfoy's face did not change at all. That alone was telling. Cassian let the noise rise and then cut it off by raising one hand. The room listened. Thank you. Did the chamber architecture respond to your voice as well? Yes. Did the invitation left on the wall after the first attack include the word air? Yes. Directed to you. Harry smiled without humor. You tell me. You seem invested. Cassian ignored that. The reasonable inference, no, Harry said louder. The room stopped again. He stood up. Dumbledore did not stop him. McGonagall did not stop him. Harry looked from Cassian to the benches and back. The reasonable inference, Harry said, is that someone wanted me in that chamber and wanted a room full of adults to talk about me exactly like this after I came back out. Silence. Cassian's eyes narrowed by the smallest amount. Harry kept going. You built a neat little line there. Message chamber, basilisk, Parseltongue, Potter. Great. Really clean. Except you left out the part where your devices were in the route waiting for me. Cassian said unauthorized devices do not prove ministry policy. Harry laughed once. Number the signed memo does. That hit harder. Cassian's smoothness held, barely. Dumbledore finally moved, rising to his feet and drawing the folded memorandum from his sleeve. For the room, McGonagall took it from him and handed it to the clerk bench without even glancing at Cassian. The living clerk went pale halfway through reading. The dead clerk beside him gave a grim little nod nobody else saw. Whispers came back twice as loud. Cassian did not raise his voice. He didn't need to. That document is context-stripped operational language from a broader risk framework. Harry looked at him. Acceptable civilian casualties is a risk framework now. Arthur Weasley stood up from the observer bench so fast his chair nearly toppled. A first-year girl got dragged into a cursed object under your framework. Molly grabbed his sleeve, not to shut him up, just to stop him launching over the front row. Cassian looked at Arthur with calm he had not earned. Mr. Weasley, if you know, Molly said, and somehow one word from her did more damage to the room than Arthur's rising voice had. No, you don't get to tidy this. My daughter nearly died. Cassian gave the briefest nod, and she was saved. Harry's temper moved. Cold, immediate, by me, he said, after you built a cage under the school. Theseus, who had remained still until then, spoke at last. And what did that cage see when it closed? Everyone looked at him. Harry did too. Theseus's gaze was direct and hard, no Cassian polish at all now. That is the question in the room, not whether children were hurt, they were, not whether Thorn overreached. He did. The question is what happened when the net touched you. Harry stared. There it was, not safety, not justice. Curiosity sharpened into hostility because Theseus already thought he knew what the answer meant. Cassian said, quieter, Theseus. But it was too late. The line was out. Harry looked at the benches, then back at Theseus. You first. The younger man's brow lifted. Excuse me, you feel wrong at range. Harry stepped away from the chair. Old wrong, not dark. Not normal either, so if we're doing reveal games, you first. The room went so still Harry could hear the dead clerk stop pretending to breathe. Theseus did not move. Cassian's jaw tightened just once. Dumbledore's gaze had sharpened all the way now, not surprise, recognition. He'd known or guessed plenty already. Theseus looked at Harry as if reassessing a weapon he had been told only one function for. At last he said, I was not called to be examined. Harry shrugged. Then stop asking questions you won't answer yourself. Lucius Malfoy let out a quiet breath that might have been amusement if Harry had been in the mood to care. Cassian stepped back in before the exchange could turn into whatever more honest shape it wanted. The subject is deflecting. No, Harry said, I'm refusing your frame. Cassian looked up at the clerk bench. Record that the subject confirms Parseltongue response, structural recognition by the chamber, and irregular resistance to ministry containment. The living clerk swallowed, wrote. Harry looked at the dead clerk beside him. The ghostly man, old robes, narrow face, quill tucked behind one ear even in death, was staring right back. Not startled, not frightened, just there. Harry gave him a small look that said, useful. The dead clerk's eyes flicked toward the archive alcove door at the side of the chamber. Then down, then left, as if indicating a specific file stack. Harry followed that and turned back to Cassian. You missed another thing, he said. Cassian watched him. What thing? Harry pointed at the side archive alcove. The 50-year review. Several heads turned. Cassian's expression did not change, but Theseus's did, barely enough. The first chamber death, Harry said. You've been in records for years. Your office touched the older inquiry. You want to talk structure recognition and magical anomaly, then let's talk about what your department buried the first time. McGonagall looked sharply at Dumbledore. Arthur Weasley muttered, "Oh, now we're getting somewhere." Cassion's voice stayed level. There is no evidence that the dead clerk slammed a ghostly hand down on the archive rail. Nobody alive heard it. Harry did. He looked straight at the alcove and said, "Drawer 7, East Archive." The room went still again, but in a new way now because that was specific enough to be dangerous. Cassion's eyes narrowed. On what basis? Harry looked back at him. "Open it and see." The living clerk at the bench looked to Cassion, then to Dumbledore, then, because nobody had told him whose fear mattered more in this exact second, to McGonagall. McGonagall said, "Do it." That was the first order in the room nobody argued with. A junior records wizard hurried to the alcove, found the drawer, tugged it open, and pulled out a bundle of old files tied in black cord. He took one look at the front and froze. "What is it?" Cassion asked. The records wizard swallowed. "Original chamber incident annotation. Restricted unlogged addendum." "Read it," McGonagall snapped. The wizard looked helplessly at Cassion. Dumbledore said, "Read it." So he did. His voice shook on the second line. Supplemental note attached by Office of Arcane Containment Review. Repeated witness statements indicating the structure responded to non-air intrusions by increased ambient hostility. Recommendation: if future incident recurs, do not engage chamber claimant directly until secondary subject enters structure and response patterns can be observed. The room exploded, not physically, socially. Voices, gasps, movement, Arthur swearing, Molly making a low vicious sound. Lucius leaning back as if he'd just discovered a better investment than expected. The green grass is not moving at all, which somehow said more. Harry looked at Cassion. Cassion looked back, no denial this time. "Good." Harry said, "So the first time a child died, your office learned enough to turn the next one into a field test." Cassion's face finally changed, not falling apart, just dropping the careful courtesy because it no longer bought him anything. "The first time a child died," he said, voice still controlled but colder now. "The entire magical government failed to understand what it was dealing with. Since then we have tried to ensure that if an event of this class recurred, we would not walk into it blind." "You were willing to let it recur. I was willing to anticipate it, using children, using the event as it unfolded." Harry stared at him. Theseus's jaw had gone tight. For the first time he looked slightly sick, not because he disagreed with the mission, because hearing the words out loud had stripped the protective language off it. "Good, let him sit in that." Molly Weasley stood. "You let my daughter be your event." Cassion turned toward her. "Mrs. Weasley, I understand." "No, you don't." She pointed at him with a hand that shook and still somehow looked steady. "You don't get to stand there and sound sorry. You knew enough to wait." Arthur was on his feet beside her now, not loud anymore. "That was worse. You had eyes on my son's school, you had devices in the root, you had files older than some professors, and you waited." Cassion faced them fully. "And if we had intervened early and wrong, the subject might have remained concealed." Harry laughed, not because it was funny, because apparently the man was just going to say it, out in the open in a ministry room. "The subject," Harry said, and every eye in the chamber came back to him. "You can say my name, I'm not contagious." Cassion looked at him. "Harry Potter then, the problem does not change with the label." "Good," Harry said, "because I'm done with your labels." He reached into his robe and pulled out the broken, blackened spike from the chamber root. Then the second one. Then he set both on the clerk table hard enough to make them ring. "Evidence," he said, "stamped, signed, placed for me." The living clerk stared. The dead clerk beside him gave Harry the smallest nod. Cassion looked at the spikes and said, "Do you know what those were meant to stop?" Harry met his gaze. "Me." Number Cassion took one step forward. "Something in you." Theseus closed his eyes briefly as if the answer mattered and he'd known it was coming anyway. Harry tilted his head. "You keep talking like there's a difference." Cassion's mouth flattened. "There is if you understand what divine corruption looks like before it matures." That word changed the room. Not dark magic, not anomaly, divine. Several of the board members leaned forward. Lucius's interest sharpened. Arthur looked from Cassion to Harry with fresh alarm. The green grasses remained still, but Daphne's mother's gaze had gone all the way focused now. Harry did not move. Dumbledore said quietly, "Choose your next sentence with care, Cassion." Cassion did not look at him. He looked only at Harry. "The night Voldemort failed to kill you," Cassion said. Something answered through the breach. "We do not yet know whether it was inheritance, opportunistic alignment, or direct claim. We know only outcome. You do not process death-linked magic normally. Structures tied to underworld archetypes answer to you. Ancient lethal entities hesitate before you. The chamber recognized you and my instruments burned on contact." The room was dead silent. Harry felt every eye in it. He also felt the old ghost in the archive alcove looking almost impressed, which was weirdly insulting. Theseus spoke then, low and steady. "Say the name." Cassion's eyes never left Harry. "Hades." No one breathed, not literally maybe, but close enough. Harry stood very still. He had known pieces. Underworld blood, grave son from the basilisk. The dream man in the hall of black stone, the coin, the cold, the way death moved toward him and got confused about whether to kneel. Hearing the name in public landed differently, not because it shocked him, because it made the whole room rearrange him in real time. Molly went pale, Arthur swore softly. Lucius leaned back with the expression of someone who had just realized the stakes were either much worse or much better depending on your ethics. The green grasses did not move, but Daphne's father's jaw shifted once. Dumbledore's face gave away nothing and too much. Harry looked at Cassian. You sound pleased. Cassian shook his head. Number, I sound correct. That's worse. Theseus stepped forward before Cassian could answer. If he carries underworld claim, then the risk category changes. Harry looked at him. Into what? Theseus's storm-gray eyes held his. State level. There it was. Not boy, not student, not person, state level. Harry felt something under his ribs go very cold and very clear. He said, you think I'm a natural disaster. Theseus did not flinch. I think power tied to death and godline should not be left to decide for itself inside a human nation. Daphne stood up. Everyone looked at her. Good. Her voice was calm, clipped, and sharp enough that nobody interrupted. You've spent the last hour proving the state already decided for itself inside a school. It did not go well. A tiny reaction moved across the back benches. Not applause, not anything that obvious. Just people noticing that the girl from an old house had spoken at exactly the right moment and said the thing nobody wanted said in front of board members. Cassian looked at her. Miss Greengrass, with respect. No, Daphne said, don't borrow respect as a tone, you don't have enough. Harry looked at her and very nearly grinned in the middle of a political disaster. Cassian's eyes narrowed the slightest fraction. Your family may wish to review your involvement here. Daphne's face did not move. My family can speak to me directly, her mother from the observer bench said evenly, and will. That landed too. Harry kept his expression neutral but filed every part of the room at once. Pressure points, fault lines, who liked Cassian's certainty, who hated it, who was afraid enough to be persuaded by it anyway. Cassian took a slow breath and shifted tactics. Very well, we are at the point where ideological argument is obscuring practical necessity. He looked up at the bench. I move for immediate supervised assessment under emergent bloodline statute. McGonagall's head snapped toward him. Absolutely not. Arthur Weasley swore aloud. Harry said, what does that mean? Theseus answered this time. Field measure, controlled platform, live magic. We evaluate response under pressure. Harry looked at him. You mean a duel? These things are not duels. Harry's mouth twitched. That means yes. Cassian said, if you refuse, the room may reasonably conclude that your power exceeds your confidence in controlling it. Dumbledore stepped forward at last. Number one word, quiet, final. The chamber listened. Cassian turned his head. You object to assessment. I object to coercive spectacle dressed as due process. These are emergency conditions. These are manufactured conditions, McGonagall said. Cassian's jaw tightened. Professor, the chamber is real. The creature was real. The dead structure answered to him. Harry stepped around his chair and spoke before Dumbledore could continue the adult argument. I accept. The room froze. Dumbledore turned sharply. Harry, he looked at the old wizard. Number, I'm not letting them spend the rest of the day saying I hid behind you. Cassian's eyes sharpened in real time. Theseus's did too, though his reaction was less satisfaction and more readiness. McGonagall said, you do not have to. Yes, I do. Harry looked back at Cassian, but not under your language. Cassian inclined his head, meaning. Harry smiled and there was no warmth in it at all. You want a risk assessment? Fine, I want witnesses, full room, no sealed record. No wand restrictions on me that aren't on your specialist. He nodded toward Theseus. And if I win, nobody uses the phrase voluntary containment again. The silence after that felt sharp. Then Lucius Malfoy of all people said from the observer benches, reasonable. Arthur Weasley turned and glared at him. Lucius ignored him. Cassian looked at Theseus. They said nothing. Didn't need to. Harry watched the exchange anyway. Theseus said, accepted. Dumbledore's expression had gone very still. Not angry exactly, something more complicated. Pride and worry and calculation all shoved into one old face that didn't get much rest. Harry looked at him and thought, stand with me or don't. Dumbledore said very clearly, then I remain. That mattered. Harry let out one slow breath. The formal dual platform sat 2 floors down and 3/4 over in a chamber that looked built for ugly precedents. Circular floor, raised viewing ring, warded ceiling. Ministry stone brightened by too many containment runes and not enough natural light. Harry stepped onto it and understood instantly that the room had been used for public restraint more often than public fairness. He liked it less than the chamber, which said a lot. Theseus Vale crossed the platform opposite him and looked exactly like a man walking into his own weather. No wand theatrics, no little flexes. Just quiet readiness and the kind of focus that made careless people think he was calm. He wasn't calm. Harry could feel the tension in the air around him, storm held in a bottle and pretending the glass wasn't already under stress. Cassian stood at the edge of the ring with the official line, Dumbledore and McGonagall opposite him, Molly and Arthur higher up on the benches with the board and the governors. Lucius, unsurprisingly, had found the best sightline in the room. And then, to Harry's surprise and not really his annoyance, Snape brought Daphne, Hermione, and Zabini in through the side door under guard. Hermione met Harry's eyes at once. Angry, worried, present. Zabini gave him a tiny two-finger salute that meant don't make me mourn you in public. Daphne did not wave, she didn't need to. The look she gave him was enough. Don't get stupid. He almost laughed. Cassian raised his voice. Protective field assessment under emergent bloodline review. No lethal intent authorized. No external interference. Victory conditions, incapacitation, disarmament plus secure restraint or concession. Harry looked at Theseus. You planning to concede early? Theseus's mouth did not move, but something in his eyes acknowledged the shot. You joke before impact. Sometimes during. Cassian said, begin. Theseus moved first, not with a flashy curse, with pressure. The whole room tightened around Harry for one brutal second as Theseus snapped his wand up and drove a wave of force straight through the platform. Not wind, not simple blasting magic either. Authority. Wait, the magical equivalent of a command delivered by weather. Harry slid back one full step before he rooted his feet. The benches rustled. Theseus took that opening and chained it into a second strike, lightning white lines lancing across the floor in a fan that aimed to trap Harry's movement rather than hit his chest directly. Harry didn't dodge backward. He went through. One sharp sidestep, low pivot, then a stunner angled not at Theseus's center but at his wand hand. Test the reflex. Learn the rhythm. Theseus twisted, shield up in one smooth motion. The stun burst against it and sprayed sparks. Fast, very fast. Theseus looked unsurprised that Harry had closed rather than retreated. Good. Harry flicked two more curses in staggered timing. One high, one low, the lower one real. Theseus cut the high and took the low on a partial shield, boot scraping the platform. Also good. Harry smiled a little. You're not just here to pose. Theseus answered by raising his free hand. Lightning hit the ceiling wards, not from outside, from him. The room snapped white for one ugly second, and then a spear of compressed blue-white force came down toward Harry hard enough that half the benches jerked back on instinct. Harry threw up a shield. It held, then cracked. The spear bored through in a spray of blue shards and hit him in the shoulder. Pain tore through him so hard his vision jumped. He went to one knee. The room made noise. Harry looked at the wound. Scorched cloth, skin split, not fatal, not clean either. He felt something inside the strike though. Not pure electricity, not just force, judgment, ending, a terminal edge in the magic that pushed toward shutdown. The cold in his core moved. The wound began closing while Theseus was still drawing breath for the next attack. Theseus saw it, so did the room. Harry rolled sideways as a second spear hit where his chest had been. He came up fast, shoulder already stitching itself back together under torn fabric, and the look on Theseus's face shifted from confidence to something far more useful. Not fear, recognition. You're feeding on it, Theseus said. Harry fired back with a blasting curse. Theseus took it on his shield and grimaced as the impact drove him 3 feet. Shouldn't have aimed to end me, Harry said. The second Harry finished the sentence, Theseus changed style. No more direct finishing bolts. Smart. He dropped the heavy lightning line and came in close with chains instead, silver bands of compacted magic snapping toward Harry's wrists and throat in a net meant to bind rather than kill. Harry slashed one apart. The second wrapped his left forearm. Cold iron pain shot up to the elbow. Anti-divine, he knew it at once. Theseus saw that he knew. Those hurt, Harry said. Yes, Theseus replied. Harry smiled without humor. Good to know. He yanked hard, not away from the chain but into it, stealing the slack Theseus had expected to use. Then he drove forward with a body shot of raw magic, not a named spell, just force shoved through wand and will. Theseus had to drop the chain completely to avoid getting his ribs rearranged. Harry closed distance. That mattered more than flashy magic in the first 5 seconds because now he could see what Theseus did up close. How he set his feet, how he favored his right side before calling the heavier bolts, how the left shoulder dipped a fraction before the chains, how calm he tried to look whenever he was. Theseus struck low with his wand, trying to clip Harry's knee with a leglock hex. Harry hopped it, turned with the motion, and slammed a curse into the platform at Theseus's feet. Stone burst, not enough to hurt badly, enough to break stance. Theseus lost balance by half an inch. Harry took it. He stepped in and hit him with a shoulder check that had nothing to do with formal magical education and everything to do with surviving bigger boys in alleys. Theseus crashed sideways into a ward line and bounced off it hard. The benches made more noise. Cassian said nothing. Dumbledore didn't either. Good, let them watch. Theseus recovered quickly, faster than most adults Harry had seen. He came back up with real anger in his face now, not because Harry had hit him, but because Harry had hit him in a way the platform wasn't built to dignify. "You fight like a street rat," Theseus said. Harry flicked blood from his knuckles where the anti-divine chain had opened skin. "Yeah. Weird how useful that gets." Theseus's wand arm lifted. Harry saw it this time. The shoulder, the breath, the shape of the call. He moved before the lightning spear formed, not to dodge but to line it. The bolt hit him across the ribs. Pain, cold, fuel. Harry kept moving through it. Theseus's eyes widened. Harry drove a disarming curse straight through the gap in surprise and clipped Theseus's wand hard enough to send it spinning from his grip. The room half rose, but Theseus wasn't done. He snapped his empty hand out and the air above the lost wand bent, lightning condensing around his fingers, reforming into a white-hot blade of force instead of a wand channel spell. Harry laughed once, breathless and mean. "There you are." Theseus came at him with the blade, not pretty, fast, honest. Harry respected it more than the official lines around the duel. He caught the first strike on a shield that scorched his palm through the wand handle, ducked the second, took the third across his side because there was nowhere else to put it and felt the ending edge and it burned down into his core again. Theseus saw the wound close. His face changed. "You shouldn't be alive," he said. Harry slammed a forearm into his throat and answered, "Been hearing that all year." Theseus choked, stumbled, recovered with a knee that caught Harry in the thigh, and they broke apart long enough to throw space back between them. Both breathing hard now, both bleeding a little. Only Harry's cuts kept fading while Theseus's stayed. That was starting to matter. The room saw it. Harry knew they did because the silence had become the kind that listened for rule changes. Cassian finally spoke from the edge. "Enough, Theseus." Theseus did not look at him. Good. Harry didn't either. Theseus's eyes stayed on Harry's face. He wasn't wrong. About what? State level. Harry wiped the back of his hand across the side of his mouth. "That your best line?" "Number." Theseus drew in a slow breath. The air around him went sharp again. "This is." He raised both hands, not standard Wandrick now, bigger, older, more him. The warded ceiling thundered, real thunder, contained but real enough that the chamber lights shook. The runes around the platform lit in a ring as Theseus called down something massive and bright and ending-edged enough that Harry felt every dead thing within range turn its head. Daphne stood up on the bench. Hermione said something Harry couldn't hear. McGonagall took one step forward. Cassian did not stop it. Harry saw that. Important, very important. Theseus spoke one word in a language Harry didn't know and did not need translated to understand. Sentence, judgment, end. The bolt came down. Harry had exactly 1 second to realize this was the test inside the test. The real one, not restraint, not field assessment. Would the boy reveal under the threat of lawful execution? He almost laughed. Then the bolt hit him full in the chest. White, blue, pressure, terminal force. Enough to stop a heart if hearts in magical duel chambers obeyed fairness. Harry's body jerked. The room vanished, not physically, just for one breath. The cold in his core opened all the way, wide enough that he felt the black hall from his dream, the coin under his skin, the underworld certainty that had watched his nursery and never once mistaken him for ordinary. The bolt poured into him, fed him. He stood up straighter inside the light. The light died. Harry remained. His clothes were scorched black down the front. The torn fabric still smoked. Underneath, no wound, not even a mark. Someone in the benches swore loudly. Theseus stared. Harry looked down at his own chest, then back up, and because he was tired and furious and done with rooms built to decide whether he counted as a person, he said the cruelest honest thing available. "You really need a second strategy." The entire chamber broke, not physically this time, politically, socially, emotionally. Pick a category. Everybody cracked somewhere. Molly made a choking sound and sat hard. Arthur swore at full volume. Lucius Malfoy lost his composure for the first time and just stared. One of the board members crossed himself in some old superstition Harry did not recognize. McGonagall looked both vindicated and horrified. Dumbledore did not look surprised, which was its own problem. Cassian's face went flat. Theseus's went white with a rage that had nothing to do with losing and everything to do with being shown that the thing he feared worked exactly as badly as feared. He moved, not called, not permitted, pure instinct. Lightning blade back in hand, he charged. Harry saw it, read it, and stepped left half a breath before Theseus committed. Overextended right side, too much shoulder. The exact flaw from earlier, only now worse because anger had wrecked his line. Harry let him come in. Then turned on the inside angle, slapped the blade arm offline with his wand wrist, grabbed Theseus's forearm with the burned-in chain scar still stinging and drove an anti-balance curse through the younger man's planted foot. The platform took it. Theseus's stance collapsed. Harry ripped the blade hand down, wrenched his shoulder, and used every inch of momentum Theseus had donated to throw him face first across the platform. The lightning blade went out. Theseus hit stone hard. Before he could recover, Harry planted a knee between his shoulder blades, twisted the captured arm up just enough to lock it, and pressed his wand to the base of Theseus's skull. Silence. Clean. Total. Harry, breathing hard, looked up at the chamber. No restraint, he said, no concession, just me pinning your specialist to the floor. He met Cashin's eyes. What was the third victory condition again? For a second nobody moved. Then Dumbledore's voice, come enough to cut, filled the room. Assessment concluded. McGonagall was already stepping onto the platform, wand drawn not at Harry but at the edges of the ring, as if daring anybody to call the duel unfinished. Cashin said nothing. Theseus, face turned sideways against the stone, breathed once through his nose and then said, rougher than before, release. Harry held him 1 second longer on purpose, then stood. Theseus got up without assistance. He turned and faced Harry at close range. No applause, no handshake, just two people breathing the same charged air after one of them had been forced to learn a very inconvenient truth in front of a political room. You feed on terminal force, Theseus said quietly enough for only Harry and the nearest adults to hear. Harry looked at him. Apparently, Theseus, Cashin said from the ring edge. The younger man did not look away from Harry. You should not exist unbound. Harry gave him a short, exhausted smile, and yet, then Theseus stepped back. Cashin took the floor again, but the room was not his anymore. Harry could feel that. Not fully his either. That would have been too simple. No, the room belonged to Fallout now, and Fallout listened to whoever had most recently made certainty look stupid. Cashin knew it too. He adjusted. Record, he said, voice steady, that the subject demonstrated rapid regenerative interaction with terminal force constructs, structural disruption of specialized containment, and direct resistance to lawful assessment force. Arthur Weasley barked a laugh of disbelief. Lawful. McGonagall didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. Record also that the specialist exceeded the declared non-lethal boundary. The living clerk looked panicked enough to collapse. Good. Harry stepped off the platform toward Dumbledore, not because he wanted shielding, because he wanted to see what the old wizard would do when the whole room had just watched Harry become impossible in exactly the way Cashin wanted on paper and not at all the way Cashin wanted in optics. Dumbledore met him halfway. No smile, no cryptic nonsense, just a small nod and one sentence. Well fought. Harry looked at him. That's all you've got. Dumbledore's eyes, sharp and tired and old enough to know when a line had been crossed in public, held his. For the room, yes, for the room. Harry almost asked what the rest was for. Didn't not hear. Cashin called for recess. Which was smart, because if he hadn't, Molly Weasley might have hexed him on a government floor and Harry wasn't sure he would have stopped her. The chamber spilled into side corridors and private alcoves the way political bodies always did after a blow landed publicly. Harry got intercepted by 3 groups within the first minute. Arthur Weasley reached him first, not alone. Molly right behind. Arthur gripped Harry by the shoulders, rough and grateful and angry at the universe. You brought her back. Harry nodded once. Molly stepped in and hugged him before he could prepare for it. He froze, not because he hated it, because he didn't know the protocol for receiving that much maternal force at speed. Molly pulled back just enough to look him full in the face. Her eyes were red and furious and bright. Thank you. Harry cleared his throat. She's okay. She will be. Molly's hands tightened once on his sleeves. Because of you. He looked over her shoulder because it was easier. Arthur let him. Good man. Tom used her, Harry said quietly. She doesn't need anybody acting like she did anything. Arthur's jaw worked once. She won't get that from us. Good. Molly glanced down at the scorched front of his robes. You're hurt. In numbers, she looked at him, really looked, saw the lack of wound. Did not ask in the corridor. That was another good move. Arthur squeezed his shoulder once and then stepped back because somebody else was already approaching. Daphne's parents. Now this looked less fun. Mrs. Greengrass did not waste time with pleasantries. Daphne straightened beside Harry. Mother. Mr. Greengrass nodded to Harry. Potter. Harry nodded back. Mr. Greengrass. Nobody smiled. The corridor around them was crowded with ministry aides, board members, clerks pretending not to eavesdrop, and enough old money to make the air feel expensive. Mrs. Greengrass looked at Daphne first, not the blood on her sleeve, not the dust in her hair. Straight to her eyes, the way somebody did when they wanted the truth before the performance. You went below, she said. Daphne did not waste time pretending otherwise. Yes, Mr. Greengrass looked at Harry, and you brought her back out. Harry said she came because I'd have had fewer good ideas without her. Mrs. Greengrass's gaze slid to him, cool, measured, not hostile exactly, worse than that, accurate. That, she said, is not the point. Daphne's jaw shifted. No, mother. The point is that a ministry office had a kill box under a school. Mr. Greengrass's expression didn't change, but Harry saw interest sharpen. You are certain? Harry pulled the folded memorandum partway from his robe, enough to make the point, not enough to hand around evidence in a hallway full of scavengers. I'm beyond certain. Mrs. Greengrass inhaled slowly. Then the room we just left is going to get uglier before lunch. Yeah, Harry said, that's the vibe. She looked at him again, and this time the assessment changed a little, not softer, more invested. You embarrassed a ministry specialist on a warded platform in front of the board, she said. Harry shrugged. He tried to hit me like a thunderstorm with paperwork. Mr. Greengrass's mouth twitched. Tiny movement, still counted as a near miracle. Mrs. Greengrass, however, said, "Do not mistake today's spectacle for security. Rooms like that love a public humiliation. They use it to justify the private correction." Harry nodded once. "I know, do you?" she asked. He met her eyes. "I grew up with people who smiled while deciding where to put me. This is just a better carpet." That landed. Mrs. Greengrass's stare held a second longer than before. Then she said, "Good answer." Daphne exhaled through her nose like she was both pleased and annoyed that her mother had said it. Mr. Greengrass folded his hands behind his back. "Cashin will not drop direct pressure now that he has open confirmation of underworld claim in public record." "Yeah," Harry said. "I noticed the part where he stopped trying to be subtle." "That means you have two threats now," Mr. Greengrass said. "State response and everyone who thinks the state response might fail." Arthur Weasley, still close enough to hear because he was not even pretending to give the corridor privacy, muttered, "That sounds cheerful." Mr. Greengrass glanced toward him. "It is realistic," Molly said flatly and grimly stated. Mrs. Greengrass looked back at Daphne. "You will not move alone." Daphne's expression went dry. "You mean because of school safety or because you think being senior Harry is now politically expensive?" Mrs. Greengrass did not flinch. "Both." Harry looked between them. "I'm right here, by the way." "Yes," Mrs. Greengrass said. "That's part of the issue." He almost laughed. Almost. A ministry clerk appeared at the end of the corridor and squeaked something about the recess ending in 5 minutes. Nobody thanked him. Molly stepped closer to Harry again, though not enough to crowd. "When this starts again in there, don't let them use Ginny to soften you." Harry looked at her. Molly's eyes were hard now, not just grateful mother. Protective mother who had turned that gratitude into strategy in about 15 seconds. "They'll say things about trauma," she said, "about what she went through, about you understanding because you saved her, and then they'll use that to talk like containment is kindness." Arthur grimaced. "Molly, what? It's exactly what they'll do." Harry thought about Cashin's tone, protective review, risk framework, emergent statute. "Yeah," he said quietly. "They will." Molly nodded once. "Then don't let them." That was solid advice. He liked getting solid advice from adults. It happened less often than advertised. The second the clerk fled, someone else took his place. Lucius Malfoy. Of course, he approached with the kind of smooth confidence that suggested he believed any conversation he entered improved by having him in it. Harry disliked that on principle. "Mr. Potter," Lucius said. Harry looked at him. "Mr. Malfoy." Lucius's pale gaze flicked once to Daphne, once to her parents, once to Arthur and Molly, and then back to Harry. In under 3 seconds, he had measured the alliance picture and probably 3 versions of how to exploit it. Harry respected the speed, not the man. "You've had an eventful morning," Lucius said. Harry gave him a flat look. "That's a weird opener from someone whose son's been feeding me ministry names." Lucius went very still. Across the corridor, Daphne's father looked suddenly more awake than before. Arthur let out a short, harsh breath that might have been a laugh. Lucius recovered almost instantly, but not fast enough to hide that the hit landed. "Draco," he said smoothly, "has always been too eager to matter early." Harry nodded. "Yeah, he gets that from somewhere." Daphne's mother looked away for exactly 1 second, which Harry was pretty sure meant she was choosing not to enjoy this out loud. Lucius studied Harry. "You will find, Mr. Potter, that people circle rare power for many reasons. Fear is only one." Harry smiled without warmth, "and greed's the easier one to negotiate." Lucius's eyes sharpened. Sometimes. Harry let that sit. Lucius was not offering help. He was testing whether Harry was old enough to hear offers shaped like poison and call them by name. Harry was. Before Lucius could say anything else, Theseus stepped into the corridor from the hearing room doorway. Just stepped, didn't announce himself, didn't posture. The entire conversation shifted anyway. Lucius's expression altered at once into aristocratic neutrality. Arthur's shoulders hardened. Molly looked like she'd happily test whether lightning boys could bleed if provoked right. Theseus's gaze found Harry first, not because he forgot the others were there, because he had come for Harry. Cashin wasn't with him. That made it more interesting. "Theseus," Lucius said, as if he were greeting an equal he did not fully approve of and definitely did not underestimate. Theseus gave him a brief nod and ignored everyone else. "Potter, a word." Harry looked at him. "You can use the corridor. It's already a mess." Theseus's jaw tightened a fraction. Daphne shifted half a step closer to Harry without making it obvious unless you were paying attention. Harry was. Theseus noticed too. "Good." "I said some things on the platform," Theseus said. Harry waited. "These things being that I shouldn't exist unbound," Harry suggested. "Among others," bold category. A few people in the corridor looked like they wanted to hear this very badly and knew they shouldn't. "Excellent." Theseus held Harry's gaze. "I don't take back the warning. Didn't ask you to. But I do take back the part where I treated you like a force before a person." That got actual silent. Arthur looked startled, Molly suspicious, Lucius unreadable, Mrs. Greengrass thoughtful in a way Harry did not entirely enjoy. Harry looked at Theseus for a long second. The younger man meant it. Not enough to trust, enough that the sentence mattered. You still think I'm dangerous, Harry said. Yes, you still think state control over me is justified. Theseus's eyes flicked just once toward the hearing chamber door where Cassian waited somewhere beyond it. I think this government should have done less before today and more honestly now. Daphne's brows went up by a fraction. Harry saw it. That answer had some teeth. Harry said, that's a nicer way of saying Cassian's rot. Theseus's mouth did not move. Cassian is useful. There it is. And wrong in methods. Harry held his gaze. You stay next to useful wrong long enough, it stops being methods. Theseus accepted that hit without flinching. Interesting. Then he said, if this hearing goes badly, he will ask for custody authority. Molly swore. Lucius did not react at all, which was a reaction by itself. Harry tilted his head. And you're telling me that because the room is divided now. Theseus looked directly at him. And divided rooms are where people disappear through procedure. Daphne's mother's eyes sharpened hard enough that Harry noticed even while tracking everything else. Harry said, still not sure I like you. Theseus nodded once. You shouldn't. Then he turned and walked back into the chamber before anyone could stop him, question him, or pin him to the moment harder than he'd intended. Arthur let out a long breath. Well, that was strange. Lucius said coolly, number that was a fracture. Harry looked at him. Lucius met the look and gave him the faintest, most cynical curve of the mouth. Learn the difference quickly, Mr. Potter, it may save you. Then he walked away because apparently that was the corridor's theme. Harry glanced at Daphne. Do all powerful people talk like that on purpose? Yes, she said. They think it keeps them from sounding desperate. Does it? Number that improved his mood a little. Then the hearing restarted. Back inside, the room had changed shape. Not physically, politically, the clean line Cassian wanted was gone now. Too many people had seen too much. He knew it. Harry knew it. Dumbledore definitely knew it. Cassian did not come back and looking rattled. That would have been amateur. He came back and looking like a man who had decided the first plan was dead and the second would have to do. Harry respected the speed. He still wanted to ruin the plan. The resumed session began with Molly Weasley giving direct testimony, which was the best surprise of the day so far. She did not use elegant language. She did not need to. My daughter was possessed by an object this ministry did not detect inside a school this ministry later claimed to have monitored, she said, standing on the observer side with both hands braced against the bench rail. Then the same ministry sent a man into this room to tell us children getting hurt was part of a framework. I want that entered before anything else gets called protection. The living clerk wrote like his hand hurt. Arthur followed with dates, access, family contact, and the fact that nobody from Cassian's office had ever once approached the Weasleys with a warning, inquiry, or support despite apparently circling the school for months if not years. The board had to hear that too. It mattered because now Cassian wasn't debating a theory. He was defending a method after real parents named the cost out loud. Then came the governors. Some were useless. One old man spent 5 straight minutes acting like the real issue was Hogwarts' reputation management, which made McGonagall look like she might reach across the chamber and personally redefine his remaining lifespan. Another tried to suggest chamber legends justified extraordinary monitoring, which Harry translated internally as I'm afraid and rich enough to call that policy. But not all of them went that way. One witch with silver cuffs and a name Harry only half caught asked Cassian point-blank whether Arcane Containment had ever filed a request to place ministry devices under Hogwarts grounds with the school's consent. Cassian said number. She asked whether it had filed one without the school's consent. Cassian did not answer fast enough. That was answer enough. Lucius Malfoy of all people then pressed the knife in neatly. So either your department breached school sovereignty, Lucius said, voice cool as glass, or a private operation with access to ministry hardware did so under your nose. Neither reflects well on your case for expanded authority. Harry had to stop himself from looking amused. Cassian's eyes slid to Lucius. Your concern for sovereignty is touching. Lucius's mouth barely moved. My concern is for institutional appetite. It rarely stops at the stated meal. That was such a rich person's sentence. Harry almost threw something, but the point underneath it was solid. Then Dumbledore stood. The room settled. He did not thunder. That wasn't his style. He simply stepped into the center with the sort of quiet that made everyone else sound less finished by comparison. The ministry is right about one thing, he said. This is no longer a matter for whispered internal school correction. Cassian's attention sharpened. Dumbledore continued. A child was possessed by a remnant of Tom Riddle. A basilisk was housed beneath Hogwarts within a structure whose legend has been mishandled for decades. Modern ministry instruments were hidden in that root. And Harry Potter, who saved Ginny Weasley's life, is now being spoken of as if his willingness to enter danger validates the architecture that waited to exploit him if he did. That landed clean. Harry stayed still in his chair and let the room hear it from somebody with institutional weight. Dumbledore looked toward Cassian then. You say you sought not blindness but readiness, yet what we have seen here is not readiness. It is enticement. It is passivity in the face of predictable harm. And it is, perhaps worst of all, confidence that if the right child was cornered under the right pressure, your office could classify him by observing how he bled. The dead clerk above the chamber gave a tiny grim nod. Harry saw it. Cashin folded his hands behind his back. And if the classification is real, if the risk is not theoretical, Dumbledore's expression did not shift. Then we address the risk without first proving we can be trusted with cruelty. That drew the first real murmur of approval Harry had heard all day. Theseus looked at Dumbledore for a long second after that, as if the old wizard had said something he wanted to object to and couldn't entirely. Cashin shifted again. "All right," he said. "Then let us address specifics without euphemism." He turned toward Harry. "Do you deny that death-linked force heals you?" There it was, public, no more dancing. Harry looked at him. The room looked too. He could lie, say unclear, say not reliably, say private magical issue, and let the room build monsters out of uncertainty anyway. He was done letting other people frame the room. "No," Harry said, "I don't deny it." Absolute silence. Cashin nodded once, like a final instrument had clicked into place. "Then how," he asked, "do you propose magical Britain should view a boy who becomes harder to kill the more lethal the force used against him?" Harry smiled without warmth. "Maybe start by not trying to kill him." That hit harder than Cashin's question had. A few people laughed before they could stop themselves. Not loud enough. Harry kept going because now the room was his for one clean moment and he wasn't wasting it. "You keep asking what I am like, that's the only thing in this room that matters," he said. "But look around. Department planted hardware under a school. A hearing was ready before the rescue. A man hit me with enough terminal force to stop most hearts because you wanted to see what happened. And somehow I'm the one being explained as a public danger first." He looked up toward the benches. "At least be honest. You're not scared because I hurt anyone. You're scared because I didn't break the way your paperwork expected." Nobody interrupted. Harry turned back to Cashin. "If you want an answer, here's one. I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't ask for your files or your traps or your nice little categories. But I'm done letting people use kids as bait to find out what happens when I'm cornered. So if Magical Britain wants to view me, it can start there." The room sat in that. Cashin did not respond immediately. Good, make him work. Finally he said, "Strong rhetoric does not erase structural risk." "No," Harry said, "but it does expose who keeps creating it." Theseus looked away first. Interesting again. The formal result, when it finally came, was exactly the sort of compromise cowardly systems loved. No immediate custody order. Big win. No emergency ministry guardianship. Another win, but also no clean exoneration, no quiet return to classes, no assumption that Harry was just another student who'd had a rough month and deserved sleep. Instead, the chamber produced an oversight resolution. Harry remained under Hogwarts' care. Dumbledore retained primary authority. McGonagall received broad discretionary protection powers. An external inquiry opened into Arcane Containment's conduct, which Harry would believe when he saw teeth, not before. And most importantly for the future, Cashin's office was denied direct custody but granted continued review access pending material developments. Cashin had lost the big grab. He had not lost the right to keep circling, which meant this wasn't over, not even close. Harry knew it the second the wording hit, so did everyone else worth watching. The hearing broke up in layers after that. Molly and Arthur went to Ginny. Board members started forming hungry little knots in the side corridors, talking too low and too fast. Lucius Malfoy left without speaking to Harry again, which probably meant he'd already gotten what he came for. The Greengrasses vanished with the sort of efficiency old families had turned into an art. Dumbledore got pulled into immediate discussion with 3 officials and 1 governor who seemed to think sensitive communications strategy was a sentence anybody wanted to hear after today. McGonagall came straight to Harry. For one sharp second, he expected a lecture. He got something better. She stopped in front of him, looked up into his face, and said, "You were reckless, impossible, politically inflammatory, and correct." Harry blinked. "That's almost sweet." "It is not sweet." She looked at the scorched robe front again. "And if you step onto another ministry platform without telling me first, I will personally ensure you spend a month scrubbing cauldrons in silence." He considered that fair. Her eyes softened by a fraction, which on McGonagall was practically a hug. "Get cleaned up, eat something, then come to my office at 7. Why? Because I assume you have questions. That's one word for it." She actually almost smiled. Then it was gone and she was professor again. 7. She left before he could argue. Harry turned and nearly collided with Theseus. The younger man had shed the official hearing distance now. Up close, the similarities between him and Cashin disappeared entirely. Theseus was not smooth, not really. He was sharp in the uncomfortable places, honest in the dangerous ones. Harry trusted that more than Cassian's courtesy and less than almost anything else. Private room, Theseus said. Harry looked at him. You planning another non-lethal execution attempt? Theseus's jaw tight. I crossed the declared line. Yeah, I know. That got Harry's attention in a different way. Good, he said. These rooms, Theseus said quietly, reward certainty until certainty gets people killed. He glanced down the corridor where Cassian was surrounded by officials again. I'm not repeating what happened on the platform without warning. Harry stared at him for a beat, then nodded toward a side alcove off the records corridor. There, Daphne was waiting by the wall 20 feet away like she'd never left, which Harry loved and found very irritating for how much he loved it. He jerked his chin toward the alcove. She pushed off the wall and followed without asking. Theseus looked at both of them and to his credit did not complain. Inside the alcove, the sound of the corridor went muffled. Enough privacy, not complete, good. Harry folded his arms. Talk. Theseus looked from him to Daphne. You knew before today. Daphne answered before Harry could. About what? About his claim. Daphne did not blink. I knew pieces. Not the full structure. Theseus looked back at Harry. And you? Harry leaned one shoulder against the wall. I had a dream man, a black coin, a basilisk calling me graveson, and a curse problem. You tell me. Theseus's gaze sharpened. Dream man. Harry almost smiled. Now you're curious. These things matter. Yeah, Harry said. Funny how everyone decides that after the fact. Theseus ignored the hit. Cassian thinks the underworld claim attached through opportunistic breach. He thinks if Voldemort's killing curse cracked your core open, something outside used the opening. Harry watched him, and you think. Theseus was silent long enough that Harry almost repeated the question. Then he said, I think underworld forces do not attach by accident. They recognize lineage or usefulness. Sometimes both. Daphne asked, you say underworld forces like you've met them. Theseus's mouth flat. I've studied the damage left when divine inheritance enters human institutions without limits. Harry snorted softly. Funny, I've studied damage left by institutions without limits. That one landed. Theseus looked at him with something that might have been respect if it weren't carrying so much argument with it. At the hearing, Harry said, you said state level. Was that you talking or Cassian? Theseus answered right away. Me. Harry appreciated the speed. Why? Because if you are what the evidence suggests, then every curse aimed to end life becomes a resource to you. Theseus held his gaze. Do you understand what that does to deterrence? Harry stared at him then. You mean the government can't threaten me the normal way? Theseus did not flinch. Among other things, yes. Daphne said, that sounds less like safety concern and more like monopoly concern. Theseus glanced at her. Power outside known leverage destabilizes states. Harry laughed once. You really do talk like a report when you're nervous. That made Theseus's expression crack just enough for Harry to know he'd been right. Interesting, Theseus said. You think this is about control because you've only seen the petty version of it. Family, school, small government. I'm talking about international response. Divine bloodlines do not stay local once named. Harry's scar prickled. That sentence mattered. Who else knows? He asked. Theseus looked down the corridor. Enough. Names. Number. Harry pushed off the wall. Then this is wasting my time. Theseus said there is a fracture beneath Hogwarts. Harry stopped. Daphne did too. Theseus kept his eyes on Harry. Not just the chamber, deeper, older. The chamber is a cap, not the source. The hairs on Harry's arms rose. Go on, he said. Theseus hesitated once like he'd already crossed a line and was deciding whether to kick the rest of the fence down too. Then he did. Your basilisk chamber sits over a seam. Call it a fault, a breach, a pressure line. Different departments use different words. Cassian's office calls it an underworld-adjacent fracture. Slytherin did not build the chamber at random. He built on top of something he wanted hidden and useful. Daphne's voice stayed very quiet, and arcane containment knew. Yes, for how long? These records go back before my service. Harry's mind moved fast, the dream hall. Way the castle breath, the thing beneath the thing, the reason the chamber had felt like a route, not a destination. The way the basilisk had recognized him and the structure had answered him and the ministry had built a net not in the chamber itself but in the approach. Because the approach was the test, not the objective. What does Voldemort want with it? Harry asked. Theseus's eyes sharpened. You know about that too. Tom Riddle in diary form isn't subtle. No, Theseus said. He never was. Harry waited. Theseus drew a breath. Cassian believes if Riddle or what remains of Voldemort reaches the fracture properly, he can rebuild aspects of himself through it. Underworld-linked death structures are not immortality, but to a broken soul they can look close enough to try. Harry felt cold move through him. Tom's fascination in the chamber made more sense now, not just curiosity, utility. And Cassian, Harry asked. Theseus's mouth flattened again. He wants to seal it. Daphne gave him a look that could have stripped paint. With children in the casualty threshold, these are not the same question. They are if the route to the seal runs through a school. Theseus looked away first. There it was again, that crack between him and Cassian, not enough to make him safe, enough to matter later. Harry said, "You're telling me this because—" Theseus met his eyes. "Because if Cassian thinks he can still recover the situation politically, he'll come for you through legality first and force second. If he fails there, he will try to seal the fracture before you or Voldemort can reach it. That means Hogwarts becomes a site, not a school." A site. Harry stared at him. A site. Yeah, that sounded like the sort of word governments used right before children needed evacuation and soldiers called themselves specialists. Daphne asked, "Why tell us instead of Dumbledore?" Theseus gave a short, humorless breath. "You think Dumbledore doesn't know the shape? He knows enough. What he does not know is that Cassian has already moved materials for a field seal." Harry's attention sharpened all the way. "Where?" Theseus held his gaze. "That's what I'm still deciding whether to tell you." Harry stepped closer, not threatening, not loud, just enough to make the point that if Theseus wanted Harry to understand urgency, he had it. "Decide faster." Something moved in Theseus's face then, not fear, recognition of a different kind. Harry wasn't a file now. Not even a state-level threat, just a person standing too close and not blinking first. At last Theseus said, "Sub-basement route from old detention block, not marked on public plans. Your ministry ghost friend in the hearing chamber would know the shelf." Harry went very still. Theseus noticed that. "You do see them." Harry ignored the question. "You knew I'd clocked the dead clerk. These rooms are full of them." Theseus's gaze flicked briefly past Harry's shoulder, and for the first time Harry realized Theseus could feel the ghosts even if he couldn't see them cleanly. Not like Harry could, but enough. "Good to know." Daphne said, "Why help now?" Theseus looked at her, then at Harry. "Because if Cassian makes Hogwarts a site before the right people are in the room, he wins even if he's wrong about everything else." Harry considered that. It tracked. It was also not the full truth. "You're not saying all of it," Harry said. Theseus's jaw tightened. "No," he said, "I'm not. That was honest at least." Harry nodded once. "Fine, then here's my part. If you stay next to him when he starts moving on Hogwarts, you're on his side no matter what speech you give yourself about methods." Theseus held his gaze. Then he said, "I know," and walked out. Daphne let the silence sit 3 seconds after he left. Then, "I really hate useful people." Harry exhaled. "Yeah." She looked at him. "Do you think he's lying?" Number. Harry ran through the whole conversation again. "Not exactly. Holding things back, yes. Lying, number, same." He pushed off the wall. "Records shelf." Daphne frowned. "You have McGonagall at 7. I know. And we are absolutely not sneaking through the ministry archives before that." He looked at her. She looked right back. He said, "I wasn't going to say sneaking. You thought it, maybe." She stepped closer until they were inside each other's, quiet in a way the corridor did not deserve but got anyway. "You look like you're about to sprint at 6 different disasters. That sounds low." Something in her face changed. Tiny, not smile, not softness exactly. Just the edge coming off for a second because he'd managed to be funny while looking like a boy who had fought a storm on government stone an hour ago. Then she lifted one hand and fixed the torn collar of his scorched robe with quick, irritated fingers. "You look awful," she said. Harry went still, not because of the words. Because of the hand at his throat, the easy lack of drama in it, the fact that she acted like touching him in the middle of Fallout wasn't some big event, just something necessary she had decided to do. "I fought a weather addict," he said. "You still look awful. Brutal." She looked up at him then, properly, close, steady. "You were right in the hearing. That doesn't narrow it down. The part where you said they were angry because you didn't break on schedule." Harry held her eyes. Daphne lowered her hand from his collar. "Don't make their timing your shape." That hit in a place he really wasn't prepared for. He covered it the only way available. "You say nice things like you're filing complaints." "I do everything like I'm filing complaints." "Yeah, I noticed." For 1 second neither of them moved. Then Hermione's voice came cutting down the corridor from around the corner. "If I find both of you hiding and making important decisions without me again, I'm going to become a criminal." Daphne stepped back at once, face resetting so fast it almost made Harry laugh. Hermione and Zabini arrived together at speed. Hermione took one look at Harry and said, "Why do you look worse?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Good to see you too." Zabini glanced between him and Daphne, noticed something, and wisely did not comment because he enjoyed living. Hermione folded her arms. Well, Harry gave them the quick version. Theseus, fracture, old detention block route, field seal materials. Hogwarts becoming a site. Hermione went pale and angry by turns. Zabini lost all trace of bored elegance. "That's not a school problem anymore," Hermione said. "No," Harry said, "that's the point." Zabini rubbed a hand over his jaw. "Cassian loses the public grab, so he moves on the hidden objective anyway." "Exactly." Hermione was already halfway into logistics. "McGonagall at 7, we tell her." Harry shook his head. "Not all of it." She stared. "What?" "Not until we confirm the route." Hermione looked ready to combust. "Why are you like this?" Because if McGonagall tells Dumbledore before we know how much he already knows and how fast messages travel inside the Ministry, Cashin will shift the materials before anybody official reaches the root. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, hated that it made sense. I really hate when you're right in ways that are terrible. Yeah, Zabini said, join the club. Daphne said, we confirm first, then McGonagall immediately after. Hermione looked at all three of them and realized she was outvoted. That annoyed her almost as much as the plan itself. Fine, she said, but if this turns into another pipe situation, I'm hexing all of you before the rescue. Reasonable, Harry said. They left the Ministry separately enough not to make a pattern and together enough that nobody dumb could isolate them on the way out. That part at least went smoothly. The return to Hogwarts did not, because the school had changed. Word traveled fast anywhere students lived in groups. Faster when the story was weird, dangerous, and included Harry Potter being dragged to the Ministry after pulling a living girl out of a dead chamber. By the time Harry stepped back into the entrance hall, half the castle knew three mutually contradictory versions of the hearing and all of them involved him. Some had added fire. One had added ghosts screaming his name. A fourth-year Hufflepuff apparently told everybody Harry had punched a Ministry official, which Harry wished were true. Conversations stopped when he passed. Not all from fear, some from curiosity, some from calculation, some because people were waiting to see whether Harry would act like he'd noticed. He didn't, mostly. At the foot of the marble staircase, Ron Weasley barreled straight at him anyway. Harry barely had time to brace before Ron stopped 1 foot away, breathing hard, face red, fists clenched. Is it true? Ron demanded. Harry looked at him. Could you narrow down which insane thing that Ginny was? Ron stopped, looked around the hall full of ears, and lowered his voice badly. Used by a book. Harry nodded once. Ron swallowed. And you went down there. You actually went. Yeah. Ron stared at him like he was trying to decide whether to punch him, thank him, or ask for a proper replay from the beginning. None of those would have gone well in the entrance hall. Fred and George arrived a second later with Percy in their wake. George looked at Harry and said, Mum says you're banned from dying until she finishes baking you 6 apology pies for ever calling you a menace. Fred nodded, which is nice because she only does pies for people she's adopted in a crisis. Harry almost smiled. Comforting. Percy, by contrast, looked like he wanted to both shake Harry's hand and file a statement against everyone in government. The Ministry hearing, Percy said. How much was entered into record? Harry stared at him. Fred made a face. Percy, what? It matters. Harry rubbed a hand over his face, enough to make people nervous. Not enough to fix the right things. Percy actually nodded at that like it was a respectable summary. Ron still hadn't moved. Did Ginny say anything? Not to me. Ron looked down, jaw tight. Harry said, quieter, she'll need people acting normal around her where possible. Ron gave him a look like he'd personally invented older brother fury in the last 6 hours. Normal isn't really on the menu. No, Harry said, but don't make her feel watched. That landed better. Ron nodded once, stiff and real. Then they stepped aside because McGonagall had just entered the entrance hall and the room collectively remembered she existed. She did not summon Harry immediately, which meant she was either very busy or very strategic. Probably both. Good, that gave them a window. The old detention block sat on the far side of the castle in a section students barely used because nothing in that direction mattered unless you had a reason to be there. Narrow halls, fewer portraits, old stones with that specific Hogwarts feeling of remembering every punishment they'd ever held. Hermione hated the whole route on principle. This wing should have been demolished. Zabini glanced at the iron ring still bolted to one wall. Now I kind of want the history. Number, yes, number. Harry tuned them out halfway through because the pull under his scar had started up again. Not from the chamber. Different line. Higher in the walls, not serpentine, more like a split in pressure he couldn't fully name except now Theseus's words sat on top of it. Fracture. The dead clerk's help turned out to matter again. He was waiting in the archive room off the side corridor, leaning against a cabinet nobody living noticed. Narrow face, old ledger robes, bad posture of the permanently overworked dead. Harry walked straight to him. Hermione and Zabini both stopped talking. Daphne just exhaled once like, yes, of course this too. The ghost clerk looked at Harry. Took you long enough. Hermione made a strangled noise. You can hear him. Harry nodded, apparently. Zabini looked delighted and horrified in equal measure. That keeps getting worse. The ghost clerk sniffed. I was murdered by paperwork in 1892. Very little surprises me now. Shelf 12, red folio. Don't let the girl with the braid crease the corner. Hermione blinked. I'm not going to. Harry was already at shelf 12, red folio. He pulled it down. The cover read, Structural Irregularities, Sub-Basement Non-Public Routes. Hermione made a small, excited sound she probably hated in herself. They spread the folio on a side table. Plans, old enough to be hand-drafted. Updated over decades in different inks. Maintenance notes, sealed sections, detention cells long since retired, and there, running lower than the normal basement routes, a narrow marked path labeled in older handwriting, Founder's Fault Buffer Line. Harry felt the room go colder. Hermione ran a finger just above the line without touching it. Fault Buffer, Daphne read lower on the page, prevent seepage into primary school wards. Zabini leaned in. That sounds like a sentence no school should ever need. Harry kept reading. Further down, in newer ink, stamped with arcane containment review marks, subterranean instability event clusters correlate with chamber legend renewal cycles. Recommend seal package staging at detention access branch. Authorize fast deploy black iron stakes in trirune lattice for underworld contact suppression. Underworld contact suppression. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at the page, then lower, another note, much older, different hand, sloppier, probably written fast. Slytherin sealed lower mouth but not fully. Said door must remain if air ever requires descent. Harry's scar burned. Daphne said very quietly, lower mouth. Harry nodded once. The ghost clerk drifted closer over their shoulders. You're looking for the branch, last page. Harry flipped it. There. A narrow corridor dropping off the detention block route and ending in a sealed chamber symbol marked with 3 concentric circles and 1 note in Cashin's modern hand. Seal materials hold here pending event access. Zabini said, that man really does label his own crimes. Hermione's face had gone hard in a way Harry saw only when she'd stopped being a student with rules and become a person with a list. We take this to McGonagall now, she said. Harry looked at the map one more time. Then at the corridor route, then at the clock in the archive room, 6:38, McGonagall at 7, enough time to confirm. Barely. Daphne saw it hit him and said immediately, number. Hermione swung around. Absolutely number. Zabini actually laughed from sheer disbelief. He hasn't even suggested it out loud and I'm already exhausted. Harry held up one hand. Listen. No, Hermione said. You listen, we found the route. That was the agreement. We are now at the tell McGonagall stage. Harry tapped the seal chamber note. This only proves staging, not whether Cashin's already moved it. If the materials are there right now, McGonagall can intercept with evidence in hand. If they're gone, we need to know before we walk into her office so we can tell her the movement's already started. Daphne's eyes narrowed. And your version of we involves doing exactly what? Fast check, Harry said. In and out, 4 minutes. Hermione stared like she might actually bite him just to simplify the debate. The ghost clerk floated 3 feet higher and said dryly, he's going anyway. You may wish to adjust your strategy to that reality. All 3 of them turned to look at the ghost. He folded translucent arms. I had 47 years in records. One learns patterns. Zabini pointed at him. I like him. Hermione looked betrayed by the dead. Daphne blew out a breath. We all go, no split. Harry started to argue and then stopped because if he did, it would only prove her earlier point again. Fine, he said. Hermione closed her eyes briefly. I'm going to end up famous for the wrong reasons. Already happening, Zabini said. The route down was mean. Old detention stairs, narrow enough to 4 single file, no torch brackets still working, stones wet in patches because Hogwarts believed in haunting a place properly if it was going to bother at all. Harry led because the pull under his scar got stronger the lower they went. Hermione came right behind with the folio, Daphne behind her. Zabini last, checking their back trail every 10 steps because he'd spent too much time around dangerous adults not to. The corridor at the bottom looked like nobody had wanted to remember it, and the castle had agreed. Iron-barred doors along one side, all open now. Old restraint rings, faded runes in the thresholds. On the far wall where the map said the branch should be, 3 newer black iron sigils had been hammered into the stone in a triangle. Cashin's style. Harry crouched by the leftmost sigil and did not touch it bare. Fresh. Hermione looked at the metal. How fresh, not old. That's not a unit. It's what I've got. Daphne pointed farther down. There. The branch entrance had been hidden behind what looked like a blank wall section at first glance. Not to normal eyes once you were close enough, maybe, but enough to fool quick searches. Silver dust marked the outline. Someone had moved in and out recently. Harry pushed. The wall gave. Beyond it sat a narrow staging room cut straight into the older stone. Iron racks on both sides, 2 empty, 1 not. The remaining rack held 3 wrapped black iron stakes, a coil of silver-threaded chain, and a leather dispatch case stamped arcane containment. Hermione swore. Zabini looked at the gear and said, that is a kidnapping kit with better branding. Harry crossed straight to the case and flipped it open. Inside, seal sequence cards, deployment notes, access sigils, and 1 folded order packet. He opened that first. Emergency seal execution authorized if subject HP. Displays uncontrollable convergence with lower fracture. Secondary objective, deny hostile soul fragment access even at cost of local structural damage. If Hogwarts staff interferes, cite national continuity clause. Signed C. Thorne. Harry stared at the words local structural damage. National Continuity Clause, Daphne said flatly from over his shoulder. That's what they use when they want emergency powers without waiting for bodies to cool. Hermione's face went white with anger. He's planning to do this in the school. Zabini checked the corridor again. Question, Harry didn't look up. Yeah. How many minutes before we stop standing in the room full of evidence and start assuming Cashin may have backup routes? Good question. Harry folded the order packet and shoved it into his robe. Take one stake. Hermione looked at him sharply. Why one? Evidence. Leave the rest. If they vanish afterward, we know they noticed the breach in their stash. Daphne reached for the least wrapped one using a length of chain from the rack instead of her hands. Smart. The second she lifted it, the floor beneath them hummed. All four of them froze. The wall sigils outside the room lit dull silver. Please say that's normal, Zabini muttered. It is not normal, Hermione said. It's a notice trigger. Harry was already moving. Out. They cleared the hidden door as a pulse ran down the corridor, not explosive, signaling. Daphne shoved the false wall mostly closed behind them. Zabini wiped the outer sigil line with the hem of his sleeve just enough to blur the most obvious disturbance. Harry took point again up the stairs. Fast now, no debate. They hit the archive room panting. The ghost clerk was waiting with the expression of someone who had watched living people make bad timing choices for a century and found no reason to believe today would be different. Someone tripped your corridor bells, he said. Helpful, Harry said. You're welcome. Hermione clutched the folio and the copied notes so hard the parchment edges were crumpling. McGonagall now, nobody argued. McGonagall's office at 7 o'clock sharp contained more people than Harry had expected and somehow all the right ones for maximum inconvenience. McGonagall obviously, Dumbledore, Snape because no disaster stayed interesting without him. And to Harry's annoyance, Cashin Thorne himself. Harry stopped in the doorway so hard Daphne nearly ran into him. Cashin looked up from the chair opposite McGonagall's desk and went still for one small, satisfying second when he saw the state of all four of them. Dust again, breathing hard, Hermione furious. Zabini looking like he'd enjoyed committing a crime in principle if not in practice. Daphne carrying a wrapped black iron stake with the kind of care usually reserved for venomous things. Good. McGonagall rose halfway. What happened? Harry stepped fully into the room and set the wrapped stake down on her desk. We found your sight, he said. Cashin stood. Snape's eyes narrowed at the stake. Dumbledore's gaze went from it to Harry's face to the folio in Hermione's hands and sharpened enough to feel. McGonagall said very quietly, start talking. Hermione did, not Harry. Hermione. Fast, precise, every note and map and route and hidden room and order packet laid out in sequence like she had built her whole life for exactly one moment where adults needed the facts before they drowned in their own politics. Harry watched McGonagall listen and felt a weird, quick spike of satisfaction in the middle of everything because this, more than anything, was why Hermione mattered. Give her enough truth and she turned it into a weapon no one could hand-wave. By the time she finished, the room had gone cold in all the human ways. Cashin looked at the order packet in Harry's hand. That document should not have been accessible. Harry almost smiled, and yet. McGonagall took the packet, read it once, and then looked up with a face Harry would not have wanted aimed at him for any amount of money. You staged a seal operation under my school. Cashin's voice stayed calm. Under emergency authority. No, McGonagall said, under hidden authority, in a space you did not disclose, with materials designed to deploy on school grounds under a clause broad enough to excuse collapse. Cashin shifted to the version of honesty he used when lying cleanly had become impossible. If the fracture opens improperly, this castle will not be a school for very long. Dumbledore, who had remained silent until then, said, you might have led with that 6 months ago. Cashin looked at him, and been denied access by a man who has hidden the boy's condition from every structure capable of reviewing it. Harry stepped forward before Dumbledore could answer. My condition. Cashin looked at him. Say what it is, Harry said, not in report language. Say what you think I'll do. Cashin held his gaze. If the fracture below Hogwarts answers you fully, you may become a point of ingress. The words landed hard. Hermione frowned. Ingress for what? Dumbledore answered this time, voice low and tired and no longer willing to keep the whole shape hidden now that children had literally brought the plans to his desk. The boundary below Hogwarts is not a doorway in the simple sense, he said. It is a pressure line between mortal magic and an older underworld current. Salazar Slytherin built over it because he believed he could weaponize access without fully opening the seam. The chamber was his capstone, the basilisk its guardian. The line beneath remained unstable. Harry looked at him. You knew? Yes. The room breathed wrong around that. McGonagall turned slowly toward Dumbledore. You knew. Dumbledore met her eyes. Not all of the current ministry activity. Not Cashin's modern staging. But yes, I knew the lower seam existed. Snape's face had gone unreadable in the especially severe way it did when he was furious enough to store it for later. Harry looked at Dumbledore and felt something ugly and tired and not entirely surprising settle in place. "You keep doing that," he said. Dumbledore did not pretend to misunderstand. "I do, deciding what I can carry after I'm already under it." "Yes." Harry laughed once. "Brilliant." McGonagall's voice cut across before that line could become the whole room. Later, she looked at Cassian. "Why now?" Cassian answered at once. "Because the diary accelerated the cycle, because the chamber responded, because Potter entered and survived contact no ordinary wizard could, because Tom Riddle or what remained of him in that object was trying to regain anchor through the fracture line, and because if he succeeds with a host tied to death-saturated breach magic." Harry cut in. "That's me." "Yes," Cassian said, "and if you get there first." Cassian's expression did not move. "Then we seal it." Harry looked at the black iron stake on the desk. "By pinning me to it if necessary." Cassian said nothing. That was answer enough. Daphne's voice went very quiet. "He really was planning to do it in the school." Snape finally spoke, and now that the room knows. Cassian looked at him. Now the room must choose between ugly knowledge and sentimental delay. Harry hated how neat the sentence was. He hated more that the choice it described was real. Dumbledore said, "There will be no seal operation under Hogwarts without my full knowledge." Cassian's gaze stayed level. "Then give yours now, all of it." That hung there. Harry looked at Dumbledore. So did everyone else. At last the old wizard exhaled once and said, "The lower seam has responded to two categories of presence in recorded history. Slytherin line command structures, and death-touched blood claims of sufficient depth." Harry's scar prickled. "Hades," Hermione said quietly. Dumbledore nodded once. "No," Cassian said, "not merely Hades, underworld significance. The point is function, not mythology." Harry gave him a look. "You say mythology like you didn't build anti-god stakes." Cassian ignored him. "The point is that Voldemort's soul damage makes the fracture attractive to him. He would try to rebuild through it. Harry's core makes the fracture responsive in a different direction. If either force reaches convergence first, the line destabilizes." Hermione looked from one adult to the next. "And nobody thought telling students any of this before we found the murder snake ourselves was worth trying." Nobody answered, because there wasn't a good answer. Harry looked at the map still clutched in Hermione's hands, then at the stake, then at the adults in the room who all knew different pieces and had somehow between them still managed to let children do the actual rescue work. "What's the next move?" he asked. Cassian said, "Seal." Dumbledore said, "Stabilize and study." McGonagall said, "Protect the students first." Snape said, "Remove all access routes and lock the bloody school down." Hermione said, "How do you stabilize a fracture?" Daphne said, "And what does Voldemort have left to move with if the diary-'s gone?" "Good questions." Harry looked at Dumbledore. "Answer those." Old Wizard nodded slowly. "Stabilization requires layered warding from above and non-trigger contact from below. The difficulty is that the line already knows Harry, so does anyone else trying to use it now?" Harry folded his arms, "Meaning if I go near it, it wakes harder." "Yes, and if Voldemort gets near it, then it may answer the fracture in his soul." "That was bad, clean, simple bad," Cassian said, "which is why seal remains the only responsible plan." Daphne looked at him. "Your seal requires black iron, blood anchoring, and enough force to risk structural damage under a school." Cassian did not blink. "Yes, then it is not the only responsible plan. It is the plan that best fits your office." McGonagall's mouth twitched. "Approval maybe." Snape said, "The immediate problem is that if the staging room has been disturbed, anyone monitoring it now knows someone in this castle is ahead of their schedule." Harry nodded. "We tripped a notice pulse." Cassian's eyes sharpened. "You what?" Harry looked at him. "Would you like me to say it slower?" Cassian's self-control held, but only just. "Then we have less time than we did an hour ago." Dumbledore looked at Harry. "Did you remove anything besides the single stake and documents?" "Number good." Cassian said, "Not good." "Now whoever receives the trigger assumes interference without knowing scale." Harry laughed once. "Welcome to my week." The room might have kept spiraling if a knock hadn't hit the office door hard enough to interrupt every thread at once. McGonagall looked murderous already. "What?" The door opened anyway because Hogwarts under stress had stopped respecting tone. It was Draco. He saw the office, the adults, the black stake, the 4 students, and very nearly backed out on instinct. Then his pride caught up with him and he stayed where he was. "Sorry," Draco said, which meant this was bad enough to override his normal personality. "But I need Potter." Snape looked like he might actually hex him through a wall. "You will address, let him talk," Harry said. All adult eyes in the room shifted to Draco, who visibly regretted everything about the last 30 seconds and pressed on anyway. "My father's gone," Draco said. "Left the ministry half an hour ago. He was contacted privately before the hearing closed." Draco looked at Harry. "And I found this in my trunk when I got back." He held out a folded note. Harry took it. Recognized the hand at once from the earlier warning in Draco's trunk. Not school hand, not neat ministry script. Quick, sharp, whoever it was wrote like they expected to be interrupted. He unfolded it. Lower mouth active. If Thorn cannot cage the air, he will force the opening and blame the castle. Dark Lord's remnants also moving. Choose who reaches the stone first. Harry looked up. The room had gone quiet in a totally different way now. Your father got this, McGonagall asked. Draco swallowed. Number I did. Cassion's eyes narrowed. How? Draco actually straightened a little under the pressure, which Harry respected more than he'd expected to. I don't know. But whoever it is has accessed my room twice and predicted your moves once. Lucius's house informant, Harry thought, or somebody running around the edges of those networks with better access than anybody should have. Dumbledore held out one hand. May I? Harry passed him the note. The old wizard read it once, then looked at Cassian. This confirms competing movement. Cassian's mouth flat. It confirms an informed provocateur. Harry shook his head. Number it confirms what Theseus already told me. The room turned to Theseus. He had not moved since the door opened, but his attention had sharpened all the way at Draco's note. McGonagall said, you knew there was another actor. Theseus did not look at her. He looked only at Cassian. I knew Riddle remnants would keep pushing for the fracture if any survived the diary line. Cassian's face went cold. And you waited until a corridor chat with Potter to disclose field seal staging and competing movement. There it was, crack becoming visible. Theseus met his gaze. Because by the time of the hearing, I no longer trusted your priorities in sequence. Snape actually made a soft sound of disbelief. Cassian took one step toward him. My priorities are the only reason this country still has institutions capable of surviving magic like his. Harry stepped between them before the office could become an adult duel and ruin everybody's night further. Cool, Harry said. You can have your ideology fight later. Right now I've got a murder hole under my school and at least 2 groups racing for it. No one had a better summary. So finally the room did what it should have done hours ago. It started planning like the next move mattered more than the last speech. They mapped immediate objectives fast. McGonagall would quietly move students away from the old detention wing and lower basement under the cover of ward inspections. Snape would inventory hidden access points known to staff and not yet compromised. Hermione and Zabini, since they were already in too deep for anyone's comfort, would work with the archive ghost clerk, which still made Harry's life feel absurd, to identify every non-public lower route that touched old founder infrastructure. Daphne would stay with Harry, not because anyone in the room had voted on it, but because by now that had simply become fact. Dumbledore would reinforce upper wards over the seam. Cassian, under protest from everyone worth trusting, would provide his office's seal schematics and personnel roster, or McGonagall would have him thrown bodily out of the castle, and then spend the rest of the week making it legal retroactively. That threat felt real enough that Cassian complied. Theseus, after one long look at Harry, said he would identify which seal components were intended for containment versus which were intended for punitive anchoring. That was useful. Also probably meant some of Cassian's kit had worse purposes than even the room currently knew. Then came the ugly part. Who would go below if the lower mouth opened before the wards held? The room looked at Harry. Of course it did. Harry looked back at all of them and said, you don't get to tell me not to go and then ask me how soon I can be there. Dumbledore's expression did not change. I know. Harry believed that he knew. He was less interested in whether he intended to act on it. Theseus said, if the line wakes for you, it may also answer through you. Harry looked at him. You keep saying that like I'm not hearing it. Daphne said, then the real question is who goes with him when it does. That was the first sentence anybody had said all evening that felt honest enough to keep. Harry looked at her. She did not look back at him. She was still watching the map on McGonagall's desk, all clean angles and bad options, and that made it hit harder somehow, because she wasn't making a moment. She was making a decision, again. Draco, still awkwardly in the doorway because nobody had actually dismissed him, said, if the lower route touches Slytherin founder infrastructure, the house maps might have pieces of it. Everyone turned to him. He looked like he immediately hated being useful out loud. What? Snape said slowly. What house maps? Draco blinked. The ones older students keep copies of when they don't trust prefect routes. Zabini from the corner looked delighted. I knew rich children committed better crimes. Draco glared at him. McGonagall exhaled through her nose. Bring me every copy. Draco looked trapped between obedience and family conditioning. Right now. McGonagall's face could have cracked granite. Yes, Mr. Malfoy, right now. He fled. Harry watched him go and thought, if this keeps up, Malfoy's going to accidentally become decent out of self-preservation. That would be hilarious. They broke only when it became obvious that if everyone stayed in one room any longer, decision quality would collapse into exhaustion. McGonagall physically ordered Hermione and Zabini to bed after extracting promises that the archive folio would remain in her office under lock and not under any student mattress for convenience. Hermione looked offended at the suggestion. That meant she'd thought about it. Cassian left under watch, which Harry enjoyed deeply. Theseus stayed only long enough to hand over 3 corrections on the seal schematics that changed a restraint lattice into what it actually was, a cruciform blood pinning sequence keyed to underworld resonance. Everyone in the room looked at Cassian differently after that. Good. By the time Harry finally stepped out into the corridor with Daphne beside him, the castle had gone fully quiet in that strained post-crisis way where nobody was really asleep, only lying down with one eye open. He walked in silence for half a corridor before saying, "You should probably sleep." Daphne looked at him like he'd suggested setting a library on fire. He huffed a tired laugh. "Routine check, I know." They turned down the corridor leading toward the Slytherin dungeon entrance. Harry said, "Today was bad. Yes, you fought under a school, got dragged into a ministry hearing, watched me not die on a public platform, found a government kill stash in a basement, and listened to half a dozen adults say the word fracture like it was a weather report. Yes." He glanced at her, still here. That finally got her to look back at him. "Do you need me to say it?" she asked. "Maybe." Daphne slowed just a little. The corridor torchlight hit the side of her face and made the exhaustion there easier to see. She did not hide it from him. That mattered too. "I'm still here," she said, "not because I don't understand the problem, because I do." Harry let that sit. Then, because he was tired enough to stop polishing his thoughts into acceptable shapes, he said, "That helps more than it should." Her eyes stayed on his for one beat longer. "Good," she said. They walked the rest of the way without needing to fill every inch of the silence. That was new too. Harry noticed that, noted it somewhere deeper than strategy and lower than panic. Useful place, dangerous place. He wasn't naming it tonight. At the Slytherin entrance, the bloody Baron waited, not by accident, not drifting, waiting. Harry stopped. Daphne glanced at the ghost, then at Harry. "This one's yours. That's not ominous." The Baron floated closer, silver bloodstains dark against his dead robes, face blank as old stone. Then in a voice like rust on iron, he said, "Air not tear." Harry stared. Daphne blinked once. "That's a new sentence." The Baron ignored her. His dead eyes stayed on Harry. "Lower mouth waking," he said. "Castle remembers old bargain. Blood called, death called, not same thing." Harry's scar prickled. "What bargain?" The Baron's mouth twitched in something that might once have been discussed. Bounders built upward, one built downward too. Woman in gray stopped full opening, bound line to school, bound school to line, bound air root to blood root. Wrong blood and right root breaks balance. Daphne went still. Woman in gray. Harry looked at her. Who? She looked back. Helga's widow story, an old castle legend. Most people think it's nonsense. The Baron made a low sound that definitely meant most people were idiots. Harry stepped closer to him. "If the balance breaks, what happens?" The Baron stared through him for a second, maybe looking at something behind the skin and clothes and stubborn teenager shape of him. Then he said, "School opens, under opens. Dead walk where living sleep." That was enough of that. Harry nodded once. "Great, love that." The Baron tilted his head. "Neat old key. Where punishment kept secrets." And with that, because apparently ghosts also loved cryptic exits, he drifted through the wall and vanished into the stone. Harry stood there a second, then he looked at Daphne. "Punishment kept secrets. Old detention block," she said immediately. He almost laughed from sheer exhaustion. Of course. They went inside the common room anyway, because if Harry did not sit down for at least 5 minutes, his body was going to remember it was technically 15 going on overused. The room was nearly empty. A couple of older students pretending to read. Not asleep in a chair with one hand on a closed book. Draco not back yet, probably still digging up illegal house maps from McGonagall and regretting every life choice that led there. Harry sank into the chair by the lake window. Daphne sat opposite. For a while neither of them spoke. Water moved slowly on the other side of the glass. A shape passed beyond the weeds. Harry didn't even bother checking if it was fish or ghost or something worse. His whole body was starting to catch up with the day now, not the wounds. The lack of wounds made that weirder. Just the drag of too many decisions, too much adrenaline, too many rooms full of people wanting pieces of him arranged to suit their arguments. Daphne watched him from across the low table. "You're about to do something stupid." He looked up. "I'm sitting. You're thinking first." Rude. Accurate. He leaned his head back against the chair and shut his eyes for a second. The Baron said, "Old key. Punishment kept secrets. If there's a key in the detention block and the lower mouth can be opened before Cassian or Voldemort reaches it, I need it first." Daphne did not disagree. That was how bad things had gotten. Instead, she said, "Not tonight." He opened one eye. "You too?" "Yes, me too." He let out a long breath. "You know that means first light." "I know." He looked at her properly then, at the dust on her sleeve that she hadn't brushed off, at the way she kicked one shoe half loose under the chair because she was tired enough to forget doing it neatly, at the fact that she was still here and still not making a performance of it. Harry said, "When this is over, you should demand something expensive." That made her blink once in surprise before the dry edge came back. "From who? Me? For what?" He gestured vaguely at the whole year. General suffering, emotional labor, saving me from bad plans. Daphne's mouth curved, small, real. I'll make a list. Terrifying, I know. For 1 second the common room felt almost normal, then Harry's coin went cold against his chest, not pocket this time, chest, under skin. He sat up straight. Daphne noticed instantly. What? Harry had one hand over his sternum before he fully realized moving it. Cold. Deep cold, the kind that came from the Black Hall in dreams and Old Stone and the first night in Godric's Hollow when something had pressed a coin into him and vanished before Hagrid arrived. The common room darkened. Not all the lights, just the corners, not jerked awake in his chair. The older students looked up. And in the reflection on the lake window, not behind him but there all the same, a tall black figure stood at Harry's shoulder with a face the glass refused to show. Harry did not turn, he didn't need to, he knew. Daphne went very still. Harry, the figure in the window lifted one hand. In its palm rested a second black coin. Then the reflection mouthed one soundless word. Below, the figure vanished. The common room lights returned to normal. Not swore under his breath and pretended he hadn't. Harry looked at the lake window and saw only his own reflection again, pale and tired and a little wilder than yesterday. Daphne's voice was quiet and very steady. Tell me you saw that. He let out one breath. Yeah, he said. Her eyes searched his face. What did it say? Harry stood. Below, Daphne rose too. No more argument, no more sleep talk, no more pretending morning was close enough, because now it wasn't just Cashin, not just Voldemort's leftovers, not just a fracture under a school and a sight waiting to happen. Now the thing that had touched his chest in a ruined nursery, the thing in the Black Hall and the coin and the underworld certainty that had never once asked permission from the living, had just told him the same thing the chamber had told him. The same thing the memoranda and the maps and the dead were all saying in different voices. Below. And if Harry had one solid instinct left after the longest day of his life, it was this. Whatever waited under Hogwarts next, it was no longer waiting for adults to finish their meeting. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. The boy the killing curse could not keep. Harry was already moving before the common room door shut behind him. Daphne didn't ask where, she knew. Below, that was the whole plan and the whole problem. They cut through the dungeon corridor at a run, shoes slapping old stone, green torchlight jumping over the walls while the castle tried to decide whether it was still a school or something else now. Harry had his wand out, Daphne had hers. Neither of them bothered pretending this was another sneaking trip. Not stepped out of an alcove halfway to the stairs like he'd been waiting there for exactly this. Harry slowed by half a step. You doing the creepy wall thing on purpose now? Not look from him to Daphne and back. Something's wrong in the lower wing. Harry stopped, not didn't waste time making it dramatic. The castle changed direction 10 minutes ago. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Changed direction. I don't have better wording. Nott's face stayed blank, but the fact that he was here at all meant plenty. Stairs near the detention block are shifting, one landing off their usual pattern. 2 older students tried the route and came back to the common room from the wrong side of the dungeons. Harry felt the pull under his scar tight. Yeah, he said, that tracks. Nott's gaze dropped briefly to Harry's chest where the coin sat under skin and robe and weird fate and whatever else had gone wrong in Harry's life. Then back to Harry's face. You're going there. Yep, Nott nodded once. Then take the north turn after the split. The west stair will loop you. Harry blinked. You tested it. Nott shrugged one shoulder. I don't like not knowing where my corridors go. Harry grinned despite the situation. Fair. Daphne looked at Nott. Anyone else know? Number. Keep it that way for 10 minutes. Nott's expression did not change. All right. He moved aside. Harry started forward again. You're weirdly useful. From behind them Nott said, so are you. That's why half the house is pretending not to panic. That almost got a laugh out of Harry. Almost. The first stairway shift happened exactly where Nott said it would. Harry took the west turn on instinct. The staircase groaned under him and suddenly the corridor angle changed so sharply he knew the castle had cheated. Daphne grabbed his sleeve and yanked him back before he could commit fully. North, she said. Yeah, okay, you win. They cut back and took the other stair. This one held. By the time they hit the old detention wing, the castle had fully stopped pretending. The corridor lights were low but not dim, more like focused, the way a person narrows their eyes when they've decided something matters. The wall sigils outside the hidden route Harry and the others had found earlier were glowing silver now, not in a warning pulse but in a steady active burn. And from beyond the false wall came noise. Not quiet ritual noises, not the hum of machinery or the crackle of a ward. Human voices. More than one. Harry and Daphne flattened against the corridor wall without needing to discuss it. He mouthed, Cashin. Daphne listened hard, head tilted a fraction. Then she shook her head. No, she mouthed back, too messy. That was true. Cashin's people moved like reports had trained them, neat, efficient, calm even while doing ugly things. What Harry heard through the wall now was too fast, too rough, boots scraping, someone swearing, metal hitting stone, one voice high with panic, and under all of it hissing not from the wall, from farther down, the lower mouth. Harry leaned in toward the hidden door just enough to catch words. "Get the chain on the third post," he said. The route was clear. "That's not our seal pattern, that's not ours." Daphne's eyes met his. Not Cashin's people. Somebody else had gotten to the staging room. Harry raised 3 fingers, then 2, then 1. He shoved the false wall open. The staging chamber beyond was full of idiots, not students, grown men in mixed gear. 2 in partial masks Harry recognized at once as Death Eater style without the full ceremony. 3 more in rough dark robes carrying magical breaching tools like they'd stolen them from a ministry cart and barely knew which end to aim. One wizard on the floor clutching a hand that had gone black where he'd clearly touched the wrong black iron stake bare. At the far end of the chamber, kneeling over the seal rack, was Quirrell, turban gone. The back of his head looked wrong. Not visibly face wrong from this angle yet, but warped in the magical sense, like the air there had forgotten what one body was supposed to count as. Harry's scar burned so hard it nearly blurred his vision. Quirrell looked up. For one clean second nobody moved. Then Quirrell smiled. "Ah," he said softly, "there you are." Everything exploded. One masked wizard fired first. Red bolt, fast and stupid. Harry slapped it aside and drove a blasting curse through the center of the room. Wood crates shattered, one breaching tool blew apart, and the black-handed man screamed because glass and hot metal went everywhere. Daphne hit the left flank at the same time, no wasted motion, dropping a body bind on one Death Eater before he'd even fully turned. Quirrell rose in one smooth movement that made Harry's stomach twist, not because it was physically strange, because it looked too balanced, like something else inside him was helping. "Get him," one of the masked men shouted. Harry nearly laughed. "Brilliant plan," he said, and slammed a stunner into the man's chest hard enough to throw him into the rack wall. Daphne ducked a slicing curse, kicked a fallen breaching rod into another attacker's knee, and said, almost casually, "You always make new friends so fast." Harry threw up a shield against a spray of purple hexes. "It's a gift." Quirrell didn't cast immediately. That worried Harry more than if he had. The professor stood by the seal rack with one hand behind his back, looking at Harry with a kind of hungry delight that made the whole room feel filthy. "I thought the diary might do it," Quirrell said, "but number it only woke the root. You on the other hand." Harry cut him off with a blasting curse aimed straight at the warped side of his skull. Quirrell flicked it aside with insulting ease. "Yeah, that answered that. Not alone in there." The masked wizard Harry had stunned was struggling up again. Harry crossed the room and cracked his wand hand against the man's wrist with the kind of alley efficiency Hogwarts didn't teach and probably never would. Bone popped. Wand dropped. Harry kicked it under the seal rack. Daphne shouted, "Harry!" He turned. Quirrell had his free hand out now, palm open toward the lower corridor. Not a spell, an invitation. The hissing beyond the chamber spiked into something ugly and eager, and the black iron stakes on the rack hummed as if answering 2 different masters at once. Harry's coin went cold again. Quirrell's smile widened. "Come below." Harry stared. "You don't get to say that to me anymore." Then the false wall behind them burst inward. Not the corridor side, the other hidden panel. Cashin's people poured in through the rear breach with ministry black robes, silver-threaded shields, and exactly the sort of organized violence Harry had learned to hate. Theseus was with them, already moving, already seeing the room, already knowing in one glance that Quirrell, Death Eaters, Black Iron, and Harry all in one chamber meant the night had officially gone to hell. Cashin stepped through last. He took in the scene and did not waste a single syllable on surprise. "Contain the root," he snapped. "Subdue all non-ministry actors." Arthur Weasley would have loved that wording. Harry made a note to tell him later if anybody survived long enough for later. One of Cashin's people raised a wand toward Harry. Theseus hit the wand aside before the spell fired. "Not him," he said. Cashin's head turned. "Excuse me," Quirrell laughed. The chamber had 6 separate fights trying to happen at once now, and none of them cared about paperwork. One Death Eater hit a ministry man with a curse that turned half his sleeve to ash. Daphne stunned another attacker across the jaw and spun just in time to shield Hermione, who came bursting through the corridor entrance with Ron, Zabini, and Draco at her heels, because apparently no plan in this castle survived contact with determined teenagers. Harry saw them and shouted, "Why are you here?" Hermione actually looked offended. "Because you were." Ron, red-faced and furious and clearly running on nothing but family panic and bad judgment, aimed a curse past Harry's shoulder and got one of the breaching tool idiots straight in the stomach. "Ginny's not the only Weasley who can ignore orders," Ron snapped. "Terrible defense," Harry shouted back. Draco, white as paper and breathing hard, held up a rolled bit of parchment between curses. "House map was accurate, by the way," Zabini, ducking a stray hex, said. "Phenomenal timing to brag." Cashin's face darkened as more students filled the route. "These children leave now," he said. "Try me," Hermione shot back, and Harry would have appreciated it more if he weren't busy slamming a shield over Ron and Draco both when Quirrell finally cast for real. Green light tore across the chamber. Not at Harry, at the black iron rack. The killing curse hit the stakes. Every spike screamed. The room dropped 2 degrees, number more than that, more like the floor remembered a grave. The lower corridor beyond the staging room cracked down the center, old stone splitting open along a line that had waited under the castle longer than anybody alive had been relevant. The lower mouth. It opened with a sound like something enormous taking its first real breath in centuries. Everything stopped moving for 1 second, then the floor gave way, not all of it. Just the corridor beyond the staging chamber, where the crack widened into a black cut dropping into lower dark with green light moving somewhere far beneath it. One ministry man slid straight toward the edge and screamed. Harry grabbed his sleeve on reflex and hauled him back before he went over. The man stared at him like he'd just been saved by the monster under his bed. Harry let go. "You're welcome." Quirrell spread both arms toward the breach. At last. Cashin snapped orders. "Fall back, seal positions, veil with me." Theseus didn't move. His eyes were on the open lower mouth, the fracture. Harry felt it too now, not a hiss, not words. Something bigger than language and older than the school, reaching upward through cold pressure and underworld pull and all the pieces of him that had never fit normal magic properly. It knew him, not like the chamber had, deeper. That scared him more than the basilisk had. Daphne grabbed his wrist hard enough to matter. "Harry." He looked at her, she did not let go. "You feel it." "Yeah." Hermione, a little farther back, said in a voice that had gone thinner than usual, "Please tell me that isn't widening." No one did, because it was. Quirrell turned then finally, and Harry saw the back of his head fully for the first time. No visible second face, not yet, just skin stretched in the wrong spiritual direction, as if another presence sat there waiting for permission to look through. Harry's scar burned hot enough to count as warning. Quirrell smiled at him. "Do you see now? He can't use it properly. Thorn would rather bury it. Dumbledore would rather watch it. But you," Harry cut him off. "I'm really tired of old men telling me what I'm for." Quirrell laughed softly. "I am not old." The voice that said it was not fully his. Ron, who had been half behind Hermione's shield line staring at the breach like he wanted to hit it, whispered, "That's Voldemort, isn't it?" Nobody answered because yes. Cashin raised his wand and snapped, 13-point seal pattern now. His people started moving around the room in drilled lines, black iron kit coming off their belts and packs. Too quick. Too ready. This was the plan. Maybe not here, maybe not exactly now, but close enough that their bodies knew what came next. Theseus still hadn't moved. Cashin's voice cracked harder. "Veil." Theseus looked at him at last. "Not with students in the room," he said. Cashin's face went dead flat. "This is no longer optional." Harry saw it then, the full split, not a crack, not hesitation, a line. Theseus looked at the black iron stakes, the ministry formation, the widening lower mouth. Quirrell smiling by the fracture like a man at a church door. Harry, Daphne, Hermione, Ron, Draco, Zabini, too many children, too much evidence, too much reality in the wrong order, and he picked. Not with a speech, with a spell. Theseus turned and blasted the nearest black iron rack straight through the wall. The room erupted again. Cashin shouted his name like a curse. Harry laughed out loud. "Couldn't help it, that's one way." Theseus snapped a silver-white barrier across the breach room center, cutting the ministry formation in half and giving the students one precious stupid second to breathe. "Get them out," he shouted at Harry. Harry looked at the lower mouth. The fracture answered under his skin. "Number not out, wrong direction, below." Quirrell felt it too and smiled wider. "See," he said, "even now it calls you more honestly than they do." Daphne squeezed Harry's wrist once and let go. She knew, of course she knew. He looked at her. "Topside command." She blinked once. "What now?" Harry said, already moving. "McGonagall needs corridor control, ghost routes. Students away from lower wings. You're better at the room than I am." That landed because it was true and because he didn't say it like a dismissal. He said it like trust. Daphne looked furious anyway. Good, that meant she cared. Better, it meant she was thinking. Ron said, "No chance you're going alone." Hermione rounded on Harry. "Do not even try." Zabini pointed at the breach. "I'm voting no because that hole looks rude." Harry took one quick look at all of them and made the call. "Ron, Hermione, back to McGonagall. Tell her Cashin's trying to field seal. Draco, house maps and Slytherin corridors. Get everyone away from detention wing and the pipes. Zabini, find every ghost who talks and tell them I need live corridor reporting." Daphne, she cut in. "I heard my name the first time." He stepped close enough that the rest of the room dropped away for one hard second despite curses still flying behind them and Quirrell half opening hell under a school. "If I don't come back fast," he said quietly, "you do not let them make this about me in public before you move the students." Her eyes locked on his. "Don't," he exhaled once. "That wasn't a goodbye." "No," she said. "It was stupid, different thing." That almost got him again, almost. He let himself do one selfish thing then. He touched 2 fingers to the side of her jaw, quick insert, like he wanted to know what it felt like for longer than this room deserved. Daphne went still, so did he for exactly 1 beat. Then she said very softly and with enough steel to cut him if he flinched, "Come back and finish that properly." Harry grinned despite the fracture, the Ministry and Voldemort sharing a skull 10 feet away. "Yeah," he said, "that's motivation." Then he turned and ran at the breach. Quirrell saw him coming and fired green. Harry didn't bother dodging. The killing curse hit him in the chest, burned down into his core, and made everything around the fracture snap into sharper focus. The lower mouth's edges, the way the cold moved, the exact line of descent. Quirrell's smile faltered. Harry hit him shoulder first and drove both of them through the partial barrier line toward the lower opening. Quirrell lost footing. Harry didn't. He grabbed the professor's robe front and said right in the warped face, "Bad choice." Again. Then he shoved Quirrell straight over the edge and jumped after him. The drop wasn't clean, not pit bottom simple. It was a broken shaft of old stone and newer seal lines and half-collapsed founder architecture that spiraled down past ledges and support beams nobody alive should have trusted. Harry hit one projection, bounced, grabbed another, tore skin off his palm, let go, dropped farther. Above him, voices blurred, curses flashed, then distance swallowed the upper room. Below, green-black light waited. Harry landed hard on a lower platform, rolled, and came up with his wand already up. Quirrell was there too, 20 feet ahead, rising from a crouch with a little too much grace and no visible injury that should have matched the fall. Voldemort helped. Good, better enemy. Cleaner choices. The chamber below the lower mouth was bigger than the basilisk room and older by something the stone itself seemed embarrassed by. No founder carvings, no pretty threats. Just raw-cut rock, support pillars like blunt teeth, and a central split in the floor where black-green light moved like a current under ice. The fracture, Harry felt it in his bones before his eyes finished catching up. Not a portal, not a hole into some cartoon afterlife. More like a wound between layers of magic too old to care what human language wanted from them. Death cold rose from it in slow, heavy pulses, and every time one reached Harry, his scar and core answered. Quirrell saw that. Of course he did. He straightened fully and turned, and this time the face on the back of his head showed. Not attached right, not human wearable, pale and red-eyed and thin with hatred and appetite. Voldemort looked at Harry and smiled with Quirrell's mouth and his own at once. "There you are," he whispered. Harry stared back. "You look better disintegrating." Quirrell's front mouth laughed. The back face did not. "You are not afraid. I'm in a hole under a school with a man wearing 2 opinions and 1 skull." Harry rolled his shoulders once. "I'm concerned." That actually made Quirrell smile wider. Still talking, even now. Harry glanced at the fracture. "What happens if you touch it?" Voldemort answered from the back of the skull, voice scraping. "What should have happened years ago?" Harry's scar burned at that. "Yeah, that checked out." Above, the ceiling thundered. Something heavy hit stone. Then multiple things. Voices again, closer than before, not alone for long. Harry felt relief first and then immediately hated himself for it because he had just told everyone topside and clearly nobody respected him anymore. The first one down was Theseus, because apparently lightning made for incredible descent options if you were committed enough. He hit a side ledge and a burst of white-blue light skidded and came up with wand drawn. "You said get them out," he snapped. Harry looked at him. "And you famously listen." Theseus did not dignify that. 2 seconds later, Daphne came down the rough route on an anchored chain line with Draco behind her looking sick and furious, and Zabini somehow still composed enough to complain on landing. "This is," Zabini said, stumbling sideways and catching himself before a drop line, "the worst school club I've ever joined." Draco looked around the lower chamber and said, "Number absolutely not. We are going back up and telling adults they're terrible until one of them fixes this." The fracture pulsed. All 4 boys and Daphne felt it. Harry saw it happen on their faces. The moment raw underworld pressure made a human nervous system realize there were categories bigger than fear and worse than clear language. Daphne recovered first. She always did. "Positions," she snapped, and because the word came from her like it belonged in crisis, everybody obeyed before thinking about whether they planned to. Quirrell watched the new arrivals with interest that had gone clinical. "More children," Voldemort said softly. "How generous of the castle." Harry moved left to draw focus. "Still obsessed with school demographics, huh?" Quirrell's front face smiled. The back face went still. "You should have come alone." "Yeah," Harry said. "That's another thing people keep saying." Above them, more crashing, McGonagall's voice in the distance. Snape's Ministry shouts. A whole layered fight happening on the levels above while this room chose its own version of ending. Daphne had already read the lower chamber. Harry saw her do it. Pillars, ledges, fracture edge, Quirrell's range, Harry's angle, Theseus's line of sight. She pointed without looking away. Draco with Zabini, keep side access covered. "If anything not ours comes down, you stall it and scream." Draco looked offended. "I can do more than scream." "Yes," Daphne said, "but I need certainty more than ego." Draco, shut up, useful growth. Theseus, she said next, if that fracture reacts to Harry and Voldemort both, can lightning disrupt the edge? Theseus's eyes were on the black-green current below. Temporarily, badly. Great, you're on badly. He gave her the briefest look, not annoyed, not surprised, more like he just accepted that she wasn't taking suggestions and there was no reason to waste time fighting it. Harry almost smiled, then Quirrell moved. He didn't target Harry first. He targeted Daphne. Smart, obvious. Harry hated him for it. 3 curses in one chain, not flashy green this time, but dark shredders meant to break concentration, force movement, and make Harry split attention. Daphne shielded too. The third clipped the pillar by her shoulder and blew stone across the chamber. Harry was already there with a stunner and a cutting curse layered wrong on purpose, so Quirrell had to pick one to counter cleanly and take the other messy. Quirrell deflected the cut, took the stun on a twisting shield, and lost 2 steps toward the fracture edge. Good. Theseus raised his wand and called lightning sideways across the room, not at Quirrell directly but at the stone around the split. The fracture flared in answer, black-green turning white-blue for 1 hard second before snapping back. The room shook. Badly, Harry said. Theseus told you, Daphne snapped. Zabini shouted from the side ledge. We have company. Of course they did. 2 ministry field men came down the upper route with black iron chain and the terrible idea that procedure still mattered. One saw Harry standing closest to the fracture and went for the restraint pattern immediately. Draco hit him in the face with a blasting curse before the chain left his hand. The man pinwheeled backward into a wall and went down with his nose all wrong. Harry looked at Draco. Draco looked back, wand shaking. Don't make a thing of it, wouldn't dream of it. The second ministry man changed targets to Draco. Zabini stepped in, elegant no longer, and fired a curse so mean Harry made a note to ask later where he learned it. The man's boots fused to the stone long enough for Daphne to turn and body bind him flat. That was one problem. The bigger one laughed. Quirrell had stopped using teacher-level magic now. The room didn't matter anymore. Cover didn't matter. Plausibility definitely didn't. He raised both hands and the fracture answered. Black-green current rose from the split in the floor like smoke that had decided gravity was negotiable. It wrapped around Quirrell's arms, around the back face's red eyes, around his chest like he had finally plugged himself into the thing he'd spent years wanting. Harry's scar burned so hard it hurt. The cold in his core answered. Voldemort smiled. Yes, he whispered. There you are. Harry understood then with awful clarity what Tom had wanted in the chamber, not just a host, a bridge. The fracture didn't just like death, it liked broken death, torn soul, incomplete endings. Harry's core fed on death and remained whole. Voldemort's soul fed on defiance of death and remained shattered. If Voldemort got Harry into that current, merged the 2 patterns, used Harry's underworld claim to stabilize his own wreckage, number absolutely not. Harry moved first. He dove straight for Quirrell through a storm of black-green force and took 2 curses on the way that should have put him down and instead turned into cold in his lungs and strength in his legs. He hit Quirrell hard enough to break the professor's stance from the fracture line, and both of them crashed sideways into broken stone. Voldemort shrieked from the back face. Harry had one hand on Quirrell's throat before he fully realized he'd chosen violence over cleverness, and honestly, fair enough. You do not touch me with this, Harry said. Quirrell smiled up at him, blood at the corner of his mouth. Too late. Black-green current snapped around Harry's wrist. The fracture saw him now, fully, not just as a presence, as a root. The whole room dropped another degree. Daphne shouted his name. Harry looked down. The current around his hand had not burned him. It had recognized him. It climbed. Cold hit his arm like a second bloodstream trying to write itself over his own. Not pain. Worse. Belonging in the wrong direction. Invitation with weight. Hades Hall flashed through his head. The coin, the nursery, graveson, underworld blood, lower mouth. All the things everybody else called problem and file and state-level risk. And under all of it something simple: take it, rule it, end this. Harry ripped his hand free so hard skin tore. The current snapped back. Quirrell's smile widened like he'd gotten exactly what he wanted from the touch. You felt it. Harry hit him, not a spell, fist. Quirrell's head cracked sideways. The back face hissed. I felt you trying to use me, Harry said, breath rough. Voldemort's voice came through Quirrell's throat now, stronger and less human. Number, I am trying to show you what you are with the shame taken out. That line was so ugly Harry nearly hit him again on principle. Daphne's voice cut over the room. Harry, move. He moved. A spear of white-blue force from Theseus slammed into the ground where Harry had been, driving Quirrell back from the fracture edge again and blasting a line through the current. Theseus looked furious. At him, Harry shouted. Theseus snapped. Fair. Then the upper root collapsed inward as more of the fight above finally dropped into the lower chamber. McGonagall hit the ledge first with Snape and 3 teachers behind her, wands out and faces set to murder. 2 Aurors not attached to Cassion's office came right after them because apparently somebody with a real instinct for children over procedure had finally started making calls. And Cassion came too. Of course he did. He saw the room, saw the fracture fully active, saw Harry nearest it and Quirrell half-wreathed in its power, and made the exact decision Harry expected. "Deploy the seal," Cashin shouted. McGonagall rounded on him. "You will do no such thing." Quirrell laughed again. "There it is. The living can never decide whether to bury what they fear or ride it." Snape fired a curse at his face hard enough to stop the speech. Quirrell blocked, but barely. Good. Snape had clearly saved up opinions. The lower chamber became war. No neat duel now. No clean lines. Teachers against Death Eaters still filtering down the routes. Ministry against ministry and ugly split-second choices over whether Cashin's seal orders counted as lawful. Students too stubborn to stay gone. Ghosts starting to appear at the upper ledges because Zabini had apparently actually done what Harry told him and spread the word through the dead. The Bloody Baron arrived like a sentence. Nearly headless Nick drifted after him with a look that said he was deeply offended this much violence was happening without proper corridor management. Myrtle screamed from somewhere above because of course she did. And Harry in the center of it saw the only thing that mattered. The fracture was widening anyway. Every curse near it made it twitch. Every death-shaped force fed it. Every seal line Cashin's people tried to slam across it made it fight harder. Theseus saw it too. He hit the next black iron deployment team with a lightning lash that knocked all three flat. Cashin shouted his name again. Theseus didn't look at him. Good. Harry moved through the battlefield fast now, using what the room gave him. One Death Eater fired green at McGonagall's back. Harry stepped in, took the curse, and felt his whole body light up cold and clear while the Death Eater's face collapsed into actual horror. Harry smiled at him. The man dropped his wand on reflex. "Thanks," Harry said and hit him with a stunner. Snape saw that, so did half the room. The secret was not a secret anymore. "Fine, let it be useful." Harry turned and bellowed, "If it's green, let it hit me." The room actually paused. Then Hermione, from the upper ledge where she and Ron had somehow ended up helping funnel injured people back out with house elves popping in and out under cover of chaos, shouted, "That is the worst instruction I've ever heard." "Still right," Harry shouted back. One of the Aurors heard him, understood enough, and redirected a line of fire away from a fallen student straight toward Harry instead. The curse hit him in the shoulder. Cold fuel, he didn't slow. Now that everyone saw it, the shape of the battle changed. Not completely. Too much panic for that, but enough. Teachers started angling lethal or near-lethal lines toward Harry when the alternative was students. Cashin's people did it too, though with more calculation and less trust. Every hit made Harry harder to stop. Voldemort realized that at the same time as everyone else and went from pleased to desperate. "No," he snarled through Quirrell. "No, that is mine." Started firing killing curses at Harry deliberately. Over and over, not because he thought one would finally work. Because he thought if he flooded Harry fast enough while the fracture was open, he could overload the core, crack the breach, and take it. Harry took 2 in the chest and 1 across the side in under 10 seconds and came out of it breathing ice and stronger than before. The room had never seen anything like it. Neither had Harry. It felt incredible. That was the problem, not the power itself. The ease, the way each curse made the rest of the room seem slower, thinner, more breakable. The way the fracture pulled harder every time the death fuel stacked. "Take it," said the thing under the world. "Rule it." Harry looked at Quirrell, looked at Cashin, looked at the black iron seal kit, looked at the room full of people trying to either save him, use him, control him, or survive him. And for one ugly second, the easiest answer was there, clear as anything. Let them all kneel, end the debate, no more files, no more hearings, no more traps, no more waiting for adults to decide what counted as mercy. Just power, just certainty. He took 1 step toward the fracture. Daphne saw it first, of course she did. She dropped everything else, ducked a wild curse, and got right in front of him as if standing between a boy and an underworld scene was a totally normal choice for a Thursday night. "Harry." He looked at her. Her face had no softness in it now, no careful politics, no polished house training, just her, furious and focused and absolutely unwilling to let him walk 2 more steps if she had to physically stop him. "Don't you dare," she said, the fracture pulse. Harry's hands shook once with too much cold power trying to become motion. "It would fix this," he said, and hated hearing the idea out loud because it sounded so reasonable. Daphne's eyes sharpened. It would end the argument by making Cashin right. That hit hard not because Cashin mattered, because she was right about the shape. If Harry stepped fully into the fracture now and let the underworld current claim everything it wanted, he could probably beat Voldemort, crush Cashin, end the room, and every story ever told about him after that would belong to them. State-level risk, death sovereign, proof the government should have moved sooner, proof the fracture had taken him. Proof the boy was gone. Harry hated that more than he wanted the easy win. Daphne stepped closer. "You are not making his report true just because the room got bad." That was so exactly the thing he needed to hear that for 1 second the fracture's voice lost ground. Then Quirrell laughed, blood and madness all over both mouths. "Listen to her, she wants you half-claimed, safe enough for conversation." Daphne turned her head and said without looking away from Harry, "Can someone shut him up?" Snape's curse hit Quirrell in the jaw a second later and sent him skidding. Gladly, Snape said. Harry laughed once and that broke the pull just enough. Good. He drew in one breath, then another. The cold in him settled from flood into structure, still huge, still dangerous, but his again. He looked at Daphne. Okay. She held his eyes another second, making sure he meant it. Then she nodded once and stepped aside. Theseus hit the ground beside them a second later, breathing hard, one sleeve burned through from shoulder to wrist. The seal won't hold, he said. No, Harry said, it makes it worse. Theseus looked at him, then at the fracture. I know. Cassian, farther across the chamber, had seen enough now to abandon half measures. He shouted to his remaining loyal people, anchor the cruciform. If Potter touches the seam again, pin him to the field. McGonagall spun on him. I will end you myself. Cassian did not even look at her. That told Harry all he needed to know. They were past public optics for him now, past the hearing, past the room. He'd flipped from legal predator to emergency operator, dangerous in a different, cleaner way. Quirrell saw the black iron pattern being dragged into place and screamed, fools. Then he did something truly bad. He turned from Harry entirely and threw himself at the fracture. Not in, onto. Both hands into the black-green current, chest over the split, Voldemort's back face open in a silent snarl as the underworld force poured through the broken soul fragment like acid finding cracks. Quirrell convulsed, then stood back up taller than before, not physically taller, bigger in presence, more filled. The room pressure changed. Harry's scar exploded with pain. Voldemort laughed through two mouths at once now, no Quirrell left in the sound. Better, he said. Yeah, number that couldn't stay. Harry moved. Theseus moved with him. Daphne too. 3 lines converging on the same target without needing the meeting about it. Good. Voldemort hit Theseus first with a black-green lash that even the lightning specialist barely blocked. The impact hurled Theseus into a pillar hard enough to crack stone and probably several bones, but he got up anyway, which Harry respected and wished he didn't have to. Harry took the center line. Voldemort fired green, again and again and again. 4 killing curses in one savage chain, each brighter than the last because the fracture fed them and Voldemort no longer cared who in the room saw what he was. Harry took them, every one. The first made the chamber sharper. The second burned every bruise and cut off him so hard his skin felt too tight. The third shoved cold power so deep into his core he nearly lost his knees from the force of staying upright under it. The fourth hit, and something in him answered back with a soundless roar. The room saw it, Harry knew, because the faces around him went from fear to disbelief to something much harder to categorize. He stood in the center of a string of killing curses with smoke rising off his robes and no wound anywhere on him worth naming. Voldemort's eyes widened, then narrowed, then widened again because whatever he'd expected from death-fed healing, it wasn't this much. You should be tearing apart, Voldemort hissed. Harry looked at his own hands. Frost lined the knuckles for 1 second before sinking under the skin, then he looked back up. You keep saying that, he said. He hit Voldemort with everything he had, not one spell, not a named curse. Just the cold stacked in him from every failed execution attempt of the night, shoved through wand, core, scar, and pure refusal into one brutal wave. It slammed Voldemort backward across the fractured lip and tore half the black-green current off him like ripping wet cloth from nails. The back face screamed. Quirrell's front face split open at the corner from the strain. Cassian saw the opening and made the worst possible choice. Now, his people drove the cruciform pinning sequence into the chamber floor. Black iron stakes screamed down into stone around Harry in a 4-point pattern. Too close, much too close. The lines snapped inward before anyone could stop them. Theseus shouted something. McGonagall blasted one anchor and missed by inches because Harry was in the path. Daphne moved too far away to reach him. The cruciform hit. Black iron current slammed through Harry's limbs and chest like every nerve had turned into a wound. He screamed, couldn't help it. The chamber shook. This was different than curses, different than death. The black iron did not try to kill, it tried to define, pin narrow, make his magic sit still inside a shape somebody else had chosen. Cassian strode forward into the chaos, face hard, and said, hold him there. Harry looked at him through pain so bad it felt clean. You, Harry said, voice rough and shaking with rage, are really going to do this in front of everyone? Cassian's eyes did not change. I'm going to stop the opening. You're pinning the wrong thing. Am I? The fracture answered that with a violent pulse that threw 2 of Cassian's own field men off their feet and widened the split another foot. He was not pinning the wrong thing. He was pinning the tool he wanted and pretending that was the same as solving the problem. Voldemort, still half-scorched from Harry's blast, laughed from the edge. Look at them, he said. Look at your protectors. Daphne fired at the nearest black iron line again. The curse skidded off and burned a groove in stone. Theseus hit another anchor with lightning and managed only to crack the housing. Hermione, from the upper ledge, shouted, "The sequence is feeding on him. Stop hitting the lines and break the focus mark." "Which mark?" Ron yelled back. Hermione looked around wildly. "The center, there has to be a center." Cashin heard that too and barked, "Keep them off the floor." One of his remaining loyal officers turned his wand toward Hermione. Draco hit that officer with a curse so violent it blasted him into the rail and out cold. Hermione looked stunned. Draco looked even more stunned that it had worked. "We are never speaking of that," Draco said. "Agreed," Hermione shouted back. The pain from the pinning lines kept climbing. Harry's knees hit stone. For one dangerous second, the fracture's voice came back stronger than ever. "Take it. Break them." The black hole flashed behind his eyes. This time it did not vanish. He was there, not body, not fully, but enough. Stone underfoot, endless dark pillars, slow water somewhere in the distance, and the man in black was waiting. No hidden face now, not because Harry had earned a grand reveal, because he was past the age where the shape would mean nothing. Tall, severe, dark-haired, a face carved more by certainty than by kindness. Eyes like old coin metal and the bottom of graves, and all the nights Harry had ever found easier than daylight. Hades looked at him. Harry was on his knees in two places at once. This, Harry said, because apparently even underworld vision couldn't stop him being himself, is terrible timing. One corner of Hades' mouth moved. Not amusement exactly. Recognition maybe. "You are choosing," Hades said, "above, below, both." Harry laughed once through clenched teeth. "Feels more like getting stabbed. You may take the line fully." There it was, no sugar coating, no fake fatherly softness, not even temptation dressed up as care, just the option placed cleanly in front of him. Take the line, become the answer, win by becoming what the room fears. Harry looked at him. "And if I do, you live." Hades' voice stayed level, differently. That was not enough of an answer, and they both knew it. Harry looked away, toward the black hall, the water, the depth, the thing under all of it that had never once lied to him. Then he said, "And if I do?" Hades' gaze did not move. "You remain divided, living enough to hurt, mortal enough to lose, mine enough to choose." Harry breathed. Pain from the cruciform burned through both spaces now. Chamber and hall, iron and fate and adult stupidity and Voldemort all still very much there. He looked back at Hades. "You knew they'd call me a risk. Yes, you let them anyway. I let the living reveal themselves." That was such a Hades answer that Harry almost rolled his eyes in the underworld. Instead he said, "If I take it fully, I become your weapon." Hades' expression changed for the first time, not anger, not offense, more like exact correction. "If you take it without choosing yourself," he said. Yes, Harry stared at him. That mattered too, because every adult in his life had framed power as ownership. Their ownership, Dumbledore's withholding, Cashin's containment, Voldemort's use, Ministry statutes. Family duty, he started doing it to himself without noticing, treating every piece of his own magic like it came pre-assigned to someone else's plan. Hades was not offering rescue. He was offering the ugliest kind of respect. Choice. Harry looked at the black coin in Hades' hand, the second one. Hades stepped closer and pressed it into Harry's palm. Cold, real. Not a throne, Hades said, a key. Then he was gone. The hall vanished. The lower chamber slammed back around Harry in a wave of pain, noise, fracture light, curses, shouts, and the black iron cruciform still trying to pin his entire existence into Cashin's preferred category. Harry looked down. His hand held a black coin. Actual coin. Metal. Here, the pinning lines screamed, not because they were winning, because the coin answered them with older authority than the man who built them. Harry closed his fingers. Then he pushed not into the fracture, not into dominance, not into the easy, ugly certainty of making the room kneel. He pushed into the black iron, into the definition they were forcing on him, and said through his teeth into the whole chamber, number. The cruciform shattered, not exploded, broke, black iron cracking down every line as the underworld key in Harry's palm rewrote the claim. The stakes burst out of the stone and went skidding across the floor, too hot enough to burn grooves behind them. Cashin actually stepped back. Harry got to his feet. The fracture pulsed again. Voldemort saw the change and lunged for him with both hands out, not spellcasting anymore, just raw need. Mine. Harry met him halfway, no wand first, hands. He caught Quirrell's robe front with one hand and shoved the black coin straight into the split in the back face's borrowed forehead with the other. Voldemort screamed, not Quirrell, the thing in him. The coin sank like it had found its lock. The fracture answered. Black-green currents surged up around both of them, but this time it didn't answer Voldemort. It answered Harry's choice. Not full claim, not surrender, boundary. Harry felt it all at once. Every torn place in Voldemort's soul, every wrong turn, every refusal to end. Every stolen fragment and broken edge trying to force itself into permanence through any crack available. Harry looked into that ruin and said very clearly, no entry. Then he fed it death, not his, Voldemort's. Every bit of dying the man had dodged, every ending he'd refused, every curse flung at children and strangers and parents in nurseries. Harry's core took the pattern and turned it inward on the thing that had spent years trying to escape the bill. Voldemort shrieked. Quirrell's body convulsed like it wanted out of itself. The fracture light blackened around them. The room watched. Cashin, McGonagall, Dumbledore, Theseus, Daphne, Hermione, Ron, Draco, Zabini, Snape, the ghosts, the Aurors, the Death Eaters who were still conscious enough to understand fear. All of them. Harry did not look away. Voldemort's voice tore through Quirrell's throat. You cannot. Harry shoved harder. Watch me. The second face split, not bloodily, spiritually, torn off the host by the exact category of power it had spent years insulting. Black smoke, red eyes, broken pieces, soul shards screaming as the underworld current finally treated them like what they were, dead things that had overstayed. Harry's core ate the death in it. Not the soul, not identity, just the stolen fuel. The refusal, the violence, the unnatural continuation. Voldemort came apart in layers, Quirrell collapsed, and the fracture denied that path turned fully toward Harry. The whole room went cold enough to hurt lungs. The split in the floor widened one final time and the underworld line rose up around Harry like a column, not trying to possess, not trying to seduce now, just asking the final question. Will you anchor? Harry looked around, at the room, at the school above it. At kids who should have been in beds, at teachers wrecked and furious and alive, at Cashin with his perfect plans in pieces around his shoes. Theseus, half kneeling from his own injuries and staring like he had just watched theology punch his career in the throat. At Dumbledore, who for once was not in the position of setting the terms. At Daphne, still watching him like she would drag him back by the collar if she had to. He could take the line fully. He knew that now. Become the point. Become the thing under Hogwarts as much as boy above it. Close the breach with absolute claim and never again wonder whether anyone in a room could really stop him. Or he looked at Daphne, she held his gaze, or he could choose the harder thing, keep a foot in both worlds, hurt, risk. Stay human enough to be furious, tired, wanted, stubborn, and not easily sorted into anyone's holy category of useful monster. Harry turned back to the fracture. I'm sealing this, he said, not becoming it. Then he knelt at the edge of the split and pressed the black coin to the stone lip, not into the current, into the boundary, key, Hades had said. The coin went in, the fracture shuddered. Harry felt the whole seam under Hogwarts at once, from the chamber capstone to the lower mouth to the founder buffers and the old grey woman binding the bloody Baron had mentioned. The school wrapped around it, not cleanly but enough. He saw the shape of the bargain in one brutal instant. Not closed, managed, not erased, guarded, he understood what to do. Daphne, he said without looking away. The old key, punishment kept secrets, it's not an object. She got it before anyone else. A rule, yeah. Hermione sucked in a breath above them. The detention line, the school's punishment wards. Harry nodded, still with one hand on the fracture. They weren't just for students. McGonagall moved first, because of course the woman who ran discipline like a weaponized art would. Severus, Snape had already understood too. He was sprinting for the old detention ring set into the side wall of the lower chamber, a forgotten bit of founder architecture partly buried under collapse. Theseus, finally moving with the room rather than against it, slammed lightning into the ring to wake the old circuit. Not destroy, activate, smart. The ring lit. McGonagall drove her wand down and shouted an incantation older than any class Harry had taken. The detention ward sequence woke along the walls, racing in old silver lines around the lower chamber, up the side passages, through the Founder's fault buffers, back into the school itself. Discipline as boundary, punishment as closure. Harry almost laughed at the sheer ridiculous perfection of Hogwarts being saved by its oldest detention system. The fracture resisted. Hard black-green current surged up his arm to the elbow, trying one last time to drag him deeper. Harry held. Dumbledore stepped to the edge opposite him, not touching the line, not taking over, just adding upper ward structure where Harry needed something to push against. Your choice, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry didn't look up. Yeah. And for once the old wizard meant it. Daphne came to Harry's left side and put one hand flat on the stone near his, not touching the fracture, just there. Present, real, living, that mattered too. Theseus hit the upper ward line with another controlled lightning strike. The old ring took it. Snape snapped fresh stabilizing wards into the side pillars. McGonagall kept the punishment circuit awake. Hermione and Zabini above shouted rude updates to keep stragglers from dropping fresh chaos onto the working. Draco astonishingly held a panicking ministry clerk at wand point and told him if he moved 1 inch he'd be personally responsible for destroying Slytherin house paperwork forever. Ron, who had found a fallen black iron chain, used it to drag the last active seal stake away from the fracture before Cashin's people could re-engage it. And Cashin watched, just watched. Because the room had moved without him, around him, past him. Harry felt the exact moment he understood he was losing the narrative and hated it more than any physical defeat. Good, the fracture narrowed, not fast, not easy. Slow, brutal inches, each one dragging at Harry's core like the seam still hoped he might change his mind and take it all instead. He didn't. He thought about Privet Drive, about cupboards and Petunia's slap and Vernon's hand jerking back in fear. About Hagrid bringing a cake in a storm, about Gringotts and locked records, about the alley woman firing Green and Harry surviving by accident, about Daphne in a train compartment acting like his name didn't come with music, about Hermione furious in libraries, Zabini lounging through conspiracies, Draco handing over names because his neat little world had cracked, Ron's face when he asked if Ginny said anything, Molly's hands on Harry's sleeves, McGonagall saying correct like it hurt, Snape swearing at everything that deserved it, Theseus learning in public that fear didn't make him right, all of it, living things, messy things, his. "I'm not your hole," Harry told the fracture, "you stay under the school." Then he shoved the final lock into place. The coin vanished. The split in the floor sealed with one hard sound like stone biting down on a knife. Black-green light snapped out. Silence, not complete. The room still breathed, people still did, someone above was still crying. But the fracture itself had shut, gone from view, gone from immediate access. Not erased, Harry knew better now, but sealed. Bound, managed the way the school had once promised and then forgot how to do honestly. Harry stayed kneeling for 1 second longer because his body had finally remembered it was made of parts and all of them were angry. Then the room tilted. He would have gone face first into the now sealed stone if Daphne hadn't caught him under one arm and Theseus under the other a heartbeat later. Harry looked from one to the other and laughed weakly. This feels politically confusing. Theseus actually made a sound like a laugh despite everything. Daphne said, "If you pass out now, I'm dragging you by the ankle." "Romantic," Harry muttered. That got her. Tiny exhale, almost a laugh, and Harry stored the sound someplace safe. Across the chamber, Quirrell lay still. Dead this time, no movement from the skull, no hidden face. Just a ruined professor who had made too many bad choices and ended under a school because he'd wanted the wrong kind of forever. Snape looked at the body once, expression hard enough to cut, and then away. McGonagall slowly lowered her wand. Dumbledore straightened from the edge of the sealed fracture and turned. His gaze found Cassian. Everyone else's did too. The lower chamber held the kind of silence that made verdicts happen without gavels. Cassian stood amid broken black iron, dead plans, stunned subordinates, and the knowledge that every person in the room had just watched Harry save the school without taking the throne his office had feared. He looked at the sealed seam, then at Harry, then at the remains of the pinning sequence. Finally, he said, "It remains a risk." Nobody moved. Then Theseus, still half supporting Harry whether he liked what that said about his current life or not, answered first. "No," he said. Cassian looked at him. Theseus met his gaze. "It remains a person." That landed harder than it had any right to coming from him, or maybe exactly as hard as it should have. Cassian's face gave away nothing for one beat. Then everything he had built the night on, method, certainty, framework, authority, lost just enough shape that Harry could see the man underneath. Still dangerous, still convinced, still the sort of person who would do monstrous things and call them necessary, but broken in the one way he hadn't planned for, publicly wrong. McGonagall took one step toward him. "You will surrender every remaining seal component, every off-books route, every field order, and every name attached to this operation before dawn." Cassian looked at her. "You do not have that authority." Dumbledore said quietly, "Tonight I do." Snape added, "And if you would like to test procedural limits while standing on evidence of hidden ministry action under a school, I can assist with your error." Arthur Weasley from the upper ledge, now that the active battle had finally burned out, called down, "I'll witness that." Molly said gladly. Cassian looked around the room and understood exactly how alone he was in that moment. He did not collapse. He did not rant. He did not give Harry the satisfaction of a villain's speech. He did something more useful. He lost, not forever. Harry wasn't stupid enough to think men like Cassian vanished after one public defeat. But tonight, here, he lost. Cassian drew in one slow breath and said, "You've chosen instability." Harry, still leaning on the two people he'd least expected to be physically propping him up at the same time, looked straight at him. "No," he said, "I chose not to become your excuse." Cassian held his gaze a second longer, then he turned away. The aftermath took forever because aftermath always did. Students had to be checked, counted, moved, calmed, lied to selectively, told the truth selectively, and stopped from turning the whole lower wing into legend before breakfast. Teachers had to secure bodies, evidence, ministry hardware, and the upper routes. Aurors had to sort which ministry personnel were with Cassian and which were now very loudly not. Ghosts drifted through it all with the superior air of people who had seen institutions fail before and expected to see it again. Harry got marched, no, guided if you asked the adults, marched if you asked him, to the hospital wing with Dumbledore and McGonagall flanking him and Theseus trailing 2 paces back because apparently the man had simply not left yet. Harry looked over one shoulder. "You still here?" Theseus met his gaze. "You nearly became a breach anchor and then didn't." "Yeah, I'm adjusting." Harry snorted softly. "Get in line." Madame Pomfrey took one look at Harry and said several things that no one in a hospital wing should technically know how to say. Then she shoved him onto a bed, ignored his objections, and started waving diagnostic charms over every inch of him. To Harry's deep annoyance, the charms kept reporting what he already knew. He was alive. He was exhausted. He had no business being as intact as he was. Pomfrey was not comforted. "That is not natural," she snapped, looking at one result line. Harry, lying on the bed with scorched robes cut half open down the front, said, "You'd think people would stop saying that around me when it hasn't helped once." Pomfrey glared. "Do not flirt with insolence while I'm trying to discover whether your ribs still count as normal ribs." "Was that flirting?" Daphne from the chair near the bed said dryly, "Number UD no." Pomfrey looked between them and decided she didn't have time for whatever that was. Good. The wing held more than just Harry. Ginny slept in a bed 3 over, color better now. Ron sat slumped in a chair beside her with his head tipped back against the wall, dead asleep despite every effort not to be. Fred and George had been hauled out 20 minutes earlier by Molly because apparently even for her there was a limit to how many sons she wanted in one medical crisis room at once. Hermione was at the far end arguing quietly with McGonagall about whether being told to rest counted as censorship. Zabini had fallen asleep sitting fully upright with his head against a cabinet, which was honestly impressive. Draco was nowhere visible, which meant either Snape had banished him to bed or Lucius had tried to reclaim him in the fallout and discovered McGonagall still existed. 50-50. Harry's gaze found Dumbledore by the window. The old wizard was speaking in low tones with Arthur and Molly. He did not look calm, he looked controlled. Different thing, Harry noticed, because he'd gotten better at reading adults after deciding most of them lied in patterns. Pomfrey finally stepped back from the bed with a face that said she was furious at medicine for failing to give her something simpler to yell at. "You should be worse," she informed Harry. "Noted. Do not note me, Mr. Potter. Listen, whatever your body is doing under terminal magical impact." "Terminal magical impact," Harry repeated. "That sounds like a ministry way of saying attempted murder." Pomfrey ignored him. "It is forcing recovery through channels I would prefer not to describe until I've had sleep, tea, and several textbooks. You are not to duel, descend, seal, shatter, absorb, or otherwise participate in myth-level nonsense for at least 48 hours. Harry considered that. "Can I walk to the bathroom?" "Yes, then we're off to a strong start." Daphne actually laughed this time, short, tired, real. Pomfrey looked at her and said, "You too, Miss Greengrass. Sit down before I charm the chair to pull you into it." Daphne was already sitting, which made that easier. Arthur and Molly came over after Dumbledore peeled away toward McGonagall. Arthur looked rough in the way decent men looked rough after nearly losing children and then having to watch government happen in the same day. Molly looked better only in the sense that rage gave her structure. She stopped by Harry's bed and said, "Ginny woke up for 2 minutes." Harry sat up straighter before Pomfrey could swat him down. "Yeah," Molly nodded. She asked if the red-eyed boy was gone. Harry looked at Ginny's sleeping face. "He's gone." Molly's jaw tightened once. "I told her that." Arthur rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. "There's going to be a statement by morning, ministry, school, probably 3 versions of the same lie." Harry looked at him. "You'll know which one is mine." Arthur met his gaze and very quietly, "I think we already do." That mattered more than Harry expected. Molly reached out, hesitated as if asking silently for the first time all day, then put a hand over his for 1 second. Warm, firm, not trapping. Then she and Arthur went back to Ginny. Harry looked toward the window again. Theseus was gone. Cassian too, obviously. Daphne followed his gaze and said, "He left." Harry blinked. "Who? You know who?" He looked back at her. "You track a lot." "Yes." He lay back against the pillows. "Good." The wing quieted in strange pockets after that. People sleeping in shifts, teachers moving in and out. Snape appearing long enough to hand Pomfrey 3 vials without explanation and disappearing before she finished the first insult. McGonagall leaving once and coming back with a stack of confiscated black iron seal components wrapped like a thing she actively wished were on fire. Around what Harry guessed was 3 in the morning, Dumbledore finally came to his bedside alone. Daphne was still in the chair beside him, awake because of course she was. Dumbledore looked at both of them, then at the extra chair, and conjured another rather than suggesting anybody leave. Harry appreciated that, bare minimum but appreciated. Dumbledore sat. For a second nobody spoke. Then Harry said, "So." Dumbledore nodded once. "So." Harry looked at him. "Are we doing the part where you tell me why you kept all that from me, because you loved me or because it was strategic, or some mix that sounds noble if you say it with enough regret?" Daphne glanced at him sideways, probably because the wording was brutal and completely fair. Dumbledore did not flinch. "I kept some things from you because I believed childhood should not begin under the weight of underworld fractures and divine politics," he said. I kept other things because I mistrusted what the ministry would do if it knew enough too early. I kept still more because I was not certain how much of the story was true. Harry listened. Then he said, "That's not the same as asking me whether I wanted the choice." "No," Dumbledore said, "it is not." There it was, no excuse, no scramble. That made the anger sit differently. Still there, less slippery. Harry looked at the blanket over his legs. Did my parents know? Some. Dumbledore folded his hands loosely. Lily knew more than James. Neither knew everything. The night Voldemort attacked ended speculation and replaced it with consequences. Harry thought of Petunia in the kitchen saying there had been letters, dreams, graveyard question, Lily smiling while afraid. "Cassian knew before you did," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes held his. "That is among the failures I will not defend." Harry nodded once. Daphne asked, "What now?" Dumbledore looked at her then, and Harry liked that he answered her directly. Not through Harry, not around her, directly. "Now," Dumbledore said, "the school remains under my authority. Cassian's office has been publicly checked and privately damaged. That is not the same as defeated. Voldemort has lost a route and an anchor, but not, I suspect, all avenues. The lower seam is sealed, not erased. And Harry," he looked back at Harry, "has made a choice tonight that will shape every future argument around him." Harry let out a slow breath. "Yeah." Dumbledore's voice softened by exactly 1 degree. "You did not choose the easy power. Why?" Harry looked at him. "Because then everyone awful in the room would have been right for the wrong reasons." Dumbledore's mouth moved, not quite smile. Not quite sadness, something older and more tired. "Yes," he said, "that is very like you." Harry snorted. "You don't get to sound proud and mysterious at the same time. It's irritating." That got an actual laugh out of Daphne. Dumbledore's eyes warmed, which Harry tried not to count because he was still irritated and wanted to stay that way for at least another day. "Rest," Dumbledore said, rising. "There will be no hearing tomorrow." "That sounds optimistic." "Tomorrow," Dumbledore said, "I intend to make optimism a management decision." Then he left. Harry watched the door close behind him. For a while he lay there in the hospital wing with too many thoughts and not enough energy to sharpen all of them into useful anger. Daphne stood eventually. He looked at her. "Leaving?" She shook her head. "Getting water. If I'm staying awake, I may as well do it hydrated." "Strong principle, I know." She came back a minute later, handed him a glass, and sat down again. He took a drink. "You could sleep." She gave him the same look she'd given in the corridor earlier. The one that meant he was repeating himself, and she'd already rejected it on principle. Harry huffed a laugh. "Right, sorry." Daphne settled back in the chair. "You should be." He watched her over the rim of the glass for a second. Then, because the whole castle had almost collapsed and they were both too tired to pretend they didn't know what had happened in the lower corridor before the common room and in the lower chamber after, he said, "You were serious." Her eyes came to his. "About what?" "Finishing that properly." She did not look away. "No," she said, "I wasn't joking." Harry set the glass down on the side table and considered the state of him. Burned robes. Half-healed everything, hospital bed, political disaster, more enemies than yesterday. Maybe more allies too, which somehow felt weirder. Then he said, "Pomfrey might complain." Daphne's mouth curved. "Let her." She leaned in. No fireworks, no dramatic speech, no declarations that would have felt ridiculous after a night like this. Just a kiss. Real, brief at first. Then not quite as brief when Harry, maybe very reasonably, put a hand at the back of her neck and forgot for one useful second that he had just sealed an underworld fracture under a school. When she pulled back, Harry looked at her and said, a little rougher than he meant to, "Yeah, that was better." "Good," she said, "because I wasn't offering a rehearsal." He laughed softly. Then Pomfrey's voice came from behind the privacy screen 3 beds over. "If either of you makes me regret not sedating the entire wing, I will invent new potions." They both froze. Then Harry muttered, "She absolutely would." Daphne, for once, looked almost embarrassed. Almost. Harry grinned anyway, because that was easier than acknowledging that his heart had just done something stupid and very much alive in the middle of total disaster cleanup. Pomfrey came around the screen carrying a tray of potions with the expression of someone who had done enough medicine for one lifetime and still somehow ended up with teenagers kissing in her ward after nearly tearing the underworld shut. "Drink this," she told Harry, shoving a vile-looking purple potion into his hand. He looked at it. "That seems personal." "It is. Drink." He drank. It tasted like burned mint and old metal. Harry made a face. "Wow, hate that. Excellent." She shoved a blue potion at Daphne too. Daphne took it without complaint, which honestly worried Harry more than if she'd argued. "You should both sleep," Pomfrey said. "Probably," Harry admitted. "Yes," Daphne said. Neither of them moved. Pomfrey looked from one stubborn face to the other and then, with a sigh that held all the pain of a healer dealing with people who had decided mortality was optional, marched away to terrorize a ministry clerk with a cracked wrist. Harry lay back again and stared at the hospital wing ceiling. Daphne sat down. For a while the quiet held. Not peaceful exactly, more like the sort of silence that comes after buildings stop shaking and before people figure out how many things changed while they weren't looking. Harry could hear the soft sounds of the wing, Ron muttering in his sleep. One of the curtains near the far beds rustling when somebody turned over. Pomfrey scolding a portrait that had stuck its frame halfway into the ward to ask nosy questions. The low murmur of teachers outside the doors doing the final counts. Daphne broke the silence first. You're about to think yourself into another bad idea. Harry turned his head on the pillow. That's rude. It's true. He considered arguing, didn't bother. Yeah, she watched him a second. What are you thinking? Harry looked back up at the ceiling. That I know what Cashin thinks now. That doesn't narrow it down. He thinks I made the wrong choice. Daphne leaned back in the chair. He thinks your choice was inefficient. That too. Harry let a breath out slowly. The black hole was still there behind his eyes if he let his mind slip half an inch sideways. Not fully, not like before, just enough to know it hadn't been a stress dream or a magical hallucination or any other easy label adults used when reality got rude. Hades had been real, the coin had been real, the choice had been real, and somehow that made the aftermath feel heavier, because now Harry knew the full truth of it. He could have taken the easy version. He could have become the answer Cashin feared and Voldemort wanted, and the underworld would have accepted if he'd stopped fighting for that last bit of himself. He hadn't. That meant every future mess would come at him with two sets of teeth now, the normal kind and the what if you just gone all the way kind. Harry said, I think I'm going to be angry about adults for a while. Daphne's mouth curved faintly. Only a while, fair point. She looked down at her potion bottle, turning slowly between her fingers. My mother asked to speak to me before dawn. Harry glanced at her. That sounds dangerous. It depends what she wants. What do you think she wants? Daphne rested the bottle against her knee. She'll say she wants to protect me, and she will mean it. Daphne's eyes stayed on the bottle. She will also mean the family, our position, the fact that being close to you is no longer social risk. It's structural. Harry watched her profile for a moment. You don't sound surprised. I'm not. That made sense. Of course it did. Daphne had been raised in the kind of family that treated future consequences like weather charts. Nothing about tonight would escape being measured. Harry said, if she tells you to step back. Daphne looked up so fast that sentence died on its own. He held up one hand. Right, sorry, repeating myself. Yes, still meant well, I know. He let the hand fall back to the blanket. Daphne's expression shifted, tiny bit. Just enough to show she saw more than he'd wanted visible. Harry, she said, quieter now, I'm not staying because it's easy and I'm not leaving because someone writes a cleaner argument than I do. Stop treating my decisions like temporary weather. That one went right in. Harry looked at her. Then because she'd earned the honest answer and because he was too tired to sand down every rough edge, he said, I don't know what to do with people staying. Daphne didn't react fast. She sat with that for a second, really sat with it. When she answered, her voice was flat and direct and exactly right. You don't do anything with it, she said. You just stop acting like leaving is the smarter option by default. Harry stared at her for a beat, then he let out a rough laugh. That sounds suspiciously healthy. Disgusting, I know. Yeah, deeply. She nearly smiled again. That helped. Somewhere near the foot of the bed, a soft throat-clearing sound appeared that neither of them had heard coming. Harry lifted his head. The bloody Baron hovered there. Of course, Daphne looked over. Number absolutely not. He does not get to lurk in romantic timing too. The Baron stared at her as if he didn't know what romantic meant and would have found the category unimpressive even if he had. Then his dead eyes returned to Harry. Door held, he said. Harry sat up a little. Good. The Baron inclined his head once, a gesture so tiny it could have meant anything if you didn't know ghosts. Harry did by now respect. Weirdly, then the Baron said, others come, and drifted straight through the floor. Harry stared at the place he'd vanished. Daphne folded her arms. I hate how that could mean 12 different things. Yeah. 5 minutes later, the first owl hit the hospital wing window hard enough to make Ron snort awake and almost fall off the chair. He jerked up, wild-eyed, wand half out. What? The owl slammed the glass again, then a second owl hit the next pane, then 3 more. The hospital wing turned into flapping chaos in about 4 seconds. Pomfrey stormed in from the far end. What in Merlin's name? Another owl smacked the window. Hermione, who had apparently not gone to sleep at all and had only shifted from one chair to another with a book as camouflage, looked up and said, Oh number. Harry squinted at the windows. They were full of owls, not school owls, ministry owls, press owls, private post owls, big stern barn owls carrying official tubes. Tiny, furious little ones with personal notes tied to their legs. One enormous eagle owl that looked like it would rather be anywhere else but had been paid too well to care. Is that normal? Harry asked. Ron looked at the glass. Not even a bit. Pomfrey swore with enough professional authority to make 2 of the owls recoil on the sill. One of the ministry birds succeeded in shouldering the window latch loose and burst into the ward in a storm of feathers and official parchment. It headed straight for Harry. Of course it did. Harry caught the tube before it hit him in the face. Daphne deadpan, congratulations, you've been upgraded to state male. Living the dream. More owls poured in. Pomfrey threw a containment charm over half the wing. Hermione and Ron started grabbing birds out of the air before they could knock over medicine trays. One landed on Zabini's shoulder, woke him from dead sleep, and got an offended "oh, absolutely not" before he took the letter and shooed it off. Draco arrived at the ward door right in time to see the mess and stopped with the expression of a boy deciding whether turning around would count as cowardice. The owl chose for him and dropped a sealed black envelope letter right on his head. Harry laughed. Draco snatched it off his hair and glared. "I hate all of you. Love you too," Ron muttered, wrestling another owl. Within 2 minutes, the hospital wing looked like a post office had exploded. Pomfrey finally restored order by threatening to transfigure the next official bird into soup. That helped. The first ministry tube Harry caught bore the seal of Interim Educational Safety Review, which already sounded like a lie. He cracked it open. "Mr. Potter, pending the completion of overnight review, you're instructed to remain available for continued observation and not to leave Hogwarts grounds without authorization from either school leadership or ministry liaison." Harry stopped reading. "Already bored," he said and handed it to Daphne. She scanned it once. "That's custody language wearing a cardigan. Thought so." The next letter was worse. No ministry seal, private hand, crisp parchment that probably cost more than Vernon's best shoes. "Mr. Potter, given the public implications of recent events, several houses will wish to know your intentions regarding political alignment, succession posture, and public statements concerning the seal incident." Harry folded it shut. "What does succession posture even mean?" Ron asked from the next bed over. "It means old families are losing their minds," Hermione said without looking up from the 2 letters she'd already stolen off Harry's pile and started sorting into categories. "Into what?" Harry asked. Hermione held one up. "Official interference, social opportunism, press filth, threats disguised as advice. And one that appears to be an invitation to dinner by a house I'm fairly sure is 50% inbred." Daphne took that one, glanced at the crest, and said 60. "Great," Hermione said. "That's somehow worse." Draco, still standing near the ward door because sitting apparently risked commitment, opened the black envelope letter he'd caught and went very pale. Harry noticed instantly. "What?" Draco looked up. For one weird second, Harry thought he might pocket it and lie. Then Draco crossed the ward and handed it over. "No greeting, no seal, 3 lines. Malfoy boy, if Potter breathes near your family's friends, choose the side that survives. The dead king's son doesn't need allies. He needs handlers. A friend of your father's better judgment." Harry read it once and looked at Draco. Draco's face had gone hard in that way it did when somebody had reached through the polished layers and touched the nerves underneath. "That's one of your father's circles," Harry said. Draco looked furious. "I know." Ron leaned over from his bed. "Dead king's son." Hermione shot him a look. Ron blinked. "Right, yeah, obviously weird phrase, sorry." Harry folded the note and set it on the table with the other trouble. That was the real beginning of the aftermath. Not the sealing, not even the hearing, the letters, because by sunrise, magical Britain had started reacting. Not in one voice, in too many. The hospital wing became temporary command center by accident and then on purpose. McGonagall showed up at 6 with Snape, 2 stacks of confiscated letters, and the sort of expression that told Harry breakfast was not happening normally for anybody in the castle. She took one look at the piles around his bed and said, "I see the scavengers are early." Hermione held up her sorted stacks. "I've made categories." McGonagall's eyes flicked over them. "Excellent." Draco stared. "You're encouraging this." McGonagall gave him a look. "Mr. Malfoy, if Miss Granger wishes to organize chaos into a weapon, I have no intention of obstructing her." Hermione sat up straighter like she had been knighted. Snape, for his part, dropped a leather folio on Harry's blanket. Harry looked at it. "Should I be worried when you hand me folders?" "Yes," Snape said. Harry opened it. Inside were quick summaries, probably compiled at speed by whoever in the staff still knew how to move paper under pressure. Preliminary internal statement. Names of board members already complaining. Arcane containment personnel currently denied castle access. 3 possible press lines Dumbledore had vetoed for being cowardly. Harry almost smiled at that. Then he hit the part labeled external reactions. Old family requests. Ministry watchers repositioned. Inquiry whispers, 2 foreign correspondents, requests already asking whether divine manifestation protocols were being observed at Hogwarts. He looked up at Snape. "How many people knew enough to phrase it like that before today?" "Too many," Snape said. "More after breakfast." McGonagall took over the room without asking whether it belonged to her, which was smart because by then it obviously did. "Here is the shape," she said. "By midday, the Daily Prophet will print either a lie, a half-truth, or an act of public sabotage, depending on who reaches the presses first. The ministry will attempt to restore narrative control through safety language. Some old families will do what they always do and try to convert uncertainty into advantage. Meanwhile, Hogwarts still contains students, staff, and at least 6 lower access points I do not yet trust." She looked at Harry. "You will not attend classes today." Ron muttered, shocking. You, McGonagall said to Ron without looking away from Harry, will also not attend classes today if you continue talking. Ron, shut up, McGonagall went on. A limited account will be given to the students before breakfast. A more complete one to parents by Owl. Ginny Weasley will not be made a public cautionary tale. The words possession, heir, and divine claim will not leave staff mouths unless I authorize it. Hermione raised a hand. McGonagall blinked once. Miss Granger, what about Parseltongue? Students already know. McGonagall's mouth thinned. Students know rumors. We will not assist them into coherence. That was fair if annoying. Harry looked at the folio again. And Cassian, Snape's expression darkened in a way Harry almost enjoyed. Contained, meaning. Meaning the Ministry has discovered that hidden operations become less charming when parents, governors, and one very enraged school faculty begin naming the details aloud. McGonagall added, he has not been removed. Do not flatter yourself that systems cleanse themselves overnight, but his freedom of movement around this school is currently very small. Harry nodded once. That matched what he expected. Cassian losing everything in one night would have felt too neat to trust. Draco spoke from the window for the first time since McGonagall arrived. And if he reaches the press first, McGonagall looked at him. Then he will describe Harry as a destabilizing magical anomaly who acted heroically while proving exactly why oversight is necessary. Harry snorted. He'd say it prettier. Yes, McGonagall said, that is among his more annoying talents. Zabini, who had finally abandoned the upright sleep posture and was sitting with a cup of tea like a man born to endure fallout and silk, said, so we beat him to the room and now we beat him to the story. McGonagall's eyes slid to him. In essence, Daphne, who had spent the last few minutes reading 3 letters from her mother with the exact same expression she wore for advanced curse indexes, looked up. Then Harry should not hide. Everybody in the wing turned to her. Harry said, that sounds dangerous coming from you. She ignored him. If he disappears into infirmary curtains and principal statements, Cassian wins the emotional frame. Fear grows in absence. She set the letters down neatly. Harry needs to be seen alive, controlled, unashamed in the school first. Hermione's eyes widened. Breakfast. McGonagall considered it. Harry looked at Daphne. You want me to parade? I want you visible. Ron sat up in his chair. Honestly, she's right. If everyone only hears professors talking about safety reviews, they're going to picture all kinds of nonsense. Draco folded his arms. They're already picturing nonsense. Exactly, Hermione said. So we give them different nonsense. Harry looked at all of them, then at McGonagall, then back at Daphne. You know, he said, that's a terrifyingly good idea. I know. McGonagall decided in about 3 seconds. Breakfast then, staff table entrance not side door, full faculty present. Snape looked like he hated all the words in that sentence and respected the strategy anyway. Pomfrey reappeared just in time to hear the plan and very nearly threw a potion bottle at all of them. He is not parading through a dining hall after a night like this. He is walking, McGonagall corrected. And sitting. He is sleeping. Harry lifted one hand. I can do both if the speech is boring enough. Pomfrey pointed at him. You, quiet. He stopped helping immediately. The school waited for breakfast like a body waits for test results. Harry felt at the moment they left the wing. Not just the staring, the expectation. Students clustered in knots along the corridors despite prefect efforts. Teachers were stationed at every junction in numbers that made it obvious this was not normal school order anymore. Ghosts floated openly through groups instead of pretending indifference. Peeves had apparently tried to start a song about the lower mouth and had been chased off by the Bloody Baron before the second verse. Small miracle. Harry walked between McGonagall and Dumbledore because optics were now apparently a blood sport. Daphne at one side, Hermione at the other, Ron, Draco, and Zabini a pace behind because at this point reality had given up on subtlety. When they reached the great hall doors, the entire room went quiet before they were even fully open. Harry stepped in. Every student in Hogwarts looked at him. No warning, no preamble, no atmospheric nonsense, just full attention dropping like a stone the second he crossed the threshold. Good, he kept his pace even, didn't hurry, didn't bow under it. Didn't look like he wanted to disappear. The teacher table stood full behind him. Every professor present except the dead one in history who probably hadn't been told to alter breakfast routine and therefore remained harmlessly irrelevant. McGonagall took center. Dumbledore slightly to one side this time, which Harry noticed because it meant the message was, the headmaster protects him so much as the school stands here. Smarter. Harry sat at the end of the staff table instead of going to Slytherin. That caused an immediate wave of whispers too loud to count as whispers. He saw reactions in rows now. Hufflepuffs, relief fighting with fear. Ravenclaws, frantic analysis in progress. Gryffindors, split between admiration, concern, and the desire for dramatic details. Slytherins, calculating what this meant for house status politics and whether Draco Malfoy now technically knew a death godson on first-name terms. Draco caught Harry glancing that way and rolled his eyes in advance, which was maybe the most normal thing in the room. McGonagall stood, the hall shut up. She did not use Dumbledore's soft huge voice thing. She used exactly what she had always used, enough control to make silence feel like discipline instead of awe. "Students," she said. "You are owed clarity. Good start. A hidden structure beneath this school has been breached and secured. A dangerous magical creature within it has been destroyed. Miss Ginevra Weasley is alive and under care. Recent attacks on students were enabled by a malignant magical object now destroyed. Some adults outside this school acted without the knowledge or consent of Hogwarts staff. That matter is under active inquiry." The hall reacted in the way big groups did when handed information that was both more and less than they feared. Sharp breaths, movement, people turning toward each other and then back because McGonagall had not finished. "No student," she said, sharper now, "will be harassed, isolated, or turned into a story object for what was done to them in this school. That includes Miss Weasley. It also includes Mr. Potter, who will not be made the center of your panic because you cannot manage your imaginations." That one hit so hard Harry almost laughed. Half the hall went pink with being caught. McGonagall looked exactly like a woman who would assign them all essays on why they were embarrassing. "Hogwarts remains under Hogwarts authority," she said. "Classes are suspended for the day. House heads will meet with you after breakfast. If you hear rumors involving hidden heirs, divine bloodlines, cursed destinies, or ministry safety narratives polished past usefulness, kindly remember that rumor is often what fear sounds like when it wishes to feel intelligent." That was so good Harry wanted to applaud. She did not invite questions. Smarter. She sat. The hall stayed quiet for 3 more seconds. Then breakfast resumed in the most unnatural way possible, which was to say nobody ate normally and everybody pretended they were. Harry reached for toast because not eating at all would have looked dramatic, and he refused to add fuel to this room's dramatic instincts. Daphne from her place at the Slytherin table now because faculty optics had been achieved and she had no intention of making herself look decorative at the staff line longer than necessary, met his eyes once and nodded. Visible, controlled, unashamed. Yeah, he could do that. The first person to break ranks and approach the staff table was, astonishingly, Luna Lovegood. Harry had noticed her before because Luna was hard not to notice if you were paying even basic attention. Not because she was loud, quite the opposite. The whole world seemed to move around her while she remained exactly where she felt like being. She stopped 3 feet from the staff table and said in a dreamy voice that still somehow cut through the room, "You look less haunted than I expected." Harry blinked. McGonagall, to her credit, did not stop this immediately. "Thanks," Harry said. "I think." Luna tilted her head. "No, it's good." Haunted people blinked differently after underplaces touched them. The hall went dead silent again. Harry stared at her, then said, because there was no better option, "You've got an alarmingly specific metric for that." "Yes." Luna looked genuinely pleased he'd noticed. "Anyway, the Ravenclaws are arguing whether the Ministry will call you a stability incident or a theological inconvenience. I thought you might prefer the second one." Harry laughed, really laughed, not because it was all right. Because it wasn't, and Luna had somehow said the exact thing that made the room less suffocating for 1 clean second. "Tell them I vote inconvenience," he said. "I will." Then she walked away. Ron watched from the Gryffindor table like he had long ago accepted that school reality would never again behave. Hermione, who had apparently decided being aligned with Harry now meant moving between tables like an investigative plague, came over during tea service with parchment already in hand. "The Prophet wants a statement." Harry took the note she held out, not directly from the paper. Through a staff intermediary who clearly wanted the story and wanted to be seen wanting it less than everyone else. Clever. Annoying. Harry skimmed the request. It was full of phrases like heroic youth, unexplained resilience, and ministry concern. "Yeah, number." Hermione nodded sharply. "Agreed." Dumbledore, seated 2 chairs over and pretending not to listen while absolutely listening, said mildly, "That depends on the statement." Harry looked at him. "You think I should give one?" "I think silence is a statement too. The question is whose." That was irritatingly true. Hermione looked between them. If he says nothing, they write the fear version. "Or the saint version," Zabini put in from behind her, having apparently drifted up without anyone noticing because that was his whole skill set. "Both are bad. One gets him caged, the other gets him used." Harry looked at the request note again. Daphne arrived then with a cup of tea and the exact expression she wore whenever she had sorted a problem into categories and didn't like any of them. "Short statement," she said. Harry looked up. "You read over my shoulder from across the room now." "I read rooms. Pages are easier." "Fair." Daphne set the tea down in front of him like the staff table was not full of professors and Harry did not currently look like a public crisis. "3 lines," she said. "No apology, no claim." No denial that you were there, no mention of Cassian unless you want a war by lunch. Hermione frowned. We already have a war by lunch. A bigger one, Daphne said. Harry thought about that. Then he took Hermione's quill and wrote directly on the back of the request note. Students were harmed. The threat beneath Hogwarts was stopped. Miss Weasley is alive. I acted to protect my school, not to become a ministry category. Anything beyond that can wait until the adults learn honesty. He handed it back to Hermione. She read it, and one corner of her mouth twitched. That's infuriatingly good. Thanks. Zabini leaned over, read it too, and nodded. Excellent. It annoys all the right people. Dumbledore actually smiled at that. Harry saw it and said, don't. Dumbledore folded his hands around his teacup. I said nothing. Your face did. Breakfast ended in pieces. Students peeled off by house to meetings with heads, prefects, and whatever version of damaged reassurance adults could offer without falling over. Harry got pulled 6 different directions and escaped only because McGonagall physically redirected him toward her office and dared anyone in the corridor to object. Inside, the core group formed almost by accident again. Harry, Daphne, Hermione, Ron, Zabini. Draco lingering near the back like he might still escape, and nobody calling him on it because frankly he'd earned room rights last night. McGonagall, Dumbledore, Snape by the shelves because shelves suited his general level of warmth, Arthur and Molly for the Ginny portion. And 2 minutes after everyone had sat, Theseus. He stopped just inside the office doorway and looked like he fully expected to be hexed on sight. Ron half rose anyway. Harry said, sit down. Ron looked at him. He tried to help pin you to the floor. He also broke Cassian's line and hit the rack. Ron considered this, sat, grudgingly. Theseus stepped in. He was cleaner now, fresh robe, coat over bandaged shoulder, but the strain from last night still lived in the way he held himself. Human enough to matter, good. McGonagall pointed to one empty chair. If you're here to speak, sit. He sat. No one offered tea, also good. The meeting started with Ginny because it had to. Molly filled them in first. Ginny was awake in short intervals, memory fractured but stabilizing. She remembered Tom in the diary, remembered writing and losing time. Remembered feeling pulled toward the bathroom in the dark below. She did not remember the last stretch clearly, which everyone in the room agreed was a mercy. Harry listened without interrupting. When Molly finished, he asked one thing. Did she say anything about the lower room, past the chamber? Arthur shook his head. Only cold. And a voice like deep water. That matched enough to matter. McGonagall took notes. Snape did not, which probably meant he was remembering every word and planning to regret that later. Then they moved to the practical problem. What now? Dumbledore opened with school measures. Lower wings sealed under staff-only ward control, rotating faculty on ghost-supported watch. No student movement alone after dusk until the end of term. The official story, chamber threat ended, no further access. The unofficial story in this room, the fracture was shut but still existed. Voldemort had lost another route, but not every route, and Cassian's office would not stop just because his public angle had collapsed. Harry leaned forward. What does he do next? Theseus answered before Cassian's name had even finished landing in the room. He goes political. Everyone looked at him. Theseus kept his gaze on the desk. He cannot justify direct seizure now, not after the hearing and not after last night's witnesses. So he builds around that. Committees, foreign inquiries, advisory frameworks. He'll try to make you look like a crisis no single school can ethically hold. Harry sat back. That sounds boring. It is, Theseus said, and dangerous because people ignore boring until it owns the door. Daphne nodded once. He'll widen the circle until keeping Harry at Hogwarts looks irresponsible rather than strategic. Hermione looked irritated by how much sense that made. Can he do that? Dumbledore's expression suggested he hated the answer. He can try. Snape said he will fail. Harry glanced at him. That sounded almost loyal. Snape's mouth curled. Do not make me repeat myself in a warmer tone. There it was, comfort, Snape style. Harry respected the effort. Theseus said, there is another problem. Ron groaned. Obviously there is. Theseus looked at him briefly, then back to the room. Voldemort learned what Harry's core does. Nobody liked that, Harry least of all. Daphne's eyes shifted to him immediately. Meaning. Theseus answered with the kind of precision Harry was starting to recognize as genuine worry, trying not to look like it. Meaning he will stop spending death as execution and start spending it as extraction. If he can build or force a chamber where Harry is struck repeatedly while a secondary structure siphons the resulting power exchange. Hermione went pale. He could try to turn Harry into a battery. Or a stabilizer, Snape said grimly. Harry sat very still because yes, of course Voldemort would do that. Once he knew the killing curse healed Harry, death stopped being the answer and became the tool. That was so perfectly Voldemort it made Harry want to break something. Instead he said, then he doesn't get to hit me on his terms. Theseus looked at him. That is not enough. Harry smiled without humor. It is for the first step. McGonagall said, the first step is deciding who knows what. That dragged the room back to reality, not full truth, not to everybody, not while the school still contained hundreds of students and parents who would hear one divine word and start all posting whole legal theories into existence. Daphne's mother's letters mattered there more than Harry had wanted them to. She had been right, the issue was no longer school gossip, it was structure. By the time the meeting broke, the working plan had become painfully clear. Short term, survive the rest of the year without another factional war under Hogwarts. Medium term, prevent Cashin from turning inquiry into confinement. Long term, figure out what exactly Harry was in relation to Hades, the fracture, Voldemort, and magical Britain before someone else tried to define it with chains again. Easy. Just before everyone got up, Theseus said, I won't be returning to Cashin. That stopped the room. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Dumbledore watched him with renewed interest. Harry looked at Theseus. You say that like it's a statement and not treason. These are not the same thing, Theseus said. Snape said dryly, that depends entirely on the government. Theseus ignored him. Cashin asked for my report before dawn. I sent none. I have, however, sent one letter elsewhere. Harry frowned. To who? Theseus met his gaze. Someone who still believes institutions should not begin by feeding children to theories. That was not an answer. Harry saw Daphne notice the same thing. Still, whatever else Theseus was, he had now burned his bridge in a way Cashin would not forgive. That made him less safe, not more useful, not safe. Harry was beginning to collect those. The rest of the day stretched strange. No classes, too much supervision. Students all over the castle trying to act casual while absolutely failing. Owls still arriving every hour with new statements, denials, invitations, warnings, offers, and one truly bizarre basket of sugared plums from an elderly witch Harry had never heard of who wrote, Your poor aura must be exhausted. He gave the plums to Ron. At lunch, the Daily Prophet arrived. Hermione snatched the first copy before anyone else could and spread it over the table in the common room while Harry, Daphne, Zabini, Draco, and Ron leaned in. Front page. Hogwarts horror ends. Potter LEADS rescue. Ministry questions remains. Subheading. Weasley child alive after secret chamber breach. Unauthorized ministry operation under scrutiny. Harry blinked. That's better than expected. Hermione skimmed fast. Your statement made it in. Which bit? She pointed, not to become a ministry category. Zabini laughed. Oh, that's going to ruin several breakfasts. Draco read farther down and made a face. They still hint you're unstable. Harry leaned over and found it there, buried in paragraph 6. Sources close to the review caution that Mr. Potter's unusual magical resilience raises complicated questions. Complicated questions, Harry repeated. Cowards. Daphne read over his shoulder. It could be worse. Strong endorsement. It is. Farther down the article came the line that mattered more. Arcane Containment's role in events beneath Hogwarts is now under active ministerial review. Harry tapped that with one finger. That part they had to print. Hermione looked up, because too many people know. Exactly. Ron, chewing one of the random sugared plums, said, so what now? We just go back to school like nothing under the castle tried to eat us. Harry leaned back in the chair. Number 4 heads turned. He looked at the paper again, then around the common room. Students pretending not to stare. Older Slytherins recalculating how to speak to him. Not in the corner with that same fixed attention posture he got when the room changed shape and he wanted to know where the pressure went. Now, Harry said, we stop reacting. Draco frowned. Meaning Cashin and Voldemort both spent this whole term setting the pace. Attacks, hearings, traps, roots, messages. Everybody else just answered, I'm done with that. Zabini's mouth curved slowly. There it is. Hermione looked cautious now. You have something. Harry looked at her. We have something. That changed the room. Daphne set the paper aside. Say it. Harry ticked it off on his fingers. We have the fracture map. We have Cashin's signed orders. We have the seal kit. We have witness alignment across parents, staff, students, and at least one ex-specialist with lightning issues. We have Voldemort losing a root and learning the wrong lesson from it. And we have every ambitious idiot in Britain trying to figure out what I am before I do. Ron blinked. You make that sound almost useful. It is useful, Harry said. It means people are moving early, which means they expose themselves earlier too. Hermione caught up first. You want to bait them? Harry looked at her. I want them to stop thinking I'm the only thing in the room that can be observed. Draco stared for a second. Then very quietly, that is such a Slytherin answer. Daphne said, and finally not a stupid one. Harry put a hand over his heart. You say the nicest things. She did not smile, but her eyes did something close enough. 3 nights later, Ginny spoke to Harry privately. Molly arranged it with the sort of careful gratitude that made clear she would hex him into pieces if he hurt her daughter by accident. Fair. Ginny sat up in bed now, color mostly back, blanket over her knees, hair loose around her shoulders. She looked younger than she had before all this. Not in age. In the way trauma pulled the extra practiced expressions off people and left the real face underneath. Harry stood by the bed for one awkward second and then said, "Hi." Ginny looked at him. "Hi." That was it for a moment. Then she said, "I remember you." He nodded. "Yeah, in the chamber." "Yeah." She looked down at her hands. "I don't remember all of it." "You don't need to." Her mouth tight. "People keep saying that." Harry leaned one shoulder against the bedpost. "Then I'll say something else. The bits you don't remember aren't your fault either." That got her eyes back on him. She searched his face like she was trying to see whether this was pity. Harry knew that look, hated it on other people, refused to wear it here. At last Ginny said, "Tom said nobody would believe it wasn't me if they found out." Harry's jaw tight. "Tom says lots of stupid things." That almost got a smile out of her. "Almost. He knew things," she said quietly. "About me, things I didn't tell anyone. He made it feel like he understood first. Then it felt like he was in my head before I knew I'd let him in." Her fingers tightened on the blanket. "I hated that." Harry nodded once. "Yeah." She looked at him sharply. "You know what that feels like?" Not exactly, Harry thought, but near enough in categories that the answer was number. "I know what it's like when people decide they know you better than you do," he said. Ginny stared at him for a second, then she said, "Thanks for not treating me like I broke the school on purpose." Harry looked at her. "You didn't." She breathed out slowly. Then very softly, "Also, Ron said you kissed Daphne in the hospital wing and now Fred and George are taking bets on whether she'll stab you before summer." Harry blinked. "What?" Ginny's mouth twitched. "I'm recovering. I deserve entertainment." Harry stared at her, then groaned and rubbed both hands over his face. "I hate your family." Ginny actually laughed. "Good, worth it." By the end of the week, Hogwarts had developed a new normal, which meant the old normal was dead and everyone politely stopped mentioning the body. Students still stared, but now the stares had categories. Some looked at Harry like a legend they hoped would look back, some like a weapon they hoped never would, some like a person they'd seen at breakfast with toast crumbs on his plate and scorch marks on his robes, and decided maybe the Ministry wasn't the only one allowed to narrate him. That last category mattered most. Harry made a point of being seen in ordinary places. Library, courtyard, hallway between charms and nowhere because classes were still partially suspended. He talked to younger students when they asked awkward questions and didn't perform wisdom about it. He played one terrible game of wizard chess with Ron and lost because he was thinking about seal architectures, and Ron was thinking about smashing his knights into Harry's bad planning. Daphne became a fixture beside him often enough that people stopped treating it like gossip and started treating it like fact. That annoyed a lot of pureblood expectations, structures, and ways Harry found deeply entertaining. Hermione began building what she called a document trail and what everyone else called a terrifying amount of leverage. Zabini made friends with 3 ghosts, 2 sixth-years, and 1 clerk in magical records who had the posture of a man paid not to remember things. Harry did not ask for details. Better that way. Draco drifted closer in the way Slytherins did when open declarations weren't their style. He started by handing over names and eventually graduated to sitting down without invitation and complaining about how impossible his father was in tones that implied Harry should feel honored by the access. Not remain not, which meant he never said much and somehow became one of the most reliable, quiet presences in the room. Theseus vanished for 4 days and then reappeared at Hogwarts under the official label of Independent Advisory Witness, which sounded fake and was. He and Harry had exactly 3 conversations that week and all of them felt like knives trying not to become respect too quickly. Cassian did not return in person. He did, however, continue existing, which was honestly rude. His office sent inquiries, requests. Soft-edged legal language about shared responsibilities, future review schedules, interdepartmental frameworks, and one memorably hateful phrase about harmonized containment posture that made Harry laugh so hard he nearly fell off a library chair. "Containment posture," he repeated, handing the letter to Daphne. She scanned it and said, "He writes like a man trying to seduce a prison." Gross, yes. The real shift came 2 weeks later. The Ministry issued its public interim findings, not full accountability. Of course not. Systems did not enjoy self-harm, but enough. Cassian Thorne had exceeded authorized operational scope. Arcane containment would undergo procedural review. Hidden hardware beneath Hogwarts would be catalogued and removed by a joint school ministry team under independent witness. No mention of Harry's divine claim. No mention of Hades. No mention of the fracture, the lower mouth, the underworld seam, the fact that the killing curse now healed the boy the Ministry had almost pinned to a floor. Good. That silence was strategic, and Harry knew it. Still, it meant the room had shifted far enough that even the Ministry could not simply print him into containment by press release. Arthur brought the news to Hogwarts himself and read the key lines aloud in McGonagall's office while Harry, Dumbledore, Snape, Daphne, Hermione, Ron, Zabini, Draco, and 2 lawyers Harry did not know stood around listening. When he finished, Harry said, "That's not enough." Arthur nodded. "Number, but it's a crack." "Yes." Harry looked at the paper again. Cassian had not been destroyed, but he had been named. In systems like this, naming mattered, publicly wrong mattered, review mattered, delay mattered. It bought time, and time was the one thing Harry had not had for most of this year. He would take it. That night, after most of the castle had finally decided it might survive the term, Harry stood alone on the astronomy tower and looked out over the grounds. Wind, dark, stars sharp enough to matter, the lake black under them. Hogwarts at his back, all old stone and layered magic and too much history for one building to carry honestly. He heard footsteps before the person reached him. He didn't turn right away because he already knew who it was. Dumbledore came to the parapet and stood beside him. No opening wisdom. Good. For a while they just looked out over the grounds. Then Dumbledore said, "You are angry with me." Harry snorted softly. "That's one word." Dumbledore accepted that. "Yes." Harry leaned his forearms on the stone. "You knew enough to warn me and didn't. Knew enough to tell me I wasn't imagining things and didn't. Knew enough that Cashin had a point of access and still let me walk around being studied like I was the only one who didn't get the notes." Dumbledore looked out over the grounds rather than at Harry, which Harry appreciated. Easier to hear hard things that way. "Yes," he said, "no speech, no defense that would satisfy us both." Harry let that sit. The stars were bright tonight, not friendly, just clear, better than friendly sometime. After a while Harry said, "Hades gave me a choice." Dumbledore did turn for that. Harry kept looking forward. He didn't tell me what to do, didn't rescue me, didn't ask me to be anything except honest about what I was choosing. Dumbledore was quiet for a long beat. "Then that sounds like him." Harry glanced sideways. "You've met him." Dumbledore's mouth moved. Briefly, it was not a warm social call. "Shocking." "Yes." Harry looked back out. He said, "Not a throne." "A key?" Dumbledore leaned both hands on the parapet. "And what do you think that means now?" Harry thought about the black coin gone into stone, the fracture sealed but not erased, the line he had walked between taking too much and pretending he had nothing. "I think," he said slowly, "it means my power is only simple if I let other people name it for me." Dumbledore nodded once. "Yes." Harry looked at him properly then. "And I think if you ever keep something like this from me again, I'll start breaking into your office on principle." That got him a real laugh, soft, brief, honest. "I would expect no less," Dumbledore said. They stood a while longer after that, not healed. Not all right, not fixed, but more real than they'd been. That was enough for tonight. The letters kept coming for the rest of the month. Political houses, foreign departments. One deeply strange inquiry from a magical anthropologist in Greece asking whether Harry had felt any chthonic harmonics during his near convergence. Harry framed that one because it annoyed Snape. By summer approach, the immediate panic had burned off and left something more useful behind. Reputation, not the old one. Not the boy who lived nonsense other people had built when he was a baby and needed them too much to object. A new one, harder. Harry had gone below. He had brought Ginny back. He had stood in a ministry chamber and refused the frame. He had taken killing force and walked through it. He had sealed what everyone smarter and older had nearly let become a sight. That kind of thing moved through a country differently than gossip. It changed how people wrote letters. It changed how they stood when he entered a room. It changed how enemies planned. And it changed Hogwarts too. Students stopped looking at the castle like it was only home or only prison or only school. They looked at it like it was a thing that had nearly chosen sides and might again if no one watched it properly. Ghosts grew bolder in certain corridors. Bloody Baron once inclined his head to Harry in front of 3 second-years, who all nearly fainted. Myrtle became unbearable about her role in a major crisis and honestly had earned some of it. On the last clear evening before the term's final formal feast, Harry stood in the courtyard with Daphne while the sky went gold and the stones still held day warmth in the corners. No crisis, no ministry convoy, no ghosts delivering underworld riddles for 5 whole minutes. It felt suspicious. Harry said, "This is weird." Daphne, leaning against the low wall beside him, looked out over the grounds. Silence. "Yeah, it won't last, I know." He watched a group of younger students crossing the grass, not staring openly at him anymore because the novelty had worn down into background myth and practical familiarity. Better than before, stranger too. After a minute he said, "Do you regret it?" Daphne looked at him. Which part? Getting involved. She did not answer quickly because with Daphne, the fast answers were often the easy wrong ones, and she hated those almost as much as Harry did. When she did answer, it was with the same exactness she'd brought to everything since the train. "No," she said, "I dislike many related things. I regret none of them." Harry smiled. "That sounds like you, I know." He leaned one hip against the wall and studied her. "Your mother's still angry." "My mother is many things at once." Daphne's mouth curved faintly. "At the moment she is furious with the ministry, irritated with me, curious about you, and pretending those are separate issues. Your father, already planning 3 years ahead." She looked at him more directly. "He says Britain's political map is now broken in ways nobody clever should ignore." Harry huffed a laugh. "That sounds ominous." "It's practical and worse," she nodded. "Usually." Harry let the courtyard quiet settle again. Then he said, "For what it's worth, I'm glad you were there." That got her attention in a different way. At the hearing, she asked. At the chamber, the fracture, all of it. Daphne held his eyes. I know. No, Harry said. I don't think you do. That made her go still. Harry pushed off the wall and stepped closer. Not rushed, not dramatic, just close enough that if somebody crossed the courtyard now, they would absolutely understand there were categories of conversation they were not invited into. When the easy answer showed up, he said quietly, you were the one who made sure I heard how stupid it was. Daphne's face changed, small, real. That wasn't exactly poetry, she said. Harry smiled. It was better. She looked at him for one long second, then she said good, and kissed him before he could turn it into something dumber. That one lasted longer than the hospital wing version. Less adrenaline, more choice. When they pulled apart, Harry rested his forehead against hers for a second and said, all right, that was definitely better. I know. From somewhere across the courtyard, Zabini's voice drifted lazily through the evening air. I'm not saying we should throw things at them, he called, but I am saying the temptation is educational. Hermione's voice followed right after. Touch one pebble and I'll rewrite your revision schedule into pain. Ron laughed. Draco muttered something about being surrounded by lunatics. Harry and Daphne both pulled back at the same time. Neither looked guilty. Good, they joined the others because that was how this worked now. Not one person at the center of a myth with everyone else orbiting. A cluster, a mess, chosen people, unchosen disaster colleagues who had somehow become more than that. Ron was losing at chess again because he'd gotten distracted arguing with Draco about whether Slytherin maps counted as cultural preservation or organized rule-breaking. Hermione had a stack of Ministry inquiry notes and looked far too pleased with the fact that two departments were now contradicting each other in writing. Zabini had somehow acquired a bowl of strawberries from the kitchens without anyone seeing him leave. Draco looked offended by existence in a stable and familiar way, which honestly made the evening better. And when Harry stepped into that group, nobody made a thing of it. Nobody stared at his scar. Nobody said savior, monster, heir, Hades' son, risk category, state level, anything. Ron just shoved a chess piece toward him and said, if you've got so much cosmic insight now, tell me why my bishop keeps getting murdered. Harry sat down and looked at the board. Because you're terrible. Ron groaned. Draco smirked. Hermione muttered, finally, a subject with peer-reviewed consensus. Harry laughed. Above them, Hogwarts watched. Not with menace tonight, not exactly. More like a building old enough to understand that one crisis ending never meant the story was done, just that the next shape of it was approaching from farther off. That was fine. Harry knew that now. Cassian still existed. Voldemort still existed in whatever broken remnants the underworld had not been permitted to finish. The fracture was sealed, not gone. The political world outside the school had already begun rebuilding itself around the fact that Harry Potter was not only alive but impossible to fit neatly under any authority that wanted him as a category instead of a person. Good, let them rebuild. Let them all look at the same impossible fact and figure out how to stand in a country where the boy they had tried to define, manage, bury, study, own, rescue, contain, or use had walked through death again and again and still chosen not to kneel to the easiest version of power. The school bells rang over the grounds. Evening, students moving, teachers calling, owls crossing the sky. And somewhere deep beneath Hogwarts, under the layers of stone wards, punishment lines, and old bargains, the seam held. Because Harry had chosen it to, because he had not become a throne, because he had stayed a key. By the time the feast arrived and the hall filled with noise again, it no longer sounded like panic. It sounded like a country of children and teachers and ghosts and liars and survivors trying to figure out what the next world looked like now that one impossible thing had refused to become the wrong sort of god. Harry sat with his friends and looked out over the room. Gryffindors talking too loud. Slytherins pretending not to care and caring professionally. Ravenclaws already turning the year into theories. Hufflepuffs feeding each other extra pudding because life was short and the school had just proven that twice. At the staff table, McGonagall looked tired and unbreakable. Snape looked like he wished everyone around him were quieter and less alive. Dumbledore caught Harry's eye once, then looked away with the faintest nod. Not ownership, not approval, recognition. Molly and Arthur sat as honored guests with Ginny between them, pale still but smiling at Fred and George's quiet stupidity. Theseus did not attend the feast. Cassian certainly didn't, but the absence of both men had its own shape now too. No longer the shape of people who owned the room. Just people the room would have to reckon with later. Harry picked up his goblet. Across the table, Daphne looked at him. He lifted the cup half an inch in her direction. She did the same. No speeches, no promises. Just an agreement the future was probably going to be awful in several very creative ways and they'd deal with it when it arrived. Outside, thunder rolled somewhere far off beyond the castle grounds, not close enough to worry about tonight. Harry smiled anyway. Let it come. Chapter 5 End.